When he was young, he thought that the entire world was green, that people were green, that roads were the refreshing color of grass, that animals were dark green, and that the sky was light green. Green colors danced no matter where he looked. One memory he had of his childhood was the time he went to the zoo with his family. Rather than walking around and watching enclosures, they entered a safari, where visitors rode on a bus to tour an artificial wilderness. Paper bags filled with raw meat hung on the side of the bus. The eldest brother sat on the seat next to the window, and the 2-year-old sister took the mother's lap. He recalled being a bit down, unable to sit together being neither the oldest nor the youngest. The bus stopped. The wild animals lounging around the field sauntered up to the bus. The green animals jumped into a fierce competition for food. The way they pounced on each other reminded the boy of the game, whack-a-mole, so he laughed faintly. It was then a single animal, just one. It sat on top of a boulder like an emperor, reflecting the shining sunlight. The boy's smile disappeared. Why, its color. Unlike any of the other animals he had ever seen, that one animal wasn't green. Did it feel his gaze? The beast stared into the boy's eyes. As if enchanted, the boy became afraid. He averted his gaze instinctively and stopped breathing. Both his hands and body trembled, and his heart pounded crazily. Even as he was swallowed by terror that no boy his age was able to withstand, the boy raised a question. Why wasn't that animal green? No, I must have made a mistake. The boy took a deep breath and looked out the window again. It was then. Pang, the window shook violently. The beast had been far away, but it had approached the bus before the boy noticed. But why was it ignoring the food hanging on the bus and sticking to the window? The beast opened its mouth and revealed its fearsome teeth. It repeatedly tried to chew on the window. The boy didn't understand what had transpired. Still, he flinched and shrunk back. I have to run. Why isn't the bus moving? I'm scared. I want to get away from here. Mom, 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 mom. Just as the boy was about to burst into tears, a warm hand carefully covered his eyes. Must have frightened you a lot. The voice was as silvery and gentle as a spring breeze. Just that single sentence made the boy feel relaxed and relieved. The boy jumped into the woman's embrace without checking to see who it was. There, everything's okay. The scary lion isn't here anymore. Ah, the bus is moving again. Pat, pat. The woman gently patted the boy's back, and his stifled breathing became relaxed. Only then did the boy raise his head to take a look. Suddenly, the woman's hand stopped. She drew closer to the boy, studying him carefully. Then she gasped in surprise. Oh my goodness, really? When the boy tilted his head in confusion, the woman smiled. Your eyes are beautiful. My eyes. Yes, they're beautiful, in the 7 colors of the rainbow. The boy stared at the woman curiously, but she only smiled in return. Then she let out a sigh as if she found something to be a great loss. If only you were a little older, no, perhaps it's better that you grow up unaware. Before long, the safari tour ended. Tourists got up one by one, but the boy showed no sign of leaving. The woman also hesitated, as if she wasn't ready to give up. The woman whispered into the boy's ear. What's your name? Sial, that's a pretty name. She then met the gaze of the blushing boy. Hey, once you grow a bit older and we somehow meet by coincidence, will you come to me? To you, Nuna. Yes, I'll be there if you ever need my help. Although the boy couldn't understand what she meant, he still nodded his head in her embrace. Soon, the sound of his mother and younger sister looking for him rang out. Here, promise. A soft sensation touched the boy's forehead before disappearing. Let us meet again, little prince. As the boy held his mother's hand and walked out of the bus, he looked back longingly. The woman was smiling brightly and waving her hand, all the way until the boy disappeared. Time passed, and the boy became an adult. He had grown until the special memories from this day turned faint. With age, he lost his fear of wild animals, and he began to research the phenomenon he experienced that day. What was this ability of his? Why did he have a power that no one else did? In the end, he could not arrive at the answer, but he began to figure out the conditions where the green color appeared and disappeared. His life began to change as he began to apply this power to his everyday life. And when this ability suddenly disappeared one day, his life rapidly spiraled out of control. Xiorek Land was a casino located in Gangwon Province's Sokcho City. Regardless of winning or losing, people pressed buttons like a robot and flipped cards as both cries of joy and despair rang out together. A young man looked down at a table with nervousness on his face. He stole a glance at the dealer, who remained expressionless. After glaring at the table like a hungry beast, the young man opened his mouth with great difficulty. Stop, no, double down. The dealer immediately put his hand on the deck, as if he had grown bored of waiting for the youth's decision. The young man's throat dried up, his chin dripped with sweat, and his back was drenched as well. But unlike the anxious youth, the dealer flipped the card with apathy. The young man wrapped his hands around his head. The sound of joy and despair once again rang out. Park Hyung, you get lucky today. Ah, Choi. When a well-built man walked out of the entrance and greeted him, the bespectacled man shivering outside smoking a cigarette shook his head. Lucky. Damn, I'm barely even. What about you? It's the same for me. Guess today's not my lucky day. I came outside to take a short break. I have a small headache from staying at the same table for hours on end. I figured the cold wind would cool me off. When the bespectacled man grumbled, the well-built man grinned. "Yeah, I feel you." Just as the well-built man began to rummage his pocket, a loud shout suddenly struck his ears. With their eyes wide in surprise, the two men turned their heads to a young man on his cell phone. Choi furrowed his brows before tilting his head. "He kind of looks familiar." "Who? That young man on his phone. You know him?" "Him, of course I do. That's Sial. I think he's been coming here longer than you. I first saw him 3-4 years ago." Choi was inwardly impressed with how long Park had been here and stared at the young man with a shocked expression. "3-4 years, but he looks so young. He should be in his mid-20s now. He used to be famous around these parts." Park licked his lips with a tinge of regret in his face, but Choi simply shrugged his shoulders. "Really, I've seen him a couple times. He didn't look all that special. He's like that now, but for about a year, he was the real deal." Back then, some people fought to move to his seat whenever he left. "Oh, I guess he has some skills then." No, I wouldn't really say he's skilled. He's bold maybe. He knew when to gamble like a demon. He kept strict rules for himself, not going overboard, always bringing a set amount with himself. It felt more like he was coming here to play, not because of an addiction. Anyways, he was a weird one. How did he turn out like that then? Who knows? He suddenly started saying he couldn't see anymore or something. It wasn't long until he became that. Park clicked his tongue and resumed smoking his cigarette. The young man was still holding onto his cell phone. He seemed desperate, as if he was pleading. Choi snorted. "It doesn't sit well with me. A young man like him should go out there and work for his money. As long as you're an adult, you're free to come here. No. If you put it that way, you're a young man too. It's been ages since I passed 40. Does age matter? A casino is just a gambling house with a fancy title. The moment someone sets their foot inside, they're free to lose their mind, regardless of their age." "Haha, I guess that's true." Bored of talking about the young man, the duo exchanged meaningless jokes and laughed. "Father, please, just this once. Just one last time. I'm hanging up, you bastard." "Father, TK." The line cut off one-sidedly and Sial immediately spat out a curse. I'm going to go fucking crazy." He had lost what little money he had left. All he had in his pockets were 4 casino chips, and he only had enough bills in his wallet to cover his taxi fare back. For a moment, he even considered trying his luck at the slots to recover even a little bit of what he lost. However, if he lost even that, he knew he would have to walk home. His eyes scanned his contact list once more. When the name Yu Xianhua showed up, he pressed the call button without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was still dawn, and no one answered the phone no matter how long he waited. Sial accessed the banking app and checked his balance, but that only revealed what he already knew. He sighed as he stared at the minus sign in front of the numbers. "Damn it, why aren't you picking up your fucking phone?" After seething in anger for a bit, he tilted his head up and looked up at the sky. The morning sky was still gray. With a sigh, Sial raised his hand. "Taxi, where are you going?" "Gangnam Station. No, Nanhyeon Station." "Get in." Soon, the taxi carrying the young man slipped into the darkness. "I need more money so I can go back." Sial stood in front of Nanhyeon Station, pondering his next move, before finally coming to a decision. He was seemingly surrounded by enemies on all sides, but there was one secret hill he could run to for help. The alarm buzzed loudly. It was 5:30 in the morning. Yu Xianhua opened her eyes and stretched her limbs out from a refreshing night's sleep. The morning sunlight beamed through the window and brightly illuminated a small frame on her drawer. The frame contained a photo of 7 people, including Yu Xianhua and her younger sister. Looking at it, a faint smile bloomed on the young woman's face. There was Sial Ajasi, who looked uptight on the outside but was warmer and more caring than anyone else on the inside, his wife, who always treated Yu Xianhua like her own daughter and made sure she was eating properly. It wasn't just those two on the photo, though. There was also the husband and wife's oldest son, Sial Wusiak, who looked cold and stiff but possessed a warm heart, the youngest daughter, Sial Jinhee, who was open and outgoing, and finally, there was a young man with a gentle smile in the middle of the two. Then there she was, leaning on his shoulder and smiling radiantly. Looking at the photo, a hint of worry crept into Yu Xianhua's complexion. When she checked her phone to see the time, the shadow on her face grew darker. "You're leaving already. Why don't you stay for a cup of coffee?" Yu Xianhua. I want to do that too, but I really gotta go. I need to finish that piece and turn it in tomorrow." "You didn't forget anything. You're good to go. Of course, I'm not a little kid." "Okay, I'm going now. See you later." The front door closed shut and tiny footsteps grew farther away. Left alone, Yu Xianhua finished her breakfast with a thin smile on her face. Her little sister's bright face had made her energetic as well. She had been nothing but happy in the few days, so much so that she began to wonder if it was okay. Right, she was definitely happy. That is if she were to disregard one little thing. After finishing her meal, she began packing her lunch with the leftovers when she heard footsteps growing closer to her door and snickered. "Kung, kung." When she heard the hasty knocks on the door, she quickly went to unlock it, as if she knew this would happen. "See, didn't Annie tell you to double-check every?" Yu Xianhua was about to lecture her little sister, but froze up on the spot instead. "You thought I was Seunghi. The person standing in front of her wasn't her little sister. The man wearing clothes that were at least a couple of days old reeked like he went swimming in sewage. There were dark bags under his eyes as if he had not slept a wink. Why are you here? Yo, it's been a while. Have you been doing well? Wow, this place looks spotless no matter when I show up. Sial entered the flat and took a look around. Once he spotted the leftovers on the kitchen table, he reached out with his dirty hands, shoved it down his mouth, and nodded with approval. Delicious. I was just getting hungry, so this is perfect. Make me some breakfast. Come on, hurry up. Who told you to come in? The young man's eyes widened from the voice full of hostility. What's wrong? This is my house, not yours. Don't you know forcefully entering someone else's house is a crime? What are you talking about? How is this place yours? I know full well my dad paid the security deposit for this place. I already paid him back a long time ago. Why are you talking about that now? Besides, even if that was true, you have no right to come in here. Hey, don't be like that. Between us, really. Yusianwa's voice became sharper and colder. Stop dreaming. It's over between us. You and I aren't anything. Not anymore. Her words went beyond cold and began to feel venomous. Sial rolled his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Then with a groan, he lied down on the floor. I'm starving, so make me food. I'm exhausted from walking all the way here. Hey, I'm not going to humor your antics anymore. Get up and leave before I call the police. Sial snorted, but when Yusianwa really pulled out her cell phone, he hurriedly stood back up. See, come on, can't we talk this out? I came because I had something to say. For real, I have nothing to say to you. If you want to talk to me, go to the casino and ask them to ban you from entering. Then I'll think about it. Wow, why are you so sensitive today? Yusianwa felt like she might explode with frustration. She shut her eyes, lowered her head, and took a heavy breath. Get out. Come on, you're really gonna be like this. Before he could finish, a piercing shout rang out. In the end, Yusianwa exploded from her pent-up rage. You think I don't know why you're here? You're here to ask me for money again. Sial flinched as she had accurately hit the mark. Hey, what do you mean? He smiled self-consciously, trying to evade the topic, but Yusianwa was already experienced. This wasn't the first or second time this was happening. It had only been 4 months ago that she told herself to trust him one final time since he got on his knees and begged for her forgiveness for several hours. Seeing the smile on Sial's face that was starting to look ugly, a never-before-felt repulsion began to boil up inside her. I can't give you a single dime. No, I won't. What? You want to start over? Am I crazy? What? It wasn't enough that you blew away our security deposit last time. After blowing out the anger inside her, Yusianwa took a deep breath. She even coughed from the heated shouts. Sial stood there in a daze. He seemed to be at a loss of words from her adamant stance, but a cruel smirk hung on his twisted lips. I've been patient, and this is how you act, you little bitch. Yusianwa's thoughts of did I go overboard lasted for a brief second. She couldn't help but doubt her own ears. What did you just say? What, are your ear holes blocked up now? You think I'm a fool too? Fuck. It was the first time Yusianwa was hearing Sial curse so openly. She blanked out from the sudden mental shock. You of all people can't do this to me. You clung to me when things were hard for you, but now you're like this. I didn't want to bring up old tales because it's petty, but did you forget about me taking care of you in middle and high school? You ran around every day crying about wanting to see your mom and dad. When your little sister came crying to me about you disappearing, it was always me who went out to search for you. A disgusting, nauseous feeling clogged up Yusianwa's throat. She tried to hold it in, but her eyes became wet and hot from the feeling of betrayal. That was the kind of man he was, a man who supported and cared for her more than anyone else. When they entered the same university and he confessed to her, she felt like she had obtained the world. When he promised her their future, she loved him so much she thought she might die from it. But how did things turn out this way? How did he ruin himself to such a degree? Yusianwa stood there and trembled like a lone leaf on a tree. She sniffled and then raised her head. She seemed to have calmed herself down a bit, but her eyes and nose were tinged with red. You son of a bitch. What? Sial's anger subsided as he stuttered. Rather than angry, he looked dumbstruck. He knew how much Yusianwa hated swearing. She had never cursed a single time in her life. How much was it? Her tearful voice was resolute, as if she had finally made up her mind. How much was it? The money you gave me when I went overseas. The tuition was $5 million, and I sent you another $2 million from working part-time. I'll pay the tuition back to your dad. You gave me the money, but it was his to begin with. As for the $2 million, I'll give it to you now. Yusianwa spoke as if she was repeatedly swallowing something. She picked up her cell phone. There, I sent it. It's $2 million exactly, so check it. Sial let out a dry cough and took out his phone. After checking his bank account, he grinned. Wow, you have a lot of money now. How much do you have in your bank account? Are we done now? Her tearful voice came out like she was squeezing out every word from her throat. Hearing the ominous voice, Sial's delight disappeared with a surprised flinch. He looked at Yusianwa and shrugged. Hey, I never asked you to give me money. If someone heard, they'd think I stole it from you or something. I paid off all my debts now, right? Yeah, I guess. If you've confirmed it, get out. You and I have nothing to do with each other from now. Not even a debt. This again. In the end, Yusianwa couldn't hold it back and dropped to her knees. Seeing her desperately trying to hold her tears back, the young man scratched his greasy hair. Fine, fine, I'm leaving. Sial, with his shoes still on, hurriedly left the flat like a burglar who was caught stealing. His refreshing sense of accomplishment only lasted a moment. When he heard the restrained wail from behind the closed door, he suddenly felt dirty. He ran out and looked up at the sky. The morning sky was blue, a color so damnably clear. The fatigue he had forgotten about rushed in. Sial returned to his flat after filling his empty stomach at a nearby convenience store. After turning on the lights, he plopped down on the dusty blanket. After some time, the midday sun went over the western horizon, and darkness began to dye the orange glow of twilight. Bzzz, a small buzz rang out and circular ripples formed in the air. The ripples gradually gathered to a single point before instantly transforming into a blue fragment. The fragment dropped down and gently fell into Sial's forehead like a lover's kiss. Soon, the fragment slowly sank as if it was sinking below the water. Flinch, Sial's unmoving, sleeping body jumped. Sial's eyes shot open. The first thing Sial saw was light pressing down on his eyes. Once he focused his blurry gaze 3-4 times, he finally saw the light bulb he left on before going to bed. Sial gasped for air and curled his body from the cold that flooded in. He found that he was soaked with cold sweat. What? He wiped away the sweat on his forehead, but he couldn't stop his body's trembling. His mind wasn't groggy but clear. However, he couldn't breathe from the intense emotions swirling inside him. He forced his body up and barely managed to lean against the wall. Immediately, the sigh he had been suppressing escaped from his mouth. Sial closed his eyes. A dream. He'd had a dream that was a lot different than the dreams he usually had. He felt as if he had personally experienced everything. He even felt all sorts of emotions from the dream. Logically speaking, none of it made sense. The dream was detached from the everyday life he saw and experienced. The sceneries he intermittently witnessed were far removed from the background of the modern world, and he had even fought creatures that clearly were not human. Perhaps everything was just a silly dream. But why? The final scene stuck to his head. The dying man was full of regrets. Regret, remorse, lamentation, and a deep sigh even until his life flickered out. These fervent emotions raged inside him. They lingered inside Sial, wringing his heart. Sial opened his eyes after much struggle and slowly looked around his room. The blanket tossed to the side, the clothes draped over a ramen box, bottles of soju rolling around on the dirty floor, and a pack of cigarettes sitting on the same spot. For some reason, this sight felt surreal. A head-splitting migraine suddenly swept through him. He got up almost reflexively and staggered to the bathroom. Once he drew a bucket of cold water and doused his head in it, his mind turned clear. When he couldn't hold his breath any longer, he raised his head out of the water. His own face reflecting off the bathroom mirror seemed too unfamiliar. His eyes were sunken, and his complexion was pale like a sickly man. "This is me." He slowly touched his face as light returned to his eyes. His old face was nowhere to be found, replaced by the face of an impoverished gambling and alcohol addict. He felt like he was looking at a dead man. He left the bathroom without even wiping off the water dripping from his chin. He put on his jacket almost angrily and pushed the front door open. His stomach ached, but he felt like he wouldn't last much longer if he didn't shove something down there. He stopped by the convenience store, but nothing grabbed his attention. Rather than leaving his house to grab food, he had stormed out because he felt he couldn't stay inside. In the end, he left after picking out a can of beer. He began to walk aimlessly until eventually he reached the spot below the Tanshan River Bridge. It was the place he frequented to lament his luck whenever he lost money at the casino. Sial cracked open the can and gulped it down. His stomach seemed to scream, but he didn't care. As he sat in complete silence, the emotions he had been trying to ignore flooded back to him like a tidal wave. How did I end up like this? Sial stared at Tanshan River's dark waters. He was in elementary school when he realized he was different from everyone else. He called his ability green eyes and considered himself a chosen child. He quivered with excitement, anticipating that something special would happen to him one day. Looking back, the stories of his childhood only made him blush in embarrassment. It wasn't until he got older that he learned being different from everyone else wasn't good and that it was better to hide this difference. During the 26 years of his life, he had only determined 4 facts about his ability. If he focused his senses on his eyes, living things and objects would glow green. Among them, there were some that would lose the color even if he maintained his focus. If he involved himself with things that were green, nothing would happen. But if he involved himself with things that lost their green color, something bad would happen with over 50% chance. Sial focused on the over 50% chance. From a different perspective, it meant something good might have under 50% chance. The casino was what he chose to confirm this hypothesis. At first, he simply considered the casino a place of experimentation. Although he lost 60 to 70% of his buy-in, he only brought 100,000 won every time. If he lost it all, he left without turning back. Although he wasn't happy, the amount was no different from a college kid's allowance. The problem was with the days he actually won money. One time, he had even turned his buy into 5 million won in 2 days. He ate everything he wanted, bought clothes he only imagined himself wearing, and replaced his computer to the latest model. Even then, he still had a lot left. The taste of spending money. Once he experienced it, his life began to change. The number of times he visited the casino skyrocketed, and the amount of money he brought with him increased as well. He forgot all about his experiments and focused on earning money. As he was spending his days obsessed with winning money, his ability suddenly disappeared. It wasn't that it was out of the blue. His head hurt the more he used his ability, and he even developed insomnia as days where he couldn't fall asleep increased. As the symptoms worsened, the green color he used to see just by focusing a tiny bit became fainter. After he passed out one time from exhaustion, he lost his ability to see the green color even after concentrating for hours. Although his greed cost him his ability, he couldn't stop gambling. He had experienced the positive side of the variance of gambling. He believed he could recoup his losses if he won big just once. He didn't listen no matter who tried to talk sense into him. He had already fallen into the joy of gambling. The ecstasy he felt when he won was more electrifying than any other pleasure. From that point on, Sial's life headed straight down to the bottom of the abyss. And then, Sial clenched his teeth. Why did he suddenly feel like this? Baseless pride and reckless defiance arose in his heart. But whenever this happened, the emotions he felt in his dreams flooded in and drowned them out. Suddenly, he recalled making Yu Xianhua cry in the morning. Immediately, another powerful wave of emotions swept in, making him dizzy. Son of a bitch. Ah, clunk. The beercan fell from his hand and spilled on the ground. Why did I do that? The youth covered his face with his hands. He put strength into all his fingers and pressed down crazily. Just why did I do that? I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have said something like that. Damn it. He felt like a part of his heart was torn out. The emotions he felt from his dream didn't disappear as he became more aware of them. Instead, they became clearer. The feeling of regret stabbed his heart, and the edges of his eyes turned hot. Now he felt like he understood the truth, that him without his ability was just a worthless bastard. If only I never had this ability. The moment he finally accepted this truth, Sial felt the last bits of his ego being washed out of his mind. Q-hu-hu. He suddenly broke out into laughter. He burst out as if his heart would explode, but gradually his laughter turned into weeping. Hugh, I'm sorry. He regretted everything. He felt stuffy like something was strangling him. I'm sorry, Xianhua. A grown youth cried like a kid. I'd rather die than continue living like this. He had lived like trash, troubling everyone around him. He couldn't even imagine how much disappointment and pain he caused. Just like his little sister said, maybe it was better for everyone in the long run for him to just take his own life. Sial slowly got up. The slowly flowing river water seemed more alluring than ever before. He approached it in a trance and looked down at the river. The tears flowing down from his cheeks caused tiny ripples in the water. Glaring at the river fixedly, he stepped forward with his shaking legs. It was then. Suddenly, the color of the water changed. From the point where Sial's feet were, or more specifically, from the point he caused the ripples, green color bloomed outward. Like dropping paint into clear water, the forgotten color, the lost light quickly spread out in all directions. The whole world became dyed in green, just like when he was young. Sial stared at the feast of green dancing all around him with eyes wet with tears. His face was clearly one of utter disbelief. This is. After standing there like he had been struck by lightning, Sial consciously scattered his concentration. Immediately, the world returned to its normal colors. When he concentrated again, the green world returned, his ability. It came back, just like how it suddenly disappeared one day. It really came back, it suddenly returned. But why? He had failed to restore his ability no matter how hard he tried. The sense of loss he felt that day could hardly be described with words. But what had caused it to activate again? Suddenly, he recalled the morning's dream again. Now that he thought about it, the man from this dream seemed to use the same ability. Sial frantically recalled the dream from the beginning. But soon, he determined that it was unrelated. It didn't make sense no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps his subconscious desire to regain his ability had manifested itself as the strange dream. That was more realistic and easier to swallow than, wait, but looking back, the dream was strangely realistic. Didn't the dream also begin with the man drinking beer in Tanshan River and lamenting over his life, just like he was now? It was then. Just as Sial fell into a newfound confusion, the click-clack of high heels hitting the stone pavement rang out. The strange rhythmical steps caught Sial's attention, and he promptly turned his head to the side. And there, Sial could definitely see it. In the world dyed in green, the viridescent light was gradually fading away in one spot. It was in the direction of this sound. You won't die even if you fall in there. A silvery voice rang out. Her voice sounded louder than usual, perhaps because there wasn't anyone around. Soon, a figure appeared from the darkness. A white blouse, a black jacket, and a gray H-line skirt that clearly outlined her curves. With a leather office bag in her hand, the woman looked to be a typical young businesswoman. The water isn't deep here. It's only really good for a light swim. Her tone went up towards the end of her sentence. Despite her appearance as a serious businesswoman, she spoke somewhat playfully. When Sial slowly stepped out of the water, the woman made a faint smile. "Are you Sial? Who are you?" The woman swallowed her words and approached Sial with slow, relaxed steps. With an experienced gesture, she took out her business card and pushed it to him. "This is me." Sial glanced at the card. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals. Director Kim Hannah. When Sial showed no signs of accepting the card, Kim Hannah withdrew her hand, as if she was feeling somewhat awkward. Then she handed him a handkerchief. "Take it. Personally, I'm not a big fan of seeing a grown man cry." Sial didn't take the handkerchief and wiped his eyes with his sleeves. Others might have been disgruntled, but Kim Hannah seemed to find Sial's alertness interesting. "I once heard a gambling addict wouldn't move a finger even when beautiful women threw themselves at him naked." I guess it's true. Sial examined the bespectacled woman with otherworldly beauty. He felt like he had seen her in his dream. To be specific, he remembered seeing her in the very first scene. A woman had approached him while he was drinking beer by Tanshan River. She said that she had great news to tell him, and it really was great news. She said she would give him enough money to pay off his debts and help him make more so long as he worked hard. When she handed over an envelope full of cash, the dream version of Sial was completely entranced. Although he had to sign a contract in return, the dream Sial didn't care about it at all. After all, money had practically rolled into his pocket when he was thinking about becoming a medical test subject for extra cash. Of course, it wasn't until later that he found out he was tricked. He was dragged away to a place he'd never seen before, and the contract had actually been a slave contract. Although this happened within the dream, he shuddered when he recalled how he twirled away like a dog. No, wait, Sial suddenly realized something. Things he had regarded as a mere dream were happening in reality. Once he recognized this, his heart turned cold and his alertness peaked. "You're a lot calmer than you look. I thought you would react if I mentioned gambling." Certainly, Sial's current reaction could only be a surprise to Kim Hannah. It was just that his attention was focused elsewhere at the moment. "Well, that's better for me anyway. Looks like it will be easier to talk to you than I thought." "Talk? Yep, I came to deliver great news." Kim Hannah snickered as if she found herself funny. Meanwhile, Sial couldn't hide his shock. "I came to deliver great news." Those were the exact words he heard in his dream. Now, he was starting to believe that his dream wasn't just random nonsense, but a premonition of things to come. "Hey." Kim Hannah put down the leather bag hanging on the right wrist. When the handle of the bag drooped down, the contents of the bag were exposed, and neatly tied stacks of 50,000 won bills revealed themselves. "Why don't we make a bet?" She got down to business. She had already finished investigating the young man's background. All that was left to do was to throw the bait. Gambling addicts were some of the easiest people to reel in. However, she was a perfectionist. She always sought to move at the perfect timing so that her targets would never refuse. And that was today. Seeing the young man staring at her bag fixedly, Kim Hannah was fully confident that she would succeed. Sial slowly raised his head. Kim Hannah clasped her hands as if to urge him to speak. "Great, the game we'll play is." Kim Hannah paused mid-sentence. "I quit gambling. I won't do it." When Sial doubled down, Kim Hannah regained her composure. She blinked her eyes quickly and tilted her head slightly. "Even though this can all become yours if you win just once, not interested." "What if I told you it's yours regardless of if you win or lose? If I remember correctly, you have quite a lot of debt to pay off. I'll take care of them on my own. Then aren't you interested why I'm making you this offer? I'll explain everything. All you have to do is play a game with me. Of course, you can have the money too, regardless of if you win or lose." To be completely honest, it was an enticing offer. Even at a glance, Sial could count at least 40 stacks of bills. The woman seemed trustworthy from the confident way she spoke. Hearing her out didn't seem like such a bad idea. Just as Sial was about to nod his head in agreement, an alarm bell resounded in his head. The emotions remaining from earlier in the day shook violently in fierce defiance. At the same time, he could feel a strange attraction. Inside the contradictory swirl of emotions, Sial took heavy breaths. Did I almost make another huge mistake? No matter how vivid a dream was, one would quickly forget about it after waking up. Since Sial remembered her even now, didn't that mean she played an important role? Sial told himself to remain cautious. Sial's suspicion was correct. Her words, "all you have to do is play a game with me," could be interpreted in all sorts of ways. "I refuse." "Oh yeah," Kim Hannah mumbled inwardly. His reaction was a surprise for sure. Kim Hannah had expected Sial to jump at her like a starving beast the moment he saw the stacks of money. That was the Sial Kim Hannah knew. But this situation wasn't completely unexpected either. Occasionally, there were those like him, fools who acted tough to get more out of her. Kim Hannah adjusted her internal evaluation of Sial. He didn't seem all that bad. At the very least, he seemed to be better than reckless idiots. "Unfortunately, you picked a wrong opponent, you bastard." This wasn't her first rodeo. She knew full well how to convince people like him, how troublesome. Kim Hannah pretended to cross her arms and pressed the inner pocket of her jacket, but something vibrated. "Ah, sorry, hold on a moment." She took out her phone and skillfully put on her earbuds. Yes, this is Kim Hannah. Ah, yes, I'm talking to him right now. Yes, really? So we're recruiting that person. Glance. Kim Hannah snuck a quick glance at Sial, then. Yes, of course, that's fine. My client refused. Anyways, I'll head back then. She took off her earbuds and smiled. What a coincidence. The last slot we had was filled up just now. Kim Hannah emphasized the phrase, last slot. Well, since you refused, I guess it works out. Excuse me then. I sincerely hope you can achieve everything you've set out to do. Kim Hannah picked up the leather bag and turned back without a shred of hesitation. She then began to walk away, step by step. From her experience, she expected one of two things to happen. He would either stop her immediately or wait a bit until hurriedly running after her. Wait, Kim Hannah smirked. Yes, what is it? She turned her head slightly. Her teasing expression that seemed to say, what's up, was just a bonus. You were a bit different from my expectation, but you think the likes of you can win against me. She made a triumphant smile. It was then, if it isn't the contract. Sial opened his mouth. If it isn't the contract, I'll hear you out. That was it. With just that single sentence, Kim Hannah's train of thought completely paused. Blink, blink. She stared at the man in front of her with her jaws open. Come again? She barely managed to eke out a reply. What I want. What followed afterward is an invitation, not a contract. Completely destroyed every scenario she had imagined. Kim Hannah's smiling face vanished completely. She slowly took off her glasses as her expression turned icy cold. Who are you? Her way of talking changed. A hint of hostility could even be felt from her tone. You already know. Seeing the woman drop her polite manner of speech, Sial also talked more casually. Kim Hannah's glaring gaze turned sharper. You're already from that side. You should know that's not true better than anybody. Kim Hannah almost agreed. She had picked out Sial as one of her targets half a year ago. Until now, he had not acted strangely in any way. Moreover, if he had gone over just once, he should have that on his body. However, she couldn't feel the aura of the mark. This was clear proof that Sial had no direct relationship with the other world. Faced with a situation she hadn't imagined in the slightest, Kim Hannah wasn't quite sure what to do. As far as she was aware, this couldn't be happening. You want me to believe that, even though you know the difference between an invitation and a contract? What about it? Am I not allowed to say invitation? Sial's shameless response made Kim Hannah bite her lips. I'm not here to play with words. Who was it? Who contacted you first? That's not important. Sial purposely changed the topic. Everything he said until now came from his dream, both the invitation and the contract. He had just thrown it out there as his feelings told him to. Since there was no way for Kim Hannah to know the truth, he figured it was better to let her misunderstand. After all, this was the only weapon of deception he had against her. What's important is that I want an invitation, not a contract. Hearing this, Kim Hannah took a deep breath. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to. I'm curious, but I have no reason to hear you out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kim Hannah counted numbers in her head to calm herself down. She had the feeling she was being swept away at the young man's pace. Separate from that, tell me why you want an invitation. Because I'm not interested in taking the contract and living as a slave. Sial answered simply. Kim Hannah's eyebrows twitched. Tell me why I have to use my precious invitation on a worthless gambling addict. Sial flinched. Before he realized, he was treating the morning's dream as reality. With that in mind, he couldn't help but wonder if he should continue. It wasn't too late. He could end the conversation now and pretend today's talk never happened. He had already resolved himself to quit gambling. He could start to regain the trust he's lost by getting an honest job and working earnestly. However, when he declared he wasn't interested in taking the contract, the unknown sense of repulsion he'd been feeling vanished. Now, the strange sense of attraction was the only thing remaining. He was curious in his own way. There was something he wanted to confirm as well. Sial recalled the dream's final scene. The dying man's emotion of regret was now pushing Sial forward. It was telling him to go forward. Sial finally understood what he previously felt. In order to go there, he had to absolutely refuse to take the contract. Sial clenched his teeth. He scavenged through his memories with all his focus. You might regret it if you don't give me an invitation. What? You said you were Shinyung Pharmaceuticals director Kim Hannah, right? So. Shinyung is famous for continuously developing new medicine these past few years. It has something to do with that world, right? Sial's bid for victory worked. The calm expression Kim Hannah had been trying to maintain crumbled down. Before having today's dream, Sial knew nothing about the other world. It was obvious that information about it was being kept a secret from the public. He didn't know whether Kim Hannah was forced to keep silent or doing so voluntarily, but he assumed it was a weakness worth prodding. Since the current Sial was an ordinary civilian with no restrictions on his freedom, he didn't need to hold back. I wouldn't even need to open my mouth. The 21st century is known as the information age, after all. You're threatening me. You're the one who tried to trick me first. What comes around goes around. Funny, you think anyone would believe you. A gambling addict of all people. Well, I guess you're right. When Sial readily admitted his error, Kim Hannah felt a sense of unease rising in her heart. Just how was he so relaxed? But would your superiors think the same way? Crack. The sound of gritting teeth rang out. can't complete a simple contract, can't keep an important secret. I'm sure they'll love you. You son of a bitch. Kim Hannah finally dropped her faade. Sial could tell he was getting close. He knew getting a scammer to curse was no different than making them wave the white flag. He briefly considered provoking her further, but quickly decided against it. Now that he had whipped her a few times, it seemed like a good idea to gently appease her. After all, she was the one who held the final decision. Of course, I don't want to go that far either. You just have to give me one invitation. Sial took a step back. Kim Hannah was still gritting her teeth with a vicious face. A contract and an invitation are two completely different matters. I can complete contracts with my authority, but not an invitation. Didn't you say something about your precious invitation just now, motherfucker? Kim Hannah bit her lower lip. Some motherfucking deity you are. You said a time would come when I would have no choice but to use it. This is what you meant. Kim Hannah ruffled her neatly combed hair as she cursed out another world's god. I'm not lying. I have to receive permission for a normal invitation. Sial shrugged. Seeing his calm demeanor, Kim Hannah's boiling head gradually simmered down. The contract was a business. The invitation carried a different meaning, but it was technically an extension of that business. In that sense, Sial had surpassed Kim Hannah's expectations. He seemed to be a real talent rather than a slave. He made her feel like she was dealing with a veteran who toiled away on that side for several years. Of course, she knew that couldn't be the case. After collecting her breath, Kim Hannah opened her phone, but before she pressed the call button, an intense internal struggle stopped her. Damn it, just how did I end up with this son of a bitch? Changing a contract to an invitation wasn't an easy thing to do. No matter how much she embellished her words, it would be difficult to escape being blamed. As a career-centric woman, Kim Hannah couldn't stand having her record get blemished. She spoke with her phone still turned on. You have to agree to 3 conditions. Conditions? Sial asked back. Do you want to hear me out or no? I'm listening. Number 1, you have to swear that you've never entered that world before. Right here, right now. Sure, that's easy. Number 2, I want you to tell me your secret when I hand over the invitation, about how you knew these things. I can't do that, Sial immediately refused. What makes you think I would? I have nothing more to say about them. Even if I give you a special invitation. The phrase piqued Sial's curiosity, but he shook his head. No, if I get to trust you a little more in the future, then maybe. But not now. Since he couldn't be 100% sure about Kim Hannah, he left room for interpretation. Kim Hannah tilted her head back slightly. Looking at the night sky, she let out a long sigh. The final condition. After you successfully enter that world, you have to negotiate with me first before anybody else, no matter what. Understood. What if I fail? Unless you're a retard beyond imagination, that won't ever happen. I'll forcefully drag you into that world if I have to. Hearing Kim Hannah's heated declaration, Sial made calculations in his head. It seemed that Kim Hannah would not concede on the last point. If he didn't agree, not even a contract seemed possible, much less an invitation. It looks like this invitation thing really is precious. Since she used the word negotiation, Sial guessed that she had abandoned all thoughts of a slave contract. After assessing his options, Sial made his decision. I accept. Good. Kim Hannah put her phone away. She sighed yet again before reaching into her pocket and rummaging through it. Judging by how much her hand trembled, Sial guessed how reluctant she was to use the invitation. When her hand finally came out of her pocket, 4 stamps were locked between each gap between her fingers. One was colored red, the other ones were bronze, silver, and finally gold. You said you won't sign the contract. Kim Hannah removed the red stamp. As for the bronze, I can use it with my authority, but it's still a shared asset. I don't even need to mention the silver. The way she spoke while coincidentally waving her middle finger around got on Sial's nerves a bit, but he endured. The sole remaining stamp was the golden one. That was her so-called precious invitation. With an anguished look, she tightened her hand around the golden stamp. Then she rushed towards Sial as if to devour him on the spot. Wait, what? Aren't we finished talking now? You wanted an invitation, right? What is that gold stamp? It's my life, you bastard. With a frustrated shout, Kim Hannah snatched up the retreating Sial's left arm. Then she pressed the gold stamp on his palm as though it was a dagger. Immediately, a golden light flashed. The light shone upwards before dissipating like a receding tide and becoming gray. Feeling completely mystified, Sial shifted his gaze down at his left palm. Right in the middle, a small, round mark was emitting a reddish-gold light. Although it quickly vanished in the next moment, Sial was still mesmerized by the sight. Next, an envelope slapped him in the chest. Seeing how luxuriously packaged it was, he guessed that it was the invitation letter. The gate will open at 10:30 p.m. tonight. It's around 2 hours from now, so take care of your personal affairs. As for that letter, I don't really care if you read it or not. While clutching the bag full of money, Kim Hannah abruptly turned on her heels to leave. Just as she took several steps away, she trembled noticeably and turned around to glare at him one more time. You better survive. I don't care what you do, so survive and enter that world. Got it. If you die after all of this, let's see what happens. I'll get back every little thing you owe me, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, understand?" She must have been furious as her voice was laced with incredible killing intent. After that little outburst, she quickly disappeared into the darkness. Sial plopped down on his butt. It felt like a wild storm just swept by a second ago. He danced along to the tune being played at the time, but now that it was over, he felt completely drained. Sial clenched and loosened his left fist a couple of times before shifting his focus to the invitation letter. There was one letter neatly folded inside the envelope. For some reason, he ended up recalling his past while feeling rather proud of himself. He had never received an invitation before, either in his life or during that dream of his, but now that he did, he was somewhat moved. Sial carefully opened the letter. "Greetings. Lost Paradise is a world for the select few, a world full of heart-pounding adventure and dazzling riches. It is a world of living, breathing legendary ruins and fierce competitions. This invitation letter will guide the honorable guest to the steps of Eden and help you escape the drudgery of everyday life. This invitation letter is only issued to an honorable guest with the approval of the golden stamp. The opening time for the gate is 1030 p.m., March 16, 2017. We recommend that the guest open this letter at that time in a secluded place. This invitation letter is required during the confirmation of the marking, as well as the starting bonus giveaway. Do not lose this letter and please bring it with you. This invitation letter allows the honorable guest to bring along another person as an aid." Ah, crap. Sial stopped reading every little word of the letter and took a look at his phone. The time was already well past 8 and racing towards 9. "I don't have a lot of time left," Sial complained slightly before a wry smile formed on his lips. Kim Hannah told him to take care of personal affairs, but he didn't have much to do. His family had disowned him, and he didn't have any close friends either. Even if he didn't contact anyone for 1 or 2 months, no one would bat an eye. In fact, they would probably be happy that he wasn't bothering them. In any case, there wasn't much he could do with the remaining time. He wasn't told to prepare anything either. It was at this moment that Sial recalled Yu Xianhua. Sial shoved the invitation letter inside his pocket and got up from his seat. All of a sudden, he felt like he was running short on time. Sial immediately headed to a sauna. He scrubbed himself thoroughly and cut his hair at the barber's inside the sauna. Just like that, 1 hour flew by. Before he could even enjoy the refreshed feeling he had been lacking for days, he raced to his flat fast enough to give superheroes a run for their money. He switched to the cleanest set of clothes he could find, stopped by an ATM to withdraw 2 million won, caught a taxi, and headed off to Nanhyeon-dong. While on his way there, he worried constantly. "Do I have to go? She probably doesn't want to see me ever again. She even said it herself. Maybe it'll be better for both of us if I just send her the money through the bank." However, Sial soon realized that doing so would serve as self-satisfaction. Sial knew how much he hurt Yu Xianhua with his words. He wanted to apologize, even if that meant receiving a well-deserved slap in the face. His heart pounded louder and faster the closer he got to Yu Xianhua's home. After reaching the front door, Sial collected his breath and rang the bell. But no matter how long he waited, no one answered. Tock, tock. He knocked on the door several times, but it was still dead silent. Sial checked the time and noted that he had less than 10 minutes remaining. "Is she still at work?" Sial fiddled with his phone and then sat down on the staircase leading to the corridor. Am I doing the right thing? Now that he had come this far, he could no longer call that dream a fantasy. After all, the things he saw and experienced in the dream had become a reality. Although he talked big to Kim Hannah, he was rather worried about the whole thing. Of course, he had already spilled the milk, and the die had been cast. He had no choice but to face the upcoming challenges head-on. Sial decided to think optimistically. Since he was brave enough to consider drowning himself, he could surely use that bravery to accomplish greater things. Just as he made up his mind, the clock reached 1030. Sial looked around his vicinity and saw no one. Ding! Almost at that exact moment, he heard a chime coming from the elevator. He saw a triangular green light indicating someone was coming up. Before he lost the chance, Sial hurriedly pulled out the paper bag containing 2 million won. Then he got on his knees and shoved the bag inside the mail slot of the door. Just as he finished, a circular light appeared above Sial's position. The mysterious light swallowed him before vanishing without a trace. This happened in the blink of an eye. Shortly afterward, the elevator door opened, and a lone woman stepped out. With a look of exhaustion and depression, Yu Xianhua unlocked the front door and entered her place. She took an enervated step forward, only to gently kick something. Her eyes widened after spotting a weighty paper bag by her feet. After checking its content, she quickly turned around in stunned silence. However, she could only see the lonely darkness quietly settling down on the empty corridor of the apartment. Sial felt cold, perhaps because of the chilly air tickling his toes. He reached out absent-mindedly to search for his blanket, but the only thing his wandering fingers could grasp was a pillow. He hugged the pillow tightly, but the chill remained, and now that his brain had woken up, it didn't want to go back to sleep. It let this fact known with a small but insistent migraine. In the end, Sial opened his eyes. Feeling somewhat groggy, he took a look around. No matter how many times he looked, this place was still his rented flat. Startled, Sial hurriedly looked down at his left palm. It was clean. He carefully studied it, but there wasn't a single indication of a mark. Ha 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 ha. A bitter chuckle escaped from his lips. It was all a dream. He chuckled hoarsely to himself before lying flat on the floor. Right, of course. Why would someone like me get the chance to? Damn it, are you trying to make fun of me or something? Like a man who had lost his mind, he stared at the ceiling for a long time before switching on the television. The temperature was dropping below the freezing point before, but at the moment, Seoul's temperature is hovering around 2.4 Celsius. It's higher than what it was same time yesterday. The darkened screen gradually flickered into life, and the clear voice of a weather girl entered his ears. But rather than watching the TV, Sial grabbed his cigarette packet and lightly shook it. He pulled out one of the two remaining cigarettes and stuck it between his lips. Then he changed the channel. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals has announced that they have developed a new medicine. Sial's gaze chased away the faint gray smoke and landed on the TV screen. The news channels were carrying the stories of new medications entering the market as their top headlines for the past few days. Since Sial's dream had been so vivid, he naturally ended up paying attention to the news piece. Located in the city of Seoul, Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals is a medical research firm established 4 years ago for the purpose of developing new medicine. More expectations are being placed on them as they have shown concrete results today as well. The image on the screen changed, and a man wearing an unkempt white lab gown showed up. It possesses the characteristics of antioxidants that suppress the origin of the inflammation, as well as boosting the level of testosterone in the blood. Perhaps because of the cigarette smoke, Sial's dizziness seemed to intensify. He crawled towards the nearest window, reached out, and opened it wide. He immediately felt a bit better when the cold wind hit his face. He leaned against the wall before sliding down to a squat in a quiet, absent-minded daze. He stared at the TV, spitting out unimportant and indecipherable babble, and almost out of habit, reached down to his pocket. He flinched. His hand stopped. He felt as if every single cell in his left hand had woken up. Slowly, ever so slowly, he pulled out the object caught between his fingers. A familiar paper envelope revealed itself. It was the invitation letter. Sial abruptly raised his head as soon as his phone began vibrating. The message from the guide has arrived. We recommend that all the contracted invited guests confirm the message immediately. Sial instinctively stood up after that robotic announcement hit his eardrums. When he hurriedly looked outside his window, his jaw became slack. What the? Desolate, there was something unnatural about the streets for Sial to simply describe them that way. For one, he couldn't spot a single person or a moving vehicle. What he saw was a dreary and bleak cityscape without a single ant in sight. Even the sky above was a shade of dull gray, so it wasn't a dream, it was all real. Realizing this, Sial practically flew towards the smartphone and picked it up. Identity confirmed. The registration of the user has been completed. A robotic voice came from the device and the screen lit up next. He hurriedly tapped on the letter icon blinking on the corner, and texts appeared on the screen. Sender, the guide 1, arrive at Paradise High School's assembly hall before the time runs out. 2, remaining time 945. The content was simple, but the sender had also kindly attached an image that turned out to be a map. He took a look and found that his current location wasn't too far from his new destination. Sial slapped his own cheeks hard. Of course, his face stung quite a lot. He was trying to see if that would wake him up, but he mainly wanted to use the pain to reaffirm that this was indeed happening for real. Ouch, he rubbed his aching cheeks and cautiously pushed the front door open to leave. While he walked, an unexplainable tension continued to rear its ugly head. Besides the loneliness born out of feeling like the last man on earth, it felt like he was walking around while the world around him was frozen in time. Finding his way around wasn't difficult at all. He simply followed the direction indicated on the map and needed only 2 minutes to arrive at the destination. The eye-catching plaque shouting out, Paradise High, hung next to the wide, open front gates of the school. What a funny name. That name stinks. An unexpected voice surprised Sial, and he quickly looked to his side. He didn't even know when she had arrived, but there was a girl with a hoodie standing there. Their eyes met. Her flawless pale skin indicated her young age, but her arched-up brows seemed to indicate her rather fierce personality. Just as Sial got this impression of uncaring disinterest from her expressionless face, she brushed past him. Both of her hands were shoved deep within the pockets as she quickly stepped past the open gates. She seemed to be in a hurry for some reason. The white roof, right. The attached map said this was the location, but that didn't mean this very spot was the meeting point. Sial looked around and found the assembly hall. As he approached it, he could hear the murmurs of the people within. Sial climbed up the steps, only to come to an abrupt halt. An unexpected person was standing by the entrance to the hall. To be more specific, a blonde woman wearing a full-on maid outfit was graciously waving her hand at Sial. It was as if she was saying, "Please, over here, welcome, sir. Am I supposed to enter through here?" Nod, nod. The blonde woman silently nodded her head and smiled brightly. But when Sial tried to walk past her, she trotted to his front and blocked his path. She quietly stared at him and suddenly reached her hand out. Sial tilted his head in confusion. Then the blonde woman's lips opened without letting out a sound. She used her index fingers and the thumbs of her hands to form a rectangle before reaching out to him again. It was as if she was telling him to hand something over. Unfortunately, Sial could only stand there, his eyes blinking in further confusion. "Do you need something from me?" As if Sial was making her frustrated, the blonde maid narrowed her eyes in an elegant manner. Her cheeks even puffed up, and her lower lip stuck out in a slight pout. This only caused Sial to fall further into the state of confusion. "She wants your invitation letter, or your contract paper." As he stood there wondering what to do, someone shouted out from the inside the hall. Sial took a look and found a guy sitting on a chair inside the assembly hall, giggling while spectating what was happening out here. Finally going, oh. Sial pulled his invitation letter out from the pocket and handed it over. HMPH. The woman received the letter and opened it while carrying a prim expression. While Sial stood next to her wondering whether that HMPH was her trying to say something or simply her short snort, the maid's expression gradually froze up. She looked at the invitation letter. Then she looked back at Sial. Her wide-open eyes slowly closed shut. She carefully folded the invitation letter back, gathered both of her hands in front of her chest, and slowly lowered herself in a deep bow. It was an elegant yet dignified greeting. Suddenly, the entire assembly hall fell into silence. The attention of everyone who had arrived here before Sial focused on the newest arrival. Completely disregarding all those stares, the blonde maid pointed towards the left side of the hall and guided the flustered and even more confused Sial there. The maid guided him towards an empty chair and bowed politely once more, before smoothly retreating away as if she was riding on skates while never turning her back to him. She still didn't say a single word, yet her attitude towards him had definitely changed. What's the matter with her? Why is she acting like that all of a sudden, I wonder? She didn't do that when I showed up. The eyes of two particular men landed on the new arrival, Sial. But all he could feel at that moment was the sense of being confused and flustered. Even though he had come here in that super vivid dream, in reality, this was his actual first time, and certain things were progressing rather differently compared to the dream too, so of course he was flustered. That was why he decided to divert his attention and try to suss out his new environment instead. The number of people gathered in the assembly hall was well over 30. What was especially noticeable was that they were divided into left and right sides as if to separate the two. The left side with Sial in it only had 8 people in total, 6 males and 2 females. They were furnished with chairs to sit on, and the general atmosphere was relaxed and easygoing. On the other hand, the right side had almost 30 people, but they were either sitting on the floor or standing up. Sial could see that they were anxious too. It must be fate, meeting in a place like this. "Why don't we introduce ourselves to each other?" A man suddenly spoke up. He looked bored from all the waiting. He was also the one giggling at Sial just now. His loud and manly voice managed to attract the attention of everyone present. The front part of his hair was slicked back to reveal his equally manly face. A faint smile formed on his lips as if he enjoyed being the center of attention. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Kang Seok, and these two guys over here. Hey guys, introduce yourselves. I'm Yehyungsik Jeong Minwoo." It was unclear if they were friends before coming here or became friends after arriving. The two men briefly introduced themselves. Sial inwardly assigned nicknames to both of them since their physical traits were rather distinct. He nicknamed the former Skinny and the latter Fatty. As for the first guy who spoke up, Sial gave him the nickname Rock. "What's your name?" Kang Seok's next target was the woman Sial wearing the hoodie, the one Sial ran into at the school's gate. She seemed to be completely uninterested. It was as if she wasn't even listening to what was being said around her surroundings, only immersing herself on the phone's screen. In other words, she was ignoring Kang Seok's question. Kang Seok scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. She must be one of those picky and arrogant women, without a doubt. Yehyungsik chimed in. "That's kinda embarrassing. Is there anyone willing to save me?" Kang Seok's gaze landed on the remaining woman of the group. She tightly squeezed the hand of a teen boy sticking close to her and awkwardly smiled. "Oh, my name is Yseol Ah. So it's Miss Seol Ah. How about the gentleman next to you? He's my little brother, Yesungjin." Upon hearing the words little brother, Kang Seok seemed more interested. "You two are blood siblings." "Yes, we are. May I ask how old you are?" "I mean, you two seem a bit too young to be here." "Oh, my apologies if that offended you." "Oh no, it's fine. I'm 18 and Sungjin is 2 years younger than me." Wow, Kang Seok let out a surprised gasp as if he found this fact quite surprising. He quickly formed a beaming smile and offered his hand. "Oh, that means I can drop the formal speech. I'm 29 this year. Since we all received invitation letters, let's get along well. Think of me as a reliable uncle." Xiao bashfully shook his hand. Her graceful appearance and that shyness reminded Xiao of a freshly picked beautiful flower. He couldn't take his eyes off her for a moment or two. Even Kang Xiok didn't let go of her hand for a while. The remaining two were Xiao and a man wearing a green cap and a pair of sunglasses. The cap-wearing man was busy moving his lips up and down as if he was chewing on a piece of gum, while listening to music via earphones stuck to his ears. His legs also moved along to the beat, leading to an overall impression of him being a bit of restless busybody. He also didn't introduce himself, as if such things didn't interest him. Xiao quietly gathered his focus and stared at Kang Xiok. The green light appeared on him for a brief moment before dissipating. The odds of nothing good happening by mixing up with him were high enough. In the end, Xiao turned his head away. Got pretty flustered when entering the assembly hall, but as time passed, he had gradually calmed down. The Xiao of the dream was standing on the right side of the hall, which meant that things were different now. Just what was that golden stamp and why did it warrant such different treatment? He tried to go through his memories once more for answers, but he couldn't recall anything. I'll get to find out eventually. When he checked his phone for the time, he saw the countdown tick from 1 to 0. It's time. Suddenly, a voice came from the front of the hall. On the stage, a tuxedo-wearing man walked up in a dignified, disciplined manner. Everyone present was quite surprised since there was no one there just a second ago. The stylishly dressed man sported a clean and neat hairstyle, as well as a monocle over his eye. He raised a hand towards the blonde maid standing by the entrance. Is this everyone? The maid shook her head softly, pointed towards the group on the right side of the hall, and then raised 4 fingers up. 4 people. Well, it's fine. We can't wait any longer, so just close the door and unleash it. When the blonde maid showed some sign of hesitation, the man who kind of resembled a head butler narrowed his eyes. I am the guide. It's not like it's difficult to get here. Those who can't even adhere to the schedule aren't needed here. In the end, the maid obediently lowered her head and quietly closed the door shut. She then produced a smartphone and tapped away for a little while. Meanwhile, the man on the stage clapped his hands twice to draw the attention towards himself. Welcome. I am called Han, tasked with guiding all of you this time around. You can call me the guide. Han spoke up to hear and gestured at the maid with his index finger. She quickly ran to his side while her blonde ponytail danced in the air. First of all, the contract documents, please. How many do we have? 28. Quite a lot, isn't it? And we have 8 invitations this time. The guy didn't even take a look at the bundle of the contracts and simply shoved them underneath his jacket. However, he still held the invitation letters tightly in his hand. The guide played with his monocle. Firstly, let us confirm the identities of those present today. Although we have the invitation letters here, it's meaningless if we don't personally confirm. The silence still remained inside the assembly hall. The guide simply smirked. I'm sure that you're curious about many things, but let us follow the protocol. Everyone present here, please think of bringing up your status windows or simply yell status in your minds. It's fine to say it out loud as well. Status windows, status, just as Sial thought like this. In the empty air right in front of his eyes, a sudden avalanche of texts came crashing down. Your status window 1, general information. Summon date March 16th, 2017. Marking grade gold. Sex age male 26. Height weight 180.5 centimeters 80.6 kg. Current condition good. Job LV invited. Nationality Republic of Korea Area 1. Affiliation NA. Alias NA2 Traits 1. Temperament weak-willed. Possesses a weak will, thus unable to make decisions alone, nor sticks to ones already made. Short-tempered. 2. Aptitude average. Normal in every way, possesses no particular talent or qualities. 3. Physical level. Strength low. Endurance extreme low. Agility intermediate low. Stamina low. Magic high intermediate. Luck low intermediate. Remaining ability points 0.4. Abilities 1 innate abilities 2. Future vision grade unknown 2. Job-related abilities 0.3. Other abilities 0.5. Level of cognition. Will be available after the conclusion of the tutorial event. Oh, what the hell is this? People began gasping in surprise everywhere. Sial was no exception. Although he had seen this tens and hundreds of times before in his dream, now that he was experiencing it personally, it really felt quite a lot different. What's this innate ability thing? Hey Humsik, what does yours say? Excuse me, do you perhaps possess an innate ability? The person who answered Kang Siok wasn't Humsik but the guide Han. Kang Siok didn't expect his words to be overheard from so far, so he got flustered while he shook his head in denial. And no, I don't have one, I was just curious. Oh, well, it's only normal for you to not have an innate ability. That's how it is with most humans. You don't have to mind that section of your status window. Han smiled brightly as he spoke. Well then, let's stop being surprised, shall we? This time, please reveal the grades of your markings. Just like before, just think about it or speak it out loud and it will be done. Don't worry, I won't be able to see anything besides what's been revealed. The assembly hall got a bit noisy. However, Sial was still intensely staring at his status window. The guide definitely said it was normal to not have any innate abilities. However, the window in front of Sial's eyes showed that he had them, too, as a matter of fact, future vision. And what's with the question marks? He suspected that it was somehow related to his ability to see green colors, but what was up with the question marks? Let's see. Since we don't have a lot of time remaining, I shall just directly move to the next step in the procedure. Missy Sial Ah, Mr. Yi Sungjin, Mr. Yi Hyumsik, Mr. Jiang Minwoo, and Mr. Hyan Sangmin. You all have the bronze markings, yes. Oh, indeed you do. 5 people out of the left side's 8 nodded their heads before staring at the guide with somewhat befuddled eyes. The guide asked and answered his own question. Then he threw 5 invitation letters in the air. Suddenly, the letters shone brightly before transforming into 5 bronze-colored bags that fell down to the ground. It was all just like a fancy magic trick. The bronze markings will only receive 1 random box as per the regular bonus item rules. You could also have asked for the bonus of bringing along a helper, but I see that none of you have done so, regrettably. The blonde maid picked the 5 bronze-colored bags and handed them over to their respective owners. Meanwhile, the guide unfolded 2 more invitation letters. While reading the contents, he carried on. We advise you to immediately activate your bonus items right away. The tutorial will begin soon, so it'd be a pity if you died without using them. The guide's eyes always maintained a level of disinterest, but a small glint of surprise flickered in them now. Ho, we have 2 silver markings. I'm genuinely looking forward to guiding all of you. Mr. Kang Seok, Miss Yun Seora. Yes, Kang Seok shouted out energetically. The hoodie-wearing girl, Yun Seora, simply nodded her head once. For the silver markings, 2 regular random boxes and special bonus items unique to the invited will be provided. Mr. Kang Seok won't receive the special bonus item, but there is one for Miss Yun Seora. This time, too, the invitation letters became bags as they fell down to the floor. If there was one thing different, then the bags were silver-colored rather than bronze. The blonde maid moved busily. Meanwhile, the eyes of the guide landed on one man, and that was Sial, still stupidly staring at the empty air in front of his eyes. Please reveal the grade of your marking. Han's voice was low, but it contained an undeniable power. Sial was too preoccupied with the whole innate abilities thing until then, but when the voice powerfully reverberated within his eardrums, he quickly snapped out of his daze and asked back, reveal my markings grade. Yes. Oh, it's fine now so. The guide suddenly stopped his words and stared hard. What? His eyes widened as he stared at Sial, or to be more specific, his revealed markings grade, G Gold. The blonde maid, who finished distributing the bags, lightly trotted to the stage and used her elbow to gently poke the waist of the dumbstruck guide. Finally regaining his senses, Hen lightly coughed and cleared his throat while lowering his gaze. The remaining piece of paper in his hand, he became overtly cautious as he slowly unfolded the invitation letter. He read the contents from top to bottom without leaving anything out. Then he breathed out a long sigh. We have a very important guest this time. His voice was quiet, but still the noisy clamor came to a dead stop, and dozens of eyes focused on one person. Sial could actively feel his cheeks reddening right about now. I'd like to apologize. It is my first time guiding a gold mark, after all. No, even in history, there has been only one prior event like today's. I've only heard about it until now. Sial wondered if this gold marking thing was such a shocking matter. Han's words didn't even sound like an excuse, just some babblings of a stunned man. When the blonde maid giggled softly, Han cleared his throat again. All right, let's carry on, shall we? He lightly threw Sial's invitation letter. The paper exploded into a brilliant shower of light before transforming into a single bag, and there were 6 things written on the tag of the gold bag. 3 regular bonus items, plus 3 special bonus items unique to the invited. Quite unlike any other invitation letters, Kim Hannah made sure to pack hers to the brim, it seemed, for the gold marking. Oh, Han's jaw dropped after he read the list of bonus items. The guide remained shocked for a considerable amount of time, being unable to complete his sentence. Then his lips began twitching in an ugly manner before he hurriedly covered up his monocle with his hand. However, Sial still got to see the lens emit some sort of light before it was covered, though. Fuck, the one who invited that man, are you watching right now? The guide growled quite menacingly. What is the meaning of this? Why is a guide even necessary if you plan on doing things this way? It seemed that Han was really ticked off. Are you making fun of me? Was your experience during the tutorial that unpleasant? You're trying to completely rip it to shreds, is that it? Just how did you even know what that man would need in here? Suddenly, the light from the lens vanished. The guide issued a short but sharp groan and began chewing his lips. Completely and utterly disregarding Han, the blonde maid simply picked up the golden bag and gracefully brought it to Sial. Han didn't try to interfere, but his complexion was visibly complicated. Just what was in this bag then? Sial couldn't help but become quite curious now. Even the taciturn Yun Seora craned her neck slightly to sneak a better look. Sial confirmed that there were 6 items listed on the tag attached to the bag. Necessary box X3. Survival points 5,000 points. Mark of survival X1. Diary of an unknown student X1. The first thing to attract Sial's gaze was the so-called necessary box. He heard that both the bronze and silver marks got random boxes. His had a different name. Please open and apply your bonuses here. Unlike before, Han's voice seemed to possess far more urgency than before. Since he was planning to do that anyways, Sial slowly unlocked and opened the bag. 5,000 survival points has been credited to you. You have acquired 1 mark of survival. The diary of an unknown student is currently being updated. The smartphone buzzed and vibrated in his pocket, but Sial couldn't feel it. Why? Because his attention had been stolen away by the 3 boxes with all sorts of intricate symbols and runes covering them, neatly tucked to the bottom of the bag. There should be 3 boxes inside the bag. You can just open them. Nothing complicated to worry about. And tried to add some explanations in a friendly manner, but he failed to hide his eagerness to see what were inside those boxes. Shit, all this suspense is killing me here. Hey, is it fine if we open the box together? Kang Seok, who had been staring at Sial's bag with barely disguised greed, stood halfway up from his chair. It was right then. Sit back down. A powerful but still well-mannered voice slammed into Kang Seok's eardrums. No, I told you to sit back down. Han's voice sounded incredibly cold. Kang Seok nervously swallowed his saliva and parked his butt back down on the chair. The guide Han snorted out once and then began fiddling with his monocle. His bonuses are reserved only for that person. They are things you, Mr. Kang Seok, should neither see nor even desire. Han then shifted his gaze back to Sial. The assembly hall fell into the grips of the deathly silence yet again. Not even the sounds of breathing could be heard now. As for Sial, each of the boxes were no bigger than an adult's clenched fist. Pressured by the silent stares, Sial reached inside and carefully opened the first box. The necessary box X1 has been opened. Scanning for the most needed item during the current situation. Please wait. The awakening of the innate ability has been initiated. When Sial blinked his eyes once, new messages began popping up one after the other. Your innate ability, Future Vision, is responding to the awakening of the new ability. The innate ability has evolved into 9 eyes. The central direction, one of your innate ability 9 eyes, the green color, General Observation, has been fully unlocked. Please confirm your status window. Green color, General Observation. Hearing the announcement that he should check the status window, Sial raised his head, which led him to peek at the top of Yun Seora's craning head. Yun Seora's status window 1, General Information. Summon date March 16, 2017. Marking grade Silver. Sex age female 20. Height weight 166.2 centimeters 53.4 kg. Current condition good. Job LV invited. Nationality Republic of Korea Area 1. Affiliation NA. Alias NA2 Traits 1. Temperament cool-headed. Her actions and thoughts are not swayed by emotions and is always calm. Indifferent. She's not easily interested in anything particular. 2 Aptitude brilliant. Possesses a smart brain as well as good overall talents. Highly observant. Will carefully analyze and study items and events all around her. She must have sensed his gaze. Yun Seora raised her head and Sial almost reflexively cried out. He quickly averted his gaze, but her status window didn't disappear from his sight. It wasn't just her general information and her traits. Either her physical level, talents, and even her consciential awareness were laid bare. Not knowing what happened, Yun Seora could only tilt her head. From Sial's perspective, this whole thing felt absurd. Didn't Han say that one's status window couldn't be observed by others without permission from the person herself? Yi Sial A's status window 1, General Information. Summon date March 16, 2017. Marking grade Bronze. Sex age female 18. Height weight 160.6 centimeters 49.8 kg. Current condition good. Job LV invited. Nationality Republic of Korea Area 1. Affiliation NA. Alias NA2 Traits 1. Temperament virtuous, possesses a fine, gentle, and benevolent personality. Deeply caring, possesses deep love and care. Dependent, unconsciously seeks someone to depend on. 2 Aptitude, a jack of all trades, good at various activities. High concentration, can use 100 of her concentration while performing an action. When Sial sneaked a glance at Yi Sial A to make sure, he also got to see her status window. Now feeling somewhat befuddled, Sial was about to raise his hand when he realized his mistake and quickly lowered it. Yes, are you curious about something? However, the guide didn't miss Sial's actions. Have you opened your boxes? Yes, I have. Sial's throat suddenly dried up. He couldn't be sure why, but he thought that not saying anything right now was for the best. So he decided to change the topic slightly. I just received a message to confirm my status window, so. Oh, I see. Your status windows, is it? Han's anxious expression seemed to brighten up in an instant. So what was updated? Your traits, or perhaps abilities? When Sial wordlessly stared at Han, the guide awkwardly laughed. Seeing that reaction, it wasn't all that difficult for Han to figure it out. Oh my, please excuse my thoughtless behavior. You do not have to worry. As long as you don't permit it, not only me, but no one else alive in this world can take a peek at your status window. The guide was inwardly breathing a sigh of relief while saying this. A necessary box usually gave out something outrageous to those who were privileged enough to open them. One's traits, abilities, and even physical prowess were fair game. If Sial's status window had only been updated, Han could accept it. Of course, that was only possible because Han had no idea just what kind of ability Sial had awakened. When the probing eyes of the guide had left him, Sial hurriedly opened the remaining boxes, both of them at the same time. Your innate ability, Nine Eyes, is evolving further. The left directions 3 of the innate ability, Nine Eyes, has been unlocked. Yellow, attention required. Orange, do not approach. And red, immediate retreat recommended. You have acquired the paper talisman. Sial couldn't see this talisman at the moment, because he was far too occupied to notice it. Sial was under the belief that he could only see green until now, so the mental shock he received was similar to someone violently hitting him on the back of his head. You have beautiful eyes. Yes, they are beautiful, in the 7 shades of the rainbow. Sial inexplicably remembered something from his distant past, something he had almost forgotten. The whispers of a woman he couldn't even remember the face of brushed past his brain cells like a bolt of lightning. Hold up. Red, orange, yellow, green. Excuse me. While Sial was in the midst of his thoughts, someone from the right side of the assembly hall piped up with a voice smaller than a mosquito buzzing around. Han was still rubbing his chest while feeling rather relieved with himself. His eyes immediately shifted towards the group of the contracted. A young woman sporting a bob-cut hair was dusting her butt while standing up. Is it, possibly? What is it? We're just about ready to begin. His attitude was clearly different from when interacting with the invited. Hearing his voice full of annoyance akin to chasing away a pesky bug, a certain sense of dissatisfaction formed on the woman's face. You are not giving us anything. You know, like those bags those people just got. The guide let off a cynical chuckle and then replied immediately. Yes, you don't get anything. But why not? Those bonus items are reserved for the invited only. It was a simple and articulate answer, but a deep frown emerged on the woman's face. Why is there a difference? It's simple. The guide smiled softly, and his right hand pointed towards his right, the left side of the hall. These guests have been invited here after going through a strict evaluation. Next, Han's left index finger pointed to his left, the right side of the hall in a somewhat accusatory manner. And you people got dragged here because of the contracts. No, that's not what I meant. Besides, didn't you, Miss Shin Sang-ah, receive ample compensation back in reality? With the timely arrival of that question, the woman with bob-cut hair, Shin Sang-ah, became utterly lost for words. She sat back down with a reddened face, but that wasn't the end. Are you done talking? Man from the group of the contracted stood up in indignation. Seeing how fierce his eyes were, not to mention his rather well-developed physique, he looked like someone who knew how to get down and dirty if it needed. And what else do you want? Finally, a look of irritation formed on Han's face. Can't you provide a proper explanation on what this contract bullshit is? You told us to come here and this is how you treat us. A few people here and there began to quietly agree with the nameless man. Such a complaint was bound to occur sooner or later. After all, ever since the guide appeared, he paid attention only to the left side of the hall where the invited were. They were already feeling unsure and anxious, and after being treated like a bunch of invisible fish out of water, it was not very strange to see them spit out their dissatisfaction in the open. Unfortunately for them, this wasn't the place to voice their problems. Neither was Han the correct person to complain to. You know what? Stop wasting time and get us some chairs, too. My legs are aching from all that standing around. That's right. Now that I see you look like still a young man, so how can you even think that it's good to discriminate people like this? When more and more voices began chiming in, some amount of confidence and energy began filling up the expression of the nameless man. He glared at the guide, waiting for a response. As for Han, he was simply smirking back at them. Sometimes we get people like you, those who don't know their place, those who only know how to bark and nothing else. What did you say? Well, I do understand you. I don't know which deplorable bastard reeled you in, but you must have jumped in first without even waiting to listen to an explanation after being blinded by money and the promised reward. The nameless man flinched. Whatever the case may be, you have already signed the contract, haven't you? As long as you are here, you don't have a choice but to follow my guidance. If you want to complain, then you should meet up with the person you signed the contract with later on and do so. So what you're saying is I should sit here quietly. Exactly. We don't deserve to know, so we better shut up and do as told. Correct. Excellent analysis. What should I do then? Because I don't feel like doing that. Well, if you feel that way. Seeing the nameless man's rebellious attitude, Hand simply pointed at the lone exit of the assembly hall with his index finger. You can simply leave. You stinking son of a bitch. You think I won't leave? The nameless man venomously shot back and turned to address the group, shouting out loudly at them. He's telling us to leave, so let's leave then. Tell them to do whatever the hell they want and let's go. Hearing this, 3 or 4 stood up hesitatingly. Ultimately, though, the number of those preparing to move was small. What are you all doing? I'm saying we should leave now. Even after the nameless man urged the crowd, no one else budged. And when the majority didn't move, even those who did stand up began sitting back down. Sure, there was the awkward atmosphere to consider, but also it wasn't as if every contracted here didn't receive an explanation or two before coming here. Screw this. What a bunch of dumb cowards. The nameless man muttered a few choice words and then angrily stomped his way towards the exit. The blonde maid with her quick wits was already there. She carefully creaked the door open. The man turned around, spat on the floor of the assembly hall and made his exit. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? The guide asked, but no one else made a move. The maid silently closed the door and locked it, and didn't say anything else. He simply stared at the door with an expression of someone finding it all rather amusing. As this strange silence continued, the crowd alternated their gazes between the exit and the guide for a while, and so a minute went by like that, and just as the second minute was about to tick by, they all could hear the hurried and scared running steps approaching the door. Then the door handle was desperately yanked from the outside. Open the door, open the door. Then there was heavy pounding on the door. Why, you fucking sons of bitches, open, please, please. The noises from the outside suddenly cut off both the screams of that nameless man and the pounding on the door. Well, I knew that would happen. All right, in any case, let's all get started. The time's already this late and all. The guide smiled brightly and tapped an icon on his smartphone. You have received a new message from the guide. The tutorial's first mission, escape from the assembly hall, will now commence. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. I pray for an enjoyable school life for all of you. Hand placed his right hand across his chest and politely bowed. Then, everyone, I wish you all a good fortune. He vanished into the thin air just like when he made his first appearance. Not just him, but the blonde maid as well. Now left seemingly abandoned, people began standing up in haste, one by one, just as someone was about to shout out. KWANG, an impact noise on a different scale from the previous pounding rocked the exit door, instantly silencing the uproar before it could even start. One of the door's hinges couldn't endure the impact and broke off from the wall, hitting the ground with a sharp metallic clang. The door had been securely locked up, yet it was forced open just a crack before it was closed shut again. The silence that settled within this confusion was deafening. None of them knew what to do next. Only the instinctive reaction of the mouth silently bobbing up and down continued. Of course, Sial didn't remain still as this chaos unfolded. He picked up the empty golden bag, slung it over his shoulder, and got up from his chair. All the meanwhile, he didn't forget to keep his eyes on the door, because the door was no longer shining in green, but in the color of orange. Sender, the guide 1. Escape from the assembly hall and arrive at the second-floor waiting area of the main school building before the time runs out. 2 remaining time, 35,938. KWANG. The door seemed to almost break as the fierce pounding continued, and it issued a harsh metallic protest. No, it was better to describe that the door would break very soon. KWANG, KWANG. Even seeing with naked eyes, it was difficult to believe that it was really happening. The thick metal door was struck only twice, yet it caved in as if it was made up of paper. Several thick metal hinges were hanging dangerously loose, ready to fall at the slightest impact. We need to block that. Rather than shouting, it was more like everyone fell into a frenzy. The movements of humans when their lives were under threat were remarkably swift. Yisial picking up her chair and running towards the door signaled the beginning. Dozens of bodies all rushed to the door. Someone brought along unoccupied chairs. Someone climbed up the stage to see if there was anything useful up there, while the rest simply used their bodies to push against the door. KQ. The noisy, consecutive pounding on the door seemed to contain a certain amount of anger, and the resulting impact force managed to knock 4-5 guys away as if they weighed nothing. Move out of the way. Just in time, a group had brought down the pulpit from the stage and jammed it against the door. Although that alone wouldn't be enough to completely block the door, it was still better than nothing. Chairs got piled up alongside the pulpit in the blink of an eye. On top of that, 20-odd men propped the door up with everything they had. Soon, the door no longer looked like it'd break down, and after a man placed a chair below the door handle like an improvised doorstop, The crowd began sighing out in genuine relief. Ha. Yisial Ah stopped propping the door with her back and squatted down on the floor as if she was feeling dizzy. Perhaps the sight of a young frail girl fighting desperately looked pitiful to him, as a middle-aged man spoke to her while wiping the sweat off his brows. You're very quick-witted for someone who is so young. He was speaking about her making the move first. People who acted after she had made hers nodded their heads in agreement. If it weren't for Yisial Ah's quick actions, the door might have broken down by now. Yisial Ah didn't know how to respond and shyly lowered her gaze. No, it wasn't like that. I froze up from the fear myself. But boy, was I shocked or what, watching you react like that. When I realized, I was also moving, you see. Everyone did their best to help. I wouldn't have been able to block the doorway by myself. Yisial Ah's embarrassed appearance helped to alleviate some of the tense atmosphere permeating within the assembly hall. Her gentle personality really did suit that bright and pretty appearance to a T also. The fact that she was an invited, as well as the first person to respond, were enough for the group to develop a favorable impression towards her. Unfortunately, the event that happened just now was far too shocking to instill a warm and cordial atmosphere. So what should we do next, then? Someone's resigned sigh like muttering brought everyone back to reality. Some turned their expectant eyes towards Yisial Ah's direction, but even she was at a loss. Soon, the collective gazes of the contracted were focusing on the invited. Once the chaos had died down, Sial turned his attention back to his phone. Besides the message from the guide, he had received two more. One of them happened to be the diary of an unknown student, his so-called bonus item. Sender, unknown. Assembly Hall, an excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 2. There was only one door in and out of the assembly hall. We did somehow block it up, but at the same time, we also ended up blocking our only way out. Before long, the outside became quiet. Sadly, my classmates were divided into two groups. One group wanted to wait and see for a while longer, while the other group wanted to go outside to take a look. By the time the infighting became heated, we forgot about the existence outside the walls. Soon, we all got to learn that that thing was not a simple monster or a zombie. Assembly Hall, an excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 3. It was a total pandemonium. No other words could describe it. The door we had desperately blocked became useless. During the chaos, I was able to somehow discover the hole. Sial was paying attention to the last line, but by the time he raised his head, the group of contracted had somehow inched closer to his general location, almost managing to surround him. Wowzers, it's just the beginning, yet they aren't messing around. Look at the goosebumps on my arms. Kang Siak was busy rubbing his arm, but he seemed to have more than enough leeway as he spoke those words. Now that the door is all blocked up, I wonder what should we do next. His words and attitude raised hopes in the hearts of the contracted that a quick solution to their problems would be found soon. However, let's go. Let's just poke around here and there, see what's what. Kang Siak only took his lackeys, Yi Hyungsik and Jiang Minwoo, along with him, prompting those waiting for an answer to their prayers to be dumbstruck instead. The bespectacled middle-aged man wearing a worn-out business suit, the man who praised Yisial Ah earlier, hurriedly stepped in front of them. Excuse me. Hey Hyungsik, check out the back of the stage. And Minwoo, you should. Excuse me, young man. What me? Kang Siak's reply arrived some breaths later. The middle-aged man couldn't be sure if he made a mistake or not, but he felt that Kang Siak did that deliberately. What are you all trying to do? Searching around the assembly hall. Around the assembly hall. Yeah, like those guys. Kang Siak pointed towards the stage, where Yun Seora and the man named Hyun Sangmin, the man with the green baseball cap, were busy searching around, their heads turning this way and that while doing so. To find what exactly? Not really sure. Now that the exit is all blocked up, I guess we gotta find something, right? We don't know what might happen next anyways. Right, that's right, of course. The middle-aged man nodded his head quite enthusiastically, necessitating him to catch the falling glasses and put it back on his nose. So you want us to help as well, eh? Kang Siak frowned slightly. Why are you? Do what you want, mister. It's not like I'm the boss here or anything. That's true. But you guys, well, how should I say this? You guys are different from us, isn't that right? Sure, we're different. So what is it that you want to say? The tone of Kang Siak's voice remained curt. He even sounded quite similar to how the guide sounded when talking to the contracted. What I'm trying to say here is we should help each other out, that's all. The middle-aged man ignored the hostile tone and pleaded his case, but all he got back instead was a dismissive chuckle. I'll have to politely decline. It'll get very annoying with more people clinging on us, so I don't want to. What do you mean, annoying? Whatever, you take care of your own business, okay? Us three, we will go on our way. Kang Siak refused the middle-aged man's offer without hesitation and turned around to leave. The middle-aged man shouted out, "Hey, wait a minute, young man." But Kang Siak didn't bother and kept on walking away. What a petty bastard. Kang Siak's steps came to an abrupt halt. He stared at the ceiling for a moment or two, spat out a long sigh, and turned his head to look at the source of that name calling. He found a woman sitting with her knees tucked under her, staring at him with venomous eyes. It was Shin Sang-ah. What did you call me? You're a selfish bastard. You only care about your own neck. What the hell? Hey, you're wrong about that, though. I care about these two fellas too, you know. Kang Seok wrapped his arms around the shoulders of his lackeys as an oily smile formed on his lips. Shin Sang-ah's eyes became even more hostile. Oh, a man. Look at how she glares. You might kill someone with such eyes, lady. Hey, isn't she that dumb woman who threw a tantrum just now? You know, asking for a bag of her own and shit. Yi Hyung-sik and Jeong Minwoo giggled hoarsely at her expense. Didn't the old saying go along the line of the sister-in-law trying to stop the mother-in-law is more hateful than the mother-in-law beating you up? Can't you see these people over here? There are women and children here. I can see just fine. I've got good eyes, you know. Shin Sang-ah shouted at him in anger, but Kang Seok didn't even bat an eye. And you three just want to survive all by yourselves only. What do you expected us to do when we're also in a hurry? That's why we said we'd help, didn't we? God, how can you be this dense? Hey, listen up. We don't need your measly help, nor do we want it in the first place. Stop trying to lump us with useless baggage like you. Useless baggage? Yep, you are nothing more than baggage. Even a blind fool can see that you're trying to leech off us. So shoo, go away. Shin Sang-ah became flabbergasted and her mouth gradually opened up in disbelief. You three, are you even human beings? Oh, maybe you're all parasites then. Kang Seok sarcastically retorted right until the end. Shin Sang-ah couldn't hold her anger anymore and stood right up, getting ready to slap him. Kang Seok snorted derisively and retracted his arms from the shoulders of his lackeys. And just as the volatile situation was about to blow up, a young girl hurriedly jumped in between the two parties and intervened. It was none other than Yseol-ah. Please, both of you, stop. Shin Sang-ah opened her mouth to say something, but must have thought that it was unwise because she simply turned her head away instead and said nothing. But her clenched fists were trembling in rage. Meanwhile, Kang Seok simply shook his head in derision. It's barely enough to get through this even when we're working together, yet why are you two fighting like this? Working together, my ass. Kang Seok shot back with a shout. Us three, we go way back. Even before we got here, you know. That's why we came here with a plan of our own. But, kiss my butt instead. Hey, you're also an invited, so you should have realized it by now, too. Kang Seok smirked and offered his hand to Yseol-ah. Let's stop bickering over this, okay? Seol-ah, why don't you join up with us? Your brother's Sungjin, right? I'll take him under my wings, too. Why are you willing to let us tag along with your group? That's obvious, isn't it? Unlike them, you two are going to be very helpful for us. You're a very callous person, aren't you? Yseol-ah's expression showed how disappointed she was while her words slowly but powerlessly leaked out of her mouth. I thought you were a good person, too. Kang Seok shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and then raised his hand up high. Hey, man, what about you? The you he was referring to was a certain youth standing there minding his own business a short distance away from them, Seol. Don't you want to get this stupid tutorial over and done with as soon as possible? I'm sure we'll finish up real fast if you join us. Although the whole situation had turned out into a strange farce, it really didn't matter in the end. Right now, even an idiot could figure out Seol's unknown worth. After all, he was someone not even the guide couldn't talk down to. He was, in other words, someone special. Please help us. Even Yseol-ah pleaded with him. Please help these people. Don't abandon them, please. Seol couldn't help but feel like he was stuck in a rock in a hard place, what with being singled out like this. On one side, Kang Seok, and on the other, Yseol-ah. And on one side, the invited, and the other, the contracted. One side talked about the reality of the situation, while the other tried to appeal to his emotions. Perhaps unsurprisingly, when faced with such a choice, Seol instinctively activated his ability. The entirety of the assembly hall was bathed in a cacophony of colors. What the? For a moment there, Seol mistakenly thought that he was sinking into a sea of blood. And no, it turned out that he didn't make a mistake. The colors of the blocked-up exit had changed from orange to green instead. It was Kang Seok who was shining in orange now. There was no color shining from Yseol-ah at the same time. However, Seol couldn't afford to mind these changes in color at this moment. Why? Because the entire floor was dyed in the deep shade of red, that was why. It was as if he was looking at the sea of blood. Immediate retreat recommended, wasn't it? Just as Seol thought this, a loud alarm bell went off inside his head. Bump! Suddenly, the wooden floor of the assembly hall quaked upwards. The aged wooden floorboards began tearing up, pieces violently flying off one by one. People had to perform unsteady dances while trying to regain their lost balance as the floor rumbled. What the hell? An earthquake? That line of thought proved to be far too lackadaisical for the current situation. It happened in the blink of an eye. The floor exploded as if a bomb had gone off, and from between the gaps of flying bits of wood, a lengthy and rotting arm shot out. There were 6 hook-like things attached to the end of this arm. This arm drew a short but sharp arc in the air and came down to the floor, before grabbing the hair of the totally dazed and stiffly standing Yseol-ah, proceeding to drag her down the newly created hole. Kayak. Yseol-ah's head slammed into the floorboard with vengeance and bounced up, and like a golf ball rolling towards the flagpole, she got rapidly sucked into the gaping black hole on the wooden floor. Nuna! Yi Sungjin pounced on the upside-down pair of legs kicking helplessly in the air. He yelped. That cry sobered up everyone right away, and the crowd rushed in to grab hold of Yi Sungjin, as he was also getting dragged into the hole as well. As the 10 odd pairs of hands tugged and pulled and yanked, shoes flew away, and then even loose socks came flying. Amongst the hectic chaos, somehow some people managed to grab Yisial Ah's flailing legs and ankles, and from there a desperate tug-of-war unfolded. Hold on, don't let go, pull up. I said, pull them up. The whole place descended into pure, unbridled chaos. Cries and shouts were roared out, no one dared to hold back as they struggled hard. Even with the combined strength of 10+ men, Yisial Ah couldn't be pulled out of the hole. They were being roughly rocked from side to side due to the sheer force pulling down from below, causing many to lose their grips and crash to the floor. Yuheha, hey, don't let go, it was then. The scream was definitely from Yisial Ah, yet the horrifying screeching tone made it seemingly impossible for a human to issue such a sound. Splash, and from the hole red liquid exploded upwards. It was like seeing a blender stuffed full of tomatoes switching on but with its lid not closed, and then crushed bits of flesh and juice were flying off to everywhere. The crimson blood rained down like a small fountain. Nuna. Her legs that were kicking and twisting until now suddenly went dead straight and still. All of her 10 toes curled up simultaneously, her thighs trembled, and then, just like a puppet with its strings cut, her knees folded. A certain sickening sensation of something being cut was transmitted to the hands of all trying to pull her back out. The pulling force from below was suddenly gone. Everyone fell back hard on their rear ends with loud thuds. Among them, a man was rubbing his aching butt. And while frowning, he took a look at his hands. He was still holding onto a slender ankle. Below that, a smooth, rather shapely leg. Even further below, a blue skirt soaked in blood. Beyond that, he couldn't see any other connecting body parts. All he could see was some remains of crushed intestines and bits of mangled flesh. He saw the shape of something human slowly rising up from the hole in the floorboards. Its long, unkempt hair seemed to dance around unrestrained, caked with blood and bits of human flesh from top to bottom. Its head was at least 4 times the size of a grown adult man's head, and there was a single giant eye that took up almost half of that large head. The man couldn't hold back it any longer and screamed. He got up as quickly as he could and ran for his life. He didn't know where to, but as long as he could get as far away from that creature as humanly possible, he'd be fine with that. Soon, pure chaos descended on the assembly hall. There was no other fitting description. People got utterly, completely terrified by the creature's grotesque appearance, and while screaming their heads off, they scattered everywhere. My thoughts are. When Sial regained his own wits, he found himself running towards the blocked-up door. Why? It should be normal to hear all that crazy chaos unfolding all around him, yet the noise got progressively less and less prominent, fading into nothingness. Everything seemed to crawl down to slow motion as well. Everything, even the man busy pulling and chucking away the chairs, blocking the exit, even the nightmarish creature that had fully revealed itself from the hole, extending its long limbs like a spider and starting its assault on the fleeing crowd. Every one of these little things, they were unfolding in slow motion for him to watch without missing anything. Why? He found it very difficult to breathe. Sweat drops falling on his eyes spread out like paint and blurred his vision. Why? How many would die here today? The footing was already slippery from the blood. It was also sticky, too. His body became heavier and his running speed gradually slowed down. He even had to wonder if he was aimlessly flailing his arms and legs here. Everything was in a total mess. In the end, Sial stopped running and stood still, even though the exit was only a few steps away. Suddenly, the stuffed-up breath exploded out. He could hear his own escaping breath. The cold wind blowing in from the now wide-open exit caused his own boiling, seething body to relax. His heart continued to pound away in his chest. Sial was well aware how stupid and dangerous it was to ignore the warnings of immediate retreat. It wasn't too late to run away, even now. Yet, why am I so calm? The acrid air stung his nose, his body was burning up, and he felt dizzy. And then, the familiar sensation of vertigo assaulting him went away. The dreamy haziness dissipated almost immediately, and the surrounding world became clear again. Sial slowly closed his eyes. The monster was busy feasting on a corpse, but it stopped and abruptly turned its head around. It spun around in a manner akin to the second hand of a clock and found a single man standing near the exit of the hall. It ran there on all fours. Kihik, seeing that the man wasn't budging an inch, it tilted its head in confusion and craned its neck. And like how a person might appraise a plate of food before eating it, the monster studied Sial with great interest. The foreign, unknown matter brushed by his cheeks and the disgusting odor assaulted his senses. It was a rather familiar feeling and a welcoming smell. His sensory perception became incredibly sharp. Sial's closed eyes cracked open a sliver. In front of his nose, a huge black vertical slit of a pupil, with bloodshot whites surrounding it, was waiting. And when his gaze met with that eye brimming full with the desire to kill, a relaxed smile broke out on Sial's lips. Kiek, the monster hurriedly retracted its neck, his eyes still in a narrow slit. He lightly kicked up the broken leg of the chair lying near the exit. To confront it, or to show it his back, he already had his answer. The Sial of the dream told him. He told Sial that a creature like this, it was nothing to him. He even asked Sial, "You've overcome even more dangerous situations than this, haven't you?" Even the Sial from before the gambling, before he had lost his ability, said the same thing. Now was the time to bet everything. He snatched the leg of the chair spinning in the air. For some reason, it just felt right in his grasp, and even though it wasn't a spear, he still held it like one and got into a stance. And shortly after that, both eyes of Sial opened up wide. Just as Sial took a step forward while pointing the sharp, broken edge of the chair leg at the monster. Kiek, it flinched and cowered. The monster quickly retracted its head and pressed its crawling body flat to the ground, and when his airborne first step finally came down to the floor, it retreated in a flash, its reaction speed as quick as a boar that got stung by a scorching skewer. The sneakily retreating monster looked like it was very confused right about now, as if it couldn't quite figure out why it was running away like this. Grrrr. When the monster accepted the fact that it was getting suppressed by Sial's aura, its phlegm gurgled loudly in its throat. Its instincts were screaming out danger warnings. This human in front of its eyes was incomparable to everyone else. If it attacked this man, then it would die. The monster had already filled its belly to some extent. Also, there were lots of other prey running loose outside. There was no reason for the monster to brave this danger in here. As soon as the monster made this decision, it rapidly escaped through the open door. Truly, it possessed quick wits and just as quick reflexes. TK. The broken leg of the chair slipped out of Sial's hand and fell. Sial looked around the assembly hall's empty interior with a somewhat dazed face. He looked totally deflated right now. Not a long time had passed, yet he could spot well over 10 corpses lying on the pool of blood. Eventually, the hole that monster crawled out from caught his attention. It's the hole from the diary, so that was it then. The hole from the diary was that one. Sial took another glance at the hall's exit. There was some hesitation, but he still chose to cross the floor and cautiously peered over the edge, now dripping wet with blood. Then he carefully stepped into it. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. Sial arrived at the basement floor. He decided to walk forward, at least for the time being. He must have overused his powers a bit since his mind and body felt quite fatigued. The corridor bent 90 degrees up front, and he eventually arrived at the part where it was lined with doors set at a regular interval on either side. It seemed that the school had used this underground floor as the space for club meetings and activities. Sial pushed open the door with a colorful banner proclaiming "Go Anywhere." The room beyond was small and intimate, only about 10 or 15 square meters wide. Checking the posters hanging on the walls, it seemed that this room belonged to a travel club. Sial lowered the golden bag from his shoulder and sat down against the wall. As he sat there like a man in a trance, his once hazy consciousness seemed to return to him bit by bit. It was as if he was waking up from a long dream, and soon enough, what was I even thinking? The previously forgotten terror and disgust came crashing in that order. The smell of blood he had blocked out of his mind, with the help from the adrenaline rush, caused him to gag out reflexively. When he recalled the appearance of the so-called weakling monster, his entire body began shivering in fear. However, all of this only lasted for a short moment. When he slowly gathered his breaths, the shivering and shaking came to a stop. Feeling his heart settle down, Sial couldn't help but form a wry smile. Was the demonic destroyer Sial of the dream the real him? Or was the man shivering in fear right now the real him instead? It all felt like he was experiencing Zhuangzi's butterfly dream. Sial gritted his teeth and focused his mind, trying to organize what had happened so far. The first thing to figure out was the questions regarding his eyes. The evolved ability called Nine Eyes. This managed to give Sial quite a bit of mental shock. After all, he had been living under the assumption that seeing the green color was all his eyes were capable of. No, it wasn't that there were no other colors, I just couldn't see them. The newly unlocked colors were yellow, orange, and red. Just as important, there were other colors yet to be unlocked. Kang Siak was shown in yellow color, the so-called attention required, yet there was no color for Sial Ah. That meant he couldn't see her color yet. Thinking about that girl, his thoughts became rather complicated. Her pleading shouts of help still rang around in his head. If he didn't take his time making up his mind, could that good-hearted girl still be alive by now? Mr. Kang Siak, Mr. Yihumsik, and Mr. Jiang Minwoo have arrived at the second-floor waiting area. They got there already. The sudden announcement helped clear out Sial's mind somewhat. Basement first floor, the club room excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 5. I've somehow managed to hide in the basement, but tears keep pouring out of my eyes. I can't stop crying. I can't forget the screams of my friends dying right in front of me. What kind of a monster was that, and why? Oh God, please help me, I cried for so long. Eventually my stomach grumbled in hunger. I knew this wasn't the right time nor the place, but still I'm so hungry. A map. The attached file was actually the blueprint-like map of the entire school grounds. When he clicked on the main building, that portion of the map expanded in size, and Sial could easily check out the building's interior layout. His gaze fell on a spot by the second floor. This particular room was in a rectangular shape, and there were 6 blue blinking icons located on or near the edges and lines demarcating the walls. However, he saw one of them change to red color before ceasing to blink altogether. Knock, knock. Sial was trying to figure out what those blue blinking icons could mean when he heard the sounds of knocking on the door. Surprised, Sial turned around to look and found the door briefly being bathed in green hue before the color vanished completely. He's not in here either. Who's there? Sial's sharp voice stopped the noise on the outside from moving away. Hugh, I finally found you. Hey man, can I come inside? Oh right, I'm not trying to threaten you or anything, so please relax. If you don't feel comfortable with me joining you, just say so. I will leave you alone in peace. Come in, the door slowly creaked open. The man entering the club room while speaking in a jovial tone was one of the 8 invited, he who wore a green baseball cap over his slightly long hair. His softly tanned complexion was slightly covered by a pair of sunglasses. Man, I had to work hard just to find you. I mean, the bloody footsteps were getting faint, and there were so many of these rooms here too. Oh right, you also want to smoke. The man put his bag down on the floor and raised a small fuss before suddenly presenting Sial with a packet of cigarettes. Wordlessly, Sial fished out his own packet. He still had 1 cigarette left. You smoke a hybrid, I don't like them. I hate those weird flavors, man. He then proceeded to light Sial's cigarette. Soon enough, the 2 men were staring at each other while blue smokes lazily drifted in between them. The man slowly opened his mouth. Should we introduce each other? I'm Hyan Sangmin. Sial, kind of a girly name, don't you think? Is it a single-syllable name? How did you find me? Sial changed the topic. Hyan Sangmin didn't seem to mind. He simply flicked the fingers holding the cigarette. I saw you at the assembly hall, entering the hole in the floor. You remained in the hall too, no. I also ran for the exit, you see, but I came back. You were in there the whole time. Sial nodded his head silently. Seeing this reply, Hyan Sangmin simply scratched his head. He then quickly continued on with his explanations. At the critical juncture between life and death, the crowd was able to remove the pulpit and the piled-up chairs to yank open the exit door. The escaping people then scattered everywhere. Some headed off towards the front gate of the school, but the majority followed Kang Siok and ran to the front entrance of the main school building. However, they encountered a new problem. The entrance was locked. It wasn't like we didn't have any time on our hands, though. You see, that monster looked like it would chase us down right away, but for some reason it didn't. Hyan Sangmin took a look at Sial for a short while and then carried on. But no matter what we did, kicking, pushing, shoving, whatever the fuck we did, the door didn't budge, and we were getting all damn anxious and everything. And to make matters worse, the monster showed up too. I'm telling you, it was no damn joke back then. So what happened, dunno? I was trying to pick up a rock or something in the nearby flower garden to crack the windows open, but when I saw the monster, I took off, man. I took a long way around and came back to the assembly hall. Hyan Sangmin lowered his sunglasses and smirked slightly. Since it attacked there once already, I figured it wouldn't show up there again. Yep. Never in my wildest imaginations did I think you'd enter the hole. I was understandably hesitating on what to do. But when I got down there, you were long gone, so I've been looking for you until now. Why, what? You really don't know, Hyan Sangmin prattled on. Of course, Sial too could more or less figure out the reason. It's simple, really. I want to join you. That's why I searched for you. So what do you think? You want to ride alone or with me in tow? If you're willing to let others tag along, well, how about me? But I'm telling you this right now, I'm not planning to leech off you or anything like that. When Sial remained silent, Hyan Sangmin became more anxious than before. All right, let me say this out loud. Me, I can endure unfairness, but I can definitely not stand losing out, man. Sial stared back somewhat confused by this statement. Hyan Sangmin killed off his cigarette and sat up straight. Listen, man, what I'm proposing here isn't an equal partnership. No, it's more like a vertical relationship. A vertical relationship, that's right. You let me tag along, then I'm gonna carry out your orders. And yeah, I'm willing to take on some amount of danger for you if you ask me to. Hyan Sangmin's proposal was simple and easy enough to understand. It's fine to use me. I'm a pretty useful guy, so believe me and utilize me. Sial could just about understand why this man was willing to go this far in this manner. It was all because of Sial's golden mark. There was also the possibility that Hyan Sangmin had figured something out back in the assembly hall too. However, Hyan Sangmin wasn't a selfless good Samaritan. Obviously, he would want something in return. What do you want in return? Well, lots of things, but for now, surviving and making my way to paradise, that should suffice. Sial studied Hyan Sangmin for a while. If you're a lone wolf, I will respect that. I also don't want to force the issue. I told you this before, didn't I? You don't want me, then I'll quietly go away. He spoke up to hear and slowly offered his hand. Hyun Sangmin's status 1. General information. Summon date March 16th, 2017. Marking grade bronze. Sex age male 26. Height weight 176.2 centimeters 65.8 kg. Current condition good. Job LV invited. Nationality Republic of Korea Area 1. Affiliation NA. Alias NA2 Traits 1. Temperament self-centered only seeks out benefits for himself 2. Aptitude extraordinary far more excellent than average. Discerning eye possesses great instincts at determining the value of objects and people. To be perfectly honest, Seol wasn't feeling it. If it was someone like Seol then he wouldn't even hesitate and said yes in a heartbeat. But as for Hyun Sangmin, well, nothing really seemed to pull Seol's attention. However, there was one point about Hyun Sangmin that was rather similar to that now deceased girl. I can't see his color. If his color was yellow, the attention required, then Seol would have refused right away. But the fact of him not being able to see Hyun Sangmin's color really played on Seol's mind. Thinking to himself that it wouldn't be so bad to wait and see, Seol grasped the offered hand of Hyun Sangmin and shook it. Nice. Hyun Sangmin smiled brightly as if he was genuinely happy. Nice, very nice. Now, I'm also a member of the best team in the world. If left alone for any longer, he might have broken out in a song and dance. Hyun Sangmin eventually stopped making a fuss and got closer to Seol. So what are you going to do now? Mind telling me what your plans are? Seol fell into deep contemplation. Since he possessed a map, going to the second floor waiting area would be a walk in the park if he decided to head there right away. Although that monster was still roaming around, as long as he used his ability, they would be able to avoid any danger. Out of the blue, Seol recalled Kim Hannah's words and nearly burst out in a fit of laughter. She was right. She indeed made it so much easier for him already, so he'd better survive this event or else. Seol grabbed his bag as he stood up. Hyun Sangmin stared at him without saying anything. For now, let's get out of here. The two of them left the club room and continued down on the long corridor. The door at the end of the corridor led to the underground parking lot. Of course, they couldn't spot a single parked car there. While they crossed the parking lot, Hyun Sangmin continued to yap on and on. He asked about what Seol got from his box. He got 500 survival points or something. He had no idea where to even spend that, so it must have been garbage, etc., etc. Meanwhile, Seol walked forward while checking the map every now and then. When Seol didn't even reply once, Hyun Sangmin became somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly cleared his throat. So where are we going? Are you looking for a staircase? No. Aren't we supposed to go to the second floor? Sure we are. Seol shook his head while looking at his phone's screen. However, there's no need for us to go there right away. How come? Isn't it better to get there as soon as possible? As soon as possible. Were we told anything regarding the order of arrival dictating things? That was a no. The message simply stated that they had to arrive at the destination before the time ran out, and they had over 3 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Seeing Hyun Sangmin continuously blink his eyes in confusion, Seol felt a need to explain himself a bit more. Think about it. How long do you think you will need to get to the second floor waiting area from the assembly hall? Dunno. If you ran with everything you had, less than a minute maybe. That's correct. This school's assembly hall is constructed pretty close to the main building. The objective of the mission was far, far too easy. Even a normal, unprepared person would be able to clear it. Don't you think that's a little strange? Even if you were delayed, the whole trip wouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. Isn't it because the door was locked? A locked door could be broken into, and that would be it. And you heard that announcement before, right? Those 3 must have succeeded somehow. In other words, clearing this mission wouldn't take that long of a time. Then what about the monster? Even if you consider that variable, you wouldn't need more than 1 hour. 2 hours, tops. 4 hours for a minute's worth of distance is just too much. Didn't the guidehand say something similar before, too? It's not like it's hard to get here. He did say that. Truthfully, 10 minutes were more than enough for Seol to find and arrive at the assembly hall. In the end, Seol only needed around 4 minutes to make his entrance, so it was as if he was given twice of the time he might need in order to accomplish his task. So what Seol found odd was that the distance he needed to cover got shortened, yet the time limit grew by several folds. There must have been a reason for that, a reason for a 4-hour-long time limit. Hyun Sangmin wasn't a fool either. As if he too had realized something, he stopped talking and began rubbing his chin. So what you're saying is, although the mission itself is simple and easy, we have been given way too much time. Is that right? Also, we've been told that this is just the first mission, which means there will be a second mission, a third mission, so on and so forth, and also the fact that they were told to gather on the second floor and not anywhere higher. While walking, Seol added more of his thoughts. In any case, the main point is there isn't a real need to get there as soon as possible. It'll be fine for us to get there after procuring what we might need later on. There are multiple ways to get to the second floor as well. And how do you know that? Sial showed him the phone screen. Hyen Sangmin came closer to take a look and spat out a loud snort. What the? Isn't this a map? But I didn't receive one though. I got it as my bonus. Okay, this is where we are going. Sial tapped on the screen and the map of the basement floor expanded. This underground level is connected to the entire school premise. Below the assembly hall there are the clubrooms. After we cross this parking lot, we will arrive at the main building's basement. Sial soon stopped his steps. He then proceeded to open wide a glass door, which led the two to see what lay beyond. Hyen Sangmin couldn't help but shout out in glee. They saw a long and straight corridor. To the left, there was a staircase going up, while on the right, 3 doors labeled library, convenience store, and stationery. Hyen Sangmin's entire attention was devoted to the convenience store. Only now could he fully understand the point Sial had been making, the one that was teasingly within his reach but eluded him until now. There were 3 things that a human couldn't do without if one wanted to continue living. 1, 3 minutes without air. 2, 3 days without water. And 3, 3 weeks without sustenance. In other words, Sial came here with the purpose of solving the most basic need for one's survival. Well, I guess he's not a gold mark for nothing, huh? Hyen Sangmin's gaping mouth didn't want to close. He couldn't hide his shock at all since he was only thinking of quickly getting to his destination ever since the details of the mission had been announced. I gotta stay with this guy. Doesn't matter what happens, I gotta, definitely. Kang Seok can't even lick this guy's boots for crying out loud. It wasn't as if Hyen Sangmin carried any ill feelings towards Kang Seok and his crew, but there was an undeniable difference between Sial and those guys who simply ran to the main building. Should he say that the thought process was on another level altogether? It was to the point where Hyen Sangmin had to question whether Sial was the same human being as the rest of them. I thought it would be a tuck shop, but it turns out it's a convenience store. The students of this school must have had it real good. Hold up. Sial was about to enter the convenience store when his shoulders were grabbed by the visibly excited Hyen Sangmin, who then proceeded to lightly pound on his chest like a proud gorilla. Good, great, freaking amazing. I get it now. Let me handle this from now on. You were planning to go upstairs after sweeping this place clean, right? Something like that. So, what if there's something inside? It's times like this you're supposed to use me. Declaring so, Hyen Sangmin sneaked inside the convenience store. However, most of the corridor's right side wall was made up of glass, so one could literally look inside the stores from the outside. Shortly thereafter, Hyen Sangmin raised his hand and sent an OK signal, as if he had finally ascertained that everything was perfectly in order. Sial had already checked the place out with his ability, so he could only chuckle softly as he entered. The first place they checked out was, of course, the convenience store. The place was smaller than they expected, but still, each of the shelves was stocked to the brim with various food items. This is so good, man. So damn good. Hyen Sangmin popped open the lid of a can of cola and gulped it down. Hey, let's hurry up. It'll get very awkward for us if we take too long and the monster shows up. Roger that. Hyen Sangmin seemed to be genuinely enjoying himself while robbing this store. Sial too began stuffing his bag with things like canned foods, sealed instant gimbap, and others that were small but packed with energy. And while they were busy sweeping everything away. What's going on? What happened? Sial realized that something was off when he was about to stuff the bag with a bottle of water. Although he was carefully arranging things as he shoved them inside the bag, there seemed to be a lot of space left over still. It was a similar story with the weight, too. Since he had stuffed the bag with lots of things, it should weigh a ton by now, yet all he could sense was only a slight increase in the overall weight. I guess even our bags got discriminated, huh? Hyen Sangmin was envious, seeing that his bag was already bursting at the seams. In the end, Sial even had to sweep the daily necessities away into the bag just to make it seem near full. After they ransacked the convenience store clean, they began going through the library and the stationery store separately. Unfortunately, the results weren't as encouraging. A map of the basement was discovered in the library, but they already had one, so it was of no use. It was the same story for the stationery shop. Well, they certainly didn't need a notebook or a pen right now. They did pick up a few cutting knives just in case, and soon they left the underground corridor for good. Hyen Sangmin was whistling a tune as they climbed up the staircase, but when Sial gave him the signal, he quietened right down. When they got to the first floor, they ran into a huge ivory-colored metal door. The acrid odor of blood assaulted their noses when the door was creaked open ever so slightly. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. I think that's the place. What place? You know, the locked entrance I told you about. The door was locked, but I could look inside just fine, you see. I'm pretty sure of it now, seeing that staircase right over there. However, Hyen Sangmin deeply frowned. God damn it. A lot of people must have died here. They did gain the entry somehow, though, by the look of things. It was as he said. Sial could see through the open gap bits of broken glass and splashes of blood lining the floor. The steps of the staircase going up were painted in such a thick amount of blood that it was hard to tell what their original color might have been. Main building, first floor, main entrance, an excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 7. The friend who stepped out first screamed. Another friend following out right after tried to stop in a hurry but slipped like someone being swept away. Only after we lost 2 more of our friends did we realize the trick to the staircase. You know, those stairs gives me the creeps. How about we forget about those and carry on with our staircase instead? Sial agreed with Hyun Sangmin's suggestion. Besides, they already had a staircase behind them that led up anyways, so no real need to utilize that one over there. Most importantly, though those steps were shining in deep orange glow within Sial's vision, do not approach, in other words. Sial carefully closed, shut the door, and turned around. They quietly but quickly mounted the stairs, and soon, their destination came into view. However, what greeted them by the entrance to the second floor wasn't another ivory-colored metal door. No, for some reason, several thick metal spikes stood there, blocking their progress. It shouldn't be like this. Sial checked the map one more time, but they were on the right path. This was the most direct route when considering the convenience store's location. Do we need to press something? Hyun Sangmin looked around but couldn't find anything resembling a button nearby. Sial stared at the metal spikes for a bit before his brows furrowed slightly. They don't have any colors to them. If they were not in green color, then it meant they were not normal. Sial tilted his head a bit before reaching out with his hand, and at the exact moment, his hand touched the metal spike. A new user has been registered. Clang, accompanied by dull metallic clanks, the pointed ends of the metal spikes separated from the ceiling almost immediately and then retracted into the floor below with even faster speed. As soon as those metal spikes were gone, the space in front became a wide open passageway they could enter. What the hell just happened? What did you do? Hyun Sangmin was full of questions as he tried to follow after Sial and walked past. Slam, huh. As soon as Sial walked past, the spikes shot right back up and slammed into the ceiling once more. Having become separated, Hyun Sangmin held onto the spike barrier and shouted out in alarm. Sial also fell into a state of confusion, but he spotted a red button mounted on the interior wall near the barrier. He quickly pressed it, and the metal barrier squeaked noisily before retracting again, just as he suspected they might. Damn, feels like I lost 10 years of my life just now. Hyun Sangmin hurriedly entered past the barrier and rubbed his chest to calm his pounding heart. Mr. Hyun Sangmin has arrived at the second floor waiting area. Hearing that, Sial flinched slightly. He was caught off guard as he had forgotten about the automatic arrival announcements. When he took a glance at Hyun Sangmin, he was only spitting out sighs of relief. It seemed he had not noticed the announcement yet. Perhaps he missed it from all the shouting as well as the sound of the metal barrier opening and closing. Oh, so you finally arrived. Kang Seok was waving his hand towards Sial, but when he spotted Hyun Sangmin, the ends of his sentence trailed off. What, the you two decided to work together? Hyun Sangmin raised his head after hearing Kang Seok's rather unhappy tone of voice. What about you then? Well, as you can see, we arrived here a long time ago. Kang Seok winked in a playful manner. Sial looked around and found Yi Hyung-sik and Jeong Minwoo as well. The so-called waiting area reminded him of a regular high school corridor. With the exception of steel beams barricading the windows, everything looked the same. At the end of the passage to the left, there was another door, and to the right, a solid wall. This place is like a prison. That monster can't possibly enter here, right? It can't. Dunno why, but that thing can't seem to get past the metal barrier. No telling what will happen if there was no barrier, though. Kang Seok replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Hyun Sangmin was nodding his head along before quietly asking back. Back then, did you manage to open the door? You're blaming me. Hyun Sangmin's voice was icy cold. Kang Seok's eyebrows rose up before he smirked softly. No way, I told you this before, didn't I? I don't really care what you do unless it involves us three. As long as you don't hinder us in any way, it's fine. Maybe I sounded a bit rude just now. Sorry about that. I'm always like this. Well, there's no reason for us invited to be at odds with each other, right? That's true. Great. As an apology, I'll let you guys in on an interesting info. Even Sial had to shift his attention to Kang Seok's direction after hearing the word info. Kang Seok's lips twitched when he realized that none other than this fancied gold mark was paying attention to him. His posture suddenly became a bit stiffer and more arrogant compared to before. Now look closely. This here is the passage we came through. Kang Seok pointed to his back and then pressed a button on the wall. The metal spikes retracted to the floor before shooting back up again. Hyun Sangmin muttered under his breath. So it's not on the outside, but inside. That's right, that's where it gets interesting. Kang Seok clapped his hands. To put it simply, this entrance became mine as soon as I entered first. Only I can open or close the barrier. What? I only figured it out after entering here. The first one to enter through the barrier is given the right to control it. One person per barrier, though. How does that even make sense? If you can't believe me, why don't you try it out? Kang Seok stepped aside, allowing Hyun Sangmin to quickly press the button on the wall. However, there was no reaction from the barrier. He pressed it a second time, then third, and then many more times afterwards, but the metal spikes didn't budge an inch. Still half in doubt, Sial's eyes drifted towards the map on the phone, and he belatedly realized something. Out of the 6 blue icons blinking around the second floor waiting area, 4 had now turned red. Only one was red when he was in the club room. Was there a need to make 3 entrances yours? Oh, how did you figure that out already? Sial's question caused Kang Seok to become visibly surprised. What's the matter? Don't you think it'll get more interesting later on? Oh right, how about you make that other one yours? Kang Seok stared at Hyeon Sangmin and pointed towards another barrier on the opposite side. Well, passages on this side all belong to us now, so you should take one from that side over there. All you have to do is to grab the spike. Simple, right? It seemed that Hyeon Sangmin was quietly debating on it. He sneaked a glance at Sial, then slowly shook his head. I'm gonna pass. I'm fine with simply being here and all. He and Sial then found a nice little spot for themselves and settled down. Oh well, do whatever you want. Kang Seok and his 2 lackeys sat down too, but soon they had to get back up again as Hyeon Sangmin pulled out a new pack of cigarette. The trio reached out and pleaded for a smoke, so Hyeon Sangmin handed one to each while saying it was compensation for providing the info. Then just as Sial was digging through his own pockets to find a smoke too, Hyeon Sangmin presented a whole bundle to him. How about smoking these? I saw before that you were running out, so I packed in a few at the convenience store. Hyeon Sangmin whispered quietly and gave Sial a thumbs up. Soon enough, the corridor was filled with the blue smoke rising from the 5 men. Now that most of the tension had ebbed away, Sial's sight slowly blurred and felt his eyelids had become much heavier than before. It wasn't like he had to endure an all-nighter, yet he felt quite drowsy. This was probably due to the fatigue accumulated from overusing his ability. Should I sleep for a bit? They had over 3 hours left until the time limit. It seemed that sleep was the best means to cool down his overworked eyes and brain. He knew now wasn't the best time to close his eyes and drift away into the slumberland, but he had regained his power somehow. It'd be deathly stupid if he lost it again through overuse. Sial entrusted himself to the encroaching embrace of sleep, and that was why he couldn't hear it. I can't tell whether he's got balls of steel or doesn't really care about the tutorial. Seeing Sial's head droop ever so lower in sleep, a wry smile broke out on Kang Seok's face. He flicked the cigarette butt away and groaned out. Just when is this supposed to end? It'd be so much better if it ended soon. We still have over 3 hours left. Fuck this. Why are we waiting for 4 hours in a mission like this? Hyunsik grumbled as he rechecked the mission details on his phone. Kang Seok silently agreed with that opinion and massaged his head with his interlocked hands. I'm so bored. I really hope someone comes through the path on this side. What if no one else shows up? I.e., no way. The rest of the invited haven't shown up yet. What you mean that Sial? She's already dead, isn't she? Not that dumb bitch. People who act like heroes always end up getting killed first. Kang Seok darkly muttered out those words, which made Jeong Minwoo lick his lips in regret. What a waste though, yep, that I agree. But then again, don't you worry, we still have one more left. Who, you know the other one, what was her name? Yun Seora, that arrogant girl. When Hyunsik chimed in, the 3 of them giggled out in sync. Their laughter sounded leery and ominous. Whatever, maybe I should catch some ZS myself. Kang Seok's yawn was large enough to nearly rip open his jaws. Just as he was about to lie down, something happened. Out of the blue, noises containing both loud shouts and hurried footsteps could be heard from the distance. Kang Seok blinked his eyes a couple of times before shooting right back up. Excluding the sleeping Sial, everyone present scanned the barriers. Which one? Which one is it? Jeong Minwoo pointed towards the middle barrier on the opposite side. Since Sial had taken over the left barrier there, that particular one had no owner as of yet. Kang Seok seemed to be incredibly disappointed by this development as he looked at Hyeon Sangmin. It's still not too late, though. I told you I'm fine. Kang Seok spat out a sigh and stood there with his hands across his chest. His attitude was of a man who had just found something interesting to spectate on. The noise got closer very soon. There were 3 people running up as if they were being chased by something, a pair of middle-aged man and a woman, and a young girl. The middle-aged ma wearing a worn-out business suit and a pair of glasses were leading the woman holding the young girl's hand. His necktie danced uncontrollably as he ran up in a huff. It was none other than the man who asked for Kang Seok's help earlier on. Just a little bit further, just a bit. He rounded the corner in a hurry, but as soon as he saw the metal spikes on top of the stairs, his steps came to an abrupt halt. He must not have considered the possibility of the path being blocked. Despair began to dye his expression pale. Soon, though, he discovered Kang Seok passed the spike barrier. The woman and the girl following him ran into the middle-aged man's back and awkwardly bounced back. And finally, sharp and familiar-looking hooks pounced on them. All these happened at roughly the same breath. Help us. The bespectacled man ran up to the barrier without hesitation and shouted out, Let us in. A new user has been registered. With a loud clang, the metal barrier slid open. The wide-open entrance caused the expression of stupor to appear on the man's face. And when he turned around to look behind him while still carrying that expression, help. He couldn't help but flinch. Both his wife and daughter were already in the grips of the chasing monster. Help us, help, dear Dad, save us, Dad. They pleaded, yet the man's steps were halting and retreating. When he met the gaze of the monster and its large, bloodshot dear he couldn't move. He was completely frozen up. Splat, splat. Step by step, the sticky footsteps got nearer. The middle-aged man's expression distorted into an unsightly mess of tears, snot, and uncertainty. He cast his glance over to Kang Seok, asking for help again. However, the young man bluntly spat out. Quickly make up your mind, will you? Huh, are you going to come in or not? Make up your damn mind. You planning on killing us too? Was it because of Kang Seok's shouting or the threatening atmosphere emanating from his back? The middle-aged man finally made his decision and moved. Slam, Dad, dear, no, don't leave us. The middle-aged man chose to enter the waiting area. Dad, don't abandon us, dear. A pair of jet black hands grabbed the legs of the screaming mother and daughter. The man squeezed his eyes shut after seeing his family being lifted up into the air, hanging upside down. Rip, the sickening noise akin to a sheet of silk being ripped up in one go pierced his ears. The terrified, pained screams rang out loudly from the stairwell. The man collapsed on the floor and hurriedly covered his ears. He violently shook around on the dusty and unclean floor. He never lifted his head up again, not until all the screams finally died down. It was only obvious that Seol would wake up from his light sleep due to all the unfolding chaos. By the time he fully regained his consciousness, the screams couldn't be heard anymore. He hastily got up and took a look past the metal barrier, only to see the corpses of the mother and the daughter both ripped in half. What shocked Seol the most, though, was their expressions that hadn't eased even after they died. Their expressions twisted and corrupted by the combination of pain and terror, despair and fury. It was plain to see their ardent desire to live right up until their last breaths. I don't know. I didn't do that. I'm not responsible. The middle-aged man remained on the floor, huddled and not moving, except that his entire body trembled and shook all the time. There was no helping it. There was nothing I could do. No one said anything, yet he continuously spat out incoherent babble while sobbing pathetically on the floor. PFT. Out of the blue, a short burst of laughter leaked out from someone's lips. The middle-aged man's trembling came to a sudden halt, hearing that. Meanwhile, Kang Seok hurriedly covered his mouth up. Puhahahaha. Even though he looked like he was trying to keep it in the end, he lowered his head and his shoulders shook from the unrestrained laughter. The middle-aged man's hands clenched tightly into fists, nails digging in under the skin. The wise old saying said that if you weren't planning to give something to a beggar, you shouldn't at least kick his begging bowl. Recalling that old saying, a deep frown formed on Seol's face. He's actually laughing in a situation like this. It was then. They could all hear another metallic clang. Yun Seora walked in from the last remaining door that had no assigned owner. As if she too had searched through the school premise, she was holding a handful of A4 papers. Just like back when she was in the assembly hall, she swept her gaze around the waiting area once, found a quiet spot for herself and settled down there before concentrating on the paper. And with this, the confirmed number of survivors was 7. It was not even half of the starting 36. Within the quiet silence, time continued to flow. Every now and then they could hear some kind of chaos unfolding downstairs, but those died down eventually. Seol came to a conclusion. There shouldn't be any more survivors left. However, his thought was proven wrong about 30 minutes before the time limit. We are almost there, everyone. We'll arrive there soon, so go up as quietly as possible. Contrary to his expectations, more survivors showed up, and it wasn't just 1 or 2, but a group of 5. Seol even recognized 2 people. One was Shin Sang-ah, the woman who raised her voice at Kang Seok back in the assembly hall, and other one was Yi Sungjin, the younger brother of Seol-ah. He didn't know what they went through, but they had successfully arrived at the destination. Unfortunately, the path they had taken was occupied by Kang Seok and his cronies. Oh wow, look who it is. Kang Seok blinked his eyes and theatrically exclaimed out in surprise. So you managed to make it alive. The crybaby has done it. H-ha. Shin Sang-ah had been climbing the steps cautiously, but finding the barrier, she fell into a state of confusion. Seeing the people beyond the metal spikes, she blankly muttered out in question. What is going on? Why is the path blocked? Oh that. Kang Seok smirked like a snake. It was as if the moment he'd been waiting for all his life had finally arrived. Seeing that oily smile, Shin Sang-ah couldn't help but frown deeply. What do you mean, what? I'm the owner of this barrier. The owner of this barrier. Kang Seok burst out in laughter and began to gleefully explain things. It was as if he had transformed into a well-paid private tutor. He explained everything one by one, bit by bit, and in full gory detail. Of course, his audience wouldn't be able to concentrate on this useless yammering. Shin Sang-ah became even more anxious as she kept on looking back behind her. The tone of her voice became ever so urgent as well. I get it now, so you can open this barrier, right? Oh ho, you're smarter than you look. Or maybe my explanation was just that good. I get it, so open up already. Really now, how did you manage to get here? I mean, you're just a contracted. I'm surprised you managed to evade the monster. Kang Seok showed no indication that he heard her plea and seemed to be genuinely enjoying the situation. I don't know. We nearly got discovered, but this boy used something he got from the random box. We all escaped somehow during the confusion, okay? Shin Sang-ah pointed at Yi Sungjin. The boy's complexion was still dark and aimless. It seemed that the death of his older sister had hit him real hard. Oh well, I guess he's an invited too, so at least it wasn't all luck. Okay now, open the barrier so that we can enter. Kang Seok slowly opened his mouth. I don't wanna. A truly disgusting smile crept up on his face. Are you crazy? Open the barrier right now. Why should I? This here is my doorway. I decide what to do with it. Why are you acting like this? Do you have any idea just what we had to go through to get here? Egu, so you had to go through so much, huh? But what should I do? According to a certain someone, I'm an egocentric, petty son of a bitch. Shin Sang-ah gritted her teeth while listening to Kang Seok's sarcastic remarks. She could more or less tell why this asshole was acting this way. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge against her for that verbal spat back in the assembly hall. She held back her anger and spoke to him in a level voice. I apologize. I apologize for calling you names when we were in the assembly hall, so please open this barrier. It's not just me here, too. These people haven't done anything to you. You shouldn't treat people's lives as a joke. Ooh, now that's not what I expected to hear from you. Are you being honest? Of course. Well, I guess I don't have much choice here then. Fine, prove it to me. Prove it, the other four with you, I'll let them in. You stand back. Shin Sang-ah's jaw dropped to the floor. Her expression screamed, what kind of an asshole would act like this? Unfortunately for her, Kang Seok's expression showed how relaxed he was. You, what are you going to do? That monster might show up soon, you know. Shin Sang-ah didn't expect Kang Seok to behave like this, and her face reddened up considerably as a result. However, with the exception of Yi Sungjin, the other three were looking at her with pleading eyes. Their stares were laden with a certain pressure. She gritted her teeth and took 3-4 steps back. Oh wow, a martyr, aren't you? Kang Seok exclaimed out loud as he pressed the release button. As soon as the barrier was lowered, the three rushed inside. Yi Sungjin stared at Shin Sang-ah for a bit before belatedly trudging past the barrier as well. Only afterwards did the trio begin calling out to her, crying out her name out in a helpless manner. The barrier closed shut regardless. However, Yi Sungjin suddenly reached out towards the button to press it. He'd been watching Kang Seok's hand quite intently just now. Of course, nothing happened. Seeing this, Kang Seok broke out in laughter. Don't waste your time, didn't I tell you? Only I can open the barrier. Yi Sungjin suddenly pounced on Kang Seok. However, it couldn't even be called a fight from the get-go. The teen boy got easily subdued by Yi Hyun-sik and Jeong Minwoo, and he could only glare at Kang Seok in rage. Bastard, do you have a death wish? What did that bitch tell you she'll become your new sister or something? Open the barrier. That's up to me, and I kept my end of the deal. Good job. You can go look for another path or something now. Good luck. Shin Sang-ah couldn't bring herself to leave just like that. She scanned the inside of the waiting room, hoping for something or someone to save her, but that turned out to be a waste of time. The people inside were either spectating or looking unconcerned. In the end, she turned around helplessly. Should I let you in? Hearing this, Shin Sang-ah's steps came to a halt. She abruptly spun her head and shot Kang Seok a murderous look. Do you actually enjoy toying with people? Yup. When would I ever get to have fun like this if it's not today? Kang Seok nonchalantly replied and gestured her to come closer. Stop being difficult and come over here. You saw me letting people in just now, right? I'm the kind of guy who keeps his promises. Hearing his words of keeping promises, Shin Sang-ah was gripped by an intense bout of doubt and uncertainty. But thinking about the hardships she suffered to get here, she couldn't imagine looking for another path. Plus, even if there was another path, she had to search for it alone. She figured it'd be better to get bitten by a rabid dog once. She made up her mind and turned around to face him. What do you want me to do? I'm not asking for much. Just apologize for the things you said back in the assembly hall. But I already did. No, it was clear to anyone watching that you weren't sincere. Besides, I'm not the type to believe in apologies coming out of a person's mouth. Then what do you want me to do? Shin Sang-ah raised her voice when Kang Seok remained sarcastic to the end. He rubbed his chin as his eyes scanned her lecherously. Shin Sang-ah did not possess the same sort of fresh appeal as Yi Seol-ah, but her skin was pale smooth and her rack was commendably voluptuous. A sinister smirk formed on Kang Seok's lips. First, take them off. What Shin Sang-ah couldn't help but question her own hearing. Take your clothes off. I'm a nice guy, so I'll let you keep your panties. Cool. Hearing Kang Seok's benevolent tone of voice, Shin Sang-ah even forgot to close her wide-open mouth. I think I'll feel a little better if you perform a little nude dance show. How about you twerk for me? You insane son of a bitch. Don't want to do it. Fine. Fuck off then. Kang Seok shrugged his shoulders. Shin Sang-ah bit her lower lip until one could clearly see the teeth mark on her flesh. She inwardly mumbled, this crazy son of a bitch. Then her body shook from the belated sense of humiliation. Tears welled up on her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Unfortunately for her, that moment when her group ran into the monster played heavily in her mind. What if she went downstairs now and ended up encountering the monster again? What are you waiting for? Like I said, you can fuck off if you don't want to do it. I'll do it. Then hurry the hell up. I'll give you 10 seconds to take your pants off, starting now. When Kang Seok really started counting down, Shin Sang-ah had no choice but to hurriedly undo her buttons. She hesitated when it came to pulling her pants down, but after hearing the rapid countdown, she still forced her jeans down, all the while shaking like a leaf in the wind. Kang Seok made a cat-calling whistle as Shin Sang-ah's bare thighs were revealed to the cold air. You've got a great figure. Your underwear's pretty cute too. Shin Sang-ah squeezed her eyes shut, hoping this would lessen the humiliation she felt even by a tiny amount. What are you doing? Keep stripping, girl. I'm gonna count down again, huh? Who? It's the monster. The monster. Kang Seok suddenly cried out in alarm and pointed at the staircase behind her while hurriedly taking a step back. Shin Sang-ah's eyes shot open in shock. She screamed in terror and tumbled forward in an ungainly fashion. Mommy, out of reflex, she looked behind her only to find nothing there. Rather than the monster, the staircase was as empty as it could possibly get. Sure enough, she could hear several loud and detestable chortles coming from beyond the barrier. Did you hear that? You heard that right. She said mommy, mommy. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, that was fucking adorable. Kayak, mommy. When Yi Hyun-sik imitated Shin Sang-ah's cries, Kang Seok and Jeong Minwoo burst into laughter. Lost for words, all Shin Sang-ah could do was to let tears accumulate around the edges of her eyes. Sorry, I was just teasing you a bit. You looked really cute just now. Too much. Well now, it's time to remove your top, right? This is too much. In the end, she couldn't hold it any longer and broke down in tears. You're crying. Hey now, you shouldn't cry, you know. You gotta take your clothes off and dance for me before. Kang Seok clapped his hands boisterously and laughed before suddenly shutting his mouth. Unknowingly, a dark shadow was looming over him. Seol wasn't angry from the beginning. He initially planned to ignore the matter. He was neither a saint nor a man of justice. Like most people, he was disinclined to interfere in other people's business. Even if he saw something he considered unjust, he would only frown and think, isn't that going too far? Unless it was someone he knew, Seol would never personally get up and do something for a total stranger. However, when his eyes landed on Yi Sungjin, or more specifically when he heard him whisper, "Help us," as he was pinned down to the ground, he had a change of heart. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the scene happened to remind him of the time Yi Seol-ah asked for help in the assembly hall. Seol's emotions trembled. The small tremor soon spread out like some sort of a mutated butterfly effect, and it violently quaked, eventually transforming into rage. That was why he stood up. Just like the day he had that dream, just like the experience he had in the assembly hall. Innate ability, future vision, has been activated, just like the way his emotions were leading him to. What? You also want to join in on the fun? That's enough. Open the barrier, please. Kang Seok dazedly stared up at Seol. He hadn't realized it until now, but Seol was taller than him. I'll open it when I feel like it. Open the barrier. Kang Seok shut his mouth. Judging from his expression, it seemed he just couldn't understand. Did you inhale something weird? Who the hell are you to order me around? Open it. Kang Seok's complexion hardened. For some strange reason, he found it difficult to meet Seol's gaze. Even his balls seemed to shrink a bit. He didn't want to admit it out loud, but Kang Seok was scared. It was as if he was staring at a choice of whether he should cross a line he should never even consider crossing in the first place. His instincts forced him to press the button. However, just before that, Kang Seok's defiant streak reared its head. He couldn't help but think, why should I listen to this son of a bitch? Because he had a gold mark. What a fucking joke. Kang Seok arrogantly leaned his head back. I don't want to. The corners of his lips slowly wiggled and twitched. Listen here, I'm trying to stay friendly with all the invited. Don't be an asshat and go away. Seol slowly raised his arm up, which prompted Yi Hyun-sik and Jeong Minwoo to move as well. However, Kang Seok confidently stopped them by raising his own hand. What? You're gonna hit me? Fine, go ahead. If almighty gold mark Nim wants to hit me, this lowly silver mark should just obediently get hit, no. But remember this. The more you try to show off, the lesser I'll be inclined to open the cuck thwack. Seol's fist slammed into Kang Seok's nose. Yi Hyun-sik and Jeong Minwoo were taken by surprise, but even they had to cry out in pain while grasping their noses. The speed at which Seol's fist flew was so scarily fast, they couldn't even see it. Why, you son of a, Kuak. Kang Seok reflexively threw a fist of his own, but Seol simply snatched it off the air and twisted it hard. The force was so severe that Kang Seok's knees gave out in one go. Seol then proceeded to drag his arm and forcibly pressed the button. The barrier slid open. Come in. Shin Sang-ah carried a dazed expression as she stumbled into the waiting area, not even thinking of putting her pants back on. Only then did Seol release Kang Seok's arm. Miss Shin Sang-ah has arrived on the second floor waiting area. The first tutorial mission, Escape from the Assembly Hall, has concluded. Number of remaining survivors, 12. A new message from the guide has arrived. The second mission of the tutorial, Breaking Through Traps, has begun. They all heard the new announcement, and at the same time, the sturdy locked gate at the end of the corridor automatically undid itself. It seemed that, regardless of the remaining time, the next mission would be triggered right away once all the survivors arrived at the waiting area. Kook, you. Kang Seok was about to shout out something, but then simply spun on his heels to leave. We'll see what happens later, you fucking son of a bitch. He picked up his own bag and hastily escaped through the now open passage. Seeing him retreat, both Yi Hyung-sik and Jeong Minwoo slinked away from sight. Next, Yun Seora, who had been watching Seol silently, turned to leave. Thick teardrops fell from Shin Sang-ah's eyes as she began to wail. Next to her, Yi Sung-jin's head also dropped low. However, the recipient of their gratitude, Seol, wasn't feeling all that good. He knew his actions were not entirely from his own will. His rage failing to cool down drove him further into an even greater frenzy. He felt like destroying, rampaging, and making an utter mess of everything. Sender, the guide, went into the classroom 3-1 on the 4th floor of the main building via Annex's 3rd floor before time runs out. Remaining time, 15,756. 2 hours and a time limit type mission. After confirming the details of the next mission, Seol's eyes burned with a dangerous light. Hey, hold up. Seol unhesitatingly walked forward, and Hyun Sangmin hurriedly chased after him with 2 bags. Area 1, the second mission is now commencing. A robotic voice made an announcement as images flickered on a massive semi-transparent screen. Several men and women were sitting in front of this screen, watching the proceedings unfold. It's only the second mission, but damn it, I'm gonna lose my mind at this rate. 24 people died in the first stage. How does that even make sense? Why is every one of them such goddamn trash this time? When a bald giant of a man spat out in anger, a woman wearing a purple robe next to him grumbled unhappily as well. However, when another woman wearing a business suit sitting in front swept her icy gaze over them, the two shut their mouths up rather quickly. Really now? At this rate, the name, Area 1, will become a huge joke. With the March's overall assessment looking this bad, how are we supposed to endure until September? The bald giant couldn't resist and added a couple more sentences, but fearing that the business suit woman would glare at him again, he hurriedly turned his attention to her. Anyone know what's going on in other areas? Anyone hear anything? Me. A young man with curly hair raised his hand. I overheard something while I was outside. As far as clear speed is concerned, I hear Area 2 and Area 7 are neck and neck for the first place. 2 and 7. I get the Europeans, but what's up with those Chinese bastards? What's the point in even asking? You already know what dirty tricks they are using over there. They're invited, all conspire together, and as soon as the tutorial starts, they take the contracted hostage. I'm sure they are passing the missions while sacrificing the contracted whenever necessary. The balding giant spat out a groan. Fine, what about 2? I heard they're the very example of perfection itself. A French girl named Odilette Delphine has taken over the show, with just pure skills too. Well, her killing the Phantom in front of everyone with the starting bonus she got during the first mission proved to be the decisive factor. What's her mark? Silver. Also, as soon as the second mission began, she succeeded in opening up the path to the computer classroom. She's bulldozing everything in her way. I think she won't even need an hour to get to the end. Maybe 50 minutes tops. Wow, what is she, a monster? Europe really found a good seedling this time. What about the rest? Area 5 is doing decent, but it's so-so. They've had a 30-minute head start for the second mission compared to us, so there's that. The giant groaned out again. God damn it. At this rate, we aren't gonna have a single one remaining at the end of the tutorial. No way. Don't forget, we have a gold mark. It looks like he even has the diary of the unknown student. Surely he'll be able to clear it with no problems. You think so? I mean, he chased that phantom away with nothing more than his glare, right? The curly-haired youth spoke with the aim of consoling the giant man, but the bald giant's face continued to show how disappointed he was as his eyes remained locked on the screen. Seol, as shown on the screen, was entering the annex via the pedestrian overpass connecting the 2 buildings. Hey, doesn't that guy look a bit pissed off right now? What the hell? What's the matter with him all of a sudden? The curly-haired youth raised a shrill voice of surprise. As the mission name suggested, the location reserved for the breaking through traps wasn't supposed to be tackled willy-nilly, yet Seol didn't even stop to take a look at his phone and simply strolled right in. Can we really trust a guy like that? The bald giant tapped the woman wearing the business suit. Hey, say something, Kim Hannah. Shut your damn mouth for once, okay? Kim Hannah spat out in a voice full of undisguised irritation. The giant man immediately realized that if he tried to provoke her any further, he'd be on the painful receiving end of the hysteria of an unmarried spinster. The giant licked his lips as if he found the whole thing unsatisfactory, then got up from his seat. He figured he would rather go out for a smoke break than sit here and get pissed off at what was happening on screen. The bald big guy wasted around 15 minutes outside smoking, but when he was about to enter the room again, clang, clang, he spat out a disappointed groan after hearing the noisy metallic clangs coming from inside. He thought that a brainless idiot was repeatedly stepping into traps, activating them inadvertently. While shaking his head, he opened the door to enter. Clang. Then he tilted his head, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In truth, the second mission wasn't at all difficult for someone like this bald man. A highly trained Earthling would be able to clear it in around 30 minutes even if he was taking his time. However, the ones doing the mission right now weren't the trained Earthlings, but a bunch of weak, powerless civilians. These people hadn't even experienced a proper war. The goal of the mission was simple enough to stop the activation of various traps by fulfilling a set of conditions beforehand. Or leave it to Lady Luck to decide. That should have been the case. However, he's evading, blocking, and deflecting. Not only did Sial not stop after performing those actions, he even deliberately triggered the traps that hadn't been activated yet. He was progressing forward while destroying everything. It was like looking at an Earthling, not a powerless civilian. A look of disbelief was etched on the bald man's face as he hurriedly got closer to the screen. At the same time, 3 sharp metal spears were shooting out toward Sial from the ceiling and from both the right and left sides. Clang, clang. It was unknown where Sial had acquired a steel beam, but regardless, he spun it like a cartwheel soon. The audience was treated to the cacophony of metallic clangs, as well as a beam of cold silvery light flickering on the screen. The result was all there to see. The moment spears from the right and left were sent flying, the spear from the ceiling brushed past Sial and pierced the ground. The woman wearing the purple robe stood up reflexively, her fists clenched in anticipation. Is he dead? No. Did it miss? No, he dodged. The bald man closely watched the proceedings unfold, then confidently declared out loud, I'm sure of it. He slapped away the spears coming from both of his sides, and he was about to do the same to the one coming from the ceiling, but. Dunno, it's like his body couldn't keep up with what he wanted to do. In any case, I definitely saw him tilt his head out of the way. Oi, Kim Hannah, just what's up with that guy? The bald guy seemed to be shocked by his own words and belatedly shouted at Kim Hannah. Kim Hannah remained quiet for a long while before suddenly opening her mouth. For the second mission. What's the record for the fastest clear time? The record. You mean Sung Si-hyun Nim's legendary 29 minutes and 38 seconds. The bald giant nodded his head as if he was proud of something. Meanwhile, Kim Hannah's head dropped low, and eventually she began rubbing her face as if she was feeling quite fatigued all of a sudden. This is crazy. What's crazy? Area 1's second mission has been cleared. The expressions of everyone present became dumbfounded by the sudden announcement. 16 minutes, 24 seconds. This was precisely the moment when history was rewritten. The label above the classroom door read, 3-1. Sial quietly opened the door. He looked to be in a pathetic overall condition while propping himself up with the metal spear serving as a makeshift cane. His boiling hot rage had cooled down by now, however. The sense of emptiness filling him up right after his ability, future vision, ended was incredibly hard to endure. It was as if he was overcome with a bout of lethargy. The new gathering area was a regular classroom that could be found on pretty much any school out there. Sial chose a chair, and as soon as he sat down, he plopped down on the desk with a thud. His eyeballs hurt so much, he thought they might pop out at any moment now. He was also beset with intense vertigo as well. And as he stayed there, barely moving, the door opened again and the classroom gradually became somewhat crowded. The total number of casualties during the second mission, 0. It was an obvious result, really. Sial ended up destroying every single trap there, so it was not a surprise that everyone got to clear it without a fuss. The survivors took an unsure glance at Sial, who was still collapsed on the desk. Well, they had to bear witness to some unbelievable scenes that were simply beyond their ability to describe, so understandably, they couldn't stop staring at him. They already had some thoughts as to how special Sial could be, but still, their imagination had been easily exceeded. Are you all right? After flawlessly performing his duty as the trustworthy bag shuttle, Hyun Sangmin asked with a lot of worry in his voice. Sial simply waved his hand to imply, don't worry about me. Shin Sang-ah entered the classroom and hesitating, faltering steps, found a chair on a quiet corner for herself, and settled down there while hiding her face. Yun Seora arrived a bit later after that. Finally, Kang Seok and his lackeys showed up, signaling that all 12 survivors had gathered in the classroom. Well, I'm truly shocked. When that familiar voice suddenly popped out of nowhere, Sial's eyes shot right open. Behind the teacher's podium stood the guide from the assembly hall, still wearing that butler outfit of his. Everyone stared at Han as if he was a phantom or some such. I congratulate you on successfully arriving on the 4th floor. I have to ask, did you enjoy the proceedings of the first and second periods? His leisurely and bright tone of voice roused anger in the hearts of almost everyone present, but they knew there was nothing they could do, so they simply had to swallow it back. Still, the breathing of the bespectacled middle-aged man quickened noticeably. I'm here to give you all great news. There's only one mission remaining in the tutorial. There's another one, yes, but there is genuinely no reason to fret. The reason being, the ends of the guide's eyes arched upwards. The remaining mission, it can actually become quite easy and enjoyable for everyone. Easy and enjoyable, yes, as long as you stick to the rules, all of you. When the guide emphasized the words, all of you, a dangerous smile crept up on his face. Shall I start with the explanations then? The mission this time is a little more complicated, that is why I'm here. Besides, those announcements are so robotic and impersonal, no, ahaha. The guide seemed to be in a really good mood for some reason. Overall, this mission's goal is similar to the ones you had to go through until now. You are tasked with reaching the 6th floor via the 5th floor. However, there are a few more additional rules to consider this time. The guide picked up a chalk and drew a small circle on the blackboard. This is a coin. Have you heard of a treasure hunt? I am beginning to truly appreciate the greatness of the teachers teaching those unresponsive students. The guide's shoulders slumped forward rather theatrically. Then he played with his monocle. Fine. I shall finish the explanation and disappear from your sights as soon as possible. On the 4th and the 5th floor, there are many of these hidden coins, waiting to be found. You all are required to find and amass as many coins as possible before nightfall. He then began writing on the blackboard again. 1. The usages for the coins, entry fee. Lucky draws. There is a place on the 6th floor where the gate leading to the paradise is scheduled to open. The mere mention of entry to paradise caused a small commotion to rise up. Unfortunately, there are no free lunches in the world. You will have to pay the appropriate entry fee. If you plan to enter the gate, you will need 100 coins as the usage fee. 100. You need that many. Actually, that's not a lot. Han shook his head. The total number of hidden coins is 3,000. With a little bit of legwork, finding 100 should be a cinch. Han spoke up to hear, before letting out a gasp of awe. Now that I think about it, there are coins hidden in this classroom too. Suddenly, the sound of a chair being slid across the floor could be heard. A woman stood up and took a quick stride towards the podium, then began rummaging through it. It was none other than Yun Seora. Soon, she straightened her back, and sure enough, 4 yellowish coins rested on her palm. Han showed some surprise after seeing a stack of papers clutched in Yun Seora's hand. I see that you have searched through the staff room on the 1st floor. Those documents were useless until past the 3rd floor, but from here onwards, they should prove to be quite helpful. Still carrying an indifferent expression on her face, Yun Seora returned to her seat. Did she find a map that shows where the coins are? If that was the case, then Yun Seora held an overwhelming advantage on this mission. Sial couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Han continued on in the meantime. On the 5th floor library, you will find an item draw machine. Item draw. The expressions of the people present became confused after hearing an unexpected announcement. Those of you who manage to amass lots of coins, you must use this machine. You will definitely be able to acquire many things that will aid you in your journey. Like what exactly? You'll find out once you get there, but things such as food, consumable goods, etc., etc. For some reason, Han quietly stared at the person who asked the question, causing Shin Sang-ah to lower her gaze in a hurry and cross her legs in a defensive manner. Well, if your luck is good, then you might even receive a protective item of some kind. Also, weapons and spell balls as well. Weapons, spell balls, Sial narrowed his eyes. Or when you pour in a lot of coins in one go, you might find unique and special items. Items such as, Han deliberately stretched his sentence trying to create a sense of anticipation. A legendary elixir that can bring the dead back to life. The devastated and downtrodden middle-aged man's gaze shot towards the front of the classroom. Even the dazed Yi Sungjin visibly flinched. Is that true? Nuna can be revived. Really? Han nodded his head at the two's hurried shouts. Of course, however, you need to meet lots of requirements first. It's definitely not going to be easy. You shouldn't take the act of reviving a dead person so lightly. Stop what you're doing this instant. Han's icy voice reverberated throughout the classroom. The middle-aged man with the worn-out business suit had shot out from his seat and was heading towards the exit, but he had to stop and hesitate. You won't find any coins even if you leave now. The treasure hunt will only commence precisely 30 minutes after I finish my explanations. Even though Han's words were simple to understand, the middle-aged man showed no signs of sitting down. He just staggered towards the door and stopped right in front of it. Han clicked his tongue in disapproval before spotting an oddity at the corners of his eyes. It was Sial who had raised his hand to ask a question. Please speak. What is the reason for weapons, defensive items, and spell balls being available from the item draw machine? Conversely, is there a reason why they shouldn't be available? Why would we need those items in a mission that's supposedly easy and enjoyable? Fufufu, I like these kinds of questions. The hardened expression of the guide softened considerably. Such questions mean that the listener isn't just taking things at face value and is constantly evaluating the situation. For now, here is the answer to your question. Han winked once, pulled out his smartphone, and tapped on the screen. A message from the guide has arrived. I'm not lying to you. If all of you can cooperate together, this mission will become very easy to clear. And you will even get to enjoy it too. I guarantee this. Han dropped the chalk and raised a finger. And also, if I were to provide you with one more helpful hint, keep an eye out for the hour of the deceased, please. The deceased carry an unending hatred for all living things after all. The hour of the deceased. Sial hurriedly pulled out his phone to check the message. Sender, the guide 1. Rules of the treasure hunt. The classroom 3-1 will be set as your safe zone from here onwards. The period between midnight till tomorrow midday will be designated as the hour of the deceased. The phantom, Geekwi, and the deceased are unable to enter the safe zone. 2 requirements for gaining access to the 6th floor. Access will be granted with the 6th floor key that can be drawn on the item draw machine using 199 coins, or by paying 499 coins at the door. 3 requirements to activate the gate. The gate will appear in the middle of the 6th floor, 30 minutes after the access has been granted. When the access to the 6th floor has been granted, the metal barrier on the 2nd floor will be removed immediately. When Sial raised his head, Han was already long gone. The treasure hunt will begin in 30 minutes. Sial began gritting his teeth. Of course, I knew it. Hey, this isn't what you said, is it? Hyan Sangmin roared out in frustration. What? When we gain access to the 6th floor, the metal barriers on the 2nd floor will be removed. Isn't that the same thing as saying that goddamn monster will show up here sooner or later? Sial was deeply worried about that as well. The 30-minute gap during the 6th floor door opening and the gate ready to activate held all the potential to be absolutely fatal for everyone here. Besides, they had to worry about these so-called deceased as well. I mean, we can open the door to the 6th floor and then come back here to wait out the 30 minutes. No, what the fuck? What would you do if that damn Geekwi monster is waiting for you in front of this safe zone? What then? When someone voiced his opinion, Hyan Sangmin promptly shut that person down. Then he spat out a long groan. Wow, nothing is easy at all. Not a damn thing. What should we do now? Well, it doesn't have to be so bad. Sial spoke up. We go out and find as many coins as we can until midnight. Then we wait until midday tomorrow. Then, we draw as many weapons, and whatever we can from the item draw machine, before opening the 6th floor. Sial was about to finish his sentence with, we might stand a chance then, but he couldn't and instead simply clicked his tongue. Yun Seora and the middle-aged man were no longer in the classroom. It was the same story for Kang Seok and his crew, too. Only 7 people remained in the classroom. Oh well, wanna eat something. We still have some time left to kill and all. Sial wordlessly nodded his head. He was actually starving after going on a rampage earlier on anyways. He felt like he needed to eat something in order to regain his strength. When Sial poured out various food items from his bag, the eyes of everyone present besides Hyan Sangmin grew extra wide in shock. Come, let's eat together. Even you, Mr. Yisungjin. You won't find any coins even if you leave now. It'll be more beneficial for you in the long run to fill up before you begin. Hyan Sangmin didn't seem to be too happy about Sial being so considerate, but still didn't try to stop him. After all, the food provided wasn't his to begin with, and then there was plenty to go around as well. Also, some of the food, like gimbap, would go bad in a few days' time, so might as well eat them. And so even Yisungjin joined in, which left behind only one person. What about you, Miss Shinsang-ah? Shinsang-ah remained sitting in the chair. Sial was about to ask why she wasn't joining them, but then saw her desperately trying to hide her exposed lower half. He realized that her pants were still missing. I was too busy trying to enter. I forgot. Wouldn't it be okay to go and fetch it now? I'm scared. Sial took off his jacket and handed it over to her. Shinsang-ah expressed her deep gratitude, and after wrapping the jacket around her lower waist, she was finally able to stand again. Afterwards, a silent and uneasy meal commenced. You seem to have a good appetite. Shinsang-ah spoke in a surprised voice while unwrapping the packet of cold sandwich. She saw Sial swallow hot bars in one go, and then proceed to devour several onigiris as well. I wonder, since when did I have this much appetite? Sial was also slightly confused by this and tilted his head. Even though these were instant foods from a convenience store, they tasted really good. The funny thing was, when he was still addicted to gambling, nothing tasted nice to his palate. Well, the wise old they once said that hunger was king. Sial simply wolfed down the sandwich Shinsang-ah personally took out from the packet without asking another question. It was around here that a young man who seemed to be around the age of a university student asked Sial, we should start collecting those coins soon. Yes. You need to collect a minimum of 100 before you can pass. The young man seemed to be waiting for Sial's reply as he hurriedly continued on. That guide said it, didn't he? That we could revive a dead person. Yes, he did. Actually, I came here with a friend of mine, but he, so like the thing is. The ends of his sentence blurred as he kept stealing glances at Sial's direction. Me too. I came here with an oppa I know well, but he tried to defend me and... A girl suddenly jumped into the middle of the conversation, but she too couldn't get to finish her sentence and could only grow tearful in expression. She even stared at Sial with pleading eyes. Obviously, Sial stopped eating then. He was feeling rather flabbergasted. He was already having a headache while wondering how should he go about clearing this mission, yet what were these people trying to say here? More importantly, what do they want from me now? Hey you, let's just have a meal in peace. In peace I say, Hyun Sangmin shouted out loudly in an unhappy voice. What do you all think you're doing? Seriously now. Hyun Sangmin furrowed his brows rather grandly as if to display how displeased he was. Can't you see how tired he is right now? Just let him enjoy his food in peace already. You aren't even supposed to provoke a dog during meals, let alone an actual human. No, I'm just saying this and that. But who cares? You want to revive someone, then do it yourself, all right. Seriously, all you have to do is to find enough coins anyway. What do you expect from him then? His abrasive and rude words led the two's neck skins to visibly redden from heat. They didn't say anything else as a retort, but the young man simply snorted out as if he was dumbfounded or some such. The girl too was visibly displeased as well. Meanwhile, Hyun Sangmin powerfully squeezed a packet of instant bread and popped it open hard. If it weren't for Seol signaling with his eyes to take it easy, he might have started physically fighting the two. The awkward meal eventually came to an end. Seol left the classroom and stepped into the corridor. It was almost time to begin the treasure hunt, but also Hyun Sangmin called him out there to have a chat as well. I'm telling you this right now, I can't stand people like those two and I won't go around with them. Hyun Sangmin's voice was rather heated at the moment. What useless fucking idiots. You found them a path and hell, you even fed them food. Yet they want even more, don't they have any shame? He glared towards the direction of the classroom, unable to dissipate his simmering anger, but he suddenly lowered his voice. You should be careful too. From where I'm sitting, it looks like those two think you're an easy mark or something. I apologize if you think I overstepped my boundary, but things like this, you gotta cut off the head right from the beginning, know what I'm saying. Seol slowly nodded his head and then shook it slightly. Even if Hyun Sangmin didn't step forward just now, Seol knew he wasn't going to say something nice to those two as well. It would be the same story whether the future vision was activated or not. A person's true nature is only revealed when he's pushed right to the edge, am I right? Now that their bellies are full and they are feeling all nice and comfy, they are acting like a bunch of spoiled assholes. I don't like guys like Kang Seok, but that bastard's opinions aren't half wrong. You continue being nice to them, they'll eventually end up thinking that it's their birthright or something. Well, in any case, don't ever trust those two stinking beaches, okay? The treasure hunt will now commence. Remaining time until midnight 5:29:59. People began leaving the classroom one by one, leading Hyun Sangmin to do a couple of fake coughs to clear his throat. Well, I'm sure you'll do what's best for you. Anyways, I'm going. See you back here around midnight, okay? He lightly tapped Seol on his shoulder, affixed the bag on his back and disappeared through the stairwell. Almost instantly, the whole floor seemed to come alive with lots of activity. Seeing a person run past him in a hurry, Seol decided to concentrate on finding coins himself. He figured that by amassing as many coins as possible, a new path forward would open up for himself. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. Seol stood there wondering where should he go first before he pulled out his phone when the message entered his ears. Sender unknown 4th floor. The corridor in front of the classroom 3-1. Excerpt from the diary of an unknown student 4th floor. Classroom 3-1. Inside the teacher's podium X4 4th floor. Classroom 3-2. Inside the 4th desk on the 2nd row X1 4th floor. Classroom 3-3. Inside the 1st locker X2 4th floor. Classroom 3-4. On the windowsills facing the corridor X3. Oh. Seeing that well-organized list, Seol's head automatically moved up and down in a nod. He had no idea whose child this unknown student could have been, but well, this was very well organized indeed. Most likely an honors student, top of the class and all that. Now that he had leeway to spare, Seol no longer hurried and simply walked on the corridor in a relaxed gait. He found 3-4 people busily running around inside classroom 3-2. He then spotted Shin Sang-ah jumping up and down in joy while crying out "Yay!" inside 3-3. She then froze up like a deer in headlight as soon as she saw him staring at her through the corridor window. Seol procured 3 coins by the window sill of classroom 3-4 and entered the 3-5, only to run into someone he didn't expect to find so soon. It was Yun Seora. She was in the middle of searching every nook and cranny. She only took a cursory glance when she heard the classroom door slide open before turning her attention back to the treasure hunt. She kept on opening and digging through every single desk in the classroom. Seeing that, Seol couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Why is she searching every desk like that? Doesn't she already have a map? Seol's thoughts were only half correct. They both possessed maps, but the level of information contained within was quite different. For instance, the info shown on the diary of the unknown students was as concise and precise as one could get, telling him to go to classroom 3-5, second desk on the 3rd row, X1 or 2, 6th desk on the 5th row, X4. However, Yun Seora's map only displayed vague hints such as classroom 3-4 inside a desk. Unless it was something like a teacher's podium, which there would only ever be one in a classroom, She'd have to roll up her sleeve and do some hard labor when the coins were hidden inside one of the many lockers or desks there. Yunseora finally found a single coin and became rather pleased with the result. She then dropped it inside her bag and turned around. Then, she spotted Xiao casually finding 4 coins that were hidden inside a desk near the door. Her eyes blinked several times in shock. Alright, let's see. Next, Xiao headed to the classroom 3-6. By the time Yunseora recovered from her shock and belatedly followed him, Xiao had already swept the place clean. Too easy. Way too easy. Xiao whistled and happily went about his task. He was deeply worried before, yet now that a path had opened up for him all of a sudden, he couldn't help but feel very happy and motivated here. And so he ransacked the classroom 3-7 in the same manner. But as he was exiting the room, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Yunseora was standing in front of the doorway. Her gaze alternated between the wide open door of a locker and her map, before shifting her gaze upwards to Xiao. Although her face still more or less remained impassive as before, her eyes kept blinking nonstop. Inexplicably, Xiao felt a wee bit scared all of a sudden. For some unknown reason, he even felt like he did something he shouldn't have and had become a criminal in the process. Maybe I should leave 3-8 alone. He carefully sidestepped past Yunseora and headed off to 3-9. His steps were quick and urgent as the feeling of apologetic guilt pricked him. However, while walking past 3-8, he couldn't understand why Yunseora chose to follow him, instead of stopping by the classroom. Xiao was now beset with a sense of awkwardness and began to run. Sure enough, he could hear the hurried footsteps following him from behind. Now genuinely flustered, Xiao quickly entered classroom 3-9. Classroom 3-9, on top of the teacher's podium, X3. Classroom 3-9, above the TV cabinet, X1. While Xiao was pocketing the coins on the podium, Yunseora charged forward as fast as an infantryman attacking his enemy and pounced on the TV cabinet. By the time Xiao shifted his gaze towards her direction, her arm was already shooting up towards the top of the cabinet. Unfortunately for her, her hand couldn't quite reach up there. The TV cabinet itself was rather huge, and it easily exceeded 2 meters in height. In other words, it was tall enough to nearly touch the ceiling. It was obvious that Yunseora and her height of around the middle of 160 centimeters would never reach up there. Even when she tried to stand on one foot, even when she stood on tiptoes, both of her heels leaving the ground, even when she jumped up and down on her not-so-new shoes. Her hand only swung around the empty air, so close and yet so far. She kept doing that for a while. She could have just used a desk or a chair to stand higher, but Xiao found her gasping and sweating while struggling like that, very funny and adorable, and short laughter broke out from his lips. Fu, ahahaha, Xiao. Her movements came to a standstill. Xiao hurriedly covered his mouth up, but it was too late by then. Yunseora's head robotically turned around to face him, her expression dazed and lost. Xiao felt incredibly apologetic once more. He had no excuses to offer, even though his personality might be on the wrong side of being blunt. He still knew he had made a big mistake just now. Indeed, he knew that very well yet. Xiao had to summon every ounce of willpower to suppress the laughter trying to explode out of his mouth. Should he say that the dam had been well and truly burst open? Her reactions of now were utterly, comically different to her normally indifferent expressions, and he found it incredibly funny. Didn't one of the old sayings go along the lines of, laughter would get progressively harder to block the more you try to? What should I do now? Xiao felt like he'd explode in a fit of laughter if he tried to say something now. He gulped in lots of air, and while suppressing his laughter in the same way one would hold his breath, walked to the TV cabinet. He retrieved the coin and took a quick glance at her. What now? Why is she being so resentful like that? Xiao carefully presented the recovered coin to her. She briefly looked at it resting on his palm, before staring at him without saying anything. However, she seemed to be implying, "Are you pitying me right now?" A strange but definitely awkward silence flowed between them. Xiao was this close to breaking down. Though she needed to either take the damn coin or not, she needed to make up her mind right now and leave the classroom, so he'd get to finally break down and laugh his head off. Trying to suppress this laughter was killing him inside. Take it. In the end, Xiao couldn't endure it and opened his mouth with great difficulty. However, a ga ha ha ha. The laughter exploded out of his mouth, even though he inwardly went, "Oh crap, no wait, I mean no, ga ha 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 ha." Yunseora's complexion, visible through his desperately waving hands, was incomparably pale. Now that he finally let the unstoppable laughter out of his system, the unavoidable reality hit him. Yunseora seemed rather nonplussed. Although her gaze was slightly lowered, she maintained that impassive expression of hers. She's feeling okay, I guess. Just as Xiao was feeling relieved inwardly. Sniffle. He could hear a soft sniffle through her nose. Although the amount was small, her upturned eyes were wet with tears. It seemed that her pride had been wounded. Her breathing became imperceptibly faster, and her facial muscles began twitching as well. Now that Xiao took a closer look, she was biting her lips ever so slightly too. She eventually wiped her eyes and turned on her heels to leave. Xiao continued to watch the silently departing back of Yun Xiora, the coin still resting on top of his palm. On the 5th floor, just after the treasure hunt commenced, Kang Xiok directed his followers into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. What's the matter? Is it urgent? We gotta find those coins quickly, you know. Hearing Yi Hyunsik's words, Kang Xiok's lips formed a wry smile. What are you so worried about? We can start looking for them later, or just take it from those who have found some already. You want to steal them, obviously. After hearing Kang Xiok's declaration, Yi Hyunsik rubbed his nose. Perhaps still feeling the brunt of the pain experienced not too long ago, a low groan leaked out of his lips. Jiang Minwu's complexion wasn't so good either. That bastard wouldn't sit still though. That's right, I think it'll be better for us to collect them the normal way. Kang Xiok raised his voice in anger after hearing the two's pathetic replies. Fuck me, you get hit only once and are now shivering like some scared cats. Why don't you chop off your balls right now or something? Idiots. A, what's the matter with you two? Are you going to take that shit lying down? Really now? B, but I can't let this shit go. I gotta pay him back with interest. 10 times no, 100 times more. Isn't that how human nature works? You have a plan or something? Jiang Minwu asked, still sounding not entirely convinced. Kang Xiok licked his lips in a rather ominous manner, rechecked that the door was locked, and then beckoned his lackeys to come closer. Come on, closer. Yi Hyunsik and Jiang Minwu came closer and paid attention. We will also go and collect those coins. We will do our best right until midnight. Got it. Keep listening, because this is where it will get interesting. Kang Xiok lowered his voice to a whisper and explained his plan to the two. What did you say? Yi Hyunsik's mouth opened up wide in surprise. What the? But if that happens, keep your mouth shut. Kang Xiok growled menacingly, causing Yi Hyunsik to promptly slam his lips shut. Is there a reason for us to go this far? Yeah, there's a fucking reason. That asshole came out swinging first, so it's only correct that we swing back even harder. But will it even work? It's going to. Look. Seeing Jiang Minwu tilt his head this way and that, Kang Xiok smirked deeply. What do you think this is? Kang Xiok then pulled out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and waved them in front of his lackeys' faces. What's that? He's not the only one who received a starting bonus, know what I mean. If we succeed, then we'll be the ones controlling this place in no time. Kang Xiok declared triumphantly, before slightly cocking his eyebrow. So while having his hands locked and fidgeting around, Jiang Minwu shrugged his shoulders. Seeing this, Yi Hyunsik sighed out as if he couldn't help it either. Good, no need to worry about a thing, boys. We only need, 5-10 minutes tops. Now you get it, don't you? The 2 lackeys nodded their heads. Kang Xiok began gritting his teeth. All we have to do is to defeat that fucker. When we grind that motherfucker to nothing, then we win. Remaining time until midnight, 0:36:12. The end of the treasure hunt was getting nearer. The total number of hidden coins might have been 3,000, but that didn't mean all of them could be found at once. After the coins were discovered and taken away in an area, they respawned after a short amount of time elapsed. Xiao got to find that out after seeing the diary of the unknown student get updated numerous times. He felt fulfilled. He worked tirelessly and got to find almost 1,600 coins in the end. Specifically 1,552 of them. There were 12 survivors participating in the hunt, so this was the same as him monopolizing over half of the available coins. I should probably go there now. After lightly tapping his bag, Xiao headed upstairs. If he wanted to, he could keep finding the coins, but he was mindful of the time needed to use the item draw machine. Now that cooperating with others was out of the question, no one knew what could happen later on, so, rather than anxiously wait till it was midnight, he knew it was smart to make some kind of preparations. As if others were still too busy with the treasure hunt, there was no one besides himself inside the 5th floor library. The so-called draw machine kind of resembled one of those gacha machines one could find commonly placed in front of stationery shops, the only difference being this one was somewhat larger. The list of items available to draw 1 coin to 9 coins, food, daily necessities, a note from the guide, medical supplies. 2 10 coins to 49 coins, relief supplies, souvenirs, various maps, a letter from the maid. 350 coins to 99 coins, weapons, defensive items, survival points, a brand new cutting-edge smartphone. For 100 coins, spell balls, random coin box contains up to 499 coins 5. 199 coins, 6th floor access key 100 odds 6 300 coins special. Xiao fell into deep thought. He needed 100 coins as the usage fee, so he had to deduct that amount. And since he didn't know what would happen later, he had to reserve the amount to purchase the access key as well. That left 1253 coins to play around with. So should he go for the special 4 times, or only try that one out a couple of times and get some spell balls instead? He didn't think for too long. First of all, he found the actions of Kang Seok and his crew rather suspicious. They ran into each other a few times during the hunt, yet they didn't try anything, seemingly only focusing on the treasure hunt and nothing else. However, they couldn't fool his eyes. I saw their colors. Originally, only Kang Seok emitted the yellowish color, but now both Yi Hyung-sik and Jeong Minwoo emitted the same yellow hue as well. He had to pay them close attention, in other words. Since their colors were the same, it could only mean that they were cooking up something bad, so Seol naturally chose the latter option. He needed a weapon of some kind. Indeed, he needed an all-conquering ace up his sleeve that could help him out, even if he found himself stuck in the worst possible situation imaginable. Seol picked up the first coin, but he soon began swearing out inwardly. Why? Because he realized that manually inserting each coin one at a time was unexpectedly a lot of work. That's why. God damn it. A somewhat lengthy time later, Seol packed the drawn items into his bag while massaging his aching fingers. The end result was actually quite satisfactory. Random coin box contains 81 extra coins. Spell ball spider web x1. Random coin box contains 136 extra coins. Spell ball poison fog x1. Spell ball ignite x1. Random coin box contains 292 extra coins. Spell ball hydrochloric acid x1. Special mirror of understanding x1. He was especially happy with the results of 2 of the random boxes. Although it couldn't be called a massive success, he'd happily call that a mid-level success or some such. So he still had 1061 coins remaining. Even if he went for special twice, he'd have 162 coins left over. Seol decided to stop around there. This should be more than enough, but also time was running out as well. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the so-called hour of the deceased would begin. So he should quietly return to the safe zone and wait until midday tomorrow. Seol's steps as he walked down the staircase was confident yet easygoing. What he didn't expect to find was that the classroom 3-1 was still deserted. It was the so-called safe zone, and there was less than 10 minutes before midnight, yet not even an ant could be seen. Seol stood there wondering until he heard the classroom sliding door noisily open up behind him. You were here already. Seol turned around while inwardly thinking, of course, people should start showing up soon. The first one to enter was Hyun Sangmin, but he didn't look so good. A short while afterwards, Shin Sang-ah trudged inside as well. What happened to you? I got nearly fuck all. Me too. I mean, what the hell? It's like a crazy asshole swept away everything or something. Why is it this hard to find a single damn coin? You're so right. You know, I shouldn't have been so fired up after finding a few in the beginning. I could only find 70 coins in the end. Shin Sang-ah complained while massaging her feet. You're worse than me, though. I did meet the 100 coin requirement, at least. Hyun Sangmin's voice was also rather weak as well. Seol thought about it for a long while, before deciding to give Shin Sang-ah 30 coins. Since he was already treating the remaining 162 as a reserve, he didn't even hesitate. Shin Sang-ah's eyes grew larger. Are you giving me these? The look in her eyes was already well past gratitude and into the territory of worshipping a savior. Wow, what the heck, 30 coins in one go. Please take it. What, you also need some? Holy shit. How many did you manage to find? Seol scratched his cheek sheepishly. Enough to survive, I guess. Hyun Sangmin's expression showed how dumbfounded he was before he suddenly exploded in a fit of laughter as he fell back. Geez, so it was you. I knew it. It just didn't make any sense unless someone already swooped in and picked everything clean. I seriously searched everywhere, dude. So the guilty party wasn't Yun Seora, eh? Why? What's up with Yun Seora? I thought you've realized it by now, too. I was thinking that she knew where all the coins were, and were busy hogging them all for herself or something. I'm pretty sure it's not only me who thinks this way. That made sense. Hyun Sangmin added that he was now feeling bad after inwardly slagging her off for being a selfish bitch, which led to Seol feeling even greater sense of guilt, knowing that he had inconvenienced everyone else, albeit it wasn't his intention to begin with. The hour of the deceased will commence from this point on. Finally, midnight arrived. As if the 3 of them made a promise beforehand, they closed their mouths shut at the same time. However, there were only 3 of them in the base, even now. Where's everyone? It's obvious, isn't it? Hyun Sangmin answered Seol's query while fishing out a cigarette. Even I was wondering whether I should return or not. In any case, I found 100 coins, so I decided to come back here, but others probably aren't thinking the same way. You think so? Yeah. They are probably like, a bit more, and then. They should be going crazy trying to find enough for the usage fee alone. And those trying to revive the dead, well, they don't even care anymore, it seems. So that's how it was. Although not as much as Seol, Yun Seora must have found a considerable number of coins for herself. What with the 2 of them sweeping away the majority of the available coins, there shouldn't be a lot remaining right about now. So it was as obvious as daylight that the competition would only get worse. Seol never expected things to devolve in this manner while he was busy collecting the coins. No, he didn't even bother to think about it at all. Oh well, if they are worried about their lives, I'm sure they'll eventually show up sooner or later, Hyen Sangmin murmured while sucking on his cigarette. What are you going to do? Shin Sang-ah asked while cautiously studying Xiao's reaction. Xiao felt contradicting emotions in his mind. He didn't care much about Kang Seok and his crew, but when he thought about Yun Seora and Yi Sungjin, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I guess I should find the ones that I can. Yes, let me help you. Shin Sang-ah agreed immediately while her expressions showed how relieved she was. Seeing this, Xiao became ever so slightly curious about her status window, and so, just as he was about to take a peek into it, oh, god damn it. Hyen Sangmin slowly stood up from his seat. I don't like this at all, but yeah, I will lend a helping hand too. A promise is a promise, right? He spoke as if letting out a long groan and playfully pointed towards the door with his chin. Shall we go, leader? It happened then. The fifth floor, at the end of a corridor lined with various classrooms, there was a laboratory. Not one ray of light could escape from the resolutely shut front door to the lab. Only the soft rustling noises managed to intermittently leak out. A certain teen boy was currently rummaging through the lab's interior. He cleared away the chemistry sets and other glass apparatuses on top of the tables and pulled out all the books stored on the bookshelves. He was desperately searching for something. But as time continued to tick by, the signs of anxiety slowly but surely crept into every little action he performed. Kiek. Suddenly there was a noise. However, the teen boy Yi Sungjin couldn't hear it due to the very fact that he was turning a table upside down at that same moment. He intensely glared at and looked through all the fallen and shattered laboratory apparatuses, and he moved on, not even slowing down briefly to express his disappointment. He continued to mutter, coins, I need to find more coins. He deliberately didn't switch on the light. He thought that it'd be easier to spot those clear yellow coins if the surroundings were darker. Tack, tack, again there were foreign noises. It was soft and low enough to miss if one didn't pay attention. Yi Sungjin didn't pay attention. His mind was full of thoughts of reviving his dead sister, Yi Xiao-ah. The guide definitely said it. He would be able to bring his sister back to life if he got to amass lots of coins. Nuna. The mental shock he received after witnessing the dead Yi Xiao-ah being pulled out was truly enormous. Although below her waist remained relatively fine, her upper torso was ripped to shreds and not much of her remained. Just thinking about his undeservedly murdered sister, his body seemingly shook off any hints of growing fatigue and regained its vigor once more. It was said that the heavens would help those who helped themselves. He soon discovered an object gleaming softly inside a sink. Yi Sungjin's eyes shot wide open and he reflexively reached out. Unfortunately, he was in too much of a hurry. The coin that he worked so hard to find slipped out of his grasp and fell to the floor. It rolled and slid under the desk. The boy instantly jumped down and reached out with all his might, finally catching the wayward coin before it disappeared for good. Only then did he catch his breath again. Outside the lab's windows, the world had become pitch dark. Only the cold, uncaring moonlight seeped through the glass and faintly illuminated the interior. It was only one coin, but this was clear evidence that his concerted effort was not in vain. Time was already well past midnight, yet he still had a long road ahead. He didn't have the time to worry about the deceased and stuff. No, he had to find more coins. Lots more. Yi Sungjin clenched the lone coin in his hand tightly and gritted his teeth. Tack, tack. Yi Sungjin was about to push himself up from the floor but froze up instantly when he heard the noise. The noise seemed to brush by his senses, perhaps tauntingly calling out to him. His arms became tense and taut. His hands pressing down on the floor felt the deathly chill and goosebumps spread all over him. In an instant, 50,000 different thoughts raced past his brain. The 16-and-a-bit-year-old teen boy very slowly raised his head, and when his sights were raised from the ash-colored floor just a tad, he forgot to breathe. Just below the desk, he could see a pair of small feet, and above them, long, shapely legs. Legs that trembled and stuttered as if they might falter at any moment. Yi Sungjin was about to scream, but his eyes opened wider first before his mouth could leak out a sound. Although he only saw the lower half, he found it rather familiar somehow. And when he recognized the blue skirt with dried blood on it, the boy's eyes opened even wider. Nuna, the stuttering legs stopped, and they slowly spun around as if they were looking for someone. Wwwhhhhiri. The voice sounded awful and Yi Sungjin was immediately repulsed by it, but to him that wasn't important. He stood right up and, Nuna, is it you, Nuna? I'm here, N. And he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. The figure with its back to him and slowly turning around was quite similar to Yi Xiao-ah, such as those long flowing hair and Nuna. Something was wrong, very wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it, yet this figure resembled so much like his older sister. Yi Sungjin's instincts were overcome with this hard-to-explain terror. SSS sung jjjjjna, hhhu, plop. Suddenly her neck skin wobbled and stretched like an empty sack. Only then did the boy understand the reason for the sense of disharmony. The ratio of her body parts didn't quite match up. Nuna, he wanted to ask. He desperately wanted to ask why her body looked like that. He desperately wanted to ask if she was really his sister. However, his voice refused to come out. HHH hoorie. As if this thing wanted to tell him something, the abrasive and dirty voice continued to leak out. She had completely turned around now and was facing him, and when Yi Sungjin saw the empty eye sockets, his deeply held breaths exploded out from his lungs. You hark, would stitching together several worn-out mops resemble that thing. Within the many holes found on its skin, dried-up clumps of blood and rotting meat scraps were seemingly shoved in together. The meshed and torn flesh seemed to have hardened after the bits were forced together to their supposedly correct destinations. The ripped skin seemed like it was sewn back together and was draped over whatever was underneath. It was truly a hellish, nightmarish appearance. Piecing together the torn away bits of limbs and flesh one by one would probably net a better-looking, more palatable result than this. Yi Sungjin unconsciously stumbled back until his heels got entangled and he fell down on his butt. His legs madly kicked the air as he tried to widen the gap between himself and that thing. It was then the comparatively normal-looking leg stopped approaching him. Her misaligned jaw that looked like it might fall off at any given moment began trembling up and down. Listian, Huri. Yi Sungjin's mind fell further into disarray. He thought that he'd be dead meat by now, yet why did this creature stop advancing? And what was it trying to say to him? It was here that a crazy thought popped up in his head. He summoned what little courage he could. Is it you, Nuna? Nuna, really, it is you, Nuna. Huri, SSSDT dand. Hurry stand while keeping his gaze firmly fixed on the creature. Yi Sungjin slowly got back up. Jijiguo, Uwutsiidi, FFfian, go outside. Find, you mean coins. Are you talking about coins? Don't worry, I haven't given up and I'm still looking for them. I'll definitely bring you back. The thing shook its head with some difficulty. It was as if it was saying that's not it. It, Sisikuamiing, SS Suan. It weakly raised an arm somehow and pointed at the door. Sisikuamiing, TTTHHE Ari. Although it was hard to understand what it was saying, the boy still got to realize something. She was saying he needed to get out before something else showed up. Nuna, it is you, right? I'll definitely bring you back to life. That is why. Ssung JJGNRA. Yi Sungjin's tearful voice seemingly caused the thing's shoulders to tremble as well. From its empty eye sockets, blood-colored liquid slowly oozed out. Muust, Lievi, Uakayaji. It was then, Oak. An ear-shattering scream coming from somewhere outside the lab shook the corridor hard. Mommy, Shin Sang-ah jumped up fright. Sial and Hyan Sangmin too wordlessly stared at each other. Hey man, did you hear that? Sial nodded his head. God damn it, why the hell can't they just come back after finding enough for themselves? Where did that come from? Dunno, could be from the 5th floor. Hyan Sangmin took off his cap and scratched his head. Sial carefully slid open the door. The darkened corridor seemed rather ominous and eerie. Although he had exited from the classroom, Sial had no idea what he should do now, since things were happening seemingly out of the blue. In the end, he chose to rely on his 9 eyes once more. The entire 4th floor corridor was bathed in a green hue. Seeing this, Sial's gut feeling told him that the scream came from the 5th floor. The 3 of them quickly climbed up the stairs, but as soon as arriving on the 5th floor, they nearly collided into a teen boy running on the corridor. It was Yi Sungjin, and when he saw it was Sial, the boy's eyes opened wide. Mr. Yi Sungjin, what's going on? Hyung. Yi Sungjin suddenly grabbed Sial tightly. I saw her. I saw Nuna just now. You're Nuna, but how could that be? Sial was already dead. She was the first one to lose her life back in the assembly hall after all. Sial carefully appraised the kid, but he didn't seem to be suffering from any form of mental duress. Seeing Sial's expression, Yi Sungjin quickly shook his head. No, hang on. It's definitely her. Her hair, her dress, everything. Yi Sungjin sounded frantic and confused, but his words did make Sial think for a minute. Then a thought of could it be brushed past his brain. Was it really Sial? Yes. Her appearance, it was a bit weird, but she told me to quickly get out of there, and you son of a Sial somehow managed to swallow down the rising tide of curse words. The so-called deceased are actually the people who died earlier in the day, aren't they? If what Yi Sungjin said was correct, then this could be the only explanation. The lock of the 6th floor entrance has been disabled. The gate will be activated in 30 minutes' time. The 2nd floor metal barriers have been disabled. It was then alarm bells began ringing out loudly from their smartphones. What the hell? Hyan Sangmin cried out in shock after checking out these rather unexpected messages. What the fuck? Which insane motherfucker did this? What happened? Shin Sang-ah asked Sial, but obviously he too had no idea. Only that his gut feeling was busy telling him that this wasn't the end, that there was more trouble yet to come. No, it'll be fine. The situation had suddenly turned a little chaotic, but Sial quietly controlled his emotions to calm them down. Running around like a headless chicken would only intensify the level of confusion. Besides, didn't he already make preparations for events such as this one? For now, he decided to put aside the unanswered questions. There was something he needed to confirm first, although he thought that his suspicions might not be correct. Were you the one screaming just now, Yi Sungjin? And no, not me. Right, I also came here after hearing that. I thought it was a woman's voice. Shin Sang-ah anxiously spoke up. In any case, it's not this kid, so what are we going to do next? Hyan Sangmin gritted his teeth. If we're going to search, then we should split up. Or we go back right now. Xiao had found one of the two people on his mind, so going back to the safe zone now to the classroom 3-1 didn't sound like a bad idea. How about we split up into two groups of 2 and 3? I mean, things could get dangerous. Xiao was going to suggest going back, but then Yi Sungjin took the initiative first and voiced his opinion. Xiao looked at the boy with a surprised expression, and Yi Sungjin became somewhat sheepish. Oh, I also want to help you. It's past midnight, thus things will definitely get dangerous. Also, the 6th floor access has been granted as well. Returning to the safe zone might not be such a bad idea. No, it's just that I think my Nuna wanted me to find something. Although he said that, Yi Sungjin's voice suggested that he wasn't entirely convinced of it himself. Find something. Xiao's gaze sharpened. The surroundings became dyed in green. However, the color from one single spot dissipated almost immediately. The spot with no color whatsoever was the girl's toilet. The light was switched off inside the toilet. Xiao confirmed a spot of blood on the floor right in front of the door. He slowly pushed it open. As if his senses were already familiarized with it, his nose reacted to the faint whiff of blood in the air. By turning on the light, the group could see the interior of the bathroom quite clearly. Yun Seora, the figure collapsed on the bathroom floor, was none other than Yun Seora. Her huddled and crumpled body was shaking and convulsing uncontrollably. Xiao got closer to her and ended up frowning deeply from what he saw. Even Hyan Sangmin issued a stunned gasp. What would happen to her arm? It was just as he said. Yun Seora's right forearm was completely mangled. As if someone stabbed a knife and then went to town on the limb, the flesh on her arm was utterly torn up and destroyed. The bleeding was quite considerable, too, and even her bones were visible to the naked eye. Miss Yun Seora, Miss Yun Seora. Xiao called out her name, but she didn't respond, simply convulsing over and over again. Please move aside. Shin Sang-ah hurriedly knelt down and took off her shirt. She ripped her top up, then proceeded to wrap the fabric around Yun Seora's shoulder and under her arm, and then securely tightened it. Her movements were well practiced and quick, as if she had performed actions like this countless times before. She then pushed open Yun Seora's eyelids and checked the eyes. A deep frown etched on her forehead. She's going through shock. She will die soon if we let her be like this. She will die. Yes, we need to do something. Anything. Shin Sang-ah shouted out while repeatedly opening and closing Yun Seora's hand. However, Hyan Sangmin was comparatively calm as he spoke up. Since you did the treasure hunt, you should know it by now. There ain't no infirmary on either the 4th or 5th floor. The item draw. Xiao spoke up, and the attention of the three rapidly dawned on him. Now that they thought about it, medical supplies was one of the listed items on the draw machine. What do we need to draw from there? Only after asking this question, Xiao realized that it was the wrong one. From the onset, no one knew what would come out of the machine. I'll go and bring whatever comes out. Xiao stood up while slinging his bag over his shoulder. What, you going alone? What's the matter? Let's not do it that way. How about this? This kiddo here and Miss will move Yun Seora over to the safe zone. Meanwhile, you spin that damn draw machine, and if we think we got the right crap, I'll take it back to the safe zone. I'll act as the go-between if it need be. Xiao found this suggestion quite logical, so although he knew time was of essence, he still nodded his head in appreciation. He was inwardly surprised as well now that the metal barriers on the 2nd floor were gone. That Geekwi monster would definitely show up sooner or later. Even then, Hyan Sangmin was keeping his promise. Let's hurry up. Hyan Sangmin pushed Xiao's back. Entrusting Yun Seora to the remaining two, Xiao and Hyan Sangmin headed straight to the library. Perhaps fortunately, they didn't run into the deceased or other people. Unfortunately, though, the medical supplies didn't want to come out. They got to draw plenty of food and daily necessities. They even ended up receiving the note from the guide, too. Sometime later, all they had to show for their effort was a couple of rolls of gauze, a bottle of antiseptic, and some ointments, etc., etc. They were neither here nor there. Let me just take these along for now. What about you? Go on ahead. Okay, don't strain yourself, though. All right. As soon as I deliver these, I'll come back here right away. If I don't show up within 2 minutes, then that means something bad has happened to me. Don't worry, I'll rescue you. Hyan Sangmin was indeed dead serious, and he left the library like a streak of lightning. Xiao concentrated on drawing from the machine. He was quite confident that he'd be able to kill this Geekwi monster if it showed up. Right now, he wanted to procure medical supplies if it meant he could help just a bit more. If Yun Seora died, then that would be the end of the road there. He thought like this and continued to move his hands without rest until his movements suddenly came to a halt. Why am I doing this? She was a complete stranger to him. So what did it matter if she died or not? Sure, it'd be a pity if she did die, but was there a reason for him to go this far? While wasting his hard-earned coins, he couldn't understand it. He thought that it'd be nice if he activated the future vision right about now. Xiao hesitated, yet returned to spinning the draw machine. And so, he finally got his hands on some rolls of compression bandages, a hemostat, as well as vials of morphine. But then, Xiao realized that something was off. He thought that it was already well past the 2-minute mark, yet Haiyan Sangmin hadn't returned. Xiao felt a certain sense of anxiety creeping in after all. He thought that Haiyan Sangmin was joking around and thus didn't pay attention back then. Now that he more or less got what he needed, Xiao put them all in the bag and left the library. When he climbed down the staircase and arrived on the 4th floor, he ended up running into quite an unexpected sight. 7 people consisting of Shin Sang-ah, Yi Sungjin, Haiyan Sangmin, and Yun Seora, as well as 3 people Xiao shared food with earlier on, were standing on the corridor right outside classroom 3-2. They seemed to be unable to enter the safe zone. That wasn't the end, however. Xiao found 3 rather familiar figures outside classroom 3-1. Li Hyung-sik and Jiang Minwoo stood triumphantly, while Kang Seok was sitting on a chair, looking quite relaxed and pleased with himself. "You finally showed up." Kang Seok raised his hand and greeted Xiao. Ignoring him, Xiao walked closer and spotted Haiyan Sangmin's darkened expression. Anger was evident on his face as well. Shin Sang-ah looked like she'd had just about enough of those 3 too. "They say it's a spell that restricts access." Haiyan Sangmin glanced at Xiao and groaned out. "A spell that can restrict access." Just as he finished thinking this, Xiao's steps came to a halt. No, that wasn't quite right. He couldn't go forward, as if there was an invisible wall blocking his progress. Xiao lightly tapped on the seemingly empty air. Knock, knock. There was nothing in front of him, yet the sensation of knocking on cement was transmitted to his hand. "You're wasting your time. You see, I got this as a starting bonus. No one can enter without my permission." Kang Seok slowly fidgeted around with his fingers. There was a half-torn piece of paper held between his index and middle finger. "You haven't forgotten that my mark was silver, right? Mr. High and Mighty Gold Mark." Kang Seok giggled insidiously. Xiao frowned slightly instead. "You opened the door to the 6th floor, didn't you? Bingo. And why? I got the key through the drawing machine. Don't you know that you will definitely receive the key if you spend 199 coins? Of course, Xiao knew that, but he was curious of the reason why Kang Seok would waste his coins getting that key in the first place. After all, what with Xiao and Yun Seora taking away almost all of the coins, Kang Seok and his goons couldn't have had the easiest time searching themselves. It would have been tough just finding enough for their gate usage fee, so why? It was then a hypothesis formed in Xiao's head. He reflexively turned his head around to look behind him at the fainted Yun Seora. "Yup, as expected. I knew you were a smart guy," Kang Seok exclaimed in a display of pleasant surprise. "Actually, I have to admit that this was a gamble with low odds of success. I mean, in order for us to succeed, 2 things had to happen, you know what I mean. If you had chosen never to leave this safe zone in the first place, then my plan would have been all for nothing. What are you saying? However, I definitely knew you'd crawl out of here. Seriously now, a nice gentleman like you wouldn't just sit still on your ass after hearing that loud scream, am I right? As for Yun Seora, well, I was planning to approach her when the time was right, but for some reason she was getting really fired up trying to find more coins. Oh well, it was a good thing for us in the end, so it doesn't matter, right?" Hearing this, the pieces finally fell to their intended places. The first step of Kang Seok's plan was to get the 6th floor access key. With 3 of them working together, finding 199 coins wouldn't have been that difficult. After acquiring the key, Kang Seok kept a close eye on the situation. From the very beginning, he never planned to hit Xiao. No, he planned to attack Yun Seora the moment she revealed that she was in possession of the map. The timing was important, but the main variable remained Yun Seora. Kang Seok had to try something, anything to separate her from Xiao. The original plan was to have one of their members assault either Yi Sungjin or some other poor sucker to draw Xiao away, and in the meantime, the remaining 2 would attack the isolated Yun Seora. Her personality meant that, even if there was some kind of an incident unfolding somewhere, she'd not care and thus not make a move herself. However, Yun Seora was focused on finding more coins well beyond the midnight mark. How could this situation be any better for Kang Seok and his goons? So Trio assaulted Yun Seora as she entered the girls' restroom. After robbing her of her coins, they went to 6th floor before Xiao reached the bathroom and opened the door. Then, when Xiao was still on the 5th floor, they came back down to the safe area and activated the restriction spell. "All of you lost your damn minds." Shin Sang-ah loudly swore at them. "You insane bastards. You crippled a person to this degree just for some measly coins. Nope, that wasn't my original intention. I just wanted to knock her out. I swear that was all." Kang Seok defended himself as if he was being wrongly accused of a crime. But then that girl was so damn persistent, you know what I mean. She grabbed onto the bag and didn't want to give it up, and that really pissed me off. So that's why. The end of Kang Seok's sentence blurred. Jiang Minwoo standing next to him giggled unsightly, and then, from seemingly out of nowhere, produced a dagger and performed a stabbing motion in the air. He too was an invited, albeit as the bronze mark. KKKIEHHH. With an exquisite ill timing, a devilish roar resounded out from the distance. The complexions of almost everyone present paled. The very first monster they encountered upon the start of this journey, the one that gave them such a nightmare, the geekwe was climbing up to where they were at this precise moment. Wow, sounds like that thing is really pissed off, isn't it? Oh well, it's been locked out down below all this time, so there's that. Kang Seok and his two cronies looked extremely relaxed. If you're waiting for the end of this spell's duration, well, I feel like I should inform you right now that you all should just give up. Are you saying it'll last forever? No ways. It's not that crazy a cheat item. Not only the duration, but the size of the effective area is limited, actually. If I were to increase the area to its maximum permitted width, then it'll probably last around 8 minutes tops. But what do you think will happen if I only keep the area to half its maximum size, like only around this part of the corridor? Kang Seok pointed once each towards the safe zone's front and rear entrances. Seol didn't reply. There was no need to. After all, Kang Seok was implying that, when the spell's covered area decreased in size, the duration of the spell would increase instead. With that geekwe coming up, you wouldn't be able to go to the 6th floor yourself, though. Oh, that, you don't have to worry. You see, I'm a really lucky bastard. Look here. Kang Seok pulled out another piece of paper and waved it around the air. See, I've got another paper talisman with a spell written on it. Please, let us in. Someone behind Seol shouted out. It was the young man who tried to sneakily ask Seol to revive his dead friend, right before the treasure hunt commenced. I haven't done anything wrong to you, have I? Hearing that, Seol couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Are you trying to imply that I did something wrong then? Forming a fake expression that screamed I didn't think about that. Kang Seok opened his eyes wide and began rubbing his chin in a show of deep deliberation. Then, as if he was being a benevolent benefactor, he murmured rather loudly. Yes, indeed, it could be so. I'm sure it's unfair to you like this. Fine, good. You three, I'll grant entry. The three men and woman glanced at each other and then, without any hesitation, ran forward. It was a repeat of the time when they were entering the 2nd floor safe zone as soon as the metal barrier was lowered. Only after rushing inside the safe zone did they begin spitting out sighs of relief. And so the moment Kang Seok had been waiting for finally came. He gazed at the remaining few outside the barrier with a relaxed smile. Seol inwardly issued a disappointed groan. It seemed that the lessons taught on the 2nd floor weren't enough for these idiots. It's a good thing that I made preparations. Seol slowly reached inside his pockets, getting ready to finish this nonsense once and for all, but before he could. So what about you, little guy? Or you, Hyeon Sangmin? Seol's hand stopped just before he could grasp the spell balls. It was unknown what he was thinking at the moment while he withdrew his empty hand from the pocket. You want to die like this? Hey, you want to die to that geekwe monster that murdered your pretty and kind sister. Siblings, eh? Is it like get one and you get another kinda deal? Hey man. Missy Seol must be spinning in her grave. I'm pretty sure she's fervently praying for me to save your hide right now. Kang Seok confirmed that Yi Sungjin was trembling like a leaf, and then shifted his attention to Hyeon Sangmin. And you did what you could already, right? No, wait a minute, could it be that you're feeling guilty conscience or something? What the? I thought you were a realistic bastard like me. Was I wrong? Just come in already. There ain't nobody here to tell you shit. Kang Seok's words were as slick and seductive as the whispers of a viper. After hearing those persuasive words, Hyeon Sangmin and Yi Sungjin kept staring at each other before shifting their gazes to a single man. However, Seol simply stood there in silence. The first one to make his move was Yi Sungjin. He resolutely shut his mouth and trudged onwards. He walked past the invisible barrier and entered the safe zone. Keek, still so young yet so impressively decisive. Very good. You could even become a general in the future. Kang Seok lightly tapped on the youth's shoulder. The boy didn't say anything and entered the classroom. However, you are more loyal than you look, aren't you, Hyeon Sangmin? Even then, Seol didn't show any response. Seeing this, Hyeon Sangmin licked his lips regretfully and pulled his cap low. After spitting out a low groan, he began moving as well. Sorry. After leaving behind that single word, oh hang on, how about giving me a smoke first? Kang Seok stopped Hyeon Sangmin before the latter could enter the barrier. Don't forget the light. Only after Hyeon Sangmin personally lit the cigarette for Kang Seok was he allowed in. Kang Seok sucked in the cigarette smoke once he then proceeded to feign shock after finding Shin Sang-ah standing there. What's the matter with you now? Did you become an exhibitionist all of a sudden after taking your pants off once? Shin Sang-ah gritted her teeth. Yi Sungjin and Hyeon Sangmin's desertion was quite shocking, but there was a far more grave matter of her own safety to worry about here. Thinking back to the confrontation that happened in the assembly hall and the humiliation she had to suffer on the 2nd floor, she just knew there was no way Kang Seok would make things easy for her now. However, Kang Seok proceeded to shatter her expectations as if he was trying to show off. Hey now, I was just joking, just a joke. I can tell that you ripped your shirt to stem Yun Seora's blood loss. That is commendable. But still, you keep standing there and you might come down with the flu, Kang Seok then took off his cardigan and pushed it towards Shin Sang-ah's direction. He waved it around slowly as if telling her to come and take it. She couldn't help but grow suspicious. You doing this again? Nope, I'm not trying to lead you on, I promise. But why? Stop trying to make me say the obvious things. Take this and put it on already. Don't you get it already? Man, this lady is really slow on the uptake, huh? I'm saying you can also enter. Do I have to spell it out for you too? Shin Sang-ah lightly swallowed her saliva. Why was he suddenly acting like this? She could just about understand the reason why. Most likely, they must have held a deep grudge against Seol, all because of what happened on the second floor. A powerful indecision gripped her then. Meanwhile, Seol still showed no signs of movement. Shin Sang-ah stood between Seol and Kang Seok as she weighed up her options before a strange light flashed by on her face for the briefest of brief moments. And then, arg, my arm hurts. Just as Kang Seok lowered the offered cardigan just a tad, she moved her feet. That's right, that's right. She took a quick glance at Seol a couple of times, but her feet never stopped moving. Before long, she crossed the barrier. A strange smile formed on Kang Seok's face. Oh, so you really came, eh? What do you mean? No, you did well. Take this before my arm falls off, will you? Kang Seok raised a small fuss while waving the cardigan around. Shin Sang-ah glanced at Seol one more time before reaching out, just as her hand touched the offered clothing, though Kang Seok suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her in close. Mommy. Like someone falling face first, she fell forward and ended up in the still-seated Kang Seok's embrace. You like looking for your mom a lot, don't you? What are you doing? Stay still, will you? You came here knowing this would happen already. Aye, thud. The low vibration from the floors below continued to get closer. Shin Sang-ah's stiff body flinched ever so slightly. Kang Seok's hand, lightly patting her back, slowly crept lower, past her slender waistline and eventually arrived at her petite, round rump. Or you'd rather go back outside. She began trembling even more when Kang Seok whispered in her ear. Gradually, all strength seemed to seep out from her. Even when he began roughly kneading her butt like rice dough, Shin Sang-ah didn't mount any form of resistance. Now, do you feel like listening to what I'm saying? You don't want to answer. Why, yes. When Shin Sang-ah replied with honorifics, Kang Seok's complexion brightened to reflect his happiness. Ahue, my little bitch, look how soft and fluffy your ass is. Slap, slap. Kang Seok lightly slapped her rear, causing Shin Sang-ah to squeeze her eyes shut. Quite surprisingly, though, she then carefully wrapped her arms around Kang Seok's back and dug deeper into his embrace. Seeing this, Lee Hyung-sik and Jeong Minwoo Wolf whistled quite loudly. Kang Seok burst out in boisterous laughter when she began gently rubbing her cheek to his. Very good. See, if you behaved this way from the beginning, everything would have been simpler. If you start making me feel happier by showing some eggyo and stuff from now on, I'm gonna treat you right, you know. While constantly enjoying the riches of Shin Sang-ah's body, Kang Seok then pointed his chin outside the barrier. There were only two people remaining there, Seol and the currently unconscious Yun Seora. So how does it feel to be betrayed? Why don't you enlighten us, Mr. Goldmark? Kang Seok status window 1. General information. Summon date March 16, 2017. Mark grade silver. Sex age male 29. Height weight 178.8 centimeters 72.6 kg. Current condition good. Job LV invited. Nationality Republic of Korea Area 1. Affiliation NA. Alias NA2 Traits 1. Temperament Maverick tries to do things the way he likes, regardless of others. Self-centered vigorously pursues his own personal gains only. 2. Aptitude A gift of gab possesses great talent at talking and making speeches. Sadism feels sexual gratification only after inflicting physical or psychological pain to another person. TL Really, how is that aptitude? 3. Physical level. Strength Intermediate Low. Endurance Low Intermediate. Agility High Low. Stamina High Low. Magic High Low. Luck Low Intermediate. Remaining ability points 0. Seol was busy looking at Kang Seok's status. He felt like he could understand just a little where it all went south for this idiot. Besides that gift of gab, he seemed to be suffering from a few noticeably negative traits. Hey friend, Seol's brows furrowed slightly at that. A friend, huh? I feel really sorry for you. Kang Seok seemed to be genuinely sorry for Seol, judging from his facial expression. Why do you insist on living like that? He lightly tapped on Shin Sang-ah's head and continued on. You don't seem to have any morals. Morals? Kang Seok began chortling as if he had heard something funny. Egu, my friend. I get it. Really, there's a reason to be mindful when we're on Earth. There's laws and stuff, and if I don't follow them, I will end up behind bars. However, Kang Seok pointed at the ground below. However, this isn't Earth, meaning there's no reason for me to stay the same here. You are uninvited too, so you should know this by now. No, we're going to a brand new world. My ass. In the end, this is all just a fucking game, man. A game. And you're supposed to enjoy playing games. A game, huh? Yup, so what's the point of keeping up with your morals here? Like, what's the fucking point of being the best, kindest, and the fairest in this place? There is no one here who gives a shit about those things. Only me counts. I'm telling you, nobody cares. Ah, Ahyuk. Kang Seok suddenly grabbed Shin Sang-ah's hair and yanked, causing her to gasp out in pain. Look at her. She's your proof. She only latched onto you for a bit so that she can leech off of you. I mean, you saw it with your own 2 eyes, right? How did she react when the situation changed just now? Shin Sang-ah slowly averted her gaze. So the point here is that, don't suffer losses. You have that much talent, and I can tell you got a quick brain in that head of yours too, so why couldn't you just close your eyes and commit to the program? Sial continued to listen while standing there, his arms across his chest. You want to look after these weaklings. What a load of fucking bull. You think all those with power are evil, and weaklings are all pure nice folks. You still think these losers are nice. Kang Seok passionately spat out his words. I can see that you've received some mental damage just now. But you know what, don't be too discouraged, man. That's how the world operates. You're supposed to exceed the haves and step on the have-nots. That's the only way you can survive. You stay mindful of this guy and that girl, then sooner or later you'll be bitten by all sorts of stray mutts. Only you'd end up dead. Sial slowly closed his eyes. The words coming out of Kang Seok was something he too was thinking about recently. You still don't get it. What happened to you Sial earlier, and what's happening to you now? You see, it's not that the one who's supposed to make it are making it, but those who are willing to make it are making it. Also, it's not that those supposed to fail are failing, it's just that they are destined to never make it. Simple. Those who are destined to make it. That's right. Kang Seok shouted out of the blue and extended his hand. Now that I've talked this much, I'm sure you get it now, so. Like true men, why don't we let bygones be bygones, as a symbol of starting over? Ah, as if he remembered something, Kang Seok withdrew his hand. I still should make you apologize, though. Sial's eyes narrowed. An apology, huh? That's right, an apology. The spot you sucker punched me still hurts, you know. Kang Seok spat out a sigh and loosened his shoulders. If you've really changed the way you think, I'm sure it's not that difficult for you to do something as small as making an apology, right? Sial quietly stared at Kang Seok. Well, it's a simple matter anyway. All you have to say is one word sorry. Then we can become true friends afterwards. Sial took a glance at Yun Seora. Not her. You gotta leave her there. Kang Seok must have noticed Sial's gaze because he spoke in no uncertain terms. I'll have to refuse your apology if it comes from a mind space where you're thinking that you can't help it if it means saving Yun Seora. You see, I really hate hypocrites. Sial shifted his gaze away and then placed his left hand on the invisible barrier. So. Kang Seok smirked, his mouth opened up progressively wider in a smile, as if his long-held wish was finally being granted. So. Sial sounded as if he was desperately squeezing out his voice, unwillingly. Like a kid opening up his birthday present, the colors of Kang Seok's expression brightened even more. Sial held his breath, then clenched his fist. Son of a bitch, I was lying. Huh. Just as Kang Seok forgot what he was going to say and sat there stupefied, the safe area behind him became quite noisy. What the hell? Jiang Minwoo turned around to find out why it became so noisy over there. And just as Sial was about to produce a spell ball from his pocket. Slam, cuke, blood spilled on the ground. Jiang Minwoo's large frame tilted unsteadily to the side before falling down hard with a loud thud. Then, from the seemingly empty space, Hyen Sangmin's figure slowly revealed itself like a ghost. There was a steel bar clutched in both of his hands. What the? The utterly stunned Kang Seok tried to stand up from the chair, but he couldn't. Shin Sang-ah was desperately clinging onto Kang Seok's waist with both of her hands tightly interlocked, as if the ghost of Nangi had come to possess her. Also, she was pushing down on him with all of her body weight as well. Sungjin, she shouted out while lowering her head in a hurry. Oh, right. Kang Seok had no choice but to watch on helplessly as a chair descended upon his unguarded face. Accompanied by a dull impact noise, his head snapped to the left. Kuaak. Kang Seok then slowly fell to the floor, his face dazed and frozen as a whimper leaked out of his mouth. Who the hell do you think you are to say my sister's name? Yi Sungjin angrily spat out while carrying a chair. Now left alone, Yi Hyunsik dazedly stared at Hyen Sangmin as the latter man spat on the floor in disgust. Take a nap. One swing of the steel bar later, Yi Hyunsik's upper torso spun as if he was performing a traditional dance, then he crumpled to the ground. Sial could only stand there and stare at the three of them, still frozen in the middle of trying to throw a spell ball. As he continued to blink in a stupefied state, he ended up witnessing something interesting. Kang Seok was pulling out his other paper talisman even as his eyes were swimming from the impact to his head. He almost went unnoticed, but at that moment, Shin Sang-ah, baring her teeth like an angry lioness, pounced on him. Arak. Her teeth tore into his flesh. Kang Seok threw his head wildly while screaming in pain. She didn't stop there, though she then proceeded to climb up on top of his writhing body and lifted her hands up high. In all my life, slap. Her wide open palm powerfully slapped Kang Seok's face. I've never, ever seen. Slap. A damn perv like you who's so fixated on a girl's naked body, you damn son of a bitch. Slam. Her third hit was an elbow drop roughly aimed at Kang Seok's nose. Blood exploded out from his nose. Kang Seok was laid out on the floor like a dead frog, and when her elbow hit, he began convulsing like a person having a seizure. But that must have not been enough to cool her anger as Shin Sang-ah stood up while breathing like an angry bull before lifting her foot up as high as she could. She wouldn't. Seeing this, Hyun Sangmin flinched and stopped his actions of making sure that Yi Hyung-sik and Jeong Minwoo would not get up again with the help from the steel bar meeting their faces. And he squeezed his eyes shut when her heel accurately slammed down on Kang Seok's family jewels. Perhaps Kang Seok had some energy left over as his scream was loud enough to tear open his own vocal cords. Only then could Seol feel the restriction spell being deactivated. Since the owner of the spell lost consciousness, it was only natural that it would be cancelled. Seol was able to regain his focus when he heard the wet, sticky footsteps coming from his rear. It was the monster, Gikwi. It would have been strange if the creature didn't show up after such noisy chaos unfolded. Although Seol was confident in being able to kill the monster, he'd rather make sure that an unlucky accident wouldn't happen. Seol hurriedly carried Yun Seora into the safe zone and then pulled the still enthusiastic Shin Sang-ah inside as well. Miss Shin Sang-ah, Miss Shin, please stop. Let me go right now. Do you have any idea how much this bastard? It's the monster, the Gikwi has shown up. Mommy. When Shin Sang-ah confirmed the monster's terrifying outer appearance approaching them, her attitude did a 180 real fast and she jumped into Seol's arms. Somehow successfully calming her down, Seol carried her back into the safe zone and only then could the four of them breathe long, long sighs of relief. Phew, first time ever hitting another person like that. Hyun Sangmin's hand, as it pulled out a cigarette, was unsteady. He offered what he extracted out from the packet first to Seol. Seol was about to pull out his own but quietly accepted that instead. Hey man, what are we going to do about those three outside the classroom? Should we bring them inside then? You do that and we are through. Hyun Sangmin bitterly spat out his opinion. Not too long after, the two men looked at the corridor through the classroom window. The Gikwi had come closer before anybody had noticed and was in the middle of slowly devouring Jeong Minwoo. Crunch, crunch. Seeing the monster chew and swallow the man from his head first, Seol could only feel the sense of astonished disgust. What happened just now? Oh, that. Yeah, well, that boy and I exchanged a look, if you know what I mean. I was the one who signaled Miss Shin over here, though. Did that really happen? Seol felt rather dazed after hearing that since he genuinely had not noticed it. Hyun Sangmin chuckled, sounding rather pleased with himself. What? You thought we really betrayed you just now? How did you signal to each other? Like this? I just had to show this off a bit and... Hyun Sangmin began fiddling around with a half-torn piece of paper, but it happened right then. Kuak. Suddenly, the sliding door was flung open and Kang Seok's face entered the classroom. His arm was clawing the floor, desperately trying to reel himself inside. The two men couldn't hide their surprise. To think he was able to regain his consciousness so quickly after being pummeled like that. His endurance was indeed higher than average, according to his status window, so that might have been enough to explain his resilience. Where the hell do you think you're trying to enter? As soon as she saw him, Shin Sang-ah ran hard and kicked Kang Seok's head like a ball. Cuck, P please, help me help you, you bastard. Have you forgotten all the crap you did already? P please, get lost, get lost. She stomped down on his hand that was desperately clinging onto the floor. In the end, he couldn't continue holding on, and his body was sucked out of the doorway like a receding tidal wave. Meanwhile, the Gikwi had finished devouring the two lackeys, and when it saw the bloodied Kang Seok, it reached out and grabbed him as if he was a delicious dessert. Hey, you devour that asshole slowly, okay? You eat him piece by piece, got that? The Gikwi blinked its large eyes several times while hearing that. Then it proceeded to chew on Kang Seok from his feet onwards. Hyun Sangmin began shuddering after witnessing all this. I didn't know she was this insane. Seol almost ended up agreeing out aloud with him there. And well, there we go, that thing finishing everything up. I hadn't got my share of satisfaction yet, though. Isn't it enough just watching them die like that? Well, I guess so, but still, how are we going to deal with that thing now? Hyun Sangmin sighed and covered his face. They might have taken care of Kang Seok and his lackeys, but a new problem rose up to replace them, the monster Gikwi. If that thing decided to camp out in front of the safe zone's door, then they had no answers to that at all. And it was obvious that they couldn't just stay in the safe zone for thousands, 10,000 years either. In that case, we better kill it then. Seol's voice was refreshingly confident. Kang Seok's screams that grew louder and louder eventually stopped at a certain point. When Seol opened the window and took a look, he could see a dead body that was missing the entire lower section below the chest. Sial then lightly tapped on the window sills. The geekwi spun its head around like a bolt of lightning, faced him, and opened wide its jaw while emitting a chilling, shrill cry. Sial found the sight of the chewed-up human flesh stuck in between the monster's teeth rather disgusting and unappealing, so he quickly chucked in a spell ball down its basketball hoop-sized throat. The desired result occurred right away. The geekwi began showing an unusual reaction after swallowing the spell ball. It began falling down on the ground while all of its limbs began convulsing uncontrollably. Its large eyes shook so hard, the hidden whites could be seen out of his wide-open mouth. The monster belched out a thick, dark fog. I guess one ball wasn't enough. What did you throw in there? It's a spell ball called Poison Fog. Sial answered rather briefly and pulled a couple more spell balls out from his pocket before asking Hyan Sangmin a question. Right, what was that thing earlier? What thing? You suddenly appearing out of thin air like that. While speaking, Sial carefully took aim and threw another spell ball. The red-colored spell ball drew a small arc in the air and landed perfectly inside the geekwi mouth once more. Oh that, I also got a paper talisman through my random box, you see, for concealment. Concealment, is it? Hyan Sangmin nodded his head while paying very close attention to the suffering geekwi. I can stay invisible for a long time, but it gets cancelled if I attack someone just once. Didn't you say you only received 500 survival points? What the? Hey man, let that one go, will ya? In any case, I helped out, didn't I? And I need to hold a hidden trump card. Boom. KKKK. Geekwi was rolling on the ground, evidently in a lot of pain. And whenever there were sounds of explosion coming from its innards, its entire body took on a reddish hue and began swelling up. You even something like that. Well, I was going to use it just now, but you guys made a move first, so. Oh, it's running away. The geekwi was doing whatever it could to scramble away, but Sial simply chucked another spell ball, which accurately landed on the fleeing monster's back. An explosion of light occurred next, and dozens of spiderweb-like things shot out, tightly bounding the geekwi to the spot. It was about here that Hyan Sangmin decided to shut up and simply watch the proceedings unfold. All the enthusiasm he felt had been drained out of his system by now, and not only that, he was too worn out to feel shocked anymore. This should finish it off. The last spell ball landing on the monster transformed into a clear liquid and rained down on the monster that couldn't go anywhere. What happened? Shin Sang-ah asked after belatedly approaching them. I killed it. Siak spoke while pointing at the corridor. As it turned out, the most powerful spell ball of the four was the hydrochloric acid one. It even melted that scary monster into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Within the corridor, a mass of rotting flesh that was once the geekwi could be found lying on the floor. Oh wow, really? Sial explained himself further as the others showed disbelieving reactions. The guide was right. By drawing a couple of spell balls, we could have got to have fun with this mission. And well, I got lucky with the right combination of spells. Spell balls, combination. Oh my. Shin Sang-ah's mouth opened wide, and she quickly brought up her hand to cover it. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Sial and Hyan Sangmin could only stare at her totally dumbfounded, even Yi Sungjin too, as he sat there with his back against the wall. Dawn was mercifully uneventful. Inside the safe zone where only 8 people now remained, 2 men were busy chatting to each other in a relaxed manner. After that chaos had died down, Shin Sang-ah regained her bearings and quickly treated Yun Seora's injuries. Thankfully, her life was spared, but Shin Sang-ah had no confidence about the arm, saying there was nothing she could do anymore. Besides, the treatment itself had been delayed, which didn't help. The 4 of them discussed, and they decided to stay put until midday. They were thinking of waiting for Yun Seora to regain her consciousness, but also the main issue was with them all being just too damn fatigued to carry on any further. While looking on at the trio of Yi Sungjin, Yun Seora, and Shin Sang-ah softly snoring away, Sial quietly asked a question. I don't see that middle-aged man. Who, you know, that guy with glasses. Oh, the guy who gave up on his fammy. Cough, why? You want to go out and look for him too? Sial didn't reply and simply chugged down a bottle of energy drink. A short period of awkward silence flowed between them before Hyan Sangmin tapped a cigarette loose from the packet. Hey man, can I ask you about something? Back then, when you were staring down at Kang Siak, you were going to use those spell balls, weren't you? For the first time in a long while, a thin smile formed on Sial's formerly composed, serene face. You were planning to use one, but didn't, right? When Hyan Sangmin asked again to make sure, Sial simply nodded his head. Why did you do that? Well, the result was good, so there's that, but still, you said it before. Human beings would only reveal their true colors when pushed to a corner. I just wanted to confirm with my own eyes. This time, Hyan Sangmin became speechless. Another bout of silence descended upon them, but a short while later. Fuck, so did we pass or what? The 2 men laughed at the same time. The morning sun rose up, but classroom 3-1 remained still and quiet. The very first thing Sial did after waking up was to confirm that his 9 eyes was still there. His vision became dyed in green before returning back to normal. Sial felt relieved after his ability activated without an issue. Then, he came to realize that there were 3 people missing from the classroom. The bespectacled middle-aged man hadn't been seen since last night, but now both Yun Seora and Yi Sungjin were gone as well. Where are they? The time was 9:47 a.m. There was still over 2 hours left until midday, so the hour of the deceased should still be active right now. I'm sure they are fine. Seol picked up his bag in the steel bar. Maybe because he and Hyun Sangmin ate a lot of food during the early morning hours, his innards were screaming out in bitter protest. Thankfully, toilets were located right near the stairwells of each floor, meaning the distance was rather mercifully short. After Seol took care of nature's call and exited from the bathroom, he spotted Yi Sungjin walking down the stairs, looking visibly downtrodden. After spotting Seol himself, the boy hurriedly bowed his head. Good morning, Hyung. Yes, good morning to you too. Did you sleep well? Yi Sungjin's smile seemed a bit awkward and weak, as if he found Seol's politeness strange. It's all right if you drop the honorifics, you know. Oh, that okay with you? Seol stopped using honorifics right away. He also noticed the boy's anxious demeanor as well. It was as if Yi Sungjin wanted to hurry up and get going, still in the middle of the treasure hunt. Yes, how many did you find so far? If I count the ones I found after waking up this morning, then it's enough to pay for my passage. Considering the fact that Seol and Yun Seora had monopolized the majority of the coins, this amount was nothing to scoff at. Seol could imagine just how hard the boy must have worked to find that many. Seol carefully appraised the round, innocent-eyed teenager's face for a bit. Because of his slightly below-average height and the baby fat still visible here and there, if he claimed to be a middle school freshman, anybody would be inclined to believe the boy. In hindsight, him hitting Kang Seok with a chair was a rather wonderfully mystifying act. That's not true. That Hyung did most of the work anyway. Although the boy said so, both Yi Sungjin and Shin Sang-ah combined their strength to knock Kang Seok out. The boy might not have come up with the plan, but his role in it was still considerable. In any case, I didn't expect you to lend help. Of course I'd help. I too had to suffer because of him on the second floor. Oh, you did it out of revenge then? No, rather than revenge. I mean, he was deliberately indulging in only evil things. He had a really twisted, evil mind, you know. Seol chuckled slightly after hearing the teen's declaration. Indeed, Kang Seok was an evil man. As if he had more things to say, Yi Sungjin hesitated and mumbled softly. Besides, I got a feeling that you would have resolved the matters by yourself anyways. Why do you think that? I mean, you did kill that Geekwi monster so easily. And also, he hesitated again before continuing on. I kinda thought that Nuna was telling me to find you. Missy Seol said that. Yes. No, I mean, it's just my gut feeling. I'll ask her after I revive her. Yeah, I'm also getting curious too. Seol walked up the staircase. The boy's eyes dazedly chased after him going up. When Seol beckoned him to follow, Yi Sungjin hurriedly moved his legs. I think there aren't any more coins left on the 5th floor, and you don't have to. Nope, there are no coins left on the 4th floor for sure, but there should be 4 more left on the 5th. Seol knew this because he had checked the diary of the unknown student already. Besides all that, how did you and your sister receive your invitations? Seol quickly changed the topic. Although Yi Sungjin tilted his head while looking unconvinced, he still honestly retold his tale in full detail. From the beginning, when his mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and how the family had to go through a tough struggle for a while, how he had heard of a certain medicine that could cure the said disease existing in the paradise, from the mouth of a person the family knew finally, to how he and his sister got to receive their invitations. When Seol asked about the matter of his schooling, Yi Sungjin mumbled some things and hurriedly glossed over it. Seol found the remaining coins while listening to the story, and the two of them headed off to the library next. The coins remaining in his possession was 885 from the original amount of 1065. He gave 30 to Shin Sang-ah, and he spent further 150 on trying to get the right medical supplies for Yun Seora. Now that there was no need to spend coins to open the 6th floor, even after deducting his passage fee, he could still freely spend 785 coins. I'll try my best, but I can't give you any guarantees, okay? Yi Sungjin looked like he still hadn't understood what was going on. I have nearly 800 coins on me. The revival should be listed under special, so I should be able to spin the machine twice, Seol said as such while pushing open the library's door. Yi Sungjin's eyes grew very large. Hyung, belatedly regaining his senses, he quickly chased after Seol, but both of their steps came to an abrupt halt right afterwards. There was someone here already. On the floor around the item draw machine, 20-odd coins were strewn about, and near them the owner of the coins was squatting on the ground, her hood pulled up to hide her face. Her right arm hung limp. Yi Sungjin gazed on at this sight with pitying eyes before he proceeded to pick up all the coins on the floor. Seol approached Yun Seora and asked her in a soft voice, "Are you feeling okay?" Her head buried between her knees trembled slightly. Seol thought she might be raising her head, but it turned out that she was just shaking it instead. "Your right arm. You can't move it at all." She silently nodded her head. Here." Yi Sungjin sheepishly entered into the conversation and cautiously reached out with his hands cupped together. Coins filled his hands. Finally, Yunseora raised her head. She blinked her reddened eyes several times. Tear marks were still visible on her cheeks. Her slowly rising left hand trembled visibly to the naked eye. She received the coins with much difficulty and dropped her head again. Sial gently grasped the shoulder of the panicking and flustered boy. He then shook his head quietly, which led the boy to slowly nod his head in understanding. Sial then moved on, choosing to insert his coins into the machine in silence instead. When he inserted the 300th coin, he could clearly hear Yi Sungjin gulping down a huge dollop of saliva. Sial looked down in time to see a familiar-looking item box fall down with a clung. A quill pen of flowing consciousness, X1, a quill pen. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't what he wanted. Which meant that he only had one chance left. Getting a bit more tense now, Sial began inserting more coins to the machine. The second special he got was a box he hadn't seen before. His heart beat from anticipation as he opened the lid only to find 10 spell balls neatly arranged inside. Just to make sure, he picked each one up and carefully checked them out. Unfortunately, these balls seemingly weren't designed for things like reviving someone from the beginning. He found none that could help. "I'm really sorry, it's fine. I know that you did this only out of your generosity." Although he said that, Yi Sungjin was noticeably despairing. The higher one's expectations were, the greater the disappointment one would suffer. The teen was trying his best not to show it, but tears were forming on his eyes. But there was nothing either of them could do. The world didn't operate to their wishes and whims after all, and all of the coins had been recovered by now too. Sial was wondering how should he go about consoling the boy, but ended up flinching when a finger poked him on the ribs. "Oh, it was you, Miss Yunseora." She suddenly offered her hand. Here, she didn't speak for long, but it was clearly audible, and on her small left hand a miniature bottle wrapped up in paper could be found. Sial dazedly stared at both of them. "This is the potion of revival." It was the first time Sial heard her speak a proper sentence. There was a certain coldness to her voice, but it was also rather pleasing to listen to as well, just like a cool wind brushing past one's ears. "Are you giving this to us?" "Yes, this was unexpected." Why was this, disinterest personified, doing an act of kindness out of the blue? As if she had read Sial's facial expression, Yunseora tried to clear up her position. "I heard from the boy not too long ago. Yesterday." When Yunseora shifted her gaze to Yi Sungjin's direction, the boy got flustered and raised his voice. I ran into her earlier during the treasure hunt. She asked me what was going on, so While he was speaking up, Yi Sungjin's eyes were completely fixated on Yunseora's offered hand. "Is it okay for us to receive this? What about your arm? This item won't work on a living person. You'll understand once you read the paper." Sial cautiously received the bottle. Her skin that came in contact with his was cold and very smooth. Yunseora spat out a long sigh and brushed past the two males to leave the library as if she was finished with her business here. Yi Sungjin shouted out loudly. Tears were already flowing out from the boy's eyes as he bent his back forward 90 degrees. Sial too thanked her. She stopped walking then. "Me too," she then bowed slightly as well, before quickly leaving the library for good. "I guess she's a nice person, after all." Sial tilted his head slightly before quickly unwrapping the paper around the bottle. If he delayed any longer, Yi Sungjin might die of anticipation right in front of his eyes. Requirements for usage: 1. To be used on the deceased only. 2. A portion of the deceased's body part. 3. The cancellation of the state of insubordination for the deceased death of the Gikwi. The first and the third requirements are met already, but a portion of the body part. I know where to find that. Yi Sungjin hurriedly pulled Sial along. The place the boy led them to was a laboratory. However, as soon as the boy enthusiastically jumped inside the lab first, Yi Sungjin screamed out in fright. Sial held the steel bar tightly and entered too, only for a shocked gasp to escape from his mouth. The middle-aged man, missing since last night, was lying on the floor, his body torn in half, from top of his head right down to his groin. He wasn't here last night, though. Yi Sungjin fell even deeper into frightened confusion. However, Sial could roughly guess what happened here. Just by taking one look at that gruesome sight, it told him all he needed to know. Did they hate him that much? To kill their husband, a father, like this? It was in stark contrast to Yi Sial, who allowed her younger brother to run away. Assessung Jjjin, an ear-grating voice came from the corner of the lab. Sial and Yi Sungjin spotted a figure squatting down there, just like how Yunseora did back in the library. Checking the appearance of this figure, Sial's brows instinctively furrowed. It was his first time seeing a deceased, and sure enough, it was as grotesque as he had imagined. Nuna. Yi Sungjin quickly recovered from the shock and jumped up and down. "You can live again. Really, El Lievi. This Hyung got the potion to revive you." At the same time, Sial could feel his hand getting rapidly warmer. The miniature bottle in his hand began emitting bright light. He didn't know what to do next, so he simply removed the cork to see what might happen then. The clear liquid inside the bottle flowed out by itself and slowly danced in the air. The way it wiggled like that, it seemed to be asking Sial who he wanted to revive. Sial pointed at Sial Ah. The liquid then smoothly flew over as if it understood his command. It disappeared as soon as coming in contact with the deceased in the blink of an eye as if it got sucked in. Pot, a bright light exploded out from Sial Ah's figure. It was so blinding, Yi Sungjin near her had to squeeze his eyes shut. However, Sial could still see a blurry but amazing sight unfolding amongst the cascading rays of brilliant light. He saw her wounds slowly disappear, and new flesh grew to replace the missing parts. Then, with a sudden flash, the blinding light shower came to an abrupt end. At the spot where the light had died down, a girl was sitting on the floor, her eyes wide open and blinking nonstop. The previously grotesque appearance was nowhere to be found, only to be replaced by the warmth and prettiness she used to have. Finally, Yi Sial Ah had been revived. En Nuna Ah. Yi Sungjin ran as if he was flying and embraced his older sister tightly. The two of them must have more tears left to shed. Yi Sial Ah remained confused for a while, but when she saw Yi Sungjin crying his eyes out, she too began sobbing as well. Sial quietly left the laboratory while closing the door behind him. It was a moving reunion, but he didn't belong there. He hesitated slightly, wondering whether he should leave them alone before he leaned against the door and crossed his arms. While listening to the siblings cry their hearts out, he fidgeted around with the steel bar. He was staying, just in case a deceased overheard their cries and sauntered over here. When Sial returned with the Yi siblings, chaos unfolded inside the safe zone. Hyen Sangmin was in the middle of chewing a piece of bread, but his jaw dropped so much that the piece actually fell out. Shin Sang Ah's reaction wasn't all that much different from his. Seriously now, the revival thing was all true. After listening to a brief explanation, Hyen Sangmin laughed out loudly. When Hyen Sangmin threw him a questioning look, Sial finally relented and opened his mouth. I heard them thanking me 1,000 times while coming here. Now I understand why some people develop neurosis. Stop exaggerating. No, it's the truth. It started to get annoying around the 300th time they thanked me. I told them it's enough, but they won't listen. Even then, the siblings were expressing their gratitude in a multitude of ways and gestures. Sial ended up facepalming before pointing towards Yun Seora, who happened to be sitting away from them a light distance away. Missy Sial Ah. Wait, I got you. I hear you, but here's the thing, I didn't find the revival potion, but she did. She gave it to me. Yun Seora stopped quietly biting into her sandwich and threw him a look of protest. Sial resolutely ignored her. Is that true? Yes. If it weren't for Miss Yun Seora drawing the potion, reviving you wouldn't have been possible. Why, yeah, that's right, Nuna. That lady gave the revival potion to Hyung. Lady Yun Seora. Yi Sial Ah finally left Sial's side. He breathed out a sigh of relief and changed his target to Yi Sungjin this time. He pulled out 100 coins and handed it over to the boy. Your Nuna's passage fee. Ah, Yi Sungjin cried out as if he hadn't thought about that until now. Please just stop. Sial pleaded. Yi Sungjin carefully received the coins with both of his hands. And like a good boy, he did as he was told, and after joining his sister, combined together with her to land as many attacks of gratitude on poor Yun Seora as possible. Only after somehow taking care of the crisis did Sial get to enjoy his meal in peace. Shin Sang Ah and Hyen Sangmin simply giggled while watching this unfold. I might die of laughter here, you know. Just look at Miss Yun Seora's expressions. Yeah, that's quite something else, really. By the way, hey man. How many coins do you have on you now? Besides the passage fee, that is. Sial replied 85. Hyen Sangmin used his eyes to send him a signal, telling him to look to his side. A trio of 2 men and a woman couldn't participate in the relaxed mealtime, and they could only look on in daze from the corner of the classroom. Seeing them, Sial quietly asked Hyen Sangmin, aren't they going to have a meal too? Oh please, why should I waste my precious food on those guys? Well, if they were my comrades in arms, sure, I might have spared some. Even Shin Sang Ah nodded her head in agreement. And also, not too long ago, they asked me if I could spare them any coins. Ah, that's right, their passage fees. They are short by how many? All 3 of them combined, around 20, maybe 30. Hyen Sangmin whispered the information before snorting out in dissatisfaction. What a bunch of shameless fools. Hey man, you aren't thinking of helping them out, right? Don't help them. Like never. For some reason, even Shin Sang Ah piped in with a small voice. After the incident on the 2nd floor, her relationship with the trio had been soured somewhat. If they were like Yi Sungjin, who at least tried to open the metal barrier, then who knows. However, as it was now, Shin Sang Ah couldn't forget the looks of "it'll be fine as long as you're not one of us" they gave her as soon as Kang Seok made his offer back then. Even putting aside the fact that they actually didn't do anything at all, she lost what little favorable impression she had from their selfish desires to survive at someone else's expense. Sial didn't reply. Instead, he pulled out the remaining coins and handed them over to Hyen Sangmin. You use them. There's still some time left before midday. You want me to spend them on the draw machine. If you're scared of the deceased, then don't. However, I haven't spotted a lot of them so far. Hyen Sangmin's expressions became rather strange just then. What the I can really spend these? I'm telling you, yeah, you can. Sial didn't have anything else to draw from the machine anyways. Also, since he had peeked into Hyun Sangmin's status window, Seol figured it would be smarter to look after him every now and then. Not to mention, if it weren't for Hyun Sangmin, Seol might not have been able to kill the Geekwi, so this was sort of a reward as well. Seriously. You aren't gonna say anything about how I spend these, right? Use them or throw them away, do whatever you feel like. Since Seol said as much, there was no reason for Hyun Sangmin to refuse. With the coins in hand, the expression on his face resembled a naughty kid about to pull a prank. He then sneaked a glance to his side and left the classroom, his steps full of swagger. Let me go with you. Shin Sang-ah stopped her meal and chased after him. The trio glared at Seol with resentful eyes and then also left the classroom, clearing running after Hyun Sangmin and Shin Sang-ah. Now that those three had seen the coins exchanging hands, they no doubt would beg for some of them. Seol sniggered and began enjoying his meal in peace for a bit while spectating on Yun Seora and her troubles. However, he nearly toppled over from his seat when the Yi siblings abruptly returned to his side instead. Yun Seora was ignoring them outright in the beginning, but in the end, even she couldn't endure and chased them away, while almost blowing up in anger. However, didn't the old saying go something like, even if the heavens fell, there would always be a spot for one to stand up? A message from the guide has arrived. Before long, the midday had arrived. The message told them to gather on the 6th floor. When Seol got to the 6th floor, he ended up feeling rather disappointed. He was wondering what kind of layout he'd get to see, but as it turned out, the 6th floor was just a normal rooftop. There was a round portal glowing in faint red light set up in the middle of the roof. The guide, Han, and the blonde maid were standing next to the portal and waiting for the arrival of the survivors. Yes, you've all finally arrived. I must congratulate you on successfully passing all of your missions. Han gave them a formal greeting. He also looked like a happy man today as well. So much so, he felt like a somewhat different person from the Han of the assembly hall. Very good, very good. Now that everyone is gathered here, allow me to officially announce the completion of Area 1's tutorial. Clap, 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 clap. The blonde maid silently clapped her hands. Of course, no one else followed her example. As the awkward atmosphere descended on the rooftop, Seol was realizing there was a slight inconsistency to the guide's declaration. Is this everyone? Because there were only 6 people on the rooftop. The trio of 2 men and a woman were nowhere to be seen. From the beginning when 38 lives started this journey. While Han started gushing on and on about something, Seol approached Hyun Sangmin, who was whistling out in a carefree manner, and asked softly, "What happened?" "Oh, you mean with the coins. Those 3 people, did you kill them?" "What? No, I gave 55 coins to Shin Sang-ah. I told her to draw whatever, and whatever she got, we split down the middle, and the rest." I'm sure you all wish to enter the portal right away, but regrettably, you will have to wait a little longer. We need to complete the setting of your dispositions, and also, most importantly, we need to distribute the completion bonuses as well. Han was still in the middle of his speech. Hyun Sangmin stared at the guide, who seemed to have finally gotten around to the main topic while whispering in a low voice. "So what do you think I did? If you promise me not to get mad, then I'll tell you, I promise." "I threw them away, all 30 coins. Seol doubted his own hearing then. "You threw them away, that's what I said. I chucked them down the toilet bowl and flushed them away." Hyun Sangmin lowered his sunglasses. Even his eyes were smiling now too. "Not only that, I did it while they were looking on. Damn, what a shame. I wish I could have stayed and watched them throw a tantrum." Hyun Sangmin continued to giggle away. "Will you please keep it down over there?" The guide issued a stern warning as soon as things became a bit noisy. Hyun Sangmin didn't say anything else and suppressed his laughter. "First of all, let us commence with evaluating your level of cognition." As soon as those words were spoken out, a message popped up in front of everyone's vision. 5 level of cognition. Actions, emotions, disposition. This is how it should look to you. From the left, actions, emotions, and disposition. Well then, let's start by assessing your actions. Suddenly, the leftmost column began spinning up and down, just like how it was with a slot machine. Countless words flashed by. The first section reflects how you appear to others through your actions and speeches. As Han's explanation continued, the speed of the dizzying spin gradually slowed down. Righteous, fussy, temperamental, disgusting, all sorts of descriptors flashed by. Seol's column went back and forth between moderate, neutral, and hypocritical before finally stopping on the word moderate. "What?" Shin Sang-ah responded to her evaluation as if it was the most absurd thing in the whole world. "This can't be right. Is this really correct? I assure you, things will only get tougher for you if you're getting shocked already." Han chuckled to himself and clapped his hands. Then the middle column began spinning this time. The middle column, emotions, reflects your thought process or what you feel from facing certain events or phenomena. Out of the 3, you could say it has the most variability. For Seol, the middle column came to a stop with the word curiosity. Seol nodded his head in agreement. He then saw Hyun Sangmin giggling to himself and couldn't help but get curious, what did he get as his assessment result? And finally, the last column, disposition. This one has been raising a lot of controversy for a long time now. Sial didn't even have the time to check using general observation before the third and the final column began spinning. The disposition column indicates your inclination according to your overall personality. There have been numerous cases where this part simply repeats what's been shown on temperament of your status. Sial's heartbeat sped up. He was judged to be weak-willed and short-tempered before. Since he couldn't really dispute those, he had no choice but to unhappily accept them until now. However, there have been quite a few cases where the disposition and temperament didn't match. Han's voice became rather serious there. How could such a thing be possible? After many debates and research later, we focused on the fact that temperament was listed under traits, while disposition was listed under the level of cognition, and so we arrived at a temporary conclusion. Words such as altruistic, selfish, rational, lethargic, evil, detestable flashed by in front of Sial's eyes, until the spinning speed gradually slowed down. If your temperament is a personality trait formed by interacting with the world at large, then Sial's column heavily seesawed in between the words moderate, hot-headed, and narrow-minded. Then your disposition should indicate your true nature, in other words, the foundation that forms the core of who you are. That's what we decided on. However, the column suddenly spun again wildly and landed on chaos instead. If you find that your disposition and temperament don't really match, or you find it disagreeable, and that you're unhappy with the assessment, allow me to offer you this advice. Han's voice became as light as air once more. If you wish to change your disposition, then you do well to try changing your temperament first. You see, I personally hold the view that a good temperament would naturally lead your disposition towards the nicer path. If you wish to change, those words rang inside Sial's heart. On the flip side, your disposition looks good, but your temperament happens to be not. I can confidently say this: your disposition too will slowly deteriorate and end up corrupted, eventually matching your temperament. The implication was simple. He was saying that one should try to change one's temperament before it negatively influenced one's disposition. And so, the evaluation came to an end. Sial carefully surmised his own evaluation results. Moderate actions and thoughts are sensible, curiosity chaotic, many things are jumbled up, and is impossible to unravel. Your status window is being updated. Chaotic. Although his head was tilting to a side ever so slightly, he could more or less understand why he ended up with that assessment. No matter what, the contradiction coming from the disposition he used to have up until his early 20s, the disposition he revealed after falling into a gambling addiction and losing his ability, and finally, the disposition he suddenly gained after experiencing that dream, was as chaotic as one could imagine. Of course, that's not an easy thing to accomplish. The disposition has the lowest chance of changing after all, meaning a person doesn't easily change. Han winked a little here. It happened then. Kung kung. Accompanied by loud thuds indicating that someone was coming up, the sixth-floor door was violently flung open. A clearly incensed woman and a young man hesitantly following behind her entered the rooftop. They were the trio from before. No, one of them was missing now. The girl who pleaded with Sial to save her older brother was not among them. We've brought along the passage fee. With an icy voice, the woman threw down the object in her hand. It was a wooden handle of a mop, one that could be found commonly in any janitor's closet. However, from where a mop head should have been, only blood managed to drip down to the floor. Sial felt like he could hear the sorrowful wail of a woman coming from down below. However, the young man hurriedly closed the door behind him. A strange but conspicuous light flashed by Han's monocle. What's the matter? Are we not allowed up here? No, I shall acknowledge it. Han simply smiled even when the woman spat out coldly. In the end, the two belated arrivals also had to go through the assessment of their own level of cognition. As soon as that was completed, Han ordered everyone to line up in a row in front of the warp gate. The first one on the line was the last woman to arrive. She was glaring at Hyan Sangmin with venomous eyes. Even deep grudge could be spied on them as well. Egu, I'm so scared. Of course, Hyan Sangmin didn't even bat an eyelid. The woman then cast the coins off in a disgusted manner. However, Han showed off an incredible display of dexterity and caught every single one of them. And while maintaining a nonchalant smile, he pulled out a piece of document to read. Let's see. It was simple to calculate the points for Miss Oh Minyoung. You will receive 35 survival points. Survival points. You haven't done anything during the first mission, so out of the possible 100, you get 0. No need to mention the second mission either, 0 out of the possible 150. In the third mission, you couldn't even find enough coins for your passage, so also 0. However, just now you have been judged to have struggled bitterly for your own survival, so 35 points were added to your tally. That is all. Where are we supposed to use these points then? You'll find out once you get there. The woman, Oh Minyoung, glared at Han for a long time. She then wordlessly stepped through the warp gate and disappeared from the view. The next person was the young man who had followed Oh Minyoung up to the roof. You have 0 point. Han's evaluation was short. You've done nothing. Literally nothing. I can't even see one category where you might have earned a point or two. The young man was clearly embarrassed as he stepped through the gate. And so the entry procedure carried on. Yun Seora received 317 points, Shin Sang-ah 116, Hyeon Sangmin 302, Yi Sung-jin 114. As for Yi Seol-ah, she could only receive 46 for the things she had done in the assembly hall. As people stepped through the gate and disappeared one by one, Seol's turn eventually arrived. Han began groaning out as soon as seeing Seol's face. Really now? I thought I was going to die while trying to calculate your points. Although it wasn't as difficult during the first mission, the second and third missions were really problematic for me. Especially so during the second mission when things became completely nonsensical. Not only were you not satisfied with breaking the all-time clear record, you then proceeded to destroy all of the traps as well as the mechanisms found there. Such an event is unprecedented. The tone of his voice was quite combative, but Han was beaming rather brilliantly. In any case, here is your points tally. During the first mission, 200 bonus points added after successfully chasing away the Geekwi from the assembly hall. Also, you made a correct move by going upstairs as soon as emptying out the convenience store. Since you were in possession of the diary, all you needed to do was to procure some food, so 100 bonus points. Another 50 bonus points for rescuing Miss Shin Sang-ah. That amounted to 350 points. Hearing this, Seol tilted his head. I thought 100 points was the maximum for the first mission. That's only for the base points. If you perform certain actions that weren't included within the mission goals, you're eligible to receive bonus points if those actions fall under certain categories. These bonus points can be as much as double the amount of base points. Seol nodded his head in acceptance. Is that why both Yun Seora and Hyeon Sangmin have high scores? Just by receiving the points from the first mission, he had become the top scorer. For the second mission, the basic score is 150. 300 bonus points for the fastest clear in history. Another extra 300 points for destroying every trap and mechanism found. Total of 750 points. For the third mission, the base points on offer are 150 300 bonus points for finding as many coins as you have during the treasure hunt. 300 extra points for killing the Geekwi alone. 150 extra points for reviving Missy Seol, 100 extra points for the act of giving out some of your coins to others, seen as an act of mercy. Total of 1050 points. When calculated together, 2150 points. Han spoke non-stop up to here, but he wasn't finished yet. And finally, possessing the mark of survival, which adds a 10 times multiplier. So your total survival points tally is 21,500. Han folded the paper away and stared at Seol with an envious expression. You must be very happy. Your points tally is the highest in history. You might even be able to use the VIP store as well. The VIP store. There is such a thing, you'll see once you get there. Oh, I almost forgot. Han suddenly displayed an extremely friendly attitude and leaned in closer to whisper something to Seol's ear. Seol began frowning somewhat after hearing the guide out. I do have it in my possession. But why? I was only reminding you since you seem to have forgotten all about it. After all, you were lucky enough to draw them in the first place. Phew foo foo. Seol was about to ask something, but then the blonde maid began pushing him from behind. Hey, wait a minute, my role ends here. The last thing Seol got to see as he was being pushed into the warp gate was, I wish you best of luck in the neutral zone. Han politely bowing his head, his hand placed on his chest. As soon as Seol entered the warp gate, he arrived inside a small room. 7 people who entered before him were waiting there. The blonde maid was still pushing Seol forward while panting quite heavily. Once they were in, she let out a big sigh of relief and walked past everyone. She opened the exit door and pointed towards the passage beyond it, before walking first in light, airy steps. The passageway was made up of marble. It was long and dark like a tunnel. The group simply followed the maid while remaining completely clueless as to where they were headed off to. But when they spotted light from a distance, a certain sense of excitement began filling them up. The maid arrived at the exit of the passage first and her steps came to a halt. She then softly opened her mouth. Korea, Area 1, cleared. An unexpectedly clean and beautiful voice came out of her mouth. She could actually speak. As Seol stood there stewing in mental shock, several other clean and nice voices rang out from somewhere and entered his ears. Europe, Area 2, cleared. Germany, Area 3, cleared. North America, Area 4, cleared. Asia, Area 5, cleared. Africa, Area 6, failed. China, Area 7, cleared. South America, Area 8, failed. Oceania, Area 9, failed. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Hyeon Sangmin muttered almost inaudibly. What is? 6 of those areas are the 6 continents, right? So how come Korea, Germany, and China get a separate area designation? Hey man, what do you think? Seol shook his head. She's moving again. Are we supposed to enter first? Hyeon Sangmin's guess proved to be correct. Beyond the exit of the passage was a large and empty area, shaped like a high-end theater. While walking on the red carpet, Seol took a look around him. Towards the darkened front, he could sort of see a stage. Although the lights were off, there were some strange things on the walls that glistened and managed to illuminate the darkness a little bit. The ceiling was so high, he couldn't even see it properly. The maid leading in front took the group towards a row of chairs located just before the stage. The number of chairs was exactly 8. After confirming that everyone had taken a seat, the blonde maid climbed up to the stage and disappeared behind the curtains. That was the signal. Sial could hear many more footsteps coming from behind him. I guess they are from the area too. Was it Europe? Hyan Sangmin spoke as he turned his head around to look. Over 30 people were following a maid to their seats. The place this maid led them to was a location a bit behind Sial's group. There was a total of 32 chairs. The unfamiliar maid also disappeared behind the curtains as soon as she was done leading them to their seats. So that many people survived the European tutorial. As Sial wordlessly checked them out, one of them also began looking at Sial. It was a woman sitting in the middle of the front row. No, perhaps it would be more correct to call her a girl instead. She possessed curly light brown hair and a pair of eyes bright enough to softly shimmer within this darkness. The rest of her face, revealed with the aid of a white hairband holding her hair back, was very memorable as well. Sial ended up inadvertently focusing on her neck that reminded him of a beautiful orchid flower until he saw her waving her hands slightly in greeting. So he inadvertently ended up greeting back with a slight nod as well. Meanwhile, people continued to stream inside. Soon enough, Sial got to learn that the number of survivors differed greatly from area to area. Perhaps Hyan Sangmin thought of the same thing as he was constantly muttering to himself. We have 8 people. Europe, 32. Germany, 10. North America, 11. Asia, 17. The queue of people steadily entering this large area briefly broke up. A short while afterwards, 5 men, all wearing the same type of black suits, appeared from the passage, and there were 3 people following behind them as well, all women, and for some reason their heads lowered. A group of 5 decked out in identical suits. Oh, there are 3 more, so a total of 8 people from China, I guess. That was the end of the queue, and no one else entered afterwards, no matter how long they waited. Does that mean there are no survivors from South America and Oceania? Don't forget Africa too. When transitioning from Area 5 to Area 7, there was a short gap there. Hyan Sangmin added his opinion while agreeing to Sial's guesses. So that means the surroundings became quiet. Sitting inside this lengthy silence, Sial inexplicably began recalling Han's words from earlier on. You possess the notes from the guide with you, yes. How about reading them and see what's written on them? I suggest that you read them while you're alone if possible. Sial got that note while drawing medical supplies. There were 3 of them even, but why did the guide go out of his way to mention them? They weren't even the so-called specials either. Unable to calm his curiosity, Sial pulled his bag closer to open it, however, just as he was about to reach in. The curtains hiding the stage were silently pulled to the side. Suddenly, blinding lights bathed the stage. Not just Sial, but every survivor from the 6 continents dazedly stared at the brightly lit stage. Sial saw the blonde maid who guided him in Area 1, but she wasn't the only maid. A total of 9 maids all wearing the same outfit stood there, their hands neatly folded and resting in front of their stomachs. A lone woman sat in the middle of them all. This woman wasn't wearing a French maid outfit like the rest, which naturally drew everyone's attention towards her. It was unknown whether the lighting was to blame, but her silky hair reaching the arms of her chair had a bit of a sanguine hue. Thick coat hung loosely from her shoulders, her eyes were closed, and her arms crossed in front of her chest as if she was in a state of deep contemplation. A short while later, all 9 maids began clapping their hands in unison. Congratulations and celebrations. When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. They even started singing Cliff Richard's famous song. What are they doing now? Someone from the back asked, sounding somewhat flabbergasted. Other people's reactions weren't all that different either. They were all dumbfounded at this unexpected celebration featuring a singing routine. Eventually, the song came to an end. The eyes of the woman sitting in the middle half opened. She slightly jutted her chin out, and as if she was appraising high-end luxury goods in a store, her eyes slowly swept across those sitting in the audience seats. The inside of the theater remained deathly silent. The reactions of those meeting her gaze were similar to one another. Either they got nervous and lowered their heads, or sneakily averted their gazes. The sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard here and there as well. Her heated gaze that reminded one of a predator surveying its potential prey caused subtle fear to rise up in the hearts of those meeting it. Her crossed legs slowly unfurled. And when she elegantly stood up from her chair and walked leisurely towards the front, Sial got rather surprised by how tall she was. She was tall enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a tall man. The woman suddenly halted her steps and directed her gaze towards Sial's general direction, or to be more specific, towards where the survivors from Area 2 were seated. There, the girl who shared wordless greetings with Sial was raising her hand up in the air. Are you also a tutorial guide? She can still ask a question even under such an atmosphere, thought Sial. He couldn't help but be impressed and at the same time slightly worried. Even he was feeling a certain unexplainable sense of danger from this woman. If he were to put it in words, she reminded him of a wild, untamed beast. The tall woman didn't reply, simply standing there in utter silence and staring back. While her gaze never wavered, she reached inside the thick coat and fished out a cigarette. The light from flame catching onto the end of her smoke illuminated the darkness just enough for the scar extending from her eye down to her cheek to be highlighted in all of its glory. If the girl was sensible enough to pick up on the awkward atmosphere, she would have lowered her hand already. But maybe she was either exceedingly brave or simply daring as she threw another question out instead. Or, what should I call you? Who are you? The tall woman's head tilted slightly towards her back. A maid standing 2 spots to the left of Cial's blonde maid stepped forward. Area 2, Odilette Delphine. Upon hearing that name, the half-closed eyes of the tall woman opened up fully, and she shifted her gaze back to the girl, Odilette Delphine. Her red lips slowly parted and the thin blue smoke eased out. Just call me Cinzia. The girl lowered her hand then. What have they been talking about? That tall lady said that her name is Cinzia, and the person who asked the question must be named Odilette Delphine from Area 2. Shinsang-ah grumbled softly in a low voice, and Yisial-ah proceeded to whisper back. Cinzia, Othello Delphine, what kind of names are those? I think Cinzia is an Italian name, and it's not Othello but Odilette. Yisial-ah smiled awkwardly and tried to explain, however. The synchronization will now commence. Suddenly, a sharp and grating pain assaulted the brains of everyone sitting in the audience section without warning. Cial was in the midst of concentrating on Yisial-ah's explanations and was caught off guard. A heavy frown formed on his face as the pain attacked him relentlessly. Whimpers and moans came from pretty much everywhere as people began grasping their own heads. Thankfully, the assault didn't last for long. The synchronization has been completed. As soon as that announcement was made, the pain washed away as if it was all a lie. Now suddenly freed from the brain-melting pain, the crowd fell into a state of chaotic confusion. I guess the synchronization was delayed somewhat. Oh well, I'm sure you can all understand me now. The tall woman who introduced herself as Cinzia was looking on as if she found this whole affair quite entertaining. She spoke so fluently that even native speakers would have been impressed. At a bare minimum, it sounded like Korean to Cial's ears. Perhaps finding the stunned silence to her liking, the corners of Cinzia's mouth rose up. It sure is much more preferable to filter them out at least once, right? If they started yapping on and on like a bunch of goddamn parrots, I'd have been really pissed off by now. Her steps rang around loudly as she started walking again. As a show of respect for you all not raising a fuss regarding the synchronization, let me inform you of something important before we start. I don't like beating around the bush. Also, you should have a general idea what this place is by now, so I'll get straight to the point. Cinzia took a couple more steps forward and spoke up in a low but powerful voice. This place is the sanctuary created through the combined powers of the 7 deities, called the Neutral Zone. Cial recalled Han's words after hearing that. The butler did wish for Cial to enjoy the kiss of Lady Luck in the Neutral Zone, didn't he? And in this place, all of you shall be given the chance to prove that you are capable of surviving in the paradise. You've all received your survival points, right? Cial's points tally was 21,500. Han confidently declared that it was the highest in history. Long story short, you must increase your points to over 1,000. That is the only way to leave this neutral zone. Although we've prepared various methods to increase your points tally, we are not going to mind other ways you cook up yourselves. However, you only have 1 month to do so. A small commotion began rising up. After all, most of them present here heard that, as soon as they cleared the tutorial, they would be allowed to enter paradise. So this was contrary to what they were promised. Of course, there were few here that displayed a relaxed demeanor as well. These were the people who got to hear a more in-depth explanation beforehand, so they knew what was going on already. If you fail to gather the points in a month's time, what is the meaning of this? The loud voice of dissent came from Area 4. A man with an imposing physique and a beard stood up from his seat. However, Cinzia only spared him a cursory glance. HMPH, if you don't want to regurgitate that burrito you shoved down your throat before you got here, you'd better sit your ass back down. I really hate being asked a question in the middle of my sentence. The bearded man blinked his eyes in surprise for a few seconds before his expression crumpled in anger. The hell did you say? Watch your mouth, you spaghetti bitch. Cinzia threw her head back in a loud fit of laughter. Certainly a barbaric Mexican, ain't ya? You from the Sinaloa, right? How do you know? It's obvious. Out of those with the authority to recruit, the only one who can mass mobilize the bronze marks is found there. Cinzia's laughter abruptly came to halt and she beckoned with her index finger. The fourth maid from the left stepped forward and handed over a piece of paper to her. Let's see, I'm getting curious here if your results match that mouth of yours. Cinzia took a look at the paper and a mocking smile formed on her lips. 0 points. What? Is this real? The maid quietly nodded her head. You're not even a red mark, getting a 0 as a bronze. Cinzia threw away the paper and coldly looked at the burly Mexican. I can't bother to talk to you again. Sit back down, burrito. You, sit. Otherwise, I'm going to make the ones who invited you regret it. The abrupt change in the tone of her voice was so eerie and terrifying that it roused goosebumps on all who heard it. The Mexican man shrunk back in an instant and collapsed back down to his seats unsteadily. I think you're all misunderstanding something here. Cinzia continued to smoke without saying anything for a while before sweeping her gaze across the audience seats with eyes belonging to a wild beast. The official title of this land is Lost Paradise. Got that? She emphasized the last part of her words, specifically the name. Did you all think that because it's called Paradise that you'd get to ride in roller coasters and have a jolly good time? You all better wake up. If I were to compare this place to Earth, then the land you're about to step into is a battlefield full of gunshots and explosions happening every single day. This is a war zone, where you will be permitted to survive only after your enemies are all dead. She flicked the butt of the cigarette away and crossed her arms again. Just because you managed to somehow escape from a weakling monster, you think you got the right to bark at me. Don't you get the meaning behind the tutorial? Don't get cocky. You better not fool yourselves into thinking that things you'll encounter in Lost Paradise are around the same level as what you experienced in the tutorial. The reality of the situation must have sunk in as the small commotion died down almost immediately. That's right. If you understood, then keep your mouth shut, you useless bunch of woodpeckers. It was at this moment that a giggle escaped out from Sial's lips. He was seriously concentrating on Cinzia's words, but couldn't help himself when she blared out the woodpecker bit. He realized he made a mistake right away and tried to cover his mouth, but he had already become the center of attention by then. A strange glimmer flickered in Cinzia's eyes. Oh, I see. Indeed, you may find all of this rather adorable. But you should try to understand too, no matter how careful the selection process was, there will always be some dirt that manages to escape the filtering. Sial was expecting to hear an earful, but upon hearing her voice that seemingly asked for his understanding, he could only feel confusion. Well, this place will be the end of that anyways. Cinzia shifted her gaze back to Area 4's direction and giggled. You are going to go through a lot of hardship, that's for sure. To get to 1,000 points from zero, now that isn't going to be a walk in the park. Hearing this, several people began to flinch noticeably. This is the consequence of your own actions. Who told you to get a free pass through the tutorial? Even Sial Ah's complexion wasn't so good. Her points only amounted to 46. Now that we're here, we might as well get the awards ceremony done and dusted too. If there's someone deserving of punishment, then there should be others deserving of rewards. Cinzia let off a lengthy groan and reached into her inner coat pocket. From now, if I call out your name, stand up. Area 5 Tong Chai, a thin man wearing a white turban, stood up. You already meet the requirements. If you want, you can enter paradise right away. I choose to remain. Then take this. Cinzia threw something at Tong Chai. He easily snatched it off the air and asked her, full of curiosity, what's this? What a member of the assassination squad is asking for info. An unreadable smile formed on Tong Chai's face as he sat back down. If you're really curious, then ask your maid standing behind me later. Area 2 Salvador Leoda. This time, a man with a buzz cut stood up. Cinzia didn't bother to say anything and simply threw something at his way. The unexpectedly youthful man caught it, bowed slightly, and sat back down on his seat. Area 7 Hao Win. One of the identically kitted Chinese men, a man with good physique and looking somewhere around in the mid-30s, stood up. Seeing how you carry yourself, I can easily guess where you're from. So will you be staying? That is a foolish question. I will be staying, of course. The man named Hao Win smiled refreshingly. Okay, and then, Area 2 Odilette Delphine. I'm also staying. The girl answered right away. She quickly caught the thrown item that drew a long arc in the air. She checked it and then promptly raised her hand up high again. Excuse me for a second. I think you gave me the wrong one because it says no 2 on the plate. Nope. I know full well that you earned 7,500 points. Shocked and impressed gasps came from the various parts of the audience. Most of the crowd here stared at the girl with the white hairband with disbelieving eyes. If I deduct the 1,000 survival points you got as your starting bonus, then your original points tally is 6,500, and your silver mark got you a mark of survival with the 5 times multiplier. So you earned 1,300 points during the tutorial. Am I right? Why, yes, you are right. How regretful. That amount would have been enough to get you to the top of the rankings. But this time, it's only enough for the second place. The girl's jaw dropped. Quite likely, she hadn't thought of the possibility that someone else could have surpassed her in the points tally. Wait a minute. Didn't I also receive some survival points as the starting bonus? Now that he thought about it, Sial did receive 5,000 points in the assembly hall as starting bonus. It seemed that the points he got back then were not subjected to the multiplier effect of the mark of the survival. In any case, that meant the actual total of Sial's survival points was not 21,500, but 26,500 instead. Area 1. I'm staying. Sial quickly got up from his seat. The back of his head was getting really itchy right about now. How many points did that guy receive then? You shouldn't even ask. Just tallying up the original points alone, it's 2150. It's higher than yours by 850. Wow. Doesn't she know any shame? Sial inwardly complained while catching the incoming object. It was a key with a golden numeral, 1, engraved on the attached plate. You know, I find it really amazing. Cinzia unexpectedly displayed a certain amount of admiration. It's already impressive that your tiny country earned the right to recruit people independently, but now a second irregular has appeared. Finally, Cinzia gave out a signal, prompting the maids to hurriedly descend from the stage and move to either side of the audience area. What are you all doing? Stand up. Sial was about halfway down to his chair, but he had to stand back up again. The countdown to the month's deadline has begun already. What, you want me to spoon-feed you everything you need before you'll starting moving your asses? Hearing this, Sial quickly picked up his bag. The blonde maid was waiting for him in a different doorway than the one he used to enter the theater. It was as if she was telling him to use this one now. Everyone formed the same sort of surprised expressions once they exited from the theater and took in the sights unfolding before their eyes. The so-called neutral zone reminded one of a super-massive department store with its spectacular interior. The ground floor was shaped in a huge circle, and wherever they looked, they could find lounges and shops as well as other facilities. None here could even start figuring out just how many floors, interconnected with spiraling staircases, there were above their heads. They couldn't exit from the neutral zone yet, but it wasn't hard to imagine how this place might have looked from the outside, like the legendary Tower of Babel, a tall and round tower. Sial found an empty chair inside one of the ground floor's lounges and settled down to survey the area around him. The most eye-catching object within this lobby was a giant notice board set up next to a fountain in the middle of the floor. On this board, there were countless pieces of paper that resembled paper talismans stuck to it, and a healthy crowd of people had gathered in front. Sial decided to go and check out that later, once things had calmed down a little bit, so he sat here and organized his thoughts. He was initially thinking of leaving the neutral zone right away. Since he already possessed the qualifications, he believed that there was no real need to waste his time here. However, the other 4 people who had amassed over 1,000 points all chose to remain. They didn't even show a hint of hesitation either. And also, didn't that manhwaedit say it out loud too? He said that was a foolish question. Okay then, what did I dream about this place? He couldn't remember anything about this place at all. There must be a reason why all 4 of them said they'd rather remain here. In times like this, Sial couldn't help but grow resentful of Kim Hannah. Sial remained sitting there while rubbing his face, unsure of what to do next. He felt someone approaching him and raised his head. How do you do? The woman greeting him with dignified elegance as soon as their eyes met was decked out in a rather familiar attire. Seeing her neatly tied hair, as well as the pair of spectacles sitting on her nose, Sial easily recognized her. She was the second maid standing to the left on the stage. She's from Area 2, isn't she? Hi, is there anything I can help you with? I'm called Agnes. If it's okay with you, I'd like the honor of guiding you around this facility. Now that was a wonderful thing to hear, but it also raised a question in Sial's head. I thought we were supposed to find the necessary info by ourselves. Indeed, that is the case. However, we are tasked with providing basic information, and also providing more information on our own volition isn't against the rules. Sial figured that this nice treatment had something to do with his gold mark. He nodded his head in acceptance. Being guided around instead of stumbling around by himself certainly saved him a lot of time. In that case. Just as Agnes's complexions brightened, she began glancing behind Sial with a stiffened face. He looked behind and found the blonde maid from the tutorial standing there. Not only that, there was a refreshing smile on her face too. Agnes did her best to reciprocate a smile on her own. Maria, of course, I know that Area 1 isn't my jurisdiction, but the tutorial has ended already. Isn't it fine to yield this little thing to me this time? The blonde maid Maria continued to smile radiantly. Meanwhile, she began raising her middle finger. Agnes's expression hardened instantly. What's the meaning of that gesture? Excuse me, don't fuck around, please. You're still as coarse as ever, I see. Agnes let off a soft but resolute harumph before silently bowing to Sial and leaving without saying anything else. Still with that disgusting habit of trying to wag your tail everywhere, you Sicilian bitch. Sial couldn't help but doubt his own hearing. He had already confirmed that the blonde maid could speak just fine, but to see such hardcore swearing jumping out of that adorable and radiant face of hers was just, well then, allow me to guide you. You are pretty good with talking, I mean. That. I am currently practicing the vow of silence, you know, the vow of silence. Yes, I'm trying to fix this bad habit of mine. You see, my words tend to not get filtered by my brain and just jump out of my mouth first. Maria was implying that she talked without thinking. Somehow Sial could see that. Well, I'll be in your care then. When Sial stood up from his seat, Maria began tugging at the corners of his clothes. Then she pointed towards the inside of the lounge area. The facilities there resembled a cafe. Before we get started, would you like to buy me something to drink from there first? Sial turned around to call for Agnes. Maria jumped up and down in alarm. Wait, okay, fine, but what's wrong with buying me something to drink? But why should I, Scrooge? You have a lot of survival points, don't you? Sial blinked his eyes a couple of times. While she was begging him to buy her something, she mentioned the survival points. Why? Does that mean you have to use survival points to use the facilities in this place? Yes. Within the neutral zone, survival points act as the sole currency. In order to eat, sleep, and buy things to wear, you need survival points for all of those. Sial furrowed his brows, not just needing to amass lots of points, but also needing to spend them now. That would spike the difficulty upwards rather steeply. How do you gather more survival points? Rather than a verbal answer, Maria pointed at the notice board instead. There was still a healthy crowd of people in front of it. By taking on the missions placed on that notice board and clearing them, you'll be eligible to receive points as rewards. That's the normal way of getting the points. The normal way, huh? The survival points can be loaned out or transferred to others, too. A bitter smile formed on Sial's face. By connecting what Maria said to Cynthia's words of, "We are not going to mind other ways you cook up yourselves," Sial could make a pretty good guess here. Most would go about solving their problems by getting a loan or more likely resorting to robbery. Since I told you you'll buy me something, right? I refuse. But why? I'll have to conserve my points. It's not like they fall down from the sky or something. But why so stingy? You know you will get free accommodation and food, so how come? Sial tilted his head, wondering what she was on about now. Maria sneakily looked around her and began whispering to his ear. Even here you'll see lots of discrimination, you know. The contracted has to pay the full amount when using the facilities found here, but that's not the case for the invited, right? The bronze marks get 10 discount, the silver marks gets 20 discount, and if that's the case, as a gold mark, you get 30 off on every available facility here. On top of that, you are the highest ranked survivor. So not only are you given an exclusive residence, but you also receive 70 discount when utilizing the services of certain shops and restaurants. When Sial stared at her in disbelief, Maria nodded her head quite animatedly, and as it turned out, she was telling the truth. The cheapest drink available cost 1 survival point. Maria chose a drink that cost 10 points, but as soon as he showed off his gold mark and the plate attached to his key, he didn't even have to pay a single point. You really made a wise decision to stay behind, you know. As they were headed off to his residence located on the upper floors, Maria suddenly told him thus. Her expression was one full of happiness as she sucked in the drink through the straw. You see, it's really difficult to return to the neutral zone once you leave. Since you already have secured your right to leave, you might as well suck out every little benefit you can from here, right? And what benefits are there that can make my stay worthwhile? The VIP store. Maria answered him right away and pulled out a pamphlet from seemingly out of nowhere. This here is the list of some of the things you can buy from the VIP store. Sial's eyes grew wider and wider in surprise as he scanned contents of the list. The biggest difference between the area where the tutorial took place and the neutral zone was the facilities available at the latter. If Sial were to get technical about it, then the neutral zone could only exist in paradise and nowhere else. He could definitely agree to the notion of this sanctuary being very special after all. The 7 deities combined their might to create this place. Sial sensed that they paid a considerable amount of attention to the safe integration and adaptation of the survivors. Such a thing was easy to figure out when recalling the initial reactions of who all saw this place for the first time. Even he thought he was looking at a high-end department store. The plaza located in the middle of the ground floor, or the mock cafes, where one could buy something to drink, were good examples of that. However, such considerations could only be extended so far. Just with a casual glance, he spotted several items that people from modern Earth wouldn't have the chance to see or use in their everyday lives. But that was to be expected. Paradise wasn't as scientifically advanced as Earth, and its culture was different as well. In other words, certain things to remind one about what to come was essential, all in order to minimize the sense of incongruence one might feel during their initial days spent outside the walls of the neutral zone. The upper floors were solely reserved for those who managed to amass more than 1,000 points during the tutorial. When looking down from the guardrail of the winding corridor, one could easily take in nearly everything happening below. That proved to be quite a view. Sial couldn't hide his anticipation, wondering what it would be like inside the room. Maria led him to a door with one engraved on it. Sial opened it and entered the room beyond, only to struggle very hard to keep his jaw shut that threatened to drop to the floor. The floor space of the so-called room was as wide open as an ocean, so much so, he couldn't even figure out how big this place was. And as his eyes took in the many luxurious paintings and sculptures decorating the walls and pockets of space, as well as the gorgeous chandelier hanging high in the ceiling, he couldn't help but mistakenly believe that this room ought to have belonged to a king. For all of his 26 years of life, Sial had never ever stepped foot inside any room or space as luxurious as this one. He had clapped his eyes on something this grand only through the magic of the internet. As a comparison, probably the legendary ambassador suite of Brunei's Empire Hotel supposedly, there were only 2 such rooms in the world, would be able to rival the level of opulence seen here. Sial took his time checking out this room that was obviously far too large to be called a mere room, before sitting down on the edge of the equally too large for one-person bed and decided to relax for a bit. His elation lasted for a brief moment, though. Finding himself all alone in such an expansive room, he ended up getting bored quite quickly. What was the point of such a wide open space and all this luxury? There was no TV here, no fridge, no computer too. The only object that operated on electricity he had on his person was the smartphone he got at the beginning of the tutorial, used to receive the missions and the like. He had basically nothing to do here, so he ended up checking out the pamphlet Maria left behind once more, and as he browsed through it, his eyes remained wide in surprise, but the expression on his face was getting more and more complicated in the meantime. Greetings to you. The Neutral Zone operates a very special store for those of you with plenty of survival points burning a hole in your pocket. The VIP store possesses 3 distinct characteristics that separate it from other stores within the zone. Firstly, this is a very unique store created through the combined guidance of the 7 deities. Secondly, the products from this store won't be restocked ever again once it's been purchased. And finally, the number of people who have used the services of this store can be counted on one hand. Although the pricing on each item might be unimaginably high, we can confidently guarantee their effects. The following are the list of items purchasable from the VIP store. We eagerly look forward to your patronage, so see you soon. VIP item list 1. Ambrosia 30,000 SP each x22. Numa's Sky Boots 50,000 SP per pair x13. Morai Souvenir 600,000 SP x14. Meals Branding Iron 100,000 SP x15. Divine Elixirs 30,000 SP each Strength x1. Endurance x1. Agility x2. Stamina x2. Magic x1. Luck x36. The Divine Stigmata 300,000 SP x17. The Seed of the World Tree 400,000 SP x18. Sidus's Divine Strength 80,000 SP x19. Aphrodite's Sedge 150,000 SP each x510. Psyche's Tears 250,000 SP x1. There were only 10 items on the list, but every single one of them possessed outstanding effects. The obvious problem was, of course, the prices were incredibly, absurdly, nonsensically sky-high, crazy. He felt like swearing out here. Just looking at that Morai Souvenir told him seemingly everything he needed to know. Were they actually being serious here? Wasn't this like making fun of him or something, by showing off an item so profound and desirable, only to declare loudly, oh, look how expensive it is. Kekek, just who in their right minds can afford things this expensive? He kept thinking like this, yet he couldn't just forget about it. Especially so, he couldn't let go of his interest in the 1st and the 5th items on the list. Ambrosia was supposedly a drop of morning dew that forcibly evolved one of the awakened abilities to the next level. As for the Divine Elixirs, they were miraculous medicines that increased the physical stats by 1 level higher. Their pricing seemed reasonable too, comparatively speaking. Currently out of the possible 5 directions, Sial's 9 eyes had opened up the central and the left directions. If he could drink 2 ambrosias, then he'd get to open 2 more directions out of the remaining. Which meant Sial would be that much closer to unraveling the mystery that he had to live with for the last 26 years. I shouldn't be wasting time like this. The time period of 1 month was not long at all. No, he thought it was far, far too short. He felt the sense of urgency take over his thought process. After picking up the bag, Sial left the room. Back on the ground floor, there was still a crowd in the plaza there, but it was much smaller than when Sial first came out of the theater. As Maria had mentioned earlier, the board was chock-full with numerous parchments. After deciding on the mission to undertake, one just had to take its parchment and rip it in half. That would teleport the person to space where the given mission took place. There was this one rule that had to be adhered to, though. There were many missions available here that allowed the survivors to band together in order to complete. However, one couldn't form a party where more than half of the minimum required number of participants were from the same area as him or herself. In other words, one was forced to cooperate with survivors from other areas. Sial wasn't thinking of forming a party now anyways. Thinking like this, he quickly took a sweeping look at the board. Survive on a mountainside, remaining number of attempts, 14-15. Avoid the fangs of a starving beast and survive for the next 2 hours within the mountainside. Difficulty, very easy. When successful, plus 10 survival points. When unsuccessful, NA. Cooperation not allowed, nope, pass. It was an easy mission, but the reward on offer was too low. What Sial wanted was a mission that could be done in the shortest amount of time while also having the highest possible rewards, and if it was safe to boot, then there would be nothing more he'd ask for. What with his numerous prerequisites, his search didn't go easily, but there were literally hundreds of missions available here, so it was only a matter of time. Soon enough, he spotted a certain mission parchment. Find your path inside a maze. Remaining number of attempts, 90-90. Escape from an underground maze in 6 hours. If you end up in the wrong path, difficulty normal. When successful, plus 100 survival points. When unsuccessful, starting from the beginning again or death. Cooperation allowed up to 2 people. Just by looking at the reward, he wasn't too keen on it. However, he could repeat it as much as he wanted to, and more importantly, he liked the fact that he could potentially rely on his innate ability. The mission explanation implied that he could die if he entered the wrong path. However, wouldn't it be fine if he only stuck to the paths that shone in green? It was certainly worth a shot. Sial made up his mind and took one parchment out from the thick bundle. He checked the time with his smartphone. It was 1131 a.m. After confirming the time, he ripped the paper in half. A bright light exploded, and he felt a strong suction force sucking in from his midriff. Sial closed his eyes and opened again a bit later. He realized that he was now standing inside a cavern. The novelty of his new surroundings wore off really quickly, though. He tightly grasped the steel bar and cautiously surveyed the immediate area around him. However, even after 2 minutes of solid waiting, not a single thing showed up. He breathed a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze to his front. There were 5 big holes in the wall, shaped like entrances. As soon as he activated his 9 eyes, things unfolded as he suspected it might. The hole to his far left glowed in green, the middle 3 glowed in yellow, while the rightmost one was in the hues of orange. Sial stepped forward in this slightly bending cavern and entered the left entrance. You have completed the normal rated mission. 100 survival points has been awarded. Current SB, 26,600 SB. With the announcement ringing in his ears, Sial's vision was filled with the sight of the ground floor plaza. As soon as he made out of the maze, he was transferred back to the neutral zone. The clock on his phone displayed 1256 p.m. He only needed 1 hour and 25 minutes to complete a 6-hour mission. He only walked in the direction dictated by his innate ability, so he didn't encounter anything that could have been called dangerous. Clearing the mission took a bit longer than he'd liked because it was his first time attempting it. However, he figured that as soon as he became familiar with it, he might be able to finish the maze in less than 1 hour. Sial nodded his head, now convinced. He then returned to the notice board in a hurry to rip up the mission parchment for the maze once more. And so, he proceeded to vanish and return to the plaza several more times. After he completed the mission that nominally needed 6 hours to complete 6 more times, a couple of unexpected problems rose up. The first problem was that the number of attempts remaining had decreased quite noticeably. This was because the other survivors witnessed Sial continuously completing this particular mission. They figured that it must have been easier than they initially feared, and 1 or 2 people began trying their luck. After all, for a regular survivor, 100 survival points amounted to 1/10 of their aim, so the allure was indeed great. And the second problem was, a sharp pain momentarily bore through his brain. Sial had no choice but to halt his hands from ripping up another mission parchment. There was no need to even mention what this pain signified. He was all too acutely familiar with it, after all. It was a warning, or perhaps an omen. He had been using 9 eyes for over 6 hours straight now, so it wasn't all that surprising for his brain to cry out in anguish. But I still need to do a few more. The level of pain wasn't all that great if he thought about it. However, back in the past, back a few years ago when he proceeded to ignore similar warning signs, he ended up wallowing in the harsh reality of losing his ability and suffering the consequences of it. Now that I think about it, my whole body kind of feels fatigued, too. No matter how important evolving his ability was, if the ability itself was lost through recklessness, then that would be the worst way to waste his time, ever. He didn't want to repeat the mistake of losing his ability ever again. In the end, Sial returned the mission parchment back to the board and decided to take a break in his room upstairs. Sial woke up from his slumber feeling completely refreshed. Not only his head, but his entire body felt alive and rejuvenated. His body, which did feel a bit heavy although not to the extent of feeling like a mountain, felt quite normal now. Maria explained that there was definitely a reason why expensive rooms cost so much. There were dozens of rooms in the neutral zone, but their pricing varied to quite a ridiculous degree. According to her, the cheap rooms were only good for sleeping, but as the price increased, the environment found in the rooms gradually became more beneficial towards the survivor trying to rest there. More importantly, Sial's room was one of its kind in the whole zone. Even if he rested as long as everyone else, he'd get to enjoy the effects of a rest that seemingly had lasted for several times longer. The phone's display now showed 1112 p.m. I slept for around 5 hours, Sial pulled out the convenience store food from the bag. He could eat for free in the restaurants, but he couldn't waste the time going there to order and eat. While chewing on a sandwich, he organized his thoughts. The efficiency is too poor. Including the break, he spent 11 hours to earn 600 survival points. If he earned 1,200 points in 24 hours, then in a month, that would be 36,000 points. He might be able to somehow afford 2 ambrosias at this rate, but the problem is with the remaining number of attempts. Cial knew very well that it was impossible to go and repeat the same mission over and over again. He also needed to consider those people who would try to follow whatever he painstakingly chose to do next as well. Cial felt the distinct need to revise his strategy. 2 prerequisite conditions of short time requirement, high rewards upon completion were non-negotiable, but he thought he could forgo his safety. No, he had to forget about it. Why? Higher the danger, higher the payout, that was why. Honestly, he was very much tempted by what was on offer at the VIP store. Besides, he was told that once he left, it'd be exceedingly difficult to return to the neutral zone, too. So he earnestly wanted to at least drink the divine elixir as soon as possible. He wondered whether he should visit the other stores, too, but he just shook his head in the end. Really now, he couldn't afford to waste a single point, so what was there for him to possibly buy? However, he couldn't neglect to make thorough preparations. So Cial pulled his bag closer and began inspecting its contents. Let's see. The quill pen of flowing consciousness is not for combat, and this mirror of understanding is for, damn it, it's only useful against the deceased. There wasn't a mission to get rid of the walking dead in the tutorial, nor would the survivors be given such a mission in the first place, so why? Fortunately, though he possessed a box full of spell balls, he only needed 4 of these balls to take care of that terrifying geekwi, so he was sure of these coming in handy in the near future. Cial extracted the familiar combination of poison fog, ignite, spider web, and hydrochloric acid and put them in his pockets. And he headed towards the ground floor. The hour may have been late, yet there were still 20+ people loitering around the plaza. Even the second place Odilette, Delphine, and Howwin could be seen among them as well. When the first place, Cial made his entrance, both of them turned around to meet him as if they had a prior agreement. However, Cial was too preoccupied with earning more survival points, so he failed to notice their actions. He simply poured his attention on the notice board. Excuse me. Just as Cial's gaze headed upwards, Odilette Delphine called out to him. Yes, Cial tilted his head slightly. She was fidgeting with a strand of her brown hair. Unlike the first time he saw her, she seemed to be in a slight bind over something. Do you perchance remember Mr. Tong Chai? Mr. Tong Chai, you say? You mean the man wearing a turban? Yes, he was the 5th place finisher. That man, I think he has met his doom. Met his doom? He's dead. A survivor who managed to amass more than 1,000 points during the tutorial died already. Now that was something Cial couldn't just gloss over. That one. I think he died while attempting that mission. The mission parchment Odilette pointed at was the very same mission Cial was repeating earlier in the day. Indeed, there is a warning that you might die, but why do you think he dead? It's been 6 hours since he disappeared, but he hasn't returned yet. I'm not so sure about that. No matter what, to say he died while attempting something as simple as this normal difficulty mission is a bit. Odilette's expression became complicated when she heard his words. Something as simple, I see. Well, will you be attempting the same mission again? No, I was thinking of trying my hands on a different mission this time. Cial shifted his gaze back to the notice board. Odilette Delphine stood there licking her lips for a little while longer before opening her mouth again. Can you spare some time to share a cup of tea with me? Although her suggestion didn't sound so bad, meeting a girl possessing an amazing beauty late at night, Cial had something far more pressing to attend to first. He needed to select a new mission and attempt it at least once. I apologize, but there is something I really need to confirm first. If it's not too much trouble, can I take a rain check? Cial spoke while considering the fact that she was a foreigner. After listening to his formal rejection, Odilette formed a wistful expression. I guess it can't be helped then. She turned around to leave. Cial resumed checking the board out then. He thought what if and activated his ability. Most of the mission parchments placed lower down on the board didn't emit any color, but as he raised his gaze upwards, he saw yellow, vermilion, and crimson in that ascending order. Does that mean missions found higher up on the board are harder? Cial then stared in disbelief at the mission parchment dyed in deep crimson color, located at the very top of the board, which proudly boasted the mission reward of 172,800 points. However, his gaze spotted something odd nearby and stayed there. Among the sea of orange, there was one mission parchment dyed in yellow, 1,000 survival points as the mission reward. The difficulty was 1 step above the slightly hard, remaining attempts. 15 out of 15. Most importantly, there was no time limit either. As he looked up at that piece of paper, greed filled up Cial's expression. Break through the siege and survive. Remaining number of attempts, 15. Survive the encirclement of the group of skeletons. Difficulty, hard. When successful, plus 1,000 survival points. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible up to 6 participants. A siege. Skeletons. The mission parchment screamed danger even through a cursory glance. The fact that the mission allowed up to 6 people to form a party told the same story as well. Quite likely, Sial would find himself surrounded from all sides the moment he ripped the parchment in half. I have to take the risk. If he could survive and succeed, then he could potentially earn up to 15,000 points. He'd get to amass almost half of his goal of 34,000 points with this one mission alone. Besides, other survivors showed no sign of even touching this parchment, so it seemed perfect for his current situation. I should still be careful, though. After making up his mind, Sial pulled out all the spell balls in his possession. Will poison work against skeletons? Sial deliberated for a while, before deciding to use them even if they proved to be ineffective. He did confirm the crucial fact during killing the Geekwi, that the poisonous fog seemed to possess some elements of explosive gas. If he combined that with Ignite, then there was a good chance that he'd reap huge benefits just like the last time, so it should be better to combine these two. He carefully checked each of the spell balls and divided them into 2 groups, ones that would be used in combination and the rest that would be used by themselves. It was a shame that there were no spell balls related to holy or divine magic. It'd be a lie if he wasn't feeling nervous. Still, he shoved the spell balls inside his pockets and grasped the steel bar as tightly as he could, before ripping the parchment up with his teeth. The already familiar sensation brushed past him, and the scenery changed in an instant. The location for this mission was set inside an underground cavern-like space. His vision immediately took in the ceiling above that seemed far too low for his liking, and right in front of his eyes, several dozens of skeletons stood there, as he expected they might, and were glaring at the intruder. They all look rather hostile, don't they? The disparity between what he saw in things like video games and that of reality was as great as heaven and earth. Whatever the case may have been, his plan was to start his assault with a bang. Sial pulled out the combination of poison fog and Ignite, the very combo that worked so splendidly against the Geekwi, and was about to throw the two, before his hands hastily froze mid-action. Suddenly he had a thought. He was standing in a completely different environment compared to when he was killing the Geekwi. He glanced behind him and saw a solid wall. There wasn't a lot of space around him, and worst of all, there was no room to retreat. But he was thinking of using a poisonous gas here, and to make it explode too. He nervously swallowed down his saliva after realizing how close he got to inadvertently killing himself. From the very beginning, things were going sideways. Quahaha, right at the back of the undead horde, a skeleton wearing a battle helmet roared out. Then dozens of normal skeletons began to repeatedly clatter their teeth in unison. They raised their weapons and began inching closer to Sial's position. Realizing how urgent his situation had become, Sial quickly chucked the Ignite spell ball first. It caused a small explosion and knocked out 2 skeletons. Maybe because it was used independently, its overall prowess was far lesser than what he was hoping for. Sial tried to remain calm and pulled out his second combination from the pocket spiderweb and the hydrochloric acid. The thrown spell ball rapidly spun in the air before tens of silvery threads exploded out. 10 odd skeletons were tied up by these threads. Sial chucked the acid ball a beat later. The acidic liquid rained down on the immobile monsters. The skulls, ribs, pelvic bones, femurs, etc. got melted in the blink of an eye, taking care of the first wave. All these were still within Sial's calculations, though. He had to decrease their numbers as much as he could before he was pushed up against the wall. While cautiously retreating, Sial pulled out more spell balls from his pocket. Strong beams of light exploded out from the 4th ball he threw in the air. Gwaha. From the back, the helmet-wearing skeleton roared out in anger once more. Since it seemed to be the leader of this undead horde, its anger was more or less understandable, what with its subordinates decreasing by over half in only a few breaths' time. The leader skeleton grasped a large axe and rushed forward, before powerfully kicking off from the ground. The bony hand arced back and then shot downward as if the monster wanted to slice apart the rude intruder in one go. Sial didn't expect the enemy to perform an aerial assault like that and stood there blinking in a daze. Meanwhile, the distance between him and the monster shrunk rapidly. He was about to pull 3 more spell balls out, but had to urgently raise the steel bar to defend himself instead. Although he was slightly caught off guard, as long as he could defend this attack and hit the skeleton with lots of spell balls, then he'd be. Clang! Sial's body tilted to one side rather unexpectedly. His eyes grew wide in disbelief. The airborne attack that carried the downward momentum contained destructive power that easily exceeded his expectations. The angle of defense allowed him to deflect the descending axe, but at the same time, the impact force shoved his own arm away as well. The axe was swung again in a diagonal line and smacked away Sial's steel bar like it was nothing. Then, it swung back towards his now exposed ribcage. His eyes instinctively spun and took in the sight of the powerful arc the axe was drawing. Sial's head blanked out then. I'm going to die here, just like this, really. But it was only attention required, wasn't it? I still have spell balls left to use, and I am not in a disadvantageous position yet. As thousands of thoughts entered and left his head, his instinct screamed out. It told him it was too late now. Sial gave up on counter-attacking right away and spun around with what little reflex he could muster up. While exposing his back, he crouched forward as much as he could. Slice. The sharp blade of the axe didn't cut the intruder's back, but sliced up the object slung across his shoulders, the thick bag that contained pretty much every little thing from a certain convenience store. At the same time, the skeleton's head was reflected on the smooth, polished surface peeking out from underneath the gap cut open by the axe. Suddenly, a light beam shot out from the bag and penetrated the skeleton's eye sockets. Ki! The skeleton screamed. Sial nearly toppled over from the impact, but managed to prop himself up by placing his hands against the wall. He turned his head around to look. Although he was dazed and stunned silly, he still got to see the skeleton screaming out in pain as it was burning away. The moment of quick thinking had saved his neck, but he couldn't hide his shock from the sudden change of situation. What happened? He managed to survive, but that didn't mean his troubles were over. He quickly pulled the bag that served as a wonderful shield to his front and rummaged through its contents. He then figured out the cause of the change. A beam of bright light was coming from the sliced gap of the bag. Oh, the mirror of understanding. It was the special item he drew from the drawing machine, supposedly for dealing with the deceased. Thinking, what if Sial pulled the mirror out and shined its light on the still burning skeleton with the helmet? Every single bone on its body began to change color right away. Very soon, the monster completely became ash and scattered away like dust. It wasn't the only that monster, though. Even the ones trapped within the spiderweb, even the ones hastily retreating as soon as the light touched them, they turned into ash while crying out in sorrowful wails. He only had to shine the light once around the cavern, but the tens of skeletons all became dust in less than 1 minute. When all of its targets were gone, the mirror's surface cracked as if to signal that it had achieved what it was designed for. You have successfully completed a hard difficulty mission. 1,000 survival points has been added to your tally. Current SB, 28,100 SB. When Sial returned to the plaza, a small commotion rose up. After the first-place survivor vanished from the plaza, the crowd quickly checked what mission he had chosen, only to be shocked out of their minds. Not even one person among them dared to attempt a normal difficulty mission yet, but this youth was challenging a hard difficulty already. Not only that, all by himself. The opinions were evenly split. Some were saying that he had bitten off more than he could chew, while others said that they should wait and see. And as everyone could see, Sial returned to the plaza in less than 5 minutes. Since there was only one possibility upon failure of the mission, which was death, his ray emergence meant only one thing. I can't believe it. Hao Win muttered out softly in disbelief. It could be said that Hao Win's surprise was on a different level compared to other survivors here. He had managed to complete a few missions already, and while doing so, he got to form a certain view, an educated guess of sorts, regarding how one should go about surviving in the neutral zone. He was convinced that, if he wanted to undertake missions, he would have to make adequate preparations first by purchasing various items through many stores found here. And also, even if he could form a party with other people possessing similar level of abilities as himself, he should not, under no circumstances, attempt to clear missions that had difficulty rating higher than normal, at least not for now. That was probably why Odelette Delphine went to chat with the first-placed young man from Korea. Of course, she still got refused rather grandly, though. But that man from Korea had completed a mission with a difficulty rating 2 rungs higher than normal this quickly. How did he do it? Is able to use magic already. Hao Win was thinking of inching closer to Sial and ask, but he ended up tilting his head instead. Sial was standing in the same spot, unmoving like a stone sculpture. There was a strange, awkward atmosphere surrounding him. It was as if Hao Win was looking at a soldier who barely managed to return from a bloody and brutal war zone. When Hao Win took a closer look, the golden bag he was so envious of was split almost in half, and Sial's expression seemed to be lost and contemplative at the same time. Then, Sial began moving his feet in silence. The crowd could only stare at the back of the young man, wordlessly climbing up the staircase in unsteady steps. Sial couldn't recall how he returned to his room. His head hurt and he felt dizzy as if he had too much to drink. Upon regaining his focus, he found his entire body soaked in cold sweat. A chill crept up his back. His breathing seemed normal on the surface, but his heart kept pounding. His throat felt so dry and clammy that he thought it might crack into pieces at any second. He pulled out a 2-liter bottle of water and drank from it nonstop. His Adam's apple danced up and down for a long time. Sial drank almost half of the bottle in one go, then forced his shaking legs to move. Soon, he fell on top of the bed. Only then this sensation of returning alive from the abyss came washing over him. Honestly speaking, had he ever felt this enervated since the tutorial began? Tock, tock. He heard someone knocking on the door and raised his head, but then decided not to care and dropped his head back down the sheets. He didn't feel like talking to anyone at the moment. The knocking continued for a while, but when there was no response, it stopped. Sial just lay there and wordlessly stared at the ceiling. The checkered pattern on the ceiling above seemed to be spinning in his view. How much time went by? The thick and enduring silence continued on. Sial's fearful and shocked eyes slowly closed until only a sliver remained open. Did I place too much blind faith in my ability? The parchment was glowing yellow. He thought he could definitely clear the mission given his previous experience with Kang Seok. Or was I too careless? It wasn't that he thought it would be a walk in the park. He knew it would be very dangerous. He simply thought that he could take risk. Maybe I was too relaxed, but didn't he make preparations? He checked each spell ball and even divided them into possible combinations. Sial thought up to here and then. Was I too hasty? He completely closed his eyes shut. The more he tried to analyze his actions, the more foolish he looked to himself. At least he had successfully completed the mission, or more correctly, he could only manage to barely clear it. The wrong choices he made came back to bite him in the ass, and he nearly lost his life. Actually being able to return alive, and in one piece, was a miracle in itself already. His 9 eyes didn't lie. When he thought about it carefully, that mission was on the level where he could have cleared it if he was being very careful. He even had in possession the necessary answer to clear the mission, too. What would have happened if he pulled the mirror of understanding out the moment he got there? Whether it was a deceased or a skeleton, they both were undead, so why couldn't he think of this obvious similarity beforehand? Or what would have happened if he came up with different types of spell ball combinations? Only by relying on that pathetically small level of experience of killing the Geekwi, he went and picked the poison fog as his first line of attack out of the 10 spell balls in his possession. Meanwhile, he didn't even stop to consider just what kind of location he might find himself in after the teleportation. In the end, his mind was to blame. He pretended to be not relaxed. He pretended to be not overconfident. His mind, his greed, blinded him with the need to amass the survival points as quickly as possible. At a bare minimum, he wouldn't have acted this complacent back during the tutorial. No, that's not right, is it? Even back then, was there anything he did with his own power? More and more questions naturally reared their ugly heads as Sial was pulled along by this chain of logic. When he chased away the Geekwi at the assembly hall, was that through his own power? Or when he broke past the second mission full of traps alone? They were both due to his future vision ability. He didn't even know how to activate that thing right now. And more importantly, it wasn't as if Sial made the conscious choice to act. He was simply overwhelmed by the emotions at the time. And when he killed the Geekwi, that was only possible because of the absolute safety the safe zone provided. Most likely, he had become too cocky. As soon as he stepped into the assembly hall, he got recognized as the holder of the hallowed gold mark, and everyone was super respectful of him. Everyone tried to follow after his footsteps, and some even worshipped him. Even the smallest things he did garnered so much attention. They all said that he was someone very special. He must have been enjoying all this attention, this acknowledgement of his being, even though outwardly he denied it, did not want it, didn't even like it. 2 traits. 1. Temperament, weak-willed. Possesses a weak will, thus unable to make decisions alone nor sticks to ones already made. Short-tempered. 2. Aptitude, average. Normal in every way, possesses no particular talent or qualities. 3. Physical level. Strength, low. Endurance, extreme low. Agility, intermediate low. Stamina, low. Magic, high intermediate. Luck, low intermediate. Remaining ability points, 0. Reality, he was weak. If one took away this and that, then he literally had nothing and was nothing. He already knew what happened to him the moment he lost his ability. He knew so well what kind of useless wastrel he was, yet. Also, wasn't he given so much more this time? Besides his own supernatural ability, you stupid son of a bitch. He found it hard to endure this sense of shame. Sial stood right back up and gripped the water bottle the other way, then he poured the water over his head. The cooling liquid rained down from his head, rushed past his face and wetted his upper torso. This was him mocking himself. He told himself, you find yourself in such a favorable position, so much better than compared to other people, yet is this all you can do? Even after the bottle emptied, Sial remained standing there with his eyes closed. He focused on every drop of water falling from the tips of his hair. When he did this for a long time, that whirlwind of boiling emotions deep inside the pit of his stomach began to cool down just a tad. Only then did he reopen his eyes. Phew. The light of greed was completely gone from his eyes now, and the original glow returned. This can't go on. He began reflecting from the very beginning, a detail by every small detail, not just when he started doing the missions, but the moment he stepped foot inside the neutral zone. Why am I so hung up on getting the ambrosia? His obsession started the moment when Maria handed over the pamphlet. No, that wasn't quite right. He knew the existence of the VIP store even before he got here. Maybe you might be able to use the VIP store. The guide Han, when Sial recalled Han's face, he also remembered something he'd forgotten until now. Why did that guy choose that time to whisper those words to Sial? Why did he go out of his way to mention the VIP store in the first place? The water drops still fell from Sial as he moved to grab the bag. He flung it open and rummaged through the contents until he found 3 neatly folded pieces of paper inside. He picked one up and cautiously unfolded it. A note from the guide 4952. Advice to remember when in the neutral zone. Do you wish to quickly increase your physical level? Why not use the special competence available in the VIP store? Again, another mention of the VIP store. Competence. Now that he had taken a look, the note turned out to be just that, a note that had neither a beginning nor a proper ending. Sial still decided to leave his room, however. The only way to satisfy his curiosity was to check this competence with his own 2 eyes. The VIP store was located on the 8th floor. When he pushed the door open, he found a small room, a counter, and a maid sitting behind it. Her eyes grew wide as soon as she saw him. Oh, my apologies. I didn't expect to see a survivor to enter through those doors so soon. Are you perhaps here to window shop? Is this the VIP store? If you wish to purchase an item, please enter through here. The maid pointed towards a small door to her side. It seemed that there was another room behind the one they were in. Unfortunately, it isn't possible to window shop in this store. You also need a minimum of 30,000 SB to enter as well. If you're curious about the products available in here, do you have an item called Competence on sale? Seeing the maid about to pick up a familiar-looking pamphlet, Sial hurriedly interjected. The maid flinched and stopped. She then spotted the piece of paper gripped in his hand and an unreadable light flickered in her eyes. Ah, of course, the guides. Well then, the story changes a little bit in that case. Please give me the note. After receiving the guide's note, she opened up the huge closet right behind her. The interior of this wooden closet was packed full with rows upon rows of adult finger-sized potion bottles. The maid pulled one out and placed it on the counter. Sial stared at this small bottle containing a milky white substance. He activated 9 eyes but couldn't see any color. You will also find Competence in the regular stores down below. However, they pale in comparison to the ones found in this VIP store. The price, the effects, etc. What differences are there? Well, the most expensive Competence you can find in the regular stores is priced at 250 SB. Its effects last for 12 hours. The maximum amount of boost you will receive is 4 times the normal. That's not so bad if you consider the cost effectiveness. Don't you agree? Oh, you meant the VIP stores. There isn't even a need to say it out loud because the potion's effects and its duration are doubled. For a low price of 400 SB, the duration lasts for 24 hours while you receive 8 times the boost. Training one single day will give you the same results as training for 8 days straight, guaranteed. Sial had to wonder whether he made a mistake when he thought the tone of her voice shifted subtly as if to ask, "You'll buy it, right? You will definitely buy it after this sales pitch, right?" Isn't that just impossible? How can such a thing be? Sial displayed a strong sense of disbelief. While she was laughing with her eyes, the maid's overall expression was calm and composed. This is the neutral zone. Yes, so, this is the divine sanctuary created through the combined might of the 7 deities. As long as you are trying to complete the tasks found within this zone, no effort will be spared in supporting you. Of course, a part of this zone's reason for existence is to test you. But the main objective is to help you develop your skills even further and to increase the odds of your survival outside. The maid tilted her head slightly to the side and smiled radiantly. That's what I'd like to say, but well, it's true that this potion is a little bit peculiar. Only 60 bottles are made available during each of the neutral zone's openings. Also, not everyone can buy one. There are even restrictions placed where one needs to bring along these notes from the guide. That's just in case an invited hears of the potion's existence before arriving at the neutral zone. Sial thought about this carefully. He felt like he could see the answer to his quandary. Until now, he had been blinded by the VIP store to have realized it, but the words trying to complete the tasks found within this zone continued to tug at his mind. "Will you buy one?" The maid placed both of her hands on her waist and confidently asked him. Sial organized his thoughts for a bit, then raised his head to meet her gaze. Yes. After leaving the VIP store and heading back to his room, Sial ran into someone he was rather familiar with, and that was Sial Ah, looking somewhat anxious as she paced up and down in front of his door. Missy Sial Ah, Oribionym, TL, highest form of honorific used to denote one's elder brother, used by females, Oribionym. While Sial stood there confused, Sial Ah ran to him with a look of worry on her face. "Are you all right? Are you really all right?" What do you mean? You looked like you were in pain before. I was worried, so I followed you and tried to see if you were okay, but you weren't in your room. Sial realized that the knocking noise he heard earlier belonged to Sial Ah. She was most likely referring to the time when Sial came back looking haunted after completing the hard, difficulty mission. He was out of it back then, so he must have looked rather odd. Sial could understand now why she was behaving this way. Have you been crying? Sial unconsciously touched around his face and found that the spring water he poured on himself hadn't fully dried yet. I guess so, but why? Because I'm pathetic. Oribio Nim isn't pathetic at all. Sial jumped up and down on the spot. She hurriedly scuttled towards him and carefully grasped hold of his arms. And no, you are simply amazing, that's all. You even completed a hard mission by yourself. Because of that, a huge chaos is unfolding downstairs. Seeing her worry-filled eyes staring up at him, Sial felt like he was feeling a little bit better than before. Just a little. Slowly shook his head. That mission was not something I should have tried in the first place. The mission was that difficult. I attempted it without even realizing my own limits, and I almost died because of it. To be honest, it's a miracle that I'm standing here. Sial was about to say something, but she chose not to after seeing Sial's deeply wounded facial expression. I shouldn't have carried on like that. I shouldn't have tried that mission. Until now, I've only. His furrowed brows deepened even more. He closed shut his mouth for a second or two, the sounds of gritting teeth escaping from between his lips. I was using my own life as collateral in a stupid gamble, and I even swore to myself I'd never, ever gamble again. Oh, Oribio Nim, Sial fidgeted and fretted about while wondering whether there was something she could do to aid him. She then grasped his sleeves a bit tighter and tugged. Sial raised his downtrodden eyes, only to find Sial and her gentle smile looking back. Would you like to run with me for a while? Excuse me. Yes, we should have a foot race. Sial ended up slightly panicking after that suggestion literally came out of nowhere. A race? Why a race all of a sudden? Running is really great, you see. Your mind clears up when you're in the middle of your strides, and you'll definitely feel better after sweating a lot. But there is no space around here to run though, and to run on the corridors is just, take a look at this. A foot race, number of available attempts, lap the track 10 times, difficulty basic. When successful, none. When unsuccessful, none. Cooperation possible, up to 6 people. These were the contents from the mission parchment the girl produced. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 pages, either. She was holding at least 30 of them. Sial looked at the bundle with a dazed expression, prompting her to go, oops, and explain herself. It's okay. The number of attempts for this mission is infinite, so I think it doesn't really matter if I take a few more than usual. But still, isn't that a bit too much? Well, I need to run around for a while before I go to bed, or I won't be able to fall asleep. She poked her tongue out and waved around the mission parchment slightly. Seeing her bright, innocent smile, Sial couldn't bring himself to say no. The method of cooperating was rather simple. Whether it was by holding hands or touching shoulders, it was fine as long as there was some kind of body contact when the parchment was torn in half. The location they moved to was an athletic field. It was no bigger than what one might find in a middle school. Sial thought that doing 10 laps around the track found here shouldn't be too hard, but well, he had to revise his assessment soon enough. Was my fitness level this terrible? He had no problems up to 4th and 5th laps. However, he began gradually slowing down on the 6th lap, and by the time he barely managed to complete the 7th, he couldn't even see Sial's back anymore, never mind thinking of catching up. He couldn't even tell whether he was running on the track or the track was running him out. His breathing was beyond rough, and his heart pounded incredibly hard while loudly demanding more and more oxygen to be delivered. Sweat poured out from his back as if it was raining, and a bittersweet odor leaked out from his throat. I can't do this. He wanted to plop down on the floor and pass out, but then again, that would be just too embarrassing. Why? Sial had already finished all of her 10 laps and was waiting by the start-finish line while carefully regulating and calming down her breathing. That was why. However, this was unsurprising. For many, many years, his body had been poisoned by the constant stream of late-night gambling, alcohol intake, and non-stop smoking. So there was no way he would be in a healthy state at all, especially when he never exercised in the first place. Change the way you breathe. Don't breathe through your mouth, but through your nose. Like this, hoo-hoo ha-ha, hoo-hoo ha-ha. Sial heard her encouragements and gritted his teeth. Only now the answer that was just within his reach became crystal clear. Also, the maid was right, too. The neutral zone wasn't designed to be a place where you must find a way to survive. No, it was designed to help one learn how to survive. Everything had an order to follow. Sial finally managed to complete all 10 laps and stopped just before the finish line. He crumpled to the floor like a collapsing building and roughly wheezed in and out. Sial trotted to where he was and advised him to slowly regulate his breathing, before tilting her head a bit, looking somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Oribio Nim's fitness level to be this low. How come? Missy Sial can run so well. Well, I've been delivering milk in the early mornings, you see. I did that for about 1 year straight. Sounds rough. Oh no, not at all. I've always enjoyed running, you know. Even when I was at school, I entered the athletics club and ran track and fields almost every day. Sial drew a victory sign with her fingers. Sial always thought her demure, shy demeanor and her good looks matched up pretty well, but as it turned out, she was a bona fide athlete instead. He gladly accepted her extended helping hand while opening his mouth. She became flustered as his gratitude came out from nowhere. My mind's a lot clearer now. Oh, it was nothing. If I was able to help somehow, then I'm glad. Besides, you have saved me, so I should be instead. She quickly lowered her gaze and her cheeks reddened softly. Seeing her at a loss and not knowing how to respond, a certain streak of mischievousness tickled Sial's fancy. And no, it's nothing at all. No, it's really nothing at all. It's me who's. I really don't know how I should repay this debt to you. Oribio Nim, Sial puckered her lower lip in a pout and cutely glared at him. You are doing this only because of what Sungjin and I did, yes. Am I busted? Sial winked at her and stood up straight. This was quite surprising. During the run itself, he felt like a dying man, but now that it was over, his mood had improved dramatically. It's not bad, this running thing. Right, running is easily the best way to increase your fitness level. It increases your lung capacity, improves the way your lungs function, and it strengthens your heart. Plus, it even improves your blood circulation. Sial's eyes gradually grew wider as he listened to the virtues of running. He genuinely had no idea that something as simple as running could be this beneficial. In that case, shall we run together one more time? I'm happy with that, but... Sial tilted her head this way, and that before she spoke to him in a low voice. You have to drop the honorifics, okay? Sial let off a soft chuckle at her unexpected request. After ending the running session with Sial, Sial rechecked the notice board, and sure enough, he could see them. Right at the bottom of the board, he found huge stacks of parchments with basic written on them. With no survival points offered up as rewards, everyone had been ignoring them until now. Sial revised his plans completely. The first thing he did was to visit the VIP store again. He then ignored the pleas of the maid there and bought the remaining 59 bottles of competence. After drinking a bottle, he began running again. Healthy citizens make a strong nation. Shouting the famous slogan that encouraged people of Korea to exercise, Sial solely focused on improving his fitness level. He figured that before he could start doing any missions, he needed to be healthy and fit. As days passed, other survivors began to think Sial's actions were odd. After all, to their eyes, he possessed enough abilities to solo a hard-ranked mission. Even so, he was only doing basic training regimes that offered no rewards. Not only that, he was repeating them over and over, completely stopping other missions. Sial also found it pretty hard in the beginning. His weak physique demanded rest way too often, and inevitably he grew bored of repeating the same thing all the time. He was constantly haunted by thoughts that told him, this is enough, you can stop now. However, when he sensed the gradual change his body was going through, he was able to throw away all doubts and temptations. On the same track that he could barely run around 10 times at the start of it all, now he could complete the distance without decreasing his speed one bit. His breathing would be ruffled only a little too. In the end, he thought this wasn't going to be enough, so he proceeded straight into the next training mission, and that was to run 20 laps around a slightly longer track. There was one thing different for this mission than the previous one, though there was a reward of 1 SB. Regardless, he repeated this mission diligently for a while, and he could feel his body developing ever so gradually. Maybe it was all due to the effects of the competence potion. He could definitely feel the improvements the more he exercised. And since the results were so tangible and palpable, he no longer found the training routine monotonous and boring anymore. They had become much more interesting and fun. Every time he succeeded when he thought he couldn't, every time he endured and achieved his goal, something within him was changing. He got addicted to this euphoria of success, and he began pouring all of his focus on training like a madman. He spent 2/3 of a day strictly on training. The big reason why he could continue doing this, though, was his room, the room that Maria personally declared as the best in the neutral zone for resting. Just 1 hour of rest washed away all the fatigue, and he only had to sleep for 4 hours to recover his stamina completely. Soon, Sial realized that time was too precious to waste on anything else, and thus became interested in how to recover his stamina even faster. Since there were potions like competence, he figured there could be something else similar to improve one's recovery rate as well. He didn't hesitate to spend his SB in this regard. After all, he had no other place to spend these points, what with his meals and sleeping quarters being free to use. Soon, his exercise time increased to nearly 20 hours. He believed that he had finally begun making good use of the great starting conditions he was given, not just relying on them as if they were his crutch. Yes, he felt envious of other survivors forming teams to tackle various missions. He still felt some attachment towards the Ambrosias, too. But when he ran around with all his might, all the negative thoughts filtered out of his system, and he could control his mind better. He was determined not to take on any missions until he felt confident enough to tackle them again. And so, 2 weeks went by just like that. For everyone else, it was 14 days, but for Sial, the past 2 weeks were more like 112 days instead. He's insane, Cinzia concluded as so while watching the footage. She was resting her chin on one hand at the same time. On the screen, Sial was running on the track without taking a break, spending half of the month only on training his basic fitness. I really did not expect that someone like him would pop up. I'm sure the gods are really happy right about now. Shouldn't we think about informing the survivors soon? The maid, courteously waiting behind her, spoke up. It was Agnes, the maid, who offered to guide Cial around in the beginning, only to be kicked to the curb rather rudely by Maria. What? Oh, you mean the fake deadline. The neutral zone is in turmoil at the moment. The deadline has been shortened far too drastically. If the survivors learn of the original deadline then what can they realistically do? Cynthia extracted a cigarette from her inner pocket. Agnes expertly lit it up. Don't worry about it. We'll just relax and wait and then tell them, oh, you're all so pitiful. I decided to generously extend the deadline. Simple, but still. Enough. Agnes shut her mouth right away. A thin smoke slowly drifted out of Cynthia's mouth. There's no problem. Besides, didn't I already send the word out that the neutral zone's deadline will be left to my discretion? There has been a debate as to whether you changing the rules as you please is wise. HMPH. Well then. Tell me, what do you think would have happened if I told them that they can stay in here for 3 months? Agnes could only sigh out after being on the receiving end of that pointed question. It's too obvious. They would take it bloody easy. I mean, even those with 0 points would only need to get 30, 40 points a day to pass. Don't you know just how much price we had to pay to establish this neutral zone? You think I'll just sit here and watch such a thing unfold? That is true as well. Agnes reluctantly agreed. Even the most worthless fool can complete the normal difficulty mission by the deadline as long as they build themselves up step by step. More promising eggs would be able to go beyond that. You've heard of Sung Shiyan, who started off from the basic difficulty and cleared the impossible difficulty on the final day, right? Yes, I've heard the story. That's right. This place is designed to speed up growth. But what's the point of telling them that it's important when they don't even bother? Hearing it thousands of times is far worse than seeing it once. If they can't feel it and sense it by themselves, there's no point telling them the truth hundreds of times. At least now, with the short deadline, they're forced to desperately give their all. But they will reach their breaking point soon, was what Agnes was about to say, but she kept silent and just lowered her head. She didn't 100% agree with this notion of forcing people, because there weren't enough of them voluntarily going for the optimal, but she didn't have any sound rebuttals to offer. The countless cases of the past neutral zone openings were ample enough proof of Cynthia's assertion. Most importantly, though, the manager in charge of the summons of March 2017 was Cynthia. Besides the basic rules that needed to be adhered to, the rest was left to her sole discretion. Well, I shouldn't be saying those words out aloud, right? I too used to complete these missions like a loon after all. Cynthia returned her gaze to the screen and licked her lips slightly. Rather than dissatisfied, she looked somewhat envious instead. Agnes covered her mouth and smiled softly. If I trained as hard as he did when I came to this place, then I'd be twice as strong as I am by now. I also think so. Even the famous Agnes thinks so, of course. Every time I'm faced with my limits, I have regrets. If I could buy a chance to start from the beginning, then I would not hesitate to spend millions and millions. Cynthia smiled brightly. She seemed to be really enjoying this. Returning in time, that's an interesting topic. So how would you do things differently? First, I'd try to amass as many survival points as possible in the tutorial. Then once I reached the neutral zone, I'd drink 1 bottle of competence from the VIP store every day while fully utilizing the sleeping quarters provided to the top survivor. Since I'd have points left over even after that, well, I'd probably do the same thing that man is doing right now. That's right. That's why I'm kinda envious. Cynthia nodded her head and shifted her gaze away from the screen. Within the eyes of Agnes busily staring at the footage, an odd desire was visibly burning bright. I guess your instincts as a craftsman hasn't gone away. It's fine if you wish to help him out. Cynthia's sudden consent made Agnes blink her eyes in surprise. Pardon? But that man is. I know he was invited by Miss Foxy. Here's the thing though, I've heard of something interesting. While still smoking her cigarette, the ends of Cynthia's lips began arching upwards. Interesting information. That man. He might not be affiliated with Sinyoung. Upon hearing Cynthia's straightforward declaration, Agnes's slim, shapely eyebrows furrowed noticeably. But that can't be. Kim Hannah definitely. Yes, Miss Foxy is affiliated with Sinyoung. But what's important is that the gold stamp wasn't issued by them. What do you mean? Our investigation revealed that the Temple of Gyula has granted her the stamp. Agnes lowered her head and closed her eyes. She did this out of habit whenever she needed to reorganize her thoughts, to have another gold mark appear when Sung Shihyun is still missing. So, don't you think it's all a bit fishy? Of course, nothing's certain. Well, it really doesn't matter even if Miss Foxy guides him to Sinyoung. They and we, Cecilia, might not be in a cooperative relationship, but we're still in an amicable position with them after all. Agnes raised her head. Unfitting for her usual taciturn expression, there was a glint of a strange light in her eyes. In that case, I'll deal with Maria for you. That girl won't be opposed to the idea anyways. Will it really be fine for me to get involved? With my personality, I will undoubtedly go all out once I start. Right back at you, drills Sergeant Agnes. You'll have to give it your all or else. Cinzia's expression became somewhat sinister. Sung Shihyun was an irregular with a gold mark, and that man is also a gold mark irregular. Conditions are seemingly the same, but if there is one thing different compared to how things were 2 years ago, then it'd be the trainers involved. Issen. Ah, right, I guess Sung Shihyun was personally trained by an executor, so I guess there would be some differences. Cinzia didn't miss the brief flash of fury rising up on Agnes's face. If you think you can do it, then go for it. Show me what the Sicilia's infamous demonic instructor, the conqueror of the South, has to offer. In case that man becomes a powerful enemy that stands in our way at a later juncture, please do not blame me. Agnes bowed her head in a respectful manner and quietly made her exit from the room. HMPH, did I push her a little too hard? Cinzia exhaled the cigarette smoke and chuckled to herself. Foot race number of available attempts. Run around the track until you collapse from fatigue. Difficulty, basic. When successful, plus 10 SB. When unsuccessful, NA. Cooperation not allowed. Tuhu ha tuhu ha-has. Sial was running on the track with a completely empty mind while utilizing the breathing method Ysial Ah had taught him. By now, he had long gotten rid of the habit of keeping count the number of laps he'd done. He simply did as the mission required from him, run until collapsing from the exhaustion. After a certain point, he stopped noticing his body improving. There was only one reason why he continued to train like a madman, and that was to win the competition against himself. Like now. He maintained the highest speed he could muster and lapped the track dozens of times yet, as if he was trying to run around the endless ocean. He saw no signs of the finish line. It was quite obvious that Sial's stamina wouldn't be infinite. No matter how hard he struggled, he would eventually reach his limit. When that happened, temptations would quickly flood in. They'd whisper, "You've done enough. Take a short break. It'll be fine to walk for a bit. Why don't you slow down a little?" When he was so short of breaths that he felt like he'd die at any second, everything around him seemed to fade away. Even taking one step forward became excruciatingly difficult. It was as if a giant wall was blocking his progress. It was telling him that this was as far as he could go. Suddenly, a drop of tear leaked out from the corner of his eye. He wanted to cry. He wanted to cry because it was so hard. He knew it was pathetic, but he still wanted to collapse on the floor and cry his eyes out. Then maybe, just maybe, he'd feel a lot better. Other survivors were too busy completing various missions, yet why was he here, doing this thankless work all by himself? It wasn't as if anyone would acknowledge the hard work and sacrifice he had put in. No, he began to regret the fact that he entered this place in the first place. KQ, Sial resolutely held back his tears. He gritted his teeth and endured. Whenever he was on the brink of falling to those whispers, he felt an unpleasant sense of déjà vu. For some reason, he felt like he would fall into his old habit of gambling again if he couldn't overcome this here. He'd rather die than fall back into that hateful state ever again. He thought that wishing for a change when he couldn't even win against himself was an unfunny joke not worth repeating. This desire, this drive to not admit defeat, became the motivating force that ensured he would never falter. Just recalling the days when he was lost to the ecstasy of gambling boiled his blood and enraged him. Remembering back to how badly he ended up disappointing his family and how he made Yu Xianhua cry, he gritted his teeth. He hated himself so much that he could even start harming his own body. His rage transformed into the whip of stubbornness that mercilessly pounded on his legs. Huahak, he reached out with his hands. His feet powerfully kicked the ground as if he was trying to jump over a wall. Unbelievably, his outstretched leg didn't falter, and it stepped on the ground with strength and stability. Right in that moment, a strange feeling wrapped around Sial's senses. The wall that had been resolutely prohibiting his approach until now became a trusty and secure foothold as he jumped over it and landed on top. Sial moved his leg one last time, before finally faltering to the ground and rolled ungainly along the track's surface. Even then, he tried to run again, and his arms and legs flailed about, only to feel vomit rushing up his throat. Yek. Sial continued to puke while tears fell down his face nonstop. The retching eventually ended, and he powerlessly rolled onto his back. He closed his eyes, wanting to enjoy the remaining traces of ecstasy that overwhelmed his senses just now for a bit longer. Basic difficulty mission has been successfully completed. 10 survival points have been accredited to you. Current SB, 2840 SB. Meanwhile, Sial's energyless hands slowly but tightly clenched into fists. Your personality trait, weak-willed, has been erased. Your stamina level has risen from low to intermediate low. The track disappeared from his view, and the familiar sight of the neutral zone's interior entered his view. Sial was teleported back to the plaza while still on his back. He raised his head slightly when a shadow loomed over him. His slowly rising eyes spotted someone's rather shapely legs first. Then he even got to see the ends of the garter belt crossing her inner thighs, just hidden beneath her dress. And when his sights dug in just a little bit higher, a piece of frilly fabric with a cute teddy bear sewn in front that seemed to be protecting the most secretive and important area. Lilac Cuck, with a grunt, a pair of legs hurriedly backtracked. Cial nodded his head, thinking that was one very cute bear. Then, after spotting Agnes's cold glare penetrating through her glasses, he began to panic. But how was that possible? After all, she looked like one of those uber-strict head maids working for some historically important household. I beg your pardon. I did not expect you to be teleported back while lying on the ground. Agnes coughed to clear her throat and quite abruptly presented Cial a cup with some kind of liquid in it. Cial was feeling thirsty anyway, so he gladly accepted it and smiled. Soon, the cool and refreshing liquid slid down his throat. It felt as if a little bit of his energy had returned immediately. He pushed off the ground and stood up. It's 10 SB. It wasn't free. Cial was about to argue that he was being forced into buying something he didn't really need, but swallowed his words right back down as soon as he felt the changes taking place within his body. Oh, the cold liquid sliding down his throat suddenly felt warm and gentle once it arrived in his stomach. A truly refreshing sensation spread throughout every corner of his body and gently massaged all the accumulated fatigue away. Instead of topping up his spent energy, the liquid seemed to enhance his own surging vitality. It's nothing much. If you rest for a little longer, you should be able to move as usual. Agnes stopped there for a second and stared at Cial. And also, although I fully understand your intentions, it'd be for the best that you no longer drink the stamina recovery potion for the time being. Why? Cial was surprised. Rather than how did you know, his surprise was more of why shouldn't I? But if I want to increase my training time, I never thought I, as a trainer, would say this, but Agnes fixed her glasses on her nose. You need to decrease the length of your training time. You're telling me to train less? Yes. Agnes readily agreed with his answer as if she was waiting for it. It may sound presumptuous of me, but through my observation of the past 2 weeks, I have come to the conclusion that your training routine has gone beyond the realm of simple fitness training and is now harming your body instead. Your body needs time to cool down properly through regularly scheduled breaks. However, you're punishing it even before it can get adequately ready. It is almost to the point of cruelty. Her cold analysis left Cial speechless. You have been using recovery potions to forcibly regain your stamina. Although it's fine to use it every once in a while, continuous intake over a prolonged period of time will not help you at all. Resting well is also part of a proper training routine. The more your fatigued body repeats recovering stamina through natural means, the faster your natural recovery rate will get. Now is the time you let your body get used to recovering naturally. I see. From here onwards, rather than relying on recovery potions that instantly replenish your stamina, I strongly advise you to use various items that aid you in natural recovery. For example, there are refreshments, special scented oils for bathing, plants or scented candles to place near your pillow, and others. Agnes also added that such items would also have positive effects on his endurance, strength, and agility. Cial could only nod his head in a daze. He was currently lost among the influx of information, not knowing what to make of it. He knew she wanted to give him important advice, but right now, that dang teddy bear from before merrily danced inside his brain and he couldn't concentrate properly. If it's not too inconvenient for you. Completely unaware of what Cial was thinking at the moment, Agnes quietly continued on with her words. Will you grant me the honor of guiding you, please? She said something very similar on the first day Cial arrived on the neutral zone. However, the nuance of her words was a little different this time. It'd be my honor. Cial had no reason to refuse, so he didn't. There is one thing that I'm curious about. As they climbed up the staircase, Agnes asked him, why do you not eat at the restaurants and instead choose the food items you found in the tutorial's convenience store? You can utilize the services of the restaurants for free. Her voice sounded like she was admonishing him somewhat. Cial sheepishly scratched his cheek. Well, I thought I didn't have a lot of time to waste, so that will not do. Just as proper rest is important, so are your meals. Your body needs more nutrients as you train, yet you've been eating those unhealthy junk food. Agnes shook her head in disappointment. Eventually, their steps came to a halt. They arrived on the 3rd floor. Through the glass door, they could see a wide open space filled with various exercise equipment. Even though there was no treadmill in sight, it was still better kitted out than some of the best gyms out there. Running for 2 weeks, and you have been taking the special competence daily, so that equates to almost 4 months of constant training. I believe that you are at least fit to a certain degree now. It was at this point that Cial became sure the strict-looking maid, who just so happened to possess a taste in cute underwear, had knowledge of everything that occurred inside the neutral zone. Running isn't the only form of training. In order to evenly raise your physical stats, I recommend that you try other types of training as well. Cial agreed with that idea. He was thinking of starting other basic training besides running, anyways. Agnes was introducing him to this facility because of that reason as well. Of course, it wouldn't be free to use this place, though. How much is it to use this place? 10 points per day, but if you pay for a week in advance, then it's discounted to 50. Also, if you wish to hire a full-time trainer to aid you in your training, it will cost you further 1 extra meal a day. Sial had been paying close attention and ended up doubting his own hearing. Seeing that dumbfounded expression on his face, Agnes hurriedly added something else. You see, the cuisine offered here in the neutral zone is really delicious. Although Sial couldn't really understand what she meant by that exactly, he decided to accept it as her way of saying she'd help him for free. Even he knew that having a trainer beside you while training made a huge difference. Besides, he could tell Agnes was fired up about something. Feeling something was slightly odd, Sial activated 9 eyes, but she didn't emit any color. In other words, she wasn't necessarily trying to harm him. Sial carefully assessed his situation before opening his mouth. By any chance, are there any other maids beside you who can also train me? Agnes tilted her head slightly. It's not impossible to find one, but are you perhaps not satisfied with me? No, not at all. Sial denied the notion and quietly took a deep breath. I'd like someone who possesses excellent skill set, but also someone who can train me without holding back. Agnes adjusted her glass. The glare from the light reflected off the lens rather sharply. In that case, there is no need to introduce anyone else. Her eyes remained fixed on Sial as she quietly gathered her hands in front of her chest. He thought that there was a trace of smirk on her lips. It is quite embarrassing to say this out aloud, but I am also referred to as the Cecilia's demonic instructor. Demonic instructor, that's good. Will you be fine with it? I was planning to be gentle with you at first. Her words seemed to be implying, do you think you can handle it? Sial replied without hesitation after hearing such a naked provocation. Let me pay the survival points first. Exactly 10 minutes later. Sial was regretting everything he had said while figuratively beating the ground up in anguish. The nickname of Demon wasn't just for show. The moment the training began, Agnes pushed him to the brink without mercy. It was to the point that Sial began missing the pain he felt while he was running laps around the track. He even ended up protesting during the training by saying, "Isn't this too harsh? Didn't you say something about taking a break?" And the reply he got was, "You can rest after the training is over. No one said you could take a break in the middle of your training." Another thing he couldn't bring himself to understand was her suddenly getting violent in the middle of the training. "I told you to keep your eyes forward." Slap. Her thin stick sharply landed on Sial's shoulders with a loud slap. Again. 1. Sial panted nonstop as he fixed his grip on the barbell resting on his trapezoid muscles. While doing squats, the so-called must for training the muscles on the lower body, Sial was suffering from the kind of pain that felt like his thighs were being cut up with a dull knife. 2. KQU. When he somehow managed to lower his hips, the stick slapped him hard on the back once more. "You are bending your knees, yet why are they sticking out beyond your toes? Straighten yourself. I've never seen someone as vicious as you," Sial was screaming inside. He didn't say anything since he knew that getting hit would help with increasing his endurance, but still, he had no idea she would be this heartless. Was it because he inadvertently sneaked a peek at that lace lilac teddy bear underwear? Meanwhile, Agnes sharply shouted out. Again, unfortunately, Sial's quaking thighs couldn't hold on any longer, and he fell on his butt. "What do you think you're doing?" Agnes's icy cold voice politely entered his eardrums. Hua hua, not caring one bit, Sial began massaging his aching thighs. He was getting seriously worried about blood coalescing there and then bursting out of the skin or something. HMPH. Agnes let off a snort and crossed her arms against her chest, only with this much. "If you'd like, I can go a little easier on you." "Well, I think I'm being sufficiently gentle even now. You. If this is not to your liking, I can introduce you to someone else at any time." The corners of Agnes's lips curled up. Sial barely managed to swallow the curse words almost jumping out his mouth and lowered his head. "No, it's fine, let's continue. Let me say this one more time. I not go easy on you during the duration of your training. This is what I wanted. I'll just shout out some jihap and continue on. Jihap is it. What you need right now isn't some random shouts, but the willpower to endure. In any case, let us continue. Please stand up." Sial spat out a lengthy groan after hearing her. "Ah, is it fine if my jihap is a bit peculiar?" When he asked her while still massaging his thighs, Agnes's eyes became narrower than a slit. "Are you trying to buy yourself time? You can do whatever you want with your jihap, but you will need to hurry and stand up, please. Damn it, damn it." Sial stood back up while gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, she simply hoisted the barbell on his shoulders. And then, no matter what type of training you perform, the two most important things are your posture and your breathing pattern. 1. He timed his jihap with the count. Li, that's indeed a peculiar jihap. 2. Lack. 1. Lays. 2. Lack. Suddenly, the counting came to an abrupt stop. When Sial turned his head around to look, he found Agnes glaring at him with her face completely dyed red. She was furtively grasping the hems of her dress, and the stick in her hand was trembling ever so slightly as well. She seemed to be very flustered at the moment. Suddenly, Sial felt quite satisfied for some reason. He slyly threw out a question. "Why did you stop counting?" "What are you saying?" Is there a problem with my posture? And no, that's not the issue. Oh, you mean with my jihab? You said I can do whatever I want with my jihab, so, right, let me change it to something else. Sial raised the white flag when Agnes threateningly raised the stick up high. Of course, he had no desire to end things here. Please train properly. 1 Teddy, 2 Bear. Again, the counting stopped. A short moment later, slap, from the third floor gym, a sticky slapping noise resounded out. After Agnes entered his life, Sial's way of living in the neutral zone underwent yet another noticeable change. The biggest change, of course, had to do with his haphazard training regime. Now, he was working off on a well-defined and thought-out training routine. Now he could say that, although the length of the time spent had decreased, the overall quality of the training had been increased several folds. Also, Agnes showed much diligence and even mapped out his activities outside training, including his diet and methods of resting, etc. Since the instructor displayed the kind of zeal only seen when polishing a valuable but still rough diamond, Sial too was motivated to reciprocate that dedication and worked hard. Not only that, the special competence with the 8 times the effects were added on top, so naturally, he grew at an explosive pace. Indeed, his fitness and stats continued to improve. Not only that, his body would now cool down rapidly from the state of sweaty exhaustion soon after the training ended. The transformation felt so alien to him, Sial sometimes had to wonder whether this was his own body or not. While Sial constantly and rapidly grew under the guidance of Agnes, the 30th morning finally arrived on the neutral zone. For other people, it was 30 days, but for Sial, it was more like 240, almost 8 months of hardcore training. On this day, the situations of those who had made preparations and those who hadn't would be changed somewhat. On the morning of the 30th day, as planned, Cinzia made the announcement of the deadline being extended by another 2 months. She sounded like she was being generous towards everyone, and that led many of the survivors to breathe out a sigh of relief. After all, most of them had failed to gather 1,000 points until now. Of course, not everyone displayed the same reaction. What is it, Hao Win? Cinzia knew that Hao Win was staring at her for a long time, but she decided to reply only now and shifted her own gaze towards the man in the black suit. Hao Win's eyebrows rose up ever so slightly. It's nothing really, just that, it's different from what I've heard. Wasn't it originally 3 months to begin with? Hao Win seemed to have found a way to imply those words without saying them out aloud. Of course, he had no real reason to reveal the truth and get on Cinzia's bad side. Is that so? What a shame. I don't know which moron told you those things, but you must have not heard that I'm the general manager this time around. If you say something like that, then I guess there's nothing more to say. Hao Win shrugged his shoulders and turned around, breaking eye contact. Cinzia then casually swept her gaze across the rest of the survivors. So how was the first month of your stay in the neutral zone? Her question was met with nothing but silence. The reality of the survivors' situation was that no matter how many of them gathered to form a team, none could crack a single, normal difficulty mission. Unless you're a complete moron, I'm pretty sure you began to realize the harsh truth by now. I'm really worthless. If I leave this place now, I will die right away. You must have thought about such things, no? Don't you think so, Barit? The burly Mexican man who complained about not being let into paradise avoided meeting her gaze in embarrassment. Looks like you've all woken up by now. Cinzia seemed to be satisfied by their reactions as the tone of her voice softened just a tad. Now that you've become aware of your own reality, surely you're more willing to listen now than ever before. Most of you probably have amassed at least some survival points by now, correct? That was indeed the case. Pretty much everyone did nothing but complete missions like madmen. Even those who entered the zone with 0 points had amassed a few hundred points at this point. Well, I've prepared a gift for all of you. At the mere mention of a gift, the eyes of the survivors opened up wide in anticipation. For tomorrow only, the Chamber of Awakening will open up for you, and inside this Chamber of Awakening, you will get to meet the 7 gods that rule this world. Not only that, you will receive classes that best suit your situation as well as your disposition. Simply put, you will be able to use mana from that moment on. Whisper, whisper. The once quiet theater grew noisy in an instant. Once you receive your class, it should become easier for you to figure out what kind of missions you should take on or what kind of roles you should play during cooperative missions. Also, Cinzia's eyes arched up. The survival points you've earned so far will become even more valuable. Several questions came flying at her from the audience seats. Unlike the first day, Cinzia patiently answered every single one of them. Meanwhile, Agnes was sighing softly in the sidelines. She could already tell what would happen in the neutral zone after the awakening. Just as Cinzia suggested, the moment one's class was assigned, one would be able to use mana. Naturally, that meant one would have to learn how to utilize it and receive specialized training tailored to their new class. This matter could be resolved easily through SB. One just had to purchase ability and mana application from the stores. But that was the core of the issue. The survivors would become stronger too easily. but they would hit the limit to their growth just as quickly. It'd be more correct to say that one would forever be stuck at a certain level and never improve by relying on this method. The gap between relying only on what's shown on the status windows and perceiving the truth on your own was absolutely huge, and that gap would only grow wider and wider as one's levels increased. Perhaps Cinzia was aiming for this to turn those who spend SP as soon as the awakening was completed into a usable combat force as soon as possible. In other words, those who knew what they were doing would be left alone, while those who had no clue at all would be, well, ushered around like that. Cinzia's methods of doing things were too ambiguous to truly label it wrong, and likewise, Agnes couldn't definitely pick faults with her decision-making process. After all, it all boiled simply down to matters of differing opinions. More importantly, since Cinzia was the general manager of the neutral zone this time around, it was her prerogative on how she'd raise this flock of young hatchlings. Sial was glad to hear about the extension of the deadline by another 2 months. Now he'd be able to use up all the competence he had bought already without feeling the urgency. He could use any items he bought here in Parodies, but that was outside these safe walls. The neutral zone was constructed solely for the purpose of ensuring the survival of newbies and the training of future combatants. There was no better place to use the competence than here. Your class will be determined tomorrow in the Chamber of Awakening. Agnes spoke as she cut into a slab of juicy T-bone steak. Sial had agreed to her suggestion and stopped eating junk food spirited away from the convenience store. He now ate proper meals from the restaurant. Doing that caused him to feel deep regret over 2 matters. The first regret was all to do with him not coming here sooner. Not only did the food taste amazing, but they also provided the right amount of necessary nutrients. It didn't simply fill him up, he felt like his body was visibly getting healthier. Of course, the tastier the food, the more expensive it got, but such things didn't matter to Sial at all. The second was that he should never fool around Agnes when it came to food. There was this one time not too long ago when Sial inadvertently broke the promise of buying her a meal once every day. She coldly told him, "You had your meal alone, I see. Why don't we get started training right away?" Then she proceeded to not talk to him for the next 4 days. When he thought about how much he had to sweat while trying to appease her cold, simmering fury, well, what's on your mind? Well, the thing is, I've already made up my mind about which class I want. Sial quickly came up with an answer. Agnes sighed softly. You don't get to choose your class, it's chosen for you. Oh, is that so? The 7 gods that rule over this world debate among themselves before granting survivors a class out of these 4 beginner ones: archer, magician, priest, and warrior. Hearing this, Sial tilted his head slightly. Only 4, that's not as many as I expected. That's only in the beginning. Depending on how your level progresses, countless other class paths will become available to you. Agnes elegantly chewed on the meat and swallowed it before continuing on. For instance, let's say a level 1 warrior uses a sword as his main weapon. Then he levels up to 2. His class title will change to swordsman from then on. If he used an axe, then he will become an axe warrior instead. It is the same for the archer class. If you rely on short swords or daggers as your main attack weapon, then when you reach level 2, your class will become assassin. In other words, only the initial stages would be the same, and the evolution of classes would entirely depend on how one developed themselves. After carefully thinking about a few things, he couldn't help but become curious. What would happen when you're chosen as a magician, but you level up using a sword all the time? You become a level 2 magic swordsman, but I wouldn't recommend going down that route. It's very difficult to dig just one well after all. Indeed, raising one's stats accordingly to suit the class bestowed made sense. There was no point in becoming a jack of all trades that wasn't good at any one thing. Sial nodded his head in agreement, while Agnes continued on with her explanations. Also, when you level up to 5, the dividing line separating the lower class and higher class combatants, you will be asked to choose which god you wish to serve. That is the moment when the class path you have chosen becomes critically important. It is the same story when you reach level 7. I have to choose a god, Sial. Think of it this way, your class will either evolve or become even more specialized to suit the powers of the gods you choose. For now, this much information should suffice. Sial's brows furrowed slightly. He thought this whole class situation would be something a bit simpler, but it turned out to be far more complex than he bargained for. As for our future training schedule, Sial thought that whatever the case may have been, he'd get to figure it out eventually as he carried on. However, as soon as he heard Agnes, he became quite tense. Whenever Agnes mentioned training, his body automatically reacted in this manner. You must inform me immediately as soon as your class has been chosen. We will need to tailor your training to match that. Are you talking about the class-specific training as well as mana training? Yes, you know about them already. I heard about them today. If it's only those, I strongly do not recommend buying the applications from the stores for that purpose. Sial was slightly taken back by her sterner than usual tone. Learning how to use mana and basic skills related to your class, those can be learned via regular training. They aren't difficult at all, so there is no point in wasting your SP on them. Not to mention, you also have the special competence, so you will definitely learn them all in no time. It felt like there was another reason for her to forbid him from buying the applications, but Sial decided not to pry. One of the things he learned during the last few weeks under her tutelage was that he'd end up with gold in his pocket if he just listened to her. From now on, your fitness training will only take place during the morning. During the afternoon, you will learn how to use mana. Sial was about to ask her when he'd get to start doing the missions, but stopped. He already made up his mind that he'd only do so once his lost confidence returned on its own. Although there was a certain sense of anxiety, a sort of urgency, he endured and told himself to wait for a little while longer. I won't be able to come back here again, remember that. There should be a good reason why Agnes was ordering him like so. Since Sial knew next to nothing about the world outside, it wasn't wise to disregard her recommendations at all. Sial slowly licked his lips before lowering his fork. I guess we'll only decide after my class is chosen tomorrow. Agnes nodded her head as if she was satisfied with that answer. Next morning, the Chamber of the Awakening opened up. Every single survivor was told to come to the 8th floor and stand in a queue. The corridor wasn't long enough to accommodate everyone, so the queue had to snake down the staircase as well. The process seemed rather simple. People who entered first emerged from the chamber, not even after 30 seconds passed by while looking a bit lost and dazed. Although there were some differences among the survivors, the shortest time was 15 seconds, while the longest took around 1 minute. The queue decreased quite rapidly as a result. Yisial Ah was deeply worried about not receiving a class, but once she emerged from the chamber, she seemed to be in a strange state, just like everyone else before her. I'm an archer now, an archer. As Sial chatted to her, over half of the survivors had already received their class. It was not a definite thing, but from what Sial overheard, most of them had received the class that favored close-quarter battles, in other words, the warrior class. Next up was the archer class. There were a few survivors with the priest class assigned as well. However, Sial hadn't heard of a single magician so far. If there was one odd thing about this whole process, it was that different classes equated to different reactions when exiting from the chamber. While those with the warrior class walked around seemingly fine, those with archer classes like Yisial Ah looked quite troubled by something. In the case of Shin Sang Ah, who received the priest class, she looked to be in a sorry state as she exited from the chamber. What about mana? Can you sense it? Not sure yet. It feels like my body is a little bit warmer than before, but Yisial Ah rubbed her chest and stomach while tilting her head this way and that, looking somewhat unconvinced. It was at this point in time that Sial got jolted by the loud, abrupt opening of the door and the sound of someone falling over in a heap. When he lifted his gaze to see what happened, Sial saw a young female barely standing on her 2 feet coming out from the chamber. She couldn't walk properly and swayed uneasily before falling on her knees and hands. She started heaving for breaths uncontrollably. Her entire back was soaked in sweat. Ha ha. She needed a little bit of time, but eventually, Odilette Delphine managed to stand back up. She leaned her head back slightly and placed her hands on her chest and stomach. It was as if she was standing there contemplating something. Could she have? While Sial was pondering about Odilette's class potentially being a magician, his turn finally came. Before he entered the chamber, his eyes met Odilette's. Her curiosity-filled eyes seemed to be egging him on to enter already. She seemed to be waiting around to find out what kind of a class Sial would end up with. Are you feeling all right? Sial asked out of courtesy. Odilette Delphine giggled. It's like I'm pregnant or something. Sial smiled back and entered the chamber. As soon as he closed the door behind him and turned around, the chamber's interior changed. Everything was white. No, it was more correct to say that this space contained no color at all. It was to the point where he couldn't tell if he was standing on something or was floating in the empty air, and they were stone statues. The doorway was right in the middle of the encirclement of the 7 10-meter-tall stone statues. He is finally here. Let us commence with his awakening first. As these powerful voices resounded in his head, Sial felt as if a giant hand came to rest on top of his head. He flinched as all his nerves felt like they were being pricked. All the hair on his skin stood up. Was this how it felt like to be sucked in by a vacuum cleaner? Sial could feel his pores opening up one by one. This sensation of being sucked in lasted only for a short while. Something changed within him. Inexplicably, the place just below his navel became quite itchy. It felt like a seedling of energy was slowly blooming there, before it rapidly boiled over and began enlarging in size. It didn't even take 5 seconds for the sapling to turn into a thick vine. With this much mana, he should at least be high intermediate. No, he has an innate ability. I see. I get it now. He must have opened his eyes when he was still young. There's a trace of him losing his power at least once before. How regretful, how regretful. Several different voices resounded in his head, a voice that sounded supremely arrogant, a thunderous voice seemingly filled with rage, a lazy voice filled with annoyance, a sensuous voice that stirred one's hidden desires. However, Sial didn't even have enough leeway to mind the voices. That energy was rising up like a wiggling worm and proceeded to course through every nook and cranny of his body. As the unfamiliar sensation of the unknown energy stormed throughout every orifice and hidden depth of his entire being, he couldn't even think straight. Indeed, it is a waste. During the time he lost his ability, his mana had also regressed a great deal. If only that didn't occur, he might have surpassed low-high by now. It can't be helped, he wouldn't even have been cognizant of mana in that planet of his. Let us make our decision right away. Without a doubt, it is magician, yes, agreed. No debate necessary. 2 magicians in a row, a rich harvest. A rich harvest indeed. It felt like the world around Sial was spinning endlessly. However, even though his head felt like it was stuck in a dizzying loop, he still clearly heard the word magician. He summoned what little willpower he could and pinched his thigh real hard. Spear. When he managed to murmur out a sound, the surroundings fell silent for a while. Spear. What a peculiar man. He wishes to become a warrior. Now that I took another look, he does possess a great potential as a warrior as well. I am unwilling to give up on this path. Certainly, I can see his compatibility. He might not suit the class of magician after all. What are you all talking about? With his talents, he can become a unique ranker in no time. Difficult, it is truly difficult. God damn it. I don't care what it is, just make up your minds already. Sial fervently prayed in his head. He wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. His body didn't feel fatigued, yet the longer he remained here, the harder it was to stand upright like he was under some kind of hypnosis or something. Why don't you all stop? Have you forgotten that the longer one stays, the higher the cost of the contribution? Why don't we bestow the class this child wants? No, that is enough. We shall decide with a vote. Sial forced his eyes to open after realizing that they were about to come to a decision. His vision was blurry as if the liquid had gotten into his eyes. Magician, magician, warrior, magician, warrior, warrior. 3 magician votes and 3 warrior votes. Gyula, why haven't you said anything? Gyula. Even though he was barely standing there, Sial tried to comb his memories. That name sounded way too familiar. As Sial got to hear the rest of the voice, he instinctively knew that it was finally over. He grasped the door handle and barely managed to turn it. The cold air outside cooled his body down rapidly. He had no idea that the neutral zone was this cold until now. Sial leaned against wall and flinched in shock after sensing the cold wetness on his back. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He felt encumbered. Meanwhile, that energy stirring and wildly roaming inside his body was settling down in the spot between his heart and just below his navel. He felt drowsy as well, but just by the virtue of being able to breathe freely, his condition was gradually improving. Fuo. Sial opened his eyes to find dozens of pairs of eyes dazedly staring at him. Now that he thought about it, his exit from the chamber was no different from how Odilette Delphine made hers. I knew this would happen. Odilette Delphine was waiting for Sial while sitting on the floor. I'm guessing that you're now a magician as well. Perhaps she was feeling a lot better now since she could ask him while forming an expression that said, I knew it. Sial carefully regulated his breathing and quietly opened his mouth to speak, to see 8 replies to Chapter 25, Hidden Potential bursting out too. Snow White 2:34. July 6, 2019 at 7:35 p.m. Log in to reply. July 7, 2019 at 4:56 a.m. Log in to reply. Kramir. July 7, 2019 at 9:39 a.m. Finally, some new chapters. Log in to reply. July 7, 2019 at 1121 a.m. Log in to reply. July 7, 2019 at 6:16 p.m. There are 2 power-up philosophies that have been stuck on my mind since I first read this chapter. Improving through raw training effort and improving through items cheat. In many trash ice guys, some system grants the MC Op magic martial abilities, and the MC proceeds to wipe the floor with Blademaster's Royal Mage's talented peers, who have probably been honing their expertise their entire life. NPCs either realize that the MC is a monster and respect his strength out of fear or fall in love if female, or get jealous and tries to backstab, in which never works out well. In such stories, shortcuts to power are favored over raw effort. In cases like the Second Coming of Gluttony and Max LVL Noob, there will be penalties for trying to cheat your way to power without putting in the effort properly. Penalties for relying on the system are often stagnating power levels and reduced proficiency in the learned techniques. Thus, the MCs of these novels are incentivized to spend time and train to obtain their techniques. In such stories, the effort is favored over the shortcuts. Which of these philosophies would you like authors to embrace in the stories that you read? For any story that has an emphasis on adventure, I want an effort shortcut philosophy, because the path to earning power is an adventure in and of itself. The only cases where I would prefer a shortcut effort approach for gaining power is when the actual battles aren't the determining factor for story progression, so your MC could win every combat but make a mistake elsewhere such as strategic planning, and end up with a Pyrrhic victory. To re-emphasize the question, which of these philosophies would you like authors to embrace in the stories that you read? Log in to reply. Lothric, July 7, 2019, at 1143 p.m. I vastly prefer stories where the author rewards effort over shortcuts. Too many authors put the cart before the horse when writing and decide on the end result before even thinking about the events that lead up to it, forcing themselves to pull solutions out of their ass for the MC or risk needing to rewrite entire chapters. It's really obvious when this happens, and I've dropped more than one LN because of it. Authors that do this also tend to not understand that character flaws are just as important, if not more important than their strengths. Character flaws give you a really obvious way to pretend you are that character and understand their motivations and thought processes, which is important both for the writer and the reader. A warrior, Cial nodded his head at Agnes's question. Just as he had been ordered to, he informed her of his class as soon as it was bestowed to him. I see. Agnes nodded back while inwardly breathing a wistful sigh. If one were to rate the values of different classes, then the magician class possessed an unmatched brilliance that no others could hope to match. Not only did this class boast incredible firepower, but it also came with the inherent advantage of cheat-like flexibility, allowing for the rapid adaptation to the situation at hand. On top of that, it was a rare class too. It would be difficult to find even 1 out of 100 candidates. In order to become a magician, one's mana stat had to be low intermediate at a bare minimum. Not to mention, one's personality trait and the talent had to be suitable as well. In reality, the average mana value of the survivors entering the neutral zone was only at low. It was only par for the course that their mana stat would be that low since they had been living on Earth with its advanced technology. So it was only natural that finding a magician among them would be difficult. And it was definitely not an exaggeration to say survivors with the magician class would be treated as a nobility regardless of where they showed up. It was a similar story for priests as well. The basic requirements were for one to possess mana stat of at least intermediate low and luck stat of low intermediate. Priests were well recognized as an important class as they had supportive abilities such as healing, detoxification, and removal of curses. Since such abilities were in high demand, the presence of a priest was welcomed by pretty much everyone. If he was at least an archer, archers also formed an important and necessary fighting force in an expedition. After all, the ability to track, scout, and sense the enemy's movements was indispensable. Of course, this didn't mean that warriors didn't play an important role. The issue had to do with the abundant supply. There were just too many of them. Taking one look at the class distribution among the march's neutral zone entrants told everything one needed to know in that regard. 86 people entered the neutral zone on the first day, and currently 78 still remained. Among them, there were 4 priests, 1 magician, and 22 archers. The remaining 51 were warriors. Some even joked that all warriors had to do was be a meat shield. This wasn't entirely a joke, as a contracted who didn't show any redeeming qualities often ended up as a meat shield. Regardless, all I have to do is train him well. Agnes carefully fixed her expression so as to not reveal her thoughts. Then she handed Cial a piece of paper. I understand. Let us begin with training your mana first. Reacting to mana remaining number of attempts. Sense your mana. Difficulty basic. When successful, NA. When unsuccessful, NA. Cooperation possible up to 6 people. Parchment contained one of the new missions that appeared on the notice board after the awakening was completed. Although he took the parchment since Agnes was giving it to him, he was feeling a bit skeptical as well. Sense my mana, is it? A firm, heavy energy had taken root inside his body. This thing didn't feel alien to him anymore. Not only could he sense it very clearly, but he also thought that he'd be able to circulate this energy inside his body as long as he concentrated. Okay, I'm off. While remaining not wholly convinced, Cial ripped the parchment in half and disappeared from the spot. Agnes looked on. The space Cial teleported to was an artificially created space, where the density of mana was thicker than usual and helped one's training by stimulating the energy hidden within. Even if one was a warrior, one would still be able to sense mana coursing through their body. Agnes became slightly worried, wondering how should she go about guiding him after the mana training came to an end. She was about to turn around to leave, but then her movements came to an abrupt halt. Cial had reappeared on the same spot. I succeeded. Agnes blinked several times as she stared at the relaxed youth. You succeeded already. Yes, it was easier than I thought. As soon as I got there, what did you say? Agnes's brows angrily shot up. I told you not to buy the application method from the store, haven't I? Her misunderstanding made sense. Since she had an errand to run in the morning and couldn't be at the awakening, Agnes had mistakenly thought that Sial's mana was somewhere around, extreme low or low low. Sial stared back at her confused before raising his own voice in denial. I didn't do that. And what didn't you do? I never went to the store. I find that hard to believe. If you feel confident, can you show me your status window? Just show me your class-related abilities. Ah, that's right, we can do that. Sial readily agreed and revealed the relevant portion of his status window. Agnes, who remained suspicious even when he strongly denied it, could only be dumbfounded after reading the information. 4 abilities 2, class-related abilities 0. If Sial had bought mana application, then the 0 would have changed to 1. No matter how many times she looked, it was still a resolute 0. Oh, I told you I didn't. Seeing her flustered and not knowing what to do, a smile of satisfaction crept on Sial's face. For the first time in a while, he got himself a good opportunity here. I beg your pardon, I seem to have made a mistake. No, it's fine, so what should we do next? Agnes nodded her head. She was about to pull out another mission parchment before hesitating slightly. Can you circulate your mana? You mean right here? Yes. She was thinking of teaching him about the fundamentals of using mana, but decided to keep her mouth shut for now. Although she confirmed the truth with her own 2 eyes, she still couldn't bring herself to believe it. If this was happening for real, then there was something she needed to confirm first. Sial corrected his posture and closed his eyes. Wiggle. The energy inside him twisted and quivered. Immediately, it began to course through his body according to his will. It circulated freely by following the unseen pathways of his body to the tips of every finger, to the ends of every toe, all the way up to the crown of his head. Sial enjoyed this smooth, gliding sensation. He was also slightly amazed by this development. It hadn't been that long since the awakening, yet he couldn't feel one iota of resistance. No, he only felt a sense of intimate familiarity. It was as if this energy was a best friend he grew up with since his childhood. Sial circulated this energy around him a few more times and opened his eyes as messages suddenly began popping up. The class ability Mana Application has been created. Your innate ability, Future Vision, is responding to the creation of the new ability. The class ability Mana Application Lowest has evolved to Mana Application Intermediate. Please confirm through your status window. Oh, Agnes was half in doubt, but as soon as she saw Sial's reaction, her suspicion was confirmed. Has Mana Application been created? Yes. Agnes began massaging her temples. She hoped that this wouldn't be the case. She prayed even. Unfortunately, there was only one reason why a situation like this could occur. You refused the magician class, didn't you? Well, I didn't really refuse it, per se. You didn't. The gods were debating between the warrior and the magician classes. They voted and the end result was warrior. Well, I did say I wanted to use a spear before that, though. Hearing that, Agnes's expression became frozen. Sial's words had forced her to recall a certain person's face. Sung Shihyun, another irregular from Area 1. How could they be so similar to each other? She didn't mean to, yet she ended up comparing the two. The road they walked on and the direction they were walking towards were just too similar. No, there were some differences. Many knew about the famous tale of Sung Shihyun refusing to become a magician and stubbornly choosing the life of a warrior. However, Sial said that the gods had to take a vote to choose his class. This isn't a matter I can interfere with. Agnes decided to give up on worrying about it, but one thing was for sure: she'd have to change the plan she had in mind in its entirety. She initially envisioned the mana training to last around a week, yet it was completed in less than 5 minutes. So what was next? We will begin your class-related training right away, but before that, she added a condition. You are not allowed to use your mana. Stabbing remaining number of attempts, learn the thrust, difficulty basic. When successful, NA. When unsuccessful, NA. Cooperation possible up to 6 people. Sial surveyed his new surroundings. There were only 2 things visible on the flat plain. He was standing on a scarecrow with a target draped over it and a spear lying next to it on the ground. Seeing that weapon, Sial suddenly felt quite happy. He felt like he had missed it. His heart even began beating faster. The spear was around 1.5 meters long, making it a short spear. Sial joyfully studied the weapon's sleek and smoothly flowing shaft, and its pointy tip reflecting the bright sunlight in an X. He then carefully picked it up. Every hair on his body stood up, his shoulders tightened. Learn to thrust, huh? Sial got into a suitable spot in front of the scarecrow and, while standing a bit awkwardly, grasped the spear's shaft with both of his hands. Then he thrust forward with some power. The spear tip pierced the target and sunk in deeply. He missed the bulls by a little bit. Sial pulled the spear out and tilted his head this way and that, his expression showing the level of dissatisfaction he was feeling at the moment. Next, he held the spear with only the right hand and attempted to stab the target. He tried this 3 times, but the results were all bad. Not only was the depth of penetration shallower than before, his aim each time was off by a lot. This isn't right. Sial desperately combed through his memories. Normally, a person would start forgetting the dream he had as soon as one woke up. Only some parts of the dream would remain etched in memory. However, a scene so shocking or a scene that kept on repeating itself would not be forgotten and be firmly imprinted into one's brain. More importantly, he wasn't merely a spectator watching those events happen. He had experienced it personally. There was a reason he chose the thrust as his first training mission. He was drawn to it. The Sial of the dream always carried around a spear, and he utilized the thrust the most. The number of enemies that fell from a single stab piercing into their exposed gaps was too numerous to count, so his body should be able to remember it. I'm not supposed to rely only on my arm strength, I need to move my entire body. He changed his posture. He strengthened his right hand and grasped the lower part of the spear tighter. The spear shaft came to rest on his left palm. He grasped it without using too much strength. The spear tip seemed to waver a little. In this state, Sial took aim at the target. Not yet, something didn't feel right. He looked down and found his right foot slightly out in front, pointing to his flanks. He repositioned the foot by pulling it back and glared at the scarecrow. After a moment of silence that was neither too long or too short, he kicked the ground hard. His left foot shot out first. His right foot followed next as he stretched out his left arm. Accompanying the sensation of his right arm shoving away, Sial thrust his spear forward. Swish, a crisp sound cut through the air. Just before the spear struck the target, the back of his left hand facing the ground spun halfway up and pointed towards the sky. The spear tip spun as well, and it accurately struck the middle of the target. A satisfyingly heavy feeling was transmitted through his hands. Confirming that the spear had penetrated much deeper than before, an equally deep smile formed on Sial's face as well. Class ability, basic spearmanship thrust lowest, has been generated. Your innate ability, future vision, is responding to the creation of the new ability. Class ability, basic spearmanship thrust lowest, has evolved into basic spearmanship thrust high intermediate. Please confirm your status window. As the message cascaded down, the surrounding scenery changed. The scarecrow disappeared, and the spear in his hands also dissipated away. Damn it, Sial mused wistfully and took a look at the plaza of the neutral zone. He wanted to feel that sensation for a bit longer. I've barely done anything. Sial opened and clenched his fists several times, still left wanting for more before falling deeply into thought. What if he used that thrust against the skeleton that attacked him by jumping in the air? At that time, Sial chose to defend himself. No matter how many times he dissected his choice of action, he was far too carefree. The skeleton simply knocked Sial's steel bar away and left him defenseless. If I stabbed back at that time. Eventually, Sial shook his head. Since the monster was airborne, it wouldn't have been able to dodge the thrust, but he still had to consider the possibility that he might miss his target as well. Also, even if he succeeded in landing a blow with the thrust, what would happen if the axe swinging down didn't sway and continued on the trajectory to split his head open? Relying only on a simple thrust isn't the answer. The basics of spearmanship was to prey on the opponent's openings, and if there were none, he would simply have to make one. So back in that situation against the skeleton, how should he go about creating an opening? The answer was obvious. The monster had shown him what to do already. I have to do the same thing. I'll knock his axe away first and then stab the skeleton. Reorganizing his thoughts as so, Sial swept his gaze across the notice board. His slow-moving eyes found the parchment he was looking for. Swatting remaining number of attempts. Learn the strike. Difficulty basic. When successful, NA. When unsuccessful, NA. Cooperation possible up to 6 people. Sial ripped that paper up right away. Even though his class had been decided, Sial's daily life hadn't changed. He got addicted to the joy that his new training regime brought him and concentrated on it like a madman. Sial's morning routine looked like this. As soon as he opened his eyes, he drank a vial of the special competence. After breakfast, he ran on the track as a light after-meal exercise. Most of the time, he ran alone, but there were times when he ran together with Sial Ah. Sial Ah couldn't hide her shock. She was able to run past Sial like it was nothing the first time they ran together, but from some time onwards, he stopped lagging behind. And today, he even managed to overtake her. That's impossible. They must have run 10 laps or so already. No matter how hard she pushed, the distance between the two was widening instead of diminishing. In the end, she reached her physical limit. Oh, Oribio Nim. Hearing her pitiful cry, Sial turned his body around to face her. Aren't you tired yet? Don't know, maybe. If it's too much, why don't you rest for a bit? He replied to her with a nonplussed expression while lightly running on the spot. He was obviously implying he had energy left in the tank and that he'd simply been matching her pace. Sial Ah bit her lower lips. She managed to finish the laps, but only after a considerable amount of time. She panted heavily for a while before asking him with a disbelieving expression, how did you do it? It's only been 2 months, but you're faster than me. Oh, that, Xiao told her about competence. Since he heard that it could also be purchased from the regular store, he figured that Yi Xiao A should also be able to enjoy its effects. Of course, the regular one wasn't as good as the VIP stores. After hearing the explanation, Yi Xiao A's expression was frozen in a daze. It seemed that she didn't even know of competence's existence until now. When he advised her to buy one even if she didn't want to spend her survival points, she squeezed her eyes shut. Her cheeks reddened gradually, then, out of the blue, she lifted her clenched fists up high towards the sky and shouted out, "No doping, absolutely not." Xiao spent a bit of time explaining to Yi Xiao that competence wasn't a drug, that he wasn't doping or anything like that. After convincing her somehow, he headed to the gym on the 3rd floor. For some reason, Agnes hadn't shown up for a while, but he figured that it didn't really matter. Even if she wasn't around to supervise him, Xiao still faithfully stuck to the diet and training regime she laid out. After ending the physical training, he returned to his quarters and practiced mana application while taking a break at the same time. Xiao was a human being just like everyone else, so he found it easier and several dozen times more enjoyable to sit and meditate than do squats with barbells resting on his shoulders for hours on end. As for mana application, the more he practiced, the faster the speed of the energy flow became. The sense of unfamiliarity also gradually lessened until it was gone for good. Since moving it from the get-go wasn't an issue, he instead focused on accepting this energy as a part of his own body as well as exerting finer control over its flow. It would be past midday when he finished with meditation. Xiao would head back down to the 1st floor, this time for the class-related training. This was the last training task for the day, and Xiao looked forward to it the most. Sometimes when he swung and stabbed his spear, his mind became free from all distracting thoughts. He felt that the hours were figuratively flying away in a blink in this state. He even went and bought a spear to use during training. It cost him a grand total of 580 survival points. A short spear was already provided for the class-related training missions, but he found it a tad too short for his personal taste. Also, the fact that he couldn't bring it out of the missions played a key role in the decision to buy a spear of his own. If he were to continue using it at a later date, it seemed like a prudent thing to get used to the weapon as early as possible. Xiao focused on mastering 3 spear techniques: the thrust, the strike, and the cut. Although there were more techniques available, Xiao chose to stick to these 3 only. Stabbing, swatting away, and slicing apart, he knew that the Xiao of the dream managed to kill and destroy countless enemies with just these 3 techniques. While partaking in the training missions, Xiao always adhered to 4 rules. First, as Agnes said, he never used his mana, not even once. Second, if he wasn't satisfied with his posture, then that practice move wouldn't count, and he would redo the move again. Third, he would perform the same basic move at least 1250 times during the missions. And finally, even if he was in the middle of hard training, he would never neglect to eat healthy food and proper rest. He settled on the number 1250 simply because of special competence. Since it gave 8 times the boost to the training's effects, wasn't it the same as him performing the move 10,000 times in a single day? By the time he was done with these training missions, his smartphone's clock would display past midnight. The end of the day's routine had come to an end at this point. He would return to his quarters completely drained, but his complexion remained bright. This continued on for several days and weeks. Of course, he had a good reason to smile all the time. Your status: Windows 1, General Information. Summon date: March 16th, 2017. Marking grade: Golds. Sex: age, male, 26. Height, weight, 180.5 centimeters, 72.8 kg. Current condition: good. Class: LV, 1 warrior. Nationality: the Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation: NA. Alias: top of the pile, 2 traits: 1. Temperament: short-tempered, patient, will endure and overcome pain and or hardship. 2. Aptitude: average, normal in every way, possesses no particular talent or qualities. 3. Physical level: strength high-low 2. Endurance high-low 2. Agility low-intermediate 2. Stamina high-low 2. Mana high-intermediate. Luck low-intermediate. Remaining ability points: 1-4. Abilities: 1. Innate abilities: 2. Future vision grade: unknown. 9 eyes grade: unknown 2. Class abilities: 2. Mana application: intermediate. Basic spearmanship: thrust high-intermediate, strike intermediate, cut intermediate 3. Other abilities: 0-5. Level of cognition: moderate. Actions and thoughts are sensible, hard-working, intense, yearning, chaotic. Many things are jumbled up and is impossible to unravel. Xiao's mood as he checked his status windows was one of contentment. His physical stats had risen by 9 times. Just by relying on physical exercises, he had achieved the exact same results as drinking 9 elixirs. He'd need 270,000 survival points if he wanted to match that. Ouch. While he was happily checking out his status, the stinging pain coming from his hands made him deeply frown. He didn't have to look to see why it hurt. His hands must have been bruised badly again. He began washing the aching hands with cold water, and his teeth began clattering all on their own. Damn it, I thought my hands are calloused enough by now. Although he was complaining inwardly, he still appreciated the progress he had made the first day he practiced with a spear. The skin ruptured, and he was bleeding all over the place. He was in so much pain that day, right up to the moment he hit the sack and passed out. Should I take a shower or just go to sleep as I am? While Sial was wondering what to do next, he heard someone knock on his door. Who is it? Sial opened the door, only for his eyes to open wide in surprise. Past the doorway stood a woman wearing a French-maid get-up. Her hands demurely gathered in front. He could see her cold, strict eyes behind the pair of glasses, and her slim, athletic figure, as well her hair cleanly pulled up to a bun. Agnes, it's been a while. What brings you here at this late hour? There is something I'd like to talk to you about. Of course, please come in. Oh yeah, Agnes. Sial was guiding her into the room before turning towards her direction as if he had remembered something just now. Yes, how is your little teddy bear doing nowadays? Pow, her lightning-fast fist landed squarely in the pit of his stomach. Sial toppled over and began wheezing in pain. Ouch, you and that stupid teddy bear. Agnes cried out in anguish, which was quite unlike her, and her entire body began to shudder. I can't breathe, god damn it. Do you have any goddamn idea what showed up in my status Windows alias column because of you? Still my stomach. She must have been royally pissed off because she raised up her elbow very high in order to land an elbow drop on his back. However, she stopped after spotting something odd in the way he was clutching his stomach. Sial wasn't using his palm, but the edges of his hands to press onto the stomach. Only then did she notice his bruised and messed up hands. Aren't you going to heal your hands? He managed to raise his head somehow and eked out a pained whimper. Agnes spat out a lengthy groan and shook her head. I see that you're still persistent with your foolish ways. It will be better if you at least get some kind of basic treatment on the injury. She dragged Sial and sat him down on the bed, then pulled out a bottle of antiseptic, healing salve, and some bandages from a closet nearby. Sial didn't even have a clue such things were there, so he was understandably stunned. Give me your hands. Sial obediently presented his hands. She knelt down in front of him. This room will aid you greatly in recovering your vitality, but has only a minimal effect on healing injuries. At least if you were to take baths with the special ointments I've recommended then. While opening the bottle of the antiseptic, she continued to talk to him. Watching her expertly clean his wounds, apply the salve, and bandage them in one go, a thin smile crept up on Sial's lips. He felt rather happy at the moment. Actually, it had been a rather long time since he felt this way. He enjoyed this new life of his, where he got to spend the whole day engrossed in the things that interested him and still have someone to take care of him. It felt comforting. Even his personality was changing for the better. When he was still addicted to gambling, he was constantly on edge. The victim mentality took center stage in his heart and caused him to choke up over nothing important often. He'd get defensive and angry even if he was in the wrong. However, Sial was changing gradually the longer he stayed in the neutral zone. Perhaps it might be more correct to say that the old personality, the one Ipsianwa fell for all those years ago, was finally returning. Whatever the case may have been, a new problem had risen up along the way. His mischievous side came back too. Agnes focused solely on wrapping the bandages around Sial's hands, allowing him to stare at the top of her head for a while. He then asked her a question out of the blue. I'm curious, how old are you, Agnes? I'm 27. As she was almost done with the treatment, Agnes focused on that and didn't pay attention when she answered him. Oh, you are a Nuna to me by 1 year then. Pardon, I'm only 26, you see. A frown formed quickly on Agnes's face. She was quite clearly taken off guard. She stared at Sial with a pair of eyes that seemed to imply, where are you going with this now? Actually, the word Nuna was as unfamiliar as it could possibly be for her. Sial scratched his cheek in an awkward expression. It's nothing, really. Only that, if it's okay with you, I'd like to call you Nuna from now on. Let's talsk tea, treeming. Agnes hurriedly spat out some incomprehensible words before she quickly covered her mouth with an expression that screamed, oh no, tasselsk treeming. Forgive me, I bit my tongue, I was talking about your training. Agnes cleared her throat with a fake cough and spoke properly this time. Ah, my training, is it? At the mere mention of training, Sial's eyes began gleaming brightly. Seeing this, Agnes inwardly felt relieved. She didn't know why she felt that way, though. She succeeded in changing the subject, but she still kind of resented Sial. Her thoughts had been complicated for a little while now, yet he just had to say something totally unnecessary and make her feel even more conflicted than before. A short while later, Agnes opened her mouth to speak. I've carefully considered this matter for a while. Agnes never stopped caring about Sial's daily training, no. On the contrary, she couldn't appear before him precisely because there was nothing further she could do for him at this stage. Is it time for the new type of training? Initially, there was no reason for her to be this meticulous on someone else's training. However, her pride as Sial's teacher played 30 of the decision, while 20 belonged to Cinzia's provocation. Well, I wonder, you could say this is indeed a new type of training, in a way. As for the rest, though that was the fault of her own desires, a wish, a desire that any earthling in this place would harbor at least once in their lifetime. Perhaps she was seeking to find fulfillment through a substitute, for instance. Only if I did things like this when I first arrived in the neutral zone, or only if I did things that way, then I'd have. She was pouring out her own avarice of pursuing the ideal perfection, the one she had failed to achieve herself. In a way, you say, for the period of 1 month since Sial got his class, she watched him train by himself. Seeing him get better and better all alone, she felt envious and, yes, and also thankful. She was thankful that he gave her the opportunity. She was thankful that he was patient enough to not partake in any other missions. She was thankful that he didn't give up halfway through. She was thankful that he didn't complain much and followed her advice without questioning it. The youth sitting in front of her not only satisfied her avarice, she also satisfied her pride as a teacher as well. Perhaps that was why she no longer felt the need to compare Sial to Sung Shihyun. This youth was his own person, and that man was his own too. And finally, the ends of those steps were within sights. Cutting to the chase, I believe you have performed enough training by now. The role Agnes performed so far could be compared to being an automobile's steering wheel and its gear lever. Now it was time to hand the control back to the owner. You've done truly well. You've endured wonderfully until now. I am being honest. The chassis of the said automobile had been replaced with something even sturdier than before, but from now on, it's time to increase your combat experience. The engine had been a high-performance unit to begin with. Sial erased the smile off his face. You mean, his voice was soft, almost inaudible. Agnes adjusted her glasses, the only thing remaining to do. It's time to start doing the missions. To storm the Autobahn and run free. It was early dawn, yet the neutral zone's first floor plaza was still packed with people. Ever since everyone's classes had awakened, missions became that much more doable. Likewise, the survival rate had improved greatly as well. Before the awakening, not many dared to attempt normal difficulty missions. But now, as long as the party's composition was well thought out, such missions could be cleared without taking too much risk. One could even hear rumors floating around that a party had managed to successfully clear a hard mission. There were 3 motivating factors that forced the survivors to become more proactive, and those were succeed in more missions, earn more survival points, and then purchase better abilities or equipment. Everyone could see that they were visibly getting stronger through spending their SB, which led the survivors to be completely immersed in doing the missions. One could say that this was like the famed B.S. strip. Cinzia had hit the bullseye on this one. Huam, a man sitting inside the first floor's lounge area, opened his mouth wide and yawned loudly. He licked his lips and surveyed his surroundings as if he was waiting for someone. He lifted his head slightly when he heard the steady footsteps walking closer. His eyes grew a bit larger in anticipation as he looked up the staircase, but his curiosity lasted only for a brief second. He rested his chin on his elbow and disinterestedly studied the person who climbed down the staircase. It was a young man holding a spear. Everyone knew who this guy was, the survivor sitting on the first spot, who also hogged all the spotlight after solo clearing a hard mission. Of course, that was in the past. 2 months had passed by since then, and now, people no longer thought of him as someone special. The spear-wielding youth's actions barely made any sense. He didn't perform any real missions whatsoever. He only repeated the same basic training missions that yielded no rewards at all. It was only natural for everyone else to find his behavior rather odd. Lots of rumors swirled around the youth and his unexplainable ways, but even that lasted only for a little while before dying down completely. As he wasn't getting in anyone's way, people lost interest. Add in the fact that he had plenty of survival points to begin with, people understood that there was seemingly no reason for him to do anything. The thoughts of the man in the lounge arrived here, and he withdrew his attention completely. What's so fun about running all the time anyways? The man in the lounge suddenly realized there was a small change in the way the youth behaved today. Normally, he'd rip the mission parchment for the track running as soon as he got to the plaza and disappear from sight. However, for some reason, he was standing around in front of the notice board for a while now. Even where he stood was slightly different from the norm, too. He finally selected a parchment and cautiously ripped it in half. He was gone the next second. The running mission isn't found on that part of the board, though, could it be? The man in the lounge got up. His eyes didn't leave the exact spot the youth was standing just now and ran there as if he'd grown a pair of wings. He took this one here. The second row from the bottom, at the far right, the man took the mission parchment and took a look. Survived the assault of the ape dogs. Remaining number of attempts, 230. Fight 3 ape dogs in the jungle and survive. Difficulty, slightly easy. When successful, plus 40 SB. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible, up to 2 people. The place Sial ended up in was a jungle full of twisting vines and large, sprawling trees that blocked the heavens above. He pulled out a small pouch from his bag. He lifted it above his head and shook it, causing a pinkish powder to spill forth and disperse in the air. The name of the pouch was Smell of Meat. Sold in the stores of Neutral Zone, it had an effect of attracting monsters. It was one of the things Agnes said he should buy. The thing was, in missions where one was asked to survive in the wild, it was actually faster to kill every beast and monster found in the mission area, instead of trying to avoid them for the next 2 hours or whatever the time limit may be. Excluding missions that didn't feature any combat, such as find the correct path or escape the maze, Sial was planning to at least try every single one available on the board. So this smell of meat was an indispensable item if he wanted to speed up the clearing process. While waiting, Sial emptied a vial of competence down his throat. The ones he bought from the VIP store were already finished, so he bought a new batch from the regular store. He thought that 4 times the training efficiency was certainly better than not having any. The ape dogs had highly developed olfactory senses, so they should arrive at Sial's location pretty soon. Sure enough, sounds of rustling bushes began tickling his ears not too long afterwards. The direction was to his side. Sial discarded the vial and held his spear tightly. The thicket rustled softly a few times before 2 ape dogs slowly emerged from the vegetation. Covered entirely in black fur, the monsters possessed quite a large, hulking frame. Not only its 4 limbs, but the monster's entire frame was bulging with rippling muscles. They reminded Sial of a gorilla, but slightly smaller, its canine-like snout being the major difference. One of the 2 ape dogs positioned itself in front of Sial's view. The other one slowly circled around to his side in an anti-clockwise direction, as if he was tempting Sial to look at it. Sial swallowed his saliva while continuously glancing at the monsters. His throat was getting clammy, and thick sweat drops formed on his forehead. He hadn't felt fear when facing dozens of skeletons, yet he was now getting unbearably tense while facing only 2 dog-like monsters. It was a noticeable change in mindset compared to how he was like 2 months ago. Even though he was feeling the heart-tightening anxiety, his brain never stopped working. The mana circulating through his body at the same time transmitted into the spear as well, and the weapon began to hum ever so softly in his hands. Do I need to wait for them to make a move? No, I shouldn't. If left alone, these 2 creatures would soon face each other, and that meant he'd have to contend with enemies in front and back at the same time. In that case, he might as well. The first to strike wins the battle. When he took aim with the spear, the leisurely walking ape dog stopped in its tracks. Just before he moved, Sial regulated his breathing. Was it this difficult to take the very first step? He was inwardly astonished. Sial wasn't even thinking of having a spectacular battle, like the ones he witnessed countless times in his dream. No, he only wished to fight accordingly to the training he received up until now. Let's do this. He already got into the correct posture. His eyes gained renewed focus. The moment he made up his mind, his left leg pushed off the ground hard while he thrust his arms out. The ape dog quickly dodged to the side and then savagely pounced forward. The monster was keeping a close eye on the spear as well. The spear would miss at this trajectory, without a doubt, but Sial wasn't waiting around doing nothing. As soon as he saw the monster dodge to the side, he shifted the grip he had on the spear. His attack changed from the thrust into the cut. The thrusting spear tip suddenly drew a sharp arc and sliced past the ape dog's throat. It felt like he was cutting through a hardened block of tofu. Seeing the blood spurt out from the wound, he swiftly jumped to his back claws that tried to ambush him, barely missed his waist and brushed past. The ape dog's sneak attack failed by a hair's breadth. The monster slid across the ground before spinning its body around as if it was a drifting master, leaving behind claw trails on the dirt. Too bad, by the time it tried to look at the human, a sharp object was already digging into its head. The spear embedded itself deep into the monster's brain. The ape dog's body shook as it collapsed. Sial had taken care of 2 ape dogs in the blink of an eye, but it was not over yet. He retracted the spear, now dripping with blood, and spun around like a cartwheel and slashed out. Strike, slam. The open maw of the remaining ape dog aimed at his back spew blood like a fountain in the air. The creature spun in the air a couple of times before landing head first on the ground with a heavy thud. It wiggled around like a dying worm, before eventually going completely limp. Sial looked at the dead monster with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He did guess that the 3rd ape dog must be in hiding. Since it was written on the mission parchment that there were 3 of them, he suspected as much. What really took him by surprise, though, was his unexpectedly high attacking power. For a battle that psyched him up so much, it ended in such a whimper. At the moment, he couldn't help but find it quite funny, thinking back to how he had to continuously encourage himself to take the first step. and they didn't even look that weak either. Before he knew it, the surroundings changed. It was a victory worthy to be called perfect, yet Sial wasn't happy about it at all. Was there a need for me to step back and then thrust forward? He replayed the battle in his head, step by step, when I was switching from the thrust to the cut. I could have taken care of both of them at the same time. Agnes said that these missions were also a form of training. Basic technique training alone could not fill a certain gap, she said. It was now time to go through various types of combat situations and earn valuable experience, she also said. The survival points earned would only be an icing on the cake, she added. One more time. Sial picked up the last remaining mission parchment with an excited face and ripped it in half. Finally, the ignition was turned on. Currently, the survivor wielding the most influence within the neutral zone was, without a doubt, Odilette Delphine. Not only was she a much fancied holder of the magician class, but her initial starting SB of 7,500 had also given her a figurative pair of wings to soar highly. She proceeded to purchase several abilities and equipment as soon as her awakening was completed. Soon, she found herself being elevated to the status of the most talked about in the neutral zone. Perhaps befitting her personality, though, she then chose to form her own party rather than enter someone else's. The survivor from the same area as her, Leah de Salvator, and the Area 7's Hao Win entered her party, which meant that calling her group the top of the pile within the neutral zone wasn't an exaggeration. It was simply a fact. Who? That man, the top ranked. Odilette Delphine was looking at the unusually excited Leota with an intrigued face. Just what could agitate the normally taciturn holder of the archer class like this? Ah, was it since yesterday? I did hear that he began doing the missions again, but that is. Isn't it a good thing, though? Pardon. I was expecting him to start making his move soon anyways. In any case, I will personally go and talk to him. That man. Honestly, he was the #1 person I wanted to recruit, you see. Leota could only feel a sense of frustration as he listened to the blueprint of a bright future coming from this still naive teenage girl who hadn't figured out what was going on. That's not the issue here. Then what is 2 days ago, every single easy and slightly easy mission on the board disappeared. Gone, that man cleared them all. Alone. Those 2 difficulties weren't much to begin with, though. Hao Win muttered in between his cigarette smokes while leaning back on his chair, both feet on the table. He seemed to imply that there was no need to fuss about things. There was a total of 9 different difficulty levels found on the board. Basic, very easy, easy, and slightly easy, normal. Slightly hard, hard, and very hard, and finally impossible. The remaining attempts available for missions rated, very easy, easy, and slightly easy were almost all finished by now, due to the survivors flocking to clear them during the first month of their stay in the neutral zone. Not to forget, the number of attempts was low to begin with, so them disappearing completely was bound to happen sooner or later. After their jobs were awakened, survivors were now flocking to normal and slightly hard missions. However, it was still fine because their number of attempts had increased rather dramatically to coincide the awakening. The number of attempts available for the next tier of difficulty was far lower in comparison. Of course, parties attempting hard difficulty were pretty low in number as well. No, the real problem was. See, 1/3 of the remaining normal missions have disappeared since last night, too. What both eyes of Odilette Delphine shot up. If it was last night, she was in the middle of attempting to clear a hard mission with her party. It's not only that. I personally went there and confirmed it. Even the slightly hard missions are decreasing at a frightening pace. What did you say? Hao Win had to lower his feet and sit upright. Didn't I tell you this already? The whole plaza is in an uproar. Let's go and take a look. The man and the girl stood up from their respective seats simultaneously. Odilette Delphine hurried to the first floor, only to run into a spectacle she failed to understand right away. Dozens of survivors were surrounding one man while whispering to each other. In the middle of that crowd, Sial was busy ripping a piece of paper in half. What is going on? Odilette Delphine became flustered as she saw Sial disappear. She was about to push the blocking bodies away and rush towards the notice board, only to stop dead in her tracks. What? The teenage girl couldn't help but exclaim out in shock as Sial reappeared in the plaza. Was that around 1 minute? It was definitely no more than 2 minutes. She even felt scared after seeing the expressionless face he had as he walked up to the board and ripped up another parchment. What did he choose? When Sial disappeared again, she hurriedly checked the board. Survive against a Wendigo. Remaining number of attempts, 1460. Fight a Wendigo inside a forest and survive. Difficulty, slightly hard. When successful, plus 450 SB. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible up to 4 people. I just heard that this is his 6th time doing that mission. Leota was standing by her side before she had the chance to notice it. He shook his head as a bitter chuckle escaped his mouth. Delphine counted in her head 1, 2, 3, 4. When she counted to 57, Sial returned to the plaza. The youth then proceeded to choose another mission. Rarely did he attempt a mission only once most of the time. He repeated it twice or 3 times before moving on. Some missions, he tried them well over 5 times. Before she knew it, even she became one of the stunned spectators. Within the span of 20 minutes, she got to hear the sounds of the parchments being ripped in half 12 more times. Each mission was combat-related. No matter how one put it, Sial was clearing each mission at a frightening rate. 2 men watching on from the lounge could only click their tongues in amazement. Wow, is that even humanly possible? Dunno. But look, there he is. He did it again. How envious, being the gold mark and all. And here I was, wondering why he hadn't done anything until now. It's like everything's a pushover to him, right? Gold mark, a pushover. Agnes snorted in derision as she listened from the corner of the lounge. What a bunch of fools. These two could never see the light of truth, even if they were sent to hell and back. While they fell for Cynthia's tricks and concentrated on clearing the missions, Sial alone had to endure an unforgiving training regime. Did Sial not want to clear missions and earn SB? Of course not. He really wanted to clear them as well, but he simply endured. The skills and abilities he piled on for the past 2 months without complaining were finally bearing delicious fruits now. As if he had something to prove, Sial continued to appear and then disappear for a long, long time. A soft, subtle smile floated on Agnes's lips. Break through the siege and survive. Remaining number of attempts, 11-15. Survive the encirclement of the group of skeletons. Difficulty, hard. When successful, plus 1,000 survival points. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible up to 6 participants, finally. Sial mopped up the available, slightly hard missions in the next 4 days, and now he was about to attempt the first hard mission. He already made up his mind which one he'd go for, so there was no hesitation. The place he was teleported to was the underground cavern. Staring at that low ceiling, a strange sense of déjà vu flooded in. It's been a while. Dozens of skeletons were glaring at him, just like before. Sial grinned slightly before the look of resolute focus returned to his face, while his body shifted into the correct stance. The battle arena was small, and confined. There was no room for retreat. The correct answer here was to not back off but push forward. The moment the skeleton wearing the helmet at the back opened its bony jaw, Sial pounced forward like a leopard. When he powerfully thrust forward at the area with a large concentration of skeletons, dull cracking noises filled the cavern and shattered bits of bones flew about. He slapped away a blade, trying to cut him from the side, and thrust his spear at the exposed gap. The skeleton, with its head split open, shook around comically before crumbling into a heap. He secured some space for himself in this fashion. Then he proceeded to speedily kill the skeletons one by one as they attempted to rush to his position. Sial's style of battle was simple yet effective. He first swatted away the incoming attack and relied on the thrust to shatter the enemy's head. If another attack came at him at the same time, he rapidly fell back, preyed on the timing when the attacks missed, and stabbed forward. He only aimed at the skulls specifically. The shift between the strike and the thrust was as seamless as a flowing stream of water. His hand speed was genuinely quick as he continued to wield the spear nonstop. The experience gained through hundreds of missions was helping Sial to grow even further than before. In a blink, the front line of the skeletons was decimated, and as the second line was getting pummeled into submission as well, just as he expected. Roar. The skeleton with the helmet let loose a loud roar from the back. He grabbed a huge axe and began madly running towards Sial's direction. It was at this moment when Sial's heart shook and cried out, how long? Just how long did he wait for this moment? The number of simulations he ran inside his head amounted to several dozens. He was not going to make a single mistake here. He swatted away the incoming attack of a small fry and took 4 quick steps back. At the same time, the helmet-wearing skeleton jumped in the air. The axe was pulled back and then came down towards Sial's head. Right then, his eyes shone with a dangerous glint. Strike. The falling axe and the rising, spinning spear violently collided in the air. Clang, the ear-ripping metallic screech bounced around the cavern. The axe could not descend any further, nor could the spear deflect it away. However, something had changed compared to before. Kiik, kiik. Sparks flew off as the axe blade and the spear shaft grinded against each other. A short competition of strength soon developed as Sial bore the brunt of the skeleton's attack. Woong. The monster's great power, enhanced by its fall, dissipated quickly. However, Sial's mana constantly bubbled up like a bottomless spring and supplemented his physical strength. Kuyuk. Sial successfully shoved the axe away and quickly seized the opening that was created when a grandiose attack failed to connect. The resulting exposed gap would be equally grand. The skeleton fell from the air after losing its balance, and Sial swiftly stabbed his spear forward into one of the skull's empty eye sockets. Clunk. The helmet made up of bones flung away after the spear slammed into it. The skeleton began a drunken dance as it crumpled to the ground after more than half of its head was blown away. I did it, Sial seldom shouted, but he did now out of excitement. Swatting and stabbing the skeleton, the event he could only dream about pulling off, he'd finally done in reality as well. His complexion was filled with happiness as he eyed the heap of unmoving bones on the ground. The sense of accomplishment, a victory well earned, ballooned inside his heart. He thought that he'd never ever grow sick and tired of this joy for the rest of his life. Hang on a sec. Suddenly, he pondered on what might have happened if he chose a different method to counter. Since he was aware of the opponent using a jumping attack, couldn't he have tried something else other than swatting and stabbing and still win in a simple, efficient manner? Several possibilities continued to enter and leave his brain. He needed to try them out first to see what was what. One more time. The desire to quickly fight the helmet-wearing skeleton filled him up, so he quickly brandished his spear towards the remaining monsters. A joyful smile never left his face, however. Sial continued to attack the encirclement, hard, mission over and over again. He considered other survivors' positions and left behind enough attempts for other missions, but for this skeleton mission, the thought of being polite did not once enter his mind. Every time he defeated the helmet-wearing skeleton, he felt as if an unseen weight weighing down on his shoulders was lifting up. He finally felt like he could breathe again. Unfortunately, the unavoidable problem eventually reared its head since he was so enthusiastic about clearing the mission. The remaining number of attempts depleted quickly as well. There was nothing Sial could do as there were only 12 attempts left to being with, but he still wasn't satisfied. On the contrary, he thought that he needed to do at least 50 more times before he'd be satisfied. Naturally, Sial deliberated on what he should do. Then on the last remaining attempt, he did something completely unheard of. He defeated every single small fry found in the mission super fast while leaving behind only the helmet-wearing boss skeleton. There were plenty of opportunities to kill it, but Sial made sure not to fatally wound it. "Get up, you bastard." Sial was glaring at the skeleton lying on the floor, on his hands his spear and the skeleton's axe. He found this sight of the monster not to his liking, so he used the end of the spear to tap its skull a few times, trying to make it stand. "Stand up straight, Skelly." When he kicked a bit hard, the skeleton noisily rolled away. Its helmet was missing and couldn't be found anymore. It was not hard to imagine the level of torture the monster had to go through simply by looking at the misaligned collarbones or several cracked ribs. The skeleton flinched and began to shuffle about. It tried to push off against the ground with its trembling bones, and once up, swayed about unsteadily on its feet. Sial then tossed the axe over to it and strode away, widening the distance between them. His sour expression showed how unsatisfied he was, as he continued to glare at the skeleton that kinda looked like it might keel over at any second. The idea of one-on-one face-off he came up with was a brilliant one, if he could say so himself. Now he was able to continuously fight to his heart's content without the pesky remaining number of attempts handicapping him. For the first 30 times they fought, the skeleton seemed to be humoring Sial's whims. However, past the 50th time, it felt like the skeleton began to desperately resist him. Past the 60th, it visibly lost all motivation to even put up a fight. Sial too had made several mistakes adjusting his strength during the fight and ended up damaging the skeleton here and there. Even considering that, the disappointment he felt was hard to describe in mere words. Please, just do one more jumping attack. You know that jumping attack you do. Can you even understand me?" It was unknown whether the skeleton was listening to him or not. It simply raised the axe, but then one of its shoulder bones snapped and fell. The bone finally gave in and broke after the repeated abuse it had to endure. The skeleton froze on the spot, its empty eye sockets sneaked a quick glance at Sial's direction. "Well, you still have your right arm." Clack, 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 clack. The skeleton powerlessly clattered its teeth. No one knew what it was trying to say, but it still sounded like a plea. "Come on, let's fight. Hurry." In the end, the skeleton succeeded in grasping the axe as it squeaked and creaked noisily. It was as if it was forcing itself to overcome its limits, although it was just a measly skeleton. "Good, come at me. I heard that an undead monster like you carry around unconditional hatred for all living things, so show me." Sial used his spear to beckon the monster. "I'll end this after 20 more times, okay?" It was then Sial momentarily thought that he could see the exposed spine of the skeleton flinch. The skeleton standing around doing nothing finally moved its legs. It heaved the axe up high and began its rush. However, its attack had none of its former viciousness nor conviction. No, it only looked wretched and miserable. Sial licked his lips and readied the stance for the strike. And so, the skeleton unsteadily ran towards Sial and lifted its remaining arm over its head, just as he was about to get ready to swat away the falling axe. The skeleton simply let go of the axe as its arm fell down. Sial's attention was stolen away by the axe that flew past him. In that moment he wasn't looking. The skeleton grasped the spear shaft as tightly as it could. Then summoning whatever strength it could still bring forth, it slammed its own head on the spear tip. The skull disintegrated and the rest of the bones clattered to the ground. The way its remains piled up like that, one couldn't help but feel that salvation had finally come to the poor monster. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. You have successfully completed a hard, difficulty mission. 1,000 survival points have been added to your tally. Current SB, 85,280 SB. Sial just stood there dumbfounded, his eyes blinking nonstop. Oh. When Sial returned to the neutral zone's plaza, he was met with the sounds of people taking huge gulps. They looked like they had just seen a ghost. That was quite understandable. The longest he took to clear a mission was only around 5 minutes, yet he took several hours this time, so people were thinking that maybe he met an accident and got killed, whether through carelessness or by a mistake. But here he was, unharmed and healthy as if to taunt everyone looking on. Ha 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 ha. Sial tried to clarify what happened, adding that it was all just a misunderstanding. That only caused Hyan Sangmin to beat the floor while laughing his head off. The skeleton K killed itself. Ahahaha. Even Shin Sang-ah was in tears as she joined in on laughing, her breaths eventually running ragged and short. Sial found this scene a bit mystifying. Only 2 months had passed since the ending of the tutorial, yet these two seemed to have gone through a rather remarkable transformation. Perhaps it was their new outfits, but even their aura seemed to be different. Shin Sang-ah and Hyan Sangmin laughed their hearts out and then complained how difficult it was to talk to him for the last couple of months, never mind even seeing his face. So the three of them chatted for a long time. Hyan Sangmin's class was Archer. His quick wits and that active personality of his combined to make the decision to not hold back on spending his SB as soon as the awakening was completed. As a result, he got a head start over his peers in earning more survival points, and now he was known as a quite skillful survivor. Although the team he worked with wasn't as amazing as Odalet Delphines, Hyan Sangmin said they were steadily clearing missions. Shin Sang-ah entered the team that offered her the most amount of signing fee. She was very proud of herself, saying that she was finally living like a normal human being now, only to be promptly shot down by Hyan Sangmin. He mocked her for showing off in front of Sial, who had far more points than she could ever dream of. Sial simply smiled while listening to their banter. Realizing that these two had adapted well and were carving out their own paths now put his mind at ease. Ah right, what about Miss Yun Seora? Sial suddenly remembered about her in the midst of listening to the duo's antics and asked them offhandedly. He met up with Yi Sial Ah and her brother, Yi Sungjin, a few times in the last couple of months, but he hadn't seen Yun Seora once. Hyan Sangmin stopped talking for some reason. Shin Sang Ah's complexion darkened at the same time. Seeing their reactions, Sial felt his heart skip for a moment. Did she die? No, she's more or less alive. Hyan Sangmin corrected Sial, but what he said sounded far more ominous. She was more or less alive. Well, I think it's really tough for her, with her right arm in that state. Shin Sang-ah's voice was full of pity. Sial inwardly went, oh crap. Yun Seora received around 300 SB at the end of the tutorial. That amount was way too short to endure 2 months of stay in the neutral zone. Even if she saved up like a madman and lived frugally, she couldn't have enough to endure for more than a fortnight at most. I think the siblings have been constantly helping her out until now. Ah, that's right. You also gave out some SB, didn't you? Miss Shin Sang-ah. It was only once, though. Shin Sang-ah averted her gaze and hesitated slightly. I couldn't heal her arm, maybe because my class level is still too low. I tried to give her some of my points, but Miss Seora didn't want to take them, and it feels like she's been avoiding me for a little while now, too. Listening to her voice getting progressively smaller, one got the impression that she was trying to come up with excuses. Actually, she was feeling ashamed for bragging about living pretty well nowadays. Hyan Sangmin waved his hand about and said that there was no need to act like this. It was understandable for someone like Yi Sial Ah, who was indebted to Yun Seora for her life. However, there was no reason for someone with a self-centered personality like him to go out of his way to help Yun Seora. Even Sial had nothing much to say in this regard. Quite frankly, he had completely forgotten about this matter, as he was too busy with the training regime until now. After a lengthy bout of silence went by, Hyan Sangmin slowly got up from his seat. You shouldn't worry about her too much. Sure, you can help her out if you've got some wiggle room yourself, but you know this too, don't you? That we're all equally having a rough time trying out there, trying to fend for ourselves. That was also true. It could get pretty hectic trying to survive within the neutral zone. Looking after someone else in this place was basically a luxury very few could afford. Well, I should get going now. If we have a chance later, why don't we do some missions together? I'm confident of being more helpful to you now, you see. Hyan Sangmin lightly tapped on his crossbow and grinned. Me too. If you need any help, you can call on me anytime, regardless of when. I'll cancel everything and run to your rescue. Shin Sang-ah waved her hand goodbye as well and walked away. After separating from the two, Sial returned to the plaza. He was planning to have a go at the remaining untouched, hard mission types right away. However, he was feeling a bit restless inside. So he figured that, by immersing himself into clearing missions, he'd be able to forget about everything for a while. The number of different hard difficulty mission parchments found on the notice board was 11. All of them were combat missions, while the SB completion reward on offer varied greatly from 500 to 1,000. The escape from encirclement, Mission Sial ran to the ground, just so happened to be one of the most dangerous available among the hard difficulty. Since he didn't encounter any hardship completing that, he was confident of blitzing the remaining ones in no time, some time later. The remaining attempts for the missions were 15 for every single type, but he only did 6 times each before moving on to the next one. Even still, he got to earn another 43,500 survival points. This should be enough. He could probably do more, but after chatting to Shin Song-ah and Hyen Sangmin, he decided not to monopolize. Their stories taught Sial of the harsh reality that, although completing missions became easier than before, there were very few who could afford to live as good a life as him among the survivors, even now. For example, if 4 people cooperated and completed a mission rated slightly hard, worth 300 SB, the reward would be split evenly according to the number of participants. Of course, the individual survival rate would go up, but at the same time, all their hard work would only result in a measly 75 points per participant. The truth could be seen from the way Shin Sang-ah described her situation somewhat as in demand, as her didn't say that she was rich, but merely that she was living like a human. Sial wasn't too worried about others criticizing him for hogging all the high-paying missions, but there was this one thing he came to realize during the treasure hunt. Because he got too enthusiastic and swept away every coin he could find, Shin Song-ah and Hyen Sangmin had to go through so much trouble. As for Yi Sungjin, the boy had to search throughout the night too, without rest. As time went on, more and more teams would start attempting the hard missions. Since he left behind more than half of each mission types, the survivors should not complain. Not too much, at least. Besides, it wasn't as if there were no harder difficulty missions, either. You have successfully completed a hard difficulty mission. 950 survival points have been added to your tally. Current SB, 128,780 SB. Sial clenched his fist tightly. He decided to stop doing the missions for now. There was something else he needed to do first before moving on to the next difficulty. The very hard difficulty had a total of 6 missions. The lowest point payout was 10,000 points. That was 10 times the reward of the most dangerous hard difficulty missions. When he skimmed through the mission detail, it sounded rather challenging as well. Clearly, he would need to make thorough preparations to challenge them. Not only would he need to acquire a set of armor and potions, but also capable comrades. Right on top of the notice board, there was the lone, impossible difficulty mission, but he didn't pay that any attention whatsoever. Although its payout was a humongous 172,800 points, the mission goal was completely, utterly absurd that no one would be able to clear it. Sial turned around to leave. There were several things he needed to prepare. But he already knew what needed to be bought first. The 8th floor, as Sial stepped outside the VIP store, he had to do everything in his willpower to calm his wildly beating heart. Within his grasp were 2 small medicine vials. They were Ambrosia's, the mysterious liquid that would evolve one's already awakened abilities. He didn't stop at that, though. Even after he bought both of the available vials of Ambrosia, he still had a fair amount of SP left, so he bought a bottle of Divine Elixir, which would raise his mana stat by 1 stage. With this, the VIP store no longer had Ambrosia's or mana-boosting Divine Elixir for sale. With the remaining points, he could have bought another bottle of Divine Elixir. However, he held back with what could only be described as superhuman patience. He still needed these points to purchase his equipment after all. He thought that, after getting himself the best equipment on sale, he'd be able to earn back the points in no time. Ahem. However, no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself, he couldn't prevent a foolish grin from bursting out of his lips. He even momentarily thought that the entire world was blooming in a rosy color. I should wait until I get to my room first. No, waiting around might invite a disaster. He only had to climb up 2 flights of stairs, but Sial couldn't wait anymore. He drank both vials of Ambrosia's in one go. Fearing that his other abilities might evolve instead, he fervently thought of 9 eyes and nothing else. Your innate ability 9 eyes is evolving. The lower direction one of your innate ability 9 eyes, black color, escape immediately has been unlocked. Your innate ability 9 eyes is evolving. The upper direction one of your innate ability 9 eyes, gold color, golden commandment, has been unlocked. Finally, he got to pull back the 2 layers of veil covering his ability. With this, he unlocked 4 out of 5 directions. The only one remaining was the right. Sial activated his ability right away and fell into deep contemplation. Yellow was attention required. Orange was do not approach. Red was for immediate retreat recommended. Black was escape immediately. Judging from this, the newly unlocked color, black, was an extension of already available emergency warning signals. I get what's up with escape immediately, but golden commandment. He pondered for a while, but he couldn't quite grasp what it did. That wasn't the only riddle he could not solve, however. The lower direction only opened up after he had unlocked the left direction first, so he thought that the upper direction would also open up only after he unlocked the right direction. The order of the things had been changed, as far as he could tell. Was it because the colors were on opposite directions? How can I use it without knowing what it does? Sial began walking again and climbed up the stairs, all the while shaking his head slightly. But then, gold color. His eyes shot open abruptly. Beyond the 10th floor railing, he could see a clear and radiant golden glow coming from a spot right in front of his quarters. He hurriedly ran up and found a person quietly waiting there. Sial's thought process dimmed just for a bit when he confirmed who it was from her back. She was certainly one of the last people he expected to see in the neutral zone. "You're finally here." As if she sensed his approach, the business suit-wearing woman turned around to greet him. It was none other than Kim Hannah. "It's been a while." She smiled refreshingly, and sure enough, her entire body was bathed in a golden hue. Sial couldn't help but be confused. For one, he was curious why she was here, and two, why was there a golden color coming from her? "Can we go inside? It's a bit awkward to talk out here and all." Her friendly voice brought Sial back to reality. As soon as they entered his room, Kim Hannah couldn't hide her astonishment. "Wow, it really is nice here. Honestly, I never dreamed that you'd end up using this room." Kim Hannah's facial expression implied that she wasn't sure where to park her rear as she stood around before she chose a spot on a comfy couch and settled down. Sial quickly sat on the opposite side. Seeing this, she burst out a fit of giggles. "Why are you in such a hurry? What are you that surprised to see me?" "Obviously. Before we get started, I guess I should appease that curiosity of yours." "Fine, what would you like to know?" Sial almost blurted out, "Why is your body glowing in a golden hue?" but somehow was able to change his words at the last second. "How did you get here?" "Well, because I know how to." "Hey, just kidding. Of course, the neutral zone isn't a place that anyone can just come and go as they please. However, I'm an exception, you see." Sial stared at her without saying anything. "The invitation letter, what about it?" Sial was about to ask her before going He just remembered that in the gold stamp invitation letter, there was a clause about him being able to bring along one helper. "You don't have to fret, okay? Miss Cynthia knows about me being here. I went through the proper procedures, so there's no problem." "That's a relief." Suddenly, Kim Hannah raised her hand. "Hold on, it's my turn to get an answer. It's about Miss Cynthia and Miss Agnes. Especially Agnes, she seems to be particularly interested in your growth for some reason." "Is she?" "Yes, just what underhanded tricks did you use to flip those violent Sicilian gangsters over to your side?" Sial couldn't help but doubt his own hearing just then. "Violent? Gangsters?" Kim Hannah's eyes went round when she saw his expression. "Oh my, you didn't know. You really had no idea. Those two are pretty infamous as the battle maniacs of the South." "A battle maniac? Miss Agnes is?" "Yeah, she's the direct subordinate of Boss Cynthia and Cecilia's top executive. She's even known as the demonic drill instructor. Almost everyone in Paradise knows about them." As the explanation continued on, a certain sense of chill crept up on Sial's backside. He had no idea that Agnes was such a big shot. Maybe I shouldn't have teased her. "If you're done asking me about stuff, shall we get to the main topic of my visit?" Sial nodded his head. He was indeed curious as to know why she came here in the first place. There was still a month left to go before the neutral zone's deadline, after all. "Well, I came to cheer you on, and I wanted to give you advice. Also, there's something I need your help with." Kim Hannah took her glasses off and stared at Sial. Compared to how it was like back on the riverbank, the way she looked at him had softened considerably. "First of all, I gotta praise you. You've exceeded all of my expectations. I honestly would never have guessed you were this excellent. I thought you were unhappy about using the golden stamp on me. That was back then, but not anymore. The stamp wasn't wasted on you. At all. Honest." Sial felt an itch creeping up on his face hearing the constant stream of praises. "Okay, so that's the cheering bit done. What advice do you have for me?" When Sial sheepishly scratched his cheek, Kim Hannah grinned slyly. "You did the right thing by stopping at the hard missions. You see, the difficulty spike in the very hard missions is nothing to laugh about. You have to prepare yourself properly first." But of course Sial was expecting as much as well. Seeing that the rewards on offer jumped by 10 times in value, the difficulty should rise just as much too, and you should find yourself reliable comrades. "If I have a complaint to make, then you just stick to yourself too much." "Comrades, huh? That's right. Odilette, Delphine, how when I recommend these two people. I'm telling you this before you get the wrong idea. My suggestion isn't solely because of their skills. Then why? They will certainly become a big help to you in the future, that's why." It was rather clear what Kim Hannah was implying here. "Are you telling me to form a personal connection with them?" That's one way of looking at it. In any case, you already have a link called fellow survivors from the same time period going for you. I mean, there's nothing to lose by getting friendly with them, right? I get it with Delphine since she's a magician, but what about Hao Win? He's a big player in the darker side of the society. I heard that he's a top-level executive in the biggest triad in China. Sial slowly facepalmed. Not only the Sicilian battle maniacs, he had to deal with a man from a damn Chinese triads, too. He would have never imagined getting mixed up with these sorts of people in his old life. It was here that a thought popped up in his head. If I work together with those two, then could I challenge the impossible mission? And no, do not even think about challenging that one. He was just blurting out the possibility, but Kim Hannah promptly cut him off before he got anywhere with the idea. Sial could only smile bitterly. It's that difficult, huh? Even I'm not confident with that mission. At a bare minimum, only a mid to large-sized team of level 4 or above Earthlings would be needed to have a chance of clearing it. Really, I don't know why the gods would have such a mission here in the first place. She complained bitterly before turning her sharp gaze on him. Wait a minute, you are not thinking of trying your luck on that one just because you've heard of someone clearing it in the past, right? Someone cleared it before. Now this was the first time he heard of it. Yeah, sure. In the entire history of the zone, one guy did pull it off. But how? Seeing Sial's shocked expression, Kim Hannah simply snorted. Only if you know about this. But that guy, he didn't clear the mission in what you'd call a proper fashion. He just got lucky, that's all. Even if it was down to luck, it still counts. That's true, too. But whatever, do not ever attempt that mission. Got it? It'd be better to fight a monster from the world of the dead with your bare hands rather than attempting that mission. Kim Hannah passionately voiced her opposition and slowly regulated her breathing. She shook her head, causing her ponytail to sway this way and that. I'm sure you'll do what's best for you anyways. She sneakily raised the end of her sentence and glanced at him. Sial ignored that and asked her once more. Didn't you say you need my help? What's that about? Well, it's nothing big, really. Kim Hannah hesitated slightly, which was unlike her, before opening her mouth. Again, let me make this clear. What I'm about to say from here onwards isn't coming from me. Okay, so from who is it then? One of my superiors. One of your superiors, you mean from Sinyoung? Kim Hannah nodded her head and continued. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, someone else other than me is asking you for a favor. If you don't want to do it, fine, you don't have to. But if you do decide to go for it, there are plenty of benefits for me. You might also get to share in the loot, too. What's the favor? You know Yun Seora, right? Kim Hannah got to the main topic right away. Sial was taken back somewhat, though. You see, the person who invited Yun Seora is the person asking you for the favor. From Sinyoung. Hold on, let me get this straight. You're saying that your superior officer from Sinyoung invited Miss Yun Seora. That's right. That person is known for having a discerning eye. Everyone he invited all turned out to be big hits, you see. He even resorted to using a silver stamp and invited her this time, so the company's expectations are high. But right, you know this too, don't you? At this rate, Yun Seora is going to fail. Understandably, my superior officer is a nervous shell of his former self. Only then did Sial get the rough idea of what the favor could be. Let me get straight to the point. That person would like you to look after Yun Seora. That's too unspecific, isn't it? Do I need to give her 1,000 survival points and be done with that? After all, she'd be able to leave the neutral zone with that. That would be worse than failing, actually. Okay, if I were to get more specific, he wants to see Yun Seora develop normally in the zone, just like everyone else. Heal her arm if it's possible. Let her tag along when you go around clearing missions, etc., etc. Basically, I want you to carry her. Carrie Sial inwardly let off a long groan. Coincidentally, he got to hear about Yun Seora twice in one day. Sial understood that her life in the zone was fraught with extreme hardship. It wasn't as if he had no plans of helping her out. However, you know this too, don't you? He also thought what Hyen Sangmin said back not too long ago wasn't wrong either. Kim Hannah was waiting for Sial's reply. She was still emitting the golden hue. What do you think I should do, me? As I said this before, I didn't invite her. I know that. I'm asking the person who invited me what her opinion is. Perhaps she didn't expect to be questioned. Her expression became somewhat dazed and lost. Soon enough, though, the corner of her lips arched up ever so slightly. Of course, I'll be very happy if you do this one thing for me. I'll be owed a debt. There was a slight grin etched on her face as she spoke up, clearly enjoying herself. I understand. I can't give you a definite answer, but I promise I'll look into it. HNG. Not bad, you even know what to say to make me feel better, too. She muttered to herself, are you even the same gambling addict from back then? And continued on with what she wanted to say to him. In any case, consider it carefully. Yun Seora is supposed to be a rising star invited by Sinyoung's greatest talent scout. Making him owe you a favor would be a good thing for you, too. A favor, huh? He hadn't given much thought over the notion of Yun Seora being a potential rising star, but that did make sense. Back in the assembly hall, when he inadvertently spied on her stats, he saw Brilliant appearing on the personality column after all. Having finished what she wanted to say, Kim Hannah began standing up. That's right, a favor. Well, there's that saying, right, the golden rule, take ka. What did you say? Sial was taken by surprise again and stared at her. You know, the golden rule. She winked at him and walked towards the exit of the room. Therefore, whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them, for this is the law and the prophets. Is that the golden rule? It's a verse from the Gospel of Matthew, verse 712. I never really thought of those words as altruistic babble, though. No, it's much more closer to give and take, don't you agree? Who knows? If you appear before her like a prince riding on a white horse and rescue her, she might just fall hard for you. I mean, she's pretty cute, right? Of course, she was only joking. However, Sial's mute response seemed rather suspect. Feeling a bit embarrassed now, she fixed her high heel, lightly tapped on the floor with her feet, and opened the door. Before she slipped through the door, she turned around one more time. No need to see me off. Oh, and don't forget the deal we have. You negotiate with me before anyone else when you leave the neutral zone. Oh, right, don't get killed. I'll be here in a month's time to fetch you. She closed the door. Although Kim Hannah was gone, Seol didn't show any sign of movement. For a long time, he stood there and dwelled on everything she said, and then dwelled on them some more. Even as the sounds of high heels getting further away disappeared altogether. The second coming of gluttony, the golden commandment is it. Its meaning wasn't complicated, and the phrase wasn't trying to imply anything deep either. So he only needed to interpret it as he heard it. However, he just couldn't link the original meaning of the phrase to his ability, 9 eyes. It didn't feel quite right. Just like the right and left directions, there must be some kind of deeper meaning behind the way it was named like that. He thought about it dozens of times but could only draw a blank. The deeper he thought about it, the more complicated his head became. In the end, he spent the whole night without a wink of sleep. I can't figure it out. Sleep didn't want to visit him. Eventually, Seol got exhausted stirring around the bed wide awake and decided to postpone deciphering the golden commandment to another time. He knew better than to force himself to a wrong conclusion here. In any case, he needed to find the proverbial loose string to yank out first if he wanted to unravel this mystery. There were 2 ways he could think of that might resolve this quandary. 1, to open up the right direction. Just like how the left direction was connected to lower direction, the odds of upper direction having a link with the right was high. If he could find what the remaining 3 colors were, he might be able to narrow down the meaning of the golden color. But there are no ambrosias left. 2, the sole remaining method was to find the truth by experimentation. Having stared at the ceiling for the entirety of the night, Seol made up his mind and pushed himself off the bed. The longer one stayed in the neutral zone, the harder it became to sense the hours passing by. Not only were there no clocks in this place, but most of the facilities also stayed open 24 hours a day, which kind of made finding a spot without light shining on it a rarity. Only the smartphone he received at the beginning of the tutorial kept him up with the current date and time, 5:17 a.m. Around this early morning hour, the always crowded first-floor plaza would be much quieter. Wondering if Yun Seora was there, Seol came down to the first floor only to find someone else's familiar back instead. Seol he was about to call out to greet her but stopped. His half-opened mouth slowly closed shut. Seol was in the midst of taking a halting glance at the notice board. It didn't seem as if she was here for the running mission. A basic difficulty mission could be repeated infinitely, so there was no need to worry about the mission parchments running out. If she was hesitating like that in front of the board, that could only mean that she was thinking of challenging a mission with a difficulty higher than very easy. Her petite shoulders drooped in disappointment. Her head faltered, hinting that she was deeply devastated over something. Seol quickly walked over to her side. What should I do now? Miss Seol Hyukyok. When he called out to her out of the blue, a rather peculiar scream jumped out of her mouth. She quickly turned around to face Seol. Her shocked expression calmed down quickly after seemingly losing 10 years of her life through fright. Oribio Nim, good morning. You here to try the running mission again? It's been a while since we ran side by side, so how about it? Oh well, shall we? She sounded really unwilling. Seol didn't miss the fact that she hesitated ever so slightly before answering him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Oh no, not at all. It's like I'm lacking in confidence, something like that. I haven't practiced a lot lately and stuff. She blurred the ends of her sentence and smiled awkwardly. Her smile was the usual one that seemed pure and innocent, but today he picked up the hint of unnaturalness that she couldn't completely conceal. Her always sunny complexion seemed very haggard as well. Seol carefully studied her appearance for a little while and tilted his head. Now that he had taken a closer look at her, there were a few odd things about her. It had been slightly over a month since classes were awakened, yet her attire remained the same as what she wore during the tutorial. And having met up with Shin Sang-ah and Hyeon Sangmin earlier on, this oddness came across as quite bizarre to him now. Seol Ah's aptitude wasn't bad when he took a peek at her status windows. Although it couldn't be called as desirable as brilliant, he did remember seeing the description of jack of all trades or something similar to that in her aptitude column. Have you eaten breakfast yet? When he asked her while thinking, it can't be right, she hurriedly nodded her head. Oh, of course, I filled up before Getty. Growl. With the exquisite timing, the loud cry of an empty stomach roared out for everyone to hear, and sure enough, it was not coming from Seol's belly. If I want to eat, I need to complete missions, you see. Quite unlike how she sounded just a minute ago, there was no energy in her voice now. Her pinkish neck slowly reddened up in the shade of sunset. Seol dazedly shifted his gaze over to the notice board. As expected, she wasn't here to do basic difficulty missions. She was checking out the sections where very easy and easy missions were originally located. Unfortunately, there were no parchments left there. That was because Seol ended up completely exhausting what little remained a few days ago. Ye siblings are constantly helping out Yun Seora. Suddenly, Sial recalled Hyan Sangman's words, and right away, it felt like a hammer struck him in the head. Ah, now he understood the truth. It wasn't as if the Yi siblings failed to earn enough SPs for themselves. No, it was more like they couldn't as they were trying to look after Yun Seora as well. In order to complete a mission that paid out enough survival points for one to carry on living in the zone, one would need to get the matching equipment and suitable abilities for one's class. Attempting a mission without those would be akin to throwing your life away. If one had to lower the difficulty through a sheer lack of choice, then the rewards on offer were too low. Even then, if one continued to persevere and complete them, it'd be possible to amass a few handfuls of points. But for the Yi siblings, those points would have been spent in looking after Yun Seora instead. God damn it. Sial's hand clutched his spear tightly, and I had no reason to even do those missions either. He resolved himself not to repeat the mistake he made during the treasure hunt, yet he had done it again. He told himself to control his desires, yet in the end, he thoughtlessly used himself as an example when making decisions. Only if he paid little more attention. How could he fail so spectacularly to consider the possibility that the situation would be different for other survivors? From Yi Sial Ah's perspective, it must have been like him, robbing her of the last lifeline she had been depending on. I'm sorry. Hearing his sudden apology, Yi Sial Ah's eyes grew wider and wider. Of course, she was aware of it too. There was no way she didn't know since the stories about Sial were widespread around the neutral zone nowadays. And no, don't say that. I'm at fault. I'm the one who finished off all the easier missions. Oribio Nim, don't say that. Those mission papers aren't mine to begin with. More importantly, for the last 2 months, you didn't touch any of those missions anyways. It's my fault for being lazy and not completing the missions more often, you know. It's my fault instead. Seeing her trying to console him, his hard-to-describe guilty conscience got heavier by another layer. She said that she had been lazy, but there was no way that could be true. No, it was far more likely that she was struggling desperately to survive. I heard that you were looking after Miss Yun Seora. Oh, that is. Yi Sial Ah could only open and shut her mouth repeatedly as if she didn't know what to say. Her expression was asking him, how did you find out? How long has it been? Maybe, after entering the neutral zone, around 10 days after that, so well over a month, huh? Sial chuckled out bitterly. She could have asked him for help during that time at least once, but she didn't say anything, even when they met a few times to lap the track together. She didn't even show any signs of struggling either. If no one told him of the Yun Seora situation, he might have never found out what was going on. Seeing her helplessly lower her gaze, Sial's thoughts became very complicated. What should I do now? Although he didn't give a definite answer to Kim Hannah, he was planning to help Yun Seora out anyways. He thought that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to repay Kim Hannah's kindness since he had received lots of benefits from her gold markup until now. However, helping out the Yi siblings was out of his calculations. Of course, if he began supporting Yun Seora, the burden on the siblings would decrease considerably, but it was already too late. Others had leapfrogged far ahead of them by now. Never mind catching up to them. Could she and her brother even manage to gather 1,000 points each before the end of the deadline? While stewing inside the swirling mess of jumbled-up thoughts, Sial got to confirm his disposition being chaotic one more time. Even though he thought he should aid them somehow, no small part of him didn't want to get involved here and just wanted to concentrate on completing missions instead. Should he help them or not? Encountering yet another crossroads in his path, Sial closed his eyes to contemplate. It was then he suddenly recalled a scene from almost 2 months ago. Let's run together. He remembered a scene of a girl who came to console him after seeing how shaken he was back then. It was of a girl who'd never forget her savior and tried to repay the favor no matter what. And then, that Bible verse Kim Hannah left behind entered his thoughts as well. Therefore, whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them. He then decided to look at things from the siblings' perspective. What if he ran into a situation similar to what the siblings, or even Yun Seora, were facing? Without a doubt, he'd be wishing for someone to come and help him out right about now. I never really thought of those words as altruistic babble, though. No, it's much more closer to give and take, although it was only by a little bit. Sial thought he could understand where Kim Hannah's sentiment was coming from. Maybe, just maybe there could be a future that might unfold in the way Kim Hannah had been implying a future, where Sial needed to receive help from someone else. Could this girl in front of him be one of the potential someone else? No, that didn't matter. What did matter was his feelings on the subject regardless of what might happen in the future. He didn't know why, but he wanted to help her. He wasn't dealing with a bastard like Kang Seok. Knowing the struggles this kind-hearted and warm girl was going through, he couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. It's not like I don't have a wiggle room, is it? The moment he decided, Sial opened his eyes and spoke to her. Come, let's run for a while. Sial and Yi Sial Ah began jogging on the track. He completed his portion of the allocated laps first and waited for her to finish. Seeing her slowly inch closer to the finish line, he waved his hands in encouragement. She managed to get to the line, but before crossing it, she collapsed on the floor and began panting heavily. Seeing this, Sial grinned softly. It's only 30 laps, you know. I didn't know you were this unfit. Doping is not allowed. Sial protested to the injustice of this situation. I'm telling you, it's not doping. While defending himself, Sial's lips formed a bitter smile. He remembered giving advice that she should buy competence while being completely oblivious to her living conditions. How do you feel after you ran around for a while? It feels nice. Sial smiled brightly on the ground as she regulated her breathing. Even though he forcibly dragged her in here, she wasn't dissatisfied at all. Well then. Should I make you feel even better? In the neutral zone, one could lend out or transfer survival points to another. Sial transferred 200 survival points from his account to Sial. 200 points. You've successfully cleared a mission, right? You should receive compensation for that. Sial jokingly said that, but her expression showed how apologetic and at a loss she was, even still. If you give me so much points, then her words only managed to make Sial surprised and flustered instead. Just how difficult had her stay in the neutral zone been for her to act like that over measly 200 points? What is your brother doing right now? Oh, Sungjin, he should be waking up soon, I think. In that case, go have a good breakfast with him. With 200 points, you should be able to enjoy a hearty meal once. Just once. If I save up, I think we can stretch it out to 10 days. No can do. You will spend it all in one go, all 200 points. Sial resolutely cut her off. For a short while, she didn't say anything. She simply stared at him with a dazed facial expression as if she hadn't finished processing this event quite yet. Once you're done eating, come up to my quarters with your brother. Oh, and by the way, do you know where I can find Miss Yun Seora? Oh, Orebio Nim. Sial unsteadily got up from the ground. She still looked like she hadn't been able to tell whether she was in a dream or not. But why? About what exactly? I haven't done anything. Sial sheepishly scratched his cheek as she stammered out. What do you mean you haven't? You ran with me back then, didn't you? When looking back, one could say that was indeed the case. Only by running together with her, Sial finally got to realize how weak he was. From that day on, he focused on improving himself like a madman. In a way, it was because of Sial's intervention that he had begun his intense training regime to get to where he was now. Sial couldn't say anything for a little while longer. Only her lips parted and closed several times. Orebio Nim, she somehow managed to squeeze out a word. Yes, can you turn around for a second? Sure, why not? But why? I want to cry, but it's embarrassing. Do what you want. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard her crying out loudly. His heart nearly jumped out of his mouth in fright, and he quickly looked back, only to find Sial squatting on the ground again while shedding thick tears of appreciation. She's really crying. This time, it was Sial's turn to panic instead. After sending Sial back to her place, Sial headed off to the 5th floor. He'd never stopped by this floor before. According to Sial's explanation, a sizable lounge could be found there, and Yun Seora spent most of her time in that place. Sial initially believed that, since that space was called a lounge, the facilities there shouldn't be so bad, but Sial, as soon as he arrived there, he had to revise his thoughts immediately. The circular lounge was indeed rather spacious and open, but there were only a handful of chairs to be found here. He couldn't even begin to call this place a lounge at all. When he pushed open the glass door and entered, he spotted a lone female figure lying quietly in the far corner of the room. She had a hood covering her head while her body was in a huddle. Sial heard her cough. It sounded dry and scratchy. Sial placed his palm on the floor, and his body shivered slightly after sensing the coldness coming from the hard surface. It's really cold in here. She must be in a deep sleep. Sial walked towards her in loud enough footsteps, but she still showed no signs of movement. Zzz. While listening to her soft, nearly imperceptible breathing, Sial looked at her face and became utterly speechless. Yun Seora's appearance too had changed a fair deal since the end of the tutorial. Unfortunately, it was for the worse. Her previously pale, smooth cheeks were now yellowing and sunken. Her exposed wrist was so thin, he mistakenly thought he was looking at bones. He thought he was looking at a broken doll. Miss Yun Seora, Sial called out her name and placed his hand on her shoulder. Her body flinched a little then, Miss Yun Seora, and when he gently shook her. Suddenly she sucked in a heavy breath as if she was having a nightmare. A strained cry escaped from her lips and she desperately hid her face with her left hand. She huddled even closer and began shaking like a leaf. What the? He thought he looking an abused child trying to not get hit anymore. Sial took a step back in astonishment. Are you all right? Yuha Miss Yun Seora. Abruptly she raised her head. A pair of blurry, unintelligent eyes gazed at Sial. Huyua. She let off a pained whimper and her eyes slowly closed again. Her entire body slumped too, and when he called out to her again, she didn't respond. Is she unconscious? Her current state seemed too precarious to simply say she fell unconscious. Sial quickly lifted her up. He only used his arms, yet he could barely feel her weight. Leaving the fifth-floor lounge, Sial immediately went to his quarters on the 10th. He thought that since his room restored one's stamina rapidly, simply by being there would help her regain her consciousness. After carefully laying Yunseora down on the bed, Sial was overcome with a feeling of helplessness. Although he did bring her here, he hadn't realized how bad her conditions actually were. Perhaps that superior officer asking Kim Hannah for favor must have realized that Yunseora was on the brink, too. Let's confirm her status first. Sial activated his 9 eyes. Yunseora's status Windows 1, General Information. Summon date March 16, 2017. Marking grade Silver. Sex age female 20. Height weight 166.2 centimeters 48.2 kg. Current condition heavily injured. Class LV 1 warrior. Nationality Republic of Korea Area 1. Affiliation NA. Alias NA 2 traits 1. Temperament indifferent. She's not easily interested in anything particular. Despair. Has fallen into despair and gave up on herself and has not looked after her own body. 2 aptitude brilliant. Possesses a smart brain as well as good overall talents. Highly observant. Will carefully analyze and study items and events all around her. 3 physical level. Strength extreme low 2. Endurance extreme low 1. Agility extreme low 3. Stamina extreme low 2. Mana high low. Luck high low. Remaining ability points 1-4. Abilities 1 innate abilities 0-2. Class abilities 0-3. Other abilities 0-5. Level of cognition. Depressed, deeply worried, and or frustrated, lacking in energy, despair, pessimistic, has a gloomy outlook on her life, is in mourning, is in despair, what the hell. Sial's brows furrowed in a deep frown. Yunseora's condition, confirmed through her status windows, was in a terrible state. Yunseora, current age 20 years old, a young woman who got invited to paradise after being scouted by Sinyoung, the so-called picky and arrogant woman as coined by the dead Yi Hyumsik. Along with another invited, Kang Seok, she was seen as Area 1's top seedling for the March recruitment period. She always displayed the habit of think first, act later. In everything she did, her thoughts or decision-making were never swayed by emotions, and because of her personality, she held no interest in other people's business. Such characteristics meant she enjoyed a certain amount of advantage during the tutorial, but once she lost her right arm, her situation drastically changed for the worse. She was very much aware of her weakness in the context of the environments of the neutral zone, where cooperating with others was a must. So, for 1 month straight, she focused solely on fixing her broken right arm. Unfortunately, she had no choice but to revise her strategy and focus on strengthening her fitness level instead after learning that her tally of SB, 317 points, wasn't even remotely enough to heal her wounds. As an invited, she already had acquired a fairly good understanding of what was going on in the neutral zone before coming here. That was why, before her job awakened, she decided to focus on raising her physical stats. She knew that, as long as she could become a sorcerer, or even a priest, then her problem would be solved. Yunseora did not let go of that sliver of hope, even when stuck in a hopeless situation. However, that got brutally cut off when her job was set as a warrior. She left the Chamber of Awakening as if being chased away, and as expected, there was literally not a thing she could do in her current state. She had spent every single SB she had by then. She even had to sell the bag she got as the starting bonus cheaply, too. Even if she wanted to earn some points, no one wanted a warrior with a crippled arm in their team. Staying in a proper sleeping quarter became a luxury she could only dream of. She couldn't even afford to eat 1 meal a day, and her health continued to send out warning signals as a result. Starved of the necessary nutrients, her body got weaker and weaker with every passing day. And with her weakened body, she couldn't even attempt those basic missions that did give out a small amount of points as rewards. Her determination ran out a long time by then, and even enduring through nothing but sheer malice also eventually reached its limit. If it weren't for the Yi siblings that came to see her every other day, Yunseora would have died of starvation already. However, she knew that the siblings were also struggling desperately as well, so she could not depend on them forever. Sensing Yunseora's discomfort, Yi Seol-ah spoke up carefully. She said, "How about we speak to Orebio Nim? Since he's honest and hardworking, he wouldn't abandon us callously." It'd be a lie if Yunseora wasn't tempted by that suggestion. In the end, though, she shook her head and said no. If he owed her a favor, the story might have been different. Sure, he saved her life, but in return, she gave him the revival potion, and their relationship came to an end there. At least, Yunseora thought so that way. She didn't mind if others called her out on her petty pride. Actually, she was too ashamed to go and speak to him by then. Still, refusing to heed the suggestion of Yi Seol-ah played heavily in Yunseora's mind. and not wanting to inconvenience the siblings any further, she discreetly changed her hiding place without telling them. However, that night, Yun Seora ended up going through a terrifying and breathless ordeal. She opened her eyes in the middle of the night to find 3 Western men. 2 of them were restraining her arms, while the other one was sitting on top of her. No matter where, it seemed that one would run into bastards like Kang Seok. In the middle of her fiercely resisting them, the face belonging to the man on top of her came in closer to whisper, "Hey, I heard that you're a cripple. You want to keep living like this? Don't you want to go to paradise? Just behave yourself. We will feed you well and find you a warm bed to sleep on, too. Who knows, maybe even a couple of points, too, survival points." The moment she heard those words, all strength automatically seeped out of her body. Naturally, her resistance weakened as well. By the time she realized her mistake, she felt coldness touching her buttocks. When she regained her bearings, she found her underwear pulled down to her ankles already. And when that man took off his pants while a thick, lecherous smile formed on his face, Yun Seora shook like a smartphone vibrating to alert the owner of an incoming call. She shook hard as if someone poured a bucket of freezing water on her head in the middle of a harsh winter. Like words of a snake tickling her ears, the man told her to open her mouth. A hideously ugly object neared her face, yet her lips remained shut. She thought that the moment she yielded here, everything would really come to an end for her. No, a simple end wouldn't be all. She feared falling even deeper into a bottomless abyss, and so she did not open her lips. But she did scream out with everything she had. She bit whatever she came in contact with and used her whole body to fight. Her rewards were harsh swearings, along with fists and kicks. Even then, Yun Seora did not let up her crazed resistance. Eventually, the men grew sick and tired and abandoned her with a thick spit to her face. She fixed her clothing and unsteadily made her way back to the 5th-floor lounge. She then fell to the floor and got into a huddle. A single drop of the warm, salty liquid she'd been holding back finally leaked out of her eye. The tears she'd been shedding inwardly began streaming out, and eventually she burst out into uncontrollable sobs. "It'd be better if I just died." She was scared of falling asleep again because of the incident but forced her eyes shut regardless. She thought that if she died here like this, then she might not have any regrets. She didn't care what happened anymore, and so Yun Seora fell into a fitful slumber. But then, Miss Yun Seora, just as she was about to pay the ferryman to cross the river Styx. "Miss Yun Seora." She took a look behind her, and she clearly saw him. "Are you all right?" She saw a certain young man offering his hand to her. While Seol was nursing Yun Seora, Yi Seol Ah and Yi Sungjin arrived at his quarters. The siblings entered his room hesitantly and couldn't close their mouths after taking in the grand sights of the luxurious furnishing of the place that reminded one of a palace. They recovered quickly from the shock, though, after spotting Yun Seora whimpering on the bed and approached her. Deep frowns were etched on their faces. She wasn't this bad 2 days ago. Really? Yes. Why did she get so? Yi Seol Ah looked anxious. Seol lightly held his chin, contemplating. What could be her problem? With just a glance, he could clearly tell that Yun Seora was very sick. Even though he brought her to his quarters, thick perspiration continued to form on her forehead, and her breathing became rougher and rougher. He thought that the current situation was marginally better, compared to when she failed to respond to him gently shaking her around. However, since he lacked proper medical knowledge, he could only remain in the dark. He still recognized the fact that she needed help. Seol told the siblings he'd be back soon and left his room. When facing a situation he didn't know how to solve, there was only one person he could rely on. After hearing his explanation, Agnes quickly called for another maid to join them. The person to answer the call was unexpectedly none other than Maria. The blonde maid walked up to them in swagger, and when Agnes introduced her class to Seol, she cocked an eyebrow, perhaps in disapproval of the revelation. It turned out that Maria was a level 4 priest. Not only that, she was a priest in healing who had walked a long road from LV1 priest, LV2 deacon, LV3 clergyman, and to her current LV4 high priest. Seol promptly returned to his quarters with the 2 maids in tow. This is so bloody fantastic. After checking out Yun Seora's condition, Maria spat out a short assessment. "It's that bad. Never mind her right arm, it looks like she's been starving herself for the past month or so. On top of her body and nerves being weakened to this state, she even got beaten up pretty good as well, so yes, it's bad. She got beaten up, yes, seriously now. Don't know who hit her, but that person sure fucked her up." Maria leaked out a hollow chuckle. Hearing the real cause of Yun Seora's accelerated deterioration, Yi Seol Ah covered her mouth in shock. "You did the right thing by bringing her here. Without the effects of this room, she might have crossed the river of Lethe and would be tipping the wineglass of forgetfulness by now. How do we go about healing her? If you want, I can do it. But strictly speaking, there's no need. If she spends the next couple of days in this room while eating and resting well, she will recover fully." "Does that mean her right arm will be healed as well?" Maria suddenly went very quiet and gazed at Yun Seora. Agnes also studied Yun Seora's crippled right arm for a while before speaking up. 6 stab wounds on the arm, caused by a short but sharp dagger, it seems. The assailant even twisted the blade around in 2 of the wounds too. How long has it been? Over 2 months. Will it be tough even with moderate or massive? Why ask something you know the answer to already? Light would have sufficed if the wound was treated right away, but it's too late now. You know that a wound gets progressively harder to heal the longer it is left untreated. If it's a colossal, it might be possible, but I'm not confident. Agnes breathed out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Sial couldn't hide his astonishment at the 2 maids who were able to figure out what happened 2 months ago with just one look. A certain sense of anxiety was blooming in the corner of his heart at the same time as well. He couldn't figure out the contents of the discussion since several words related to Maria's profession were thrown around, but he still understood that fixing the right arm would be very difficult. Maria stood up straight and shook her head before shifting her gaze over to Sial. This arm is as good as dead. It's past the simple, healing spell, requiring something on the level of revival at this point. Instead of leaving it as is, I recommend amputation. Excuse me, there's no helping it. We aren't in paradise. You won't find a priest better skilled than me within the neutral zone, but even I find healing this arm difficult. Sial was hoping, but just as expected, this injury couldn't be healed in the neutral zone. Maria didn't beat around the bush and conveyed the truth. That wasn't the end of the bad news, though. There was still around a month left until the deadline, and Yun Siora's right arm could get even worse during this time. Is there any other way? Sial wasn't expecting to hear, impossible as the prognosis, and he could only chew on his blameless lower lip in frustration. It was then, there is one other way. A calm voice seemed to help him recover his senses. Agnes raised her body up from the bed, having concluded her examination of Yun Siora's arm. As Maria said, only a level 5 high ranker can heal her injury, but it just so happens that the priest class is the closest to the gods. I told you that you'll have to select a god to serve when you reach level 5. Do you remember? Sial nodded his head. Colossal is a very powerful holy spell a priest can learn after reaching level 5. Didn't you say Miss Maria is level 4? Indeed, she wouldn't be able to use it under normal circumstances, but there are exceptions. Agnes, you should really shut the fuck up now. Maria began glaring at Agnes. However, the latter maid only spared a cursory glance as a reply, and her words did not stop. A priest who walks on a singular path without receiving the aid of other gods will be bestowed the high priest class. When one becomes a high priest, you're given a special privilege. A special privilege. Yes, that is the power to hold a ceremony. It's like begging the gods to allow one to use a high-level spell. Maria squeezed shut her eyes. Even the noise of her teeth gnashing could be heard. Sial thought that she just whispered several curse words, too. He eventually opened his mouth while looking at her. Excuse. Ah no, hell no, no freaking way. Miss Maria, I can't hear you lalalala ebebebebe. Maria repeatedly covered up her ears and uncovered them with her hands. See, can't you help us? Please, I beg you. Sial couldn't just keep watching, so she begged, but fuck, keep your pee-hole shut. Maria spat out in anger and became supremely irritated, causing Sial to jump up in shock and hurriedly seek refuge behind Sial's back. The maid's sudden burst of sweary anger unnerved the girl, and she was unable to close her slack jaw. Sial signaled the tearful girl to be quiet and then began slowly approaching Maria. The maid's entire body began convulsing. Don't come here, don't come closer to me. Don't you dare, Miss Maria, a word, please. Arg shit, let go of me right now. Since she showed signs of running away, Sial gently grasped her arms to stop her. Maria then threw her fists and resisted him. They landed on his chest, but seeing that they didn't hurt too much, he figured that she wasn't planning on hurting him. What will it take for you to help us? What the hell? Are you deaf? If it was within my ability, I might help you if you paid me lots of SB, but I'm telling you I can't do it. How about that, seer? Fuck the ceremony. Don't even bring that up again. I'm being this civil only because Miss Foxy invited you here. That's all. If you weren't, I'd have bashed in your skull by now. Sial nearly blurted out, this is you being civil, but managed to force the words back down his throat. He thought he could finally understand, more or less, why she was practicing the vow of silence, but that wasn't the important thing right now. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but only you can do this, Miss Maria. And why should I? Maria shot back while still glaring back at him. You think a ceremony is a thing where you just have to offer a couple of prayers and kowtow a few times. What about the right type of offerings? Where would those come from? And why should I offer my own shit that I sweated blood and tears to gather for a bitch I don't even know? I'm not even affiliated with Sinyoung. You think that's all? Do you even know what kind of negative rebound I have to endure after performing a single ceremony? As if her emotions were running wild, she continued to spit out her words in anger. There were even glimpses of madness in her expression, and Sial became slightly terrified by that, but he still looked into her eyes. Begging her without a plan will not work. No, he had to convince her first. There is a certain verse in the Bible. Maria looked at him with an expression that said, "What bullshit are you trying to say here?" while panting like crazy. Therefore, whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them. Book of Matthew, verse 712. Gospel of Luke, verse 631. I know of it already. Maria quickly cut him off and then chuckled hollowly as if she couldn't believe this. Seriously, I'm fucking speechless. So are you saying that a useless bitch like her is going to owe me a? It's not just Miss Yun Seora though. This time, Sial cut her off. His serious voice made Maria shut up and study the youth. She was still glaring at him, but her frown had softened up ever so slightly. It was as if she was caught off guard just now by what he said. What did you say? Who will? As he suspected, him mentioning the name of Kim Hannah was the right call. Seeing a ray of hope finally shining here, Sial continued. You've heard that Miss Kim Hannah stopped by the neutral zone, right? Sure. She came to ask me for the favor then. Yes, it's straight from her mouth. Oh fuck, dear lord, oh god luxuria. Maria's head slowly faltered, and she planted her forehead on Sial's chest. She then didn't move for a good while afterwards. As Sial stood there, worried about his pounding heart being discovered, her small hand slowly rose up to his view. She beckoned with her index finger. Give me a cigarette, and let go of my arms too. Oh, Sial quickly released her arms and pulled out a cigarette for her. He even lit it up. Fu woo. Maria slowly breathed out the smoke from her nostrils and her mouth. Then her eyes began gleaming in dangerous and chilling light. For the next 5 minutes, you all shut your mouths. I'm already feeling like shit, so you better not squeak once. Got that? She leaned against the wall and began staring at the ceiling. It was as if the cigarette was her breathing apparatus because she continuously puffed the unhealthy smoke in and out. She also didn't forget to lace the quiet air with various colorful swear words, too. Of course, Sial patiently waited for her to finish, and eventually, she flicked the cigarette butt away and spat on the floor. She used her heel to stub the dying light out, causing Agnes to frown ever so slightly, but the latter maid chose not to raise an objection. Agnes was well aware of the dangers and sacrifices a priest had to bear to perform a ceremony. Ha-fook. Maria angrily combed her hair back and opened her mouth. 82,010 points. No, since you gave me a cigarette, 82,000. Maria, quite unlike her, Agnes stammered out in surprise. Her facial expression showed how shocked she was, her open mouth and all. Completely ignoring that reaction, Maria only paid attention to Sial. Let's see, your tally of survival points is way too bloody short. In any case you want to fix that girl's arm, then you better earn 82,000 points and pay me up front. After that, I'll do it, a ceremony or whatever. Sial mouthed a strained gasp. For a person who got flustered only with 200 points, a number like 82,000 was something she couldn't even dream of. Maria must have found that displeasing because she raised her middle finger at Sial. And then, that's the end of our little talk. Don't forget, I want exactly 82,000 points. She growled menacingly and turned around to leave. Slam. Right after Maria slammed the door shut, hard enough to almost shatter it, Sial muttered out in a daze. 82,000 points, that's crazy, it's too expensive. You're wrong, it's not expensive at all. Agnes corrected her. Considering the materials involved, it's not an unreasonable price at all. No, I honestly believe that Maria has asked for the absolutely lowest possible amount. Is that so? Sial asked back, a helpless smile forming on his face. I have no clue about what holding a ceremony entails, but is there a reason Miss Maria detests it so much? Let's just say that she stands to lose a lot. Basically, a ceremony was the type of ritual where one prayed to gods while making appropriate offerings. The greater the wish, the greater the need for higher quality offerings. If one prayed for something that did not match his or her level, then one would immediately receive backlash as well. For instance, if Maria wished to cast the colossal spell, which happened to be the top tier level 5 priest spell, she'd be confined to bed for the next 7 days, suffering from a high fever. Then a restriction of being unable to cast any spell for the next 2 weeks would be imposed on her as well. Most likely, as soon as the ceremony is performed, she will leave the neutral zone. She's going to leave, yes. If she heads to the main temple of the god she serves, then she can have the duration of the restriction. More importantly, by offering prayers and recuperating her damaged body there, the odds of preventing the reduction in her physical stats or the loss of her ability to cast spells altogether increases significantly. That's not all. Just the act of leaving the neutral zone alone will cause Maria to incur heavy losses as well. The fact was, maids found in the neutral zone weren't volunteers working for free. Working in the zone, as well as the survivors spending their points, earned the maids their own share of survival points as well. After leaving the zone, they could swap these points for something called achievement records. If she were to leave before the zone closed, then naturally, Maria had to give up on those benefits. So if she were to perform the ceremony now, she had to swallow all those losses. That price of 82,000 points should be only for the offerings needed for the ceremony itself and nothing else. You could say this is the result of her pride as a priest, I suppose. If you still believe that price is too much, even after I clarified her position, then there is nothing more I can say. Hearing that strict and no-nonsense tone of Agnes's voice, Sial could only lower her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sial was carefully thinking about a couple of things. He currently owned 38,580 points. meaning he needed to earn another 43,420 points. That's not going to be easy. He had decided not to do any more hard missions, and in order to complete very hard missions, he'd need to prepare himself accordingly, which naturally meant he would need to spend some points there. Even if he were to go out now and find suitable partners, since the rewards would be divided equally among the number of participants, he wouldn't receive a lot as well. Why only after I purchased things from the VIP store? What an exquisitely ill-timed event this was. If he only knew when he still possessed over 120,000 points. Agnes quietly studied Sial busy, lamenting his poor luck, before bowing politely. No matter what you decide to do next, I wish you best of luck. Agnes too left his room, leaving only the four of them in Sial's quarters. Sial began murmuring her apology with an ashamed face. I'm sorry. Because of me you. Sial couldn't help but agree with her. After all, he wasn't a saint, nor was he a virtuous man. While being subjected to Maria's hysterics, he wondered several times why he should even do this in the first place. However, whenever that happened, he recalled the old tale of Liu Bei and the old man and reigned in his impatience. The moment he gave up, everything he'd done up until that point would be wasted, but if he persevered till the end, he'd gain twice the benefits. The golden commandment: better not be a waste of my time, you hear me. Besides, the story might have been different if no one told him. He knew, and since he started this thing anyway, he was planning to see it to the end. He didn't want to look back and regret later, that's why. His thoughts up to here, Sial transferred another 300 points to Sial. Oh, Oribio Nim, for now stay and rest here. Buy something to eat for dinner with those points. When Miss Yun Seora wakes up, buy her something to eat as well, something easy to digest, like a bowl of gruel or something. The Yi siblings became totally speechless from Sial's considerations for them. What about you? I'll go and earn some survival points. Don't worry about me and wait here. They stared, still dazed, as he picked up his spear. If he activated his 9 eyes at that moment, he might have flinched in surprise. However, he was too focused on earning the points, and he didn't. He simply swung open the door to leave. He came down to the first floor plaza without a concrete plan, but as expected, there were no ready answers waiting for him there. The only idea he could come up with was to continue doing the hard missions. There were 10 missions available, and each mission had 9 attempts left. If he carried on as he did, then he'd be able to earn 40,000 points. However, please stop looking at me like that. The stares coming from the other people were no joke. The crowd wasn't saying anything out aloud since they had nothing to say at the moment, but if he tried to attempt another hard mission, they would no doubt start whispering to each other again. Damn it, it's your fault for not trying out these missions in the first place. Sorry, but I'm also in a bind here. Sial firmed his resolve, but just before he could reach out to a mission parchment, someone poked him on the back and he had to turn around to see who it was. So can you spare me some time for a cup of tea today? As soon as he turned around, a nightingale-like voice entered his ears like a pleasant song. A girl wearing a blue gown was looking at him with sparkling eyes. It was Odilette Delphine, one of the 2 people Kim Hannah recommended that he should get friendly with. Or are you going to refuse again? Since she asked him so innocently, Sial couldn't refuse her. No, I have time. Okay, let's head to that cafe over there. Everyone's waiting for you. Sial was briefly confused by that statement, but after getting dragged to the cafe in question by her, he understood what she meant. There were 4 people sitting by a table, waiting for his arrival. 3 of those faces he sort of knew. Sial checked the face of the thin man wearing a turban and exclaimed loudly, "You thought I died?" The guy who looked to be an Indian carried a thin smile as he spoke. "Yes, back then you." Delphine smiled brightly, before going, oops, and stuck her tongue out. It turns out death isn't the only result available if you fail that particular mission. Who knew? You either die or go back to the beginning and try again. You don't return to the plaza to start over again, correct? Indeed, simply back to the beginning of the maze. I thought I'd really die, trying to escape that accursed place. Well, it was a story from 2 months ago anyway. It was easy to see from this conversation how much not invested Sial was in the ongoings of the neutral zone unless it had to do with his training regime. Sitting on the spot Delphine guided him to, Sial slowly took in the faces staring back at him. In any case, welcome. Just call me Tong Chai. The man who said that was Tong Chai from Area 5. Leo de Salvator, from Area 2, with a pair of sharp ash-gray eyes that resembled a wolf. Leo de Salvator. It's a pleasure. I'm Hao Win. The man slowly savoring his cigarette while resting his feet on the table. Hao Win from Area 7. This guy is. This man was the other survivor Kim Hannah spoke of. Wasn't he supposed to be a boss in an underground organization? Was it triads or something? What with his neat and composed appearance, he didn't look like a thug at all. And then, finally. My dream is about to become a reality. Area 2's Odilette Delphine, the lone magician and the second-place holder of the neutral zone, smiled brightly. With the exception of one person, everyone here was someone Cinzia called out by name on the first day, back in the theater. The gist of Odilette Delphine's offer was just as Cial suspected. She wanted him to join her team. Judging from her description, he thought that the composition of the team itself seemed to be well thought out. Hao Win was the warrior of the group, Liada and Tong Chai were the archers, Delphine was the magician, and the last person Cial wasn't familiar with acted as the priest. Considering that missions rated hard and very hard had the cap of 6 participants max, it was as if they had deliberately left the final spot for Cial. If things remained the same as before, Cial wouldn't even hesitate to say yes. Not only did this team feature 2 people Kim Hannah mentioned he should get friendly with, Cial himself was sensing that the time had come to find reliable comrades as well. However, the situation was different now. Cial had to amass 82,000 points as quickly as possible. I'd be able to earn that many points even if I joined this team, but obviously he didn't want to sacrifice himself unconditionally. He wanted to fix Yun Siora's arm, get himself some proper equipment, and also buy more divine elixirs from the VIP store. In other words, he wanted to have his cake and eat it. Others might call him a greedy fool, but he did not want to give up on any one of his desires. In the end, he had to decide. I'm truly sorry, but at the moment, it's difficult for the time being. There was a way for him to achieve the things he wanted. If Cial monopolized the remaining hard missions, he'd be able to earn more than enough points to cover the cost of the ceremony and still have some change. With that, he'd get equipment and recruit people to form a team. People might slag him off for this, but this was the best scenario Cial could think of. HNG. Maybe she didn't expect him to refuse her. Delphine looked crestfallen. Hao Win seemed as if he was not ready to accept Cial's answer just yet. I am well aware of how extraordinary you are. I acknowledge your skills, but the difficulty of the very hard missions are nothing to laugh about. You alone will not be enough. Yes, I know, you say you know yet. Is it because you do not like the composition of this team? Or were you planning to form your own? I haven't thought of forming a team yet. And to be frank, I quite like the look of this team as well. I wouldn't mind doing missions with you, actually. Then why the refusal? Hao Win gazed at Cial with a questioning pair of eyes. His expression showed how confused he was, and he continued to study Cial for a bit longer before tilting his head. Now that I've taken a proper look, I see that you haven't bought any equipment besides your spear. I'd imagine you were able to earn a massive amount of points by now. Did you invest them all into your abilities? No, Cial shook his head right away. He never planned to buy abilities from the stores but did want to buy good equipment for himself. The situation got turned on its head before that could happen though. I'm even more confused then. One more thing if I didn't see incorrectly a moment ago. You were planning to do another hard mission, were you not? The question was sharp and on point, just like his stare was. You have exhausted one mission completely, but as for the others, you only did them 6 times each before moving on. You could have finished them all but left them behind in consideration of other survivors. At least that's what I thought until now. Mr. Win, Delphine glared at Hao Win. Judging from the tone of his voice, she thought that he was trying to pick a fight with Cial. Sounds like you are saying that this young man's at fault. If you did indeed mean that, I cannot agree. Tong Chai stood up for Delphine. I'm not certainly trying to go against the decisions already taken. But honestly speaking, I never really understood us also planning to perform each hard mission 6 times and move on to the next one. The neutral zone is a place of competition. Should it not be first come, first served when it comes to missions? I'm not saying it's his fault. Simply put, I'm having a hard time understanding him. Delphine stared at Hao Win, who was waving his hand around in a show of frustration. The first person to suggest Cial's inclusion to the team might be her, but the one who vigorously championed for it was none other Hao Win. Her team was indeed the best in the neutral zone on paper. However, they still had their share of issues. In short, they lacked offensive power. For the time being, the team's tactic was to have Hao Win stand in front as the vanguard, while the 2 archers kept the enemy movements in check. And Delphine would sweep them away with her magic from the back. With this tactic, they were exposed to comparatively low risk per mission, although the time it took to clear one was a little long. However, new, clear conditions were added to very hard missions. Simply staying on their back foot and passively defending all the time would not work anymore. New conditions, such as ambush and occupation, were added to each mission, forcing one to take the initiative and attack. So Hao Win argued that they would not be able to complete these missions with the tactic they have been employing until now. He passionately argued that they needed this youth's attack power. So why was this Hao Win questioning the youth like this? If you're a lone wolf type, I will respect that. However, I don't think you're one. You must have gathered a sizable points tally by now, yet besides the spear, you haven't invested them on anything. It's like you're only trying to hoard them and nothing else. Certainly from the third person's perspective, Cial's story did sound rather odd when someone pointed out the strange bits like Hao Win had. Cial let off a soft sigh. Just like you said, I had quite a few survival points. Why the past tense, I spent most of it in the VIP store. Of course, I left some behind to buy new equipment for myself. Well, I was planning to buy, but then my situation changed. How so? Something happened. Hao Win's attitude had softened ever so slightly. There's a situation, and I need to earn a lot of points as quickly as possible. Although this wasn't a story he should go around advertising, Sial felt that he owed these people an explanation. So he told them about Yun Siora's right arm, as well as Maria's ceremony that required a large amount of survival points. He hadn't had anyone to share his troubling thoughts with for a while, so when this opportunity presented itself, he ended up pouring out most of what was in his heart. After listening to Sial's situation, everyone blinked nonstop and stared at him. Especially Hao Win, who looked totally dazed as if someone punched him in the face out of the blue. You had that kind of situation. Delphine sounded very sympathetic. I understand your situation, but is there a reason for you to help that person out in the first place? Tong Chai asked Sial, sounding slightly confused. Unless she was your family member, a sibling perhaps. But to spend 82,000 points for someone from the same area, that seems a bit too drastic, don't you agree? Sial scratched his head, unable to answer right away. He had various reasons. Besides Kim Hannah requesting him, it was also a chance to test out the Golden Commandment as well. Of course, he also wanted to help her out too. In any case, there was no need to tell these people absolutely everything. I received her help during the tutorial, and it's hard to say why. I just can't stop thinking about it. You can't. Yes, it is a bit of shame too. Sial muttered out as if he was complaining about something. Only if I knew what was going on a little bit sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this worse. After hearing Sial's whisper, Hao Win's body shuddered ever so slightly. He drew his chin inward and quietly studied Sial for a while. It was as if he was looking at the youth in a new light. Who is this person you're trying to help? Hao Win asked him. Compared to before, his voice softened quite considerably. Her name is Yun Siora. Yun Siora, definitely a girl then. Yes, I see. That was why. Hao Win let off a short groan and finally lowered his legs from the table. Oh, by the way, I don't think I've heard your name yet. Sial, my name's Sial. Hao Win sat up properly and gazed at the darkened complexion of the youth. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Looks like I spoke too prematurely. I thought you didn't really associate yourself with anyone. I had no idea you had that kind of circumstance. Truly. No, it's all right. Don't mind it. Will you accept my apology? Hao Win suddenly offered his hand. Sial reached out and shook it after being slightly bewildered by this gesture. Hao Win quietly nodded his head and then spoke up again. I understand. Pardon, only if you knew sooner. The words of lingering attachment. I know how you feel since I've experienced something similar myself. Hao Win sounded rather lonely then. Please stop telling us that annoying love story of yours. Please, but did you not sympathize with me when I told you the story for the first time? That's for once or twice, you know. If you bring it up again today, it'll be for the 7th time. Delphine crumpled her expression and covered up her ears. Sial alternated his gaze between the two, feeling rather pleasantly surprised. He thought their relationship was simply a cooperative one, but it seemed to be a lot friendlier than expected. Hao Win licked his lips as if he was unhappy about the missed chance and let go of Sial's hand. Listen, friend, how much do you need for that ceremony? Hao Win asked Sial out of the blue. The youth quickly calculated in his head. 43,720 points. 43,720. That might be doable. What did he mean by doable? Before Sial could ask, Hao Win clapped his hands once and drew the attention to himself. Let's see. I know that we've prepared various things to entice this young man into our team. However, why don't we do it this way? What way? Delphine asked in curiosity, causing Hao Win to point at the notice board. First of all, we invite him to our team. Then a 6 will clear hard difficulty missions. Delphine tilted her head but still listened. Hao Win may possess an easygoing and pleasant personality, but he was never one to speak without thinking deeply about a subject. Except we hand over our share of rewards to this youth. What did you say? Bullshit. Tong Chai strongly objected. Even Leota, who had been keeping quiet until now, spat out his opinion in a cold voice. If you were planning to do whatever you want, why did you even form a team in the first place? What didn't we agree that we need this youth's ability in order to attempt very hard missions? But you changed the story, did you not? Listen to me. My point is this: either we cooperate or we compete. Hao Win then pointed at Sial. This friend here, Mr. Sial, needs survival points for personal reasons. He will do whatever it takes to earn them. Didn't you see him getting ready to attempt the hard missions just now? So what about it? We can also do those missions, no? All we have to do is recruit another skillful warrior. It's not a matter of skill. As far as the very hard missions are concerned, the positions of our team and this youth match up just fine, but for hard missions, it's a different story altogether. I can't figure out what you're trying to say here. Think about it. Think about how long we need to clear one hard mission, and then how long this young man needs to clear one. Tong Chai's expression hardened visibly. Finally, he realized what Hao Win was trying to say. Everyone here could remember it well. This youth cleared missions at a frightening speed. Not only that, all by himself, no less. I'll say this right now. If we fail to pull this young man in now, how many more times will we be able to complete hard missions, I wonder? At a minimum 5 times, 10 times if we're fast enough. Even if that's true, I feel that we wouldn't be losing out too much still. Indeed, we'd be able to still earn some points that way. There is something you are mistaken about, Hao Win. Leota abruptly cut in. As you say, if Sial becomes our comrade, it'd be a good thing for us. However, I cannot agree with your assertion that only after he joins our team, we'd be able to attempt very hard missions. That's the same story for this friend too. Hao-Win didn't even flinch as he lightly rebuffed the argument. Indeed, there is no doubt that our team is the best in the neutral zone. However, this friend here is the top survivor in the zone. He is unmatched, unrivaled. You think he won't be able to form his own team, or you think no team out there will welcome him with open arms. If their team failed to pull Sial in, then later on they would have to compete against him or his team. Since Sial regained his fame and prestige a few days ago through his unbelievable actions, it'd be a lie to say they weren't feeling the pressure. So the conclusion is this. 43,720 points. Let's think of it as a contract signing fee. If we divide the cost among ourselves, it's around 8,700 per person. That much we will be able to recoup very quickly as soon as we start doing the very hard missions. What Hao-Win was arguing for was to recruit Sial to their team and avoid potentially having to compete with another strong team later down the line. Think about it carefully. Just completing one very hard mission with 50,000 points nets over 8,000 points for each of us. Very good. Delphine spoke up with an enthusiastic voice. In order to earn a bigger profit later, invest now, is that it? I can agree to that. I enjoy competition, but for this once I will instead choose to grab onto this opportunity. This fellow here, I've had my eyes on him for quite some time, you see. So she says, what about you? Hao-Win looked at Tong Chai and the latter man slowly closed his eyes. Leota did the same as well. Since the team's leader had spoken, it was the same thing as the scale having tilted to one way already. Oh, and about the contract fee we were planning to give him. As if he hadn't finished yet, Hao-Win continued. With the exception of our priest over here, let's lend 2,000 points each to Sial. I'm sure you all have that much leeway. I thought we were finished with discussing the signing fee. Delphine hurriedly spoke up after sensing that Tong Chai was about to blow his top. Look, after he goes through that ceremony or whatever, he will be left with nothing to his name, correct? Don't you think this friend needs to get some proper equipment if he were to attempt very hard missions with us? Even still, I'm saying we're lending him, not giving the points away. Besides, Sial will be taking the vanguard position from now on, so can't you extend your favors just a little? By equipping this friend with the best armor available, the odds of our survival also increases. No, really you don't know when to quit. Tong Chai angrily stood up. He then glared at Sial, who was just sitting there with an innocent look on his face. No need to say any more. Show us what you're capable of. Hao-Win over here is a man who will live and die by his principle. That's why he's saying all these things, but I'm different. I understand your situation, but I do not see the reason why I need to go out of my way to accommodate you. Sial slowly nodded his head. Actually, even he thought Hao-Win's conditions were too good to be true. If he were able to move with a team, he'd be able to avoid being blamed for hogging everything for himself. And better still, he'd be able to monopolize the rewards as well. On top of this, they wanted to lend him points to buy equipment too. He was planning to buy equipment sooner or later anyway, so it was difficult to see this as him owing them a debt. However, I do understand some parts of Hao-Win's arguments. That is why you should display your skills to us. We have heard all the rumors, but I need to see it with my own 2 eyes. Convince me that you are worthy of investment. Tong Chai passionately stated his case. Prove himself, that's easy. Sial grasped the spear and stood up from his seat, which caused Tong Chai, who had been glaring at him until now, to flinch and back off. Hold on. I didn't mean that you should fight me. No, what I meant was show me through those. Tong Chai pointed at the mission notice board. Oh, cue him. I'll go and bring a mission paper. Prepare yourself in the meantime. Tong Chai left the lounge. While waiting for the turban-wearing man, Sial shifted his gaze over to Hao-Win, who had a huge smile etched on his face. Why are you going out of your way to help me? Hao-Win played a major role in talks progressing to this point. Sial lacked the ability of eloquent speech, and so could only marvel at Hao-Win's sleek persuasion skills. But at the same time, the youth couldn't understand the reason why. After all, the Chinese man was someone he'd never even talked to prior to this day. Well, I'm apologizing for my initial misunderstanding. The end of Hao-Win's words trailed off, which was quite unlike him. He then shrugged his shoulders. I don't hate guys like you. A man who's willing to brave dangers for the woman he loves. Actually, I wish to cheer you on, you see. Sial nearly spat out the drink he was drinking right then. Love, am I wrong? Definitely, I'm not even going out with her. But you said you can't stop thinking about her, that is. A person was withering away right in front of his face, so quite obviously, he wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it. Seeing Sial's complexion wane, Hao-Win broke out in hearty laughter. I don't mind a shy type of love, but it's better if you're upfront about it. Look, man, if it was someone totally unrelated to you, would you be going out of your way to gather 82,000 points? Weren't you planning to forge ahead regardless of what others might think of you? But that's not it. If he was interested in Yun Seora in the first place, he'd not have abandoned her until she fell into such a wretched state. He only heard about her circumstances coincidentally, and just as coincidentally, Kim Hannah came to him to ask for the favor. He did completely forget about her while being immersed in the training regime after all. I was the same as you. A long time has passed by since then, but I still regret it to this day. I never knew how important the other person was. Only after she left my side did I realize my mistake. Whatever the case may have been, this Hao Win fellow deeply misunderstood something here. I also find you rather envious as well. You've realized it before it's too late, unlike me. Hao Win's reminiscing tone of voice nearly made Xiao's body to shrink back, but the youth summoned whatever willpower he could muster to stop that from happening. At the same time, Tong Chai returned with a mission parchment. In order to enter a mission with others, they had to be in physical contact. In any case, that is the reason why I'm helping you. Hao Win picked up a huge shield. After placing his arm over Xiao's shoulders, a big grin broke out on his face. You see, I'm a hopeless romantic. And then, accompanied by the sound of paper being torn, all 6 of them disappeared from the spot. A short while later, to be more precise, 2 minutes and 47 seconds later, 6 people reappeared in the plaza. With the exception of 2 people, the expressions on the rest showed how shocked they were. Hao Win was laughing his ass off while keeling halfway to the floor. Meanwhile, Xiao was catching his breath after going all out for the first time in a while. See, crazy. Liada's expression was as if he had just witnessed a terrifying monster. He saw it with his own eyes, but even then, he could hardly believe it. The youth carrying a spear dashed forward, like a streak of lightning the very moment they teleported to the mission area. Then, he began beating the 7 shades of monsters there without missing a beat. He stabbed them with his spear tip, then he smacked them around using the spear shaft. Liada couldn't forget the scene of one monster dying, without fail, every time Xiao wielded his weapon. Liada was well aware of the fact that Xiao had completed the toughest mission in the hard difficulty, breaking out of the siege all by himself. But this was, now that he bore witness to the youth's prowess, it exceeded Liada's wildest imaginations. Should he say the whole thing was exciting, soul-stirring even, I'd have never imagined that I'd feel pity for the monsters during a mission. I told you. Now can you understand everything I've said? Hao Win continued to cackle at Liada's expense. Latter man looked like he was totally fed up now as he shook his head. The facial expression on the person who objected most voraciously, Tong Chai, was also quite something else to behold. Now that you saw the performance personally, what do you think, Mr. Tong Chai? Tong Chai stood there like a stone statue before abruptly shifting his gaze over to Xiao. You're from Area 1, which means you're from South Korea, that's correct. Have you been to the army? I was a sergeant by the time I was discharged. Ah. I see. Seeing Tong Chai nod his head sagely, Xiao couldn't help but get flustered. What sort of misunderstanding was this guy going through now? Xiao was about to clarify that he was nothing more than an administrative clerk, but Hao Win cut in before he could. So now you agree with my proposition. I agree with you 100, and I will invest 3,000 points. Hao Win whistled, impressed at that big amount. Wow, isn't the change in your attitude too sudden? But of course. I've only recognized the fact that I'm not the driver, merely the passenger in this ride. Tong Chai smiled wryly and took off his turban. Then he slightly lowered his head towards Xiao. I hope you can buy the best equipment available. I am genuinely looking forward to trying out the very hard missions now. Phew foo foo. What about you, Liada? I'll also lend him 3,000 points. Liada crossed his arms in front of his chest and averted his gaze. Oh, it seems that everyone is willing to show off a bit. No. Very good. Then 4,000 points for me. And 5,000 points for me. Staying silent until then, Delphine suddenly piped up and, as if she was very excited about something, jumped up and down repeatedly before clutching onto Xiao's arm. Bus. Panicking slightly, Xiao looked down at her. While clinging onto his arm, she shouted out while her eyes sparkled brightly, "Please, let me get on this bus." She opened her eyes and was greeted by the blurry world. It was as if she was looking through a screen of water while being submerged underneath. The lights filling her vision remained bright, though. Ah, her eyes hurt. Yun Xiora reflexively closed her eyes and sighed out inwardly. I survived. She wished to die, actually. She pulled her hands in almost instinctively, only to realize something was not quite right. The sensation on the tips of her fingers was soft. Her back felt comfortable too, and most importantly, her body did not feel heavy at all. It always felt like it weighed a ton until now. Right away, she opened her eyes like a person struck by lightning, and she was astonished by the sights of the room greeting her. Where is this? She remembered making her way back somehow to that place on the 5th floor, the one that wasn't furnished enough to be called a lounge. But now that she had opened her eyes, she found herself inside a palace instead. Maybe I did die, but just as she finished thinking like so, the door to the room clicked open. Unnie. Yisial Ah was returning to the room after buying something to eat, and seeing that Yun Xiora had regained her consciousness, she quickly came to her side in a light trot. You are awake. How are you feeling? Where am I? It's heaven. Yi Sungjin abruptly butted in. Yun Xiora went, oh, and was about to nod her head, but saw the pointy end of the food tray dig deep into the boy's side and couldn't help but be confused. Ouch, what? She's going to misunderstand you. But this place is heaven, isn't it? That's true too. Now that Yisial Ah thought about it, her little brother had a point there. Yisial Ah quickly cleared her throat a couple of times and with a bright smile placed the tray down. Yunseora's eyes opened up wide in shock after seeing some seriously appetizing grub on it. Saliva instinctively pooled in her mouth as the warm steam rose up from the delicious-smelling soup. Please eat them. I'm sure you're starving by now. What about you two? We brought ours along as well, so don't worry. What is going on? Yunseora's mind was in a mess. She woke up and so many things seemed to have changed while she was out cold. Oppa helped us out. Hyung helped us out. The siblings answered simultaneously. Who? That's it for now. I'll tell you everything once you finish them all. Yisial Ah pointed at the food tray. There was no way Yunseora would refuse. This was the first proper meal she had seen in over a month after all. Unable to fight the desire, she hurriedly picked up the spoon. Tastes so good. This soup that seemed to melt on the tip of her tongue, how could it taste so wonderful? Yunseora's whole being focused on the meal at hand, and after making sure nothing was wrong, the Yi siblings also dug into their food as well. And so, as the trio silently enjoyed their meal, Yi Sungjin suddenly let off a long sigh. Yisial Ah glanced at her brother, chopsticks caught between her lips. You shouldn't sigh like that during meals, you know. No, I know, it's just that I'm worried. I wonder if it's really okay for us to keep staying here. Hearing her little brother's depressed voice, Yisial Ah tilted her head. If I were in Hyung's shoes, I think I'd be feeling a bit annoyed by us. Why you think so, NG? I mean us staying here like this, we're inconveniencing him, right? If we are honest, didn't we dump him with the responsibility of fixing Seora Nuna's arm too? Yun Seora's left arm was moving nonstop, but then it froze mid-action as soon as the boy's words left his mouth. Yisial Ah went, but it was too late. Even though Sial said he'd go and earn enough points, that amount was not something he could gather in 1 or 2 days. No, the odds of not gathering enough before the neutral zone's deadline approached were greater. It would do no one any good to raise an unrealistic expectation, so she didn't want to say anything. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Don't worry, honey. Just finish your meal first. Yun Seora silently put the spoon down, no longer eating. Yisial Ah glared at her little brother, but she knew that the milk had been spilled already. In the end, she had to come clean about what happened. 82,000 points. Yes, if we want to heal your arm, we need 82,000 points. It was such a nonsensical number. A helpless chuckle leaked out from Yun Seora's lips. Since she didn't even have 10 points for a simple meal to her name, she couldn't even begin to imagine the enormity of 82,000 points. What about him? He left a while ago saying he'd be going out to earn some points. Yun Seora leaned her back against the wall. Her question's been answered, but the confusion in her head remained. Why? She couldn't understand it. They only came from the same area. Yet he brought her to his own room. He then gave away those precious points so she could have something to eat after waking up. And then he was trying to get her arm fixed as well. But why? As a person who never cared about other people's business, Sial's helping hand felt so alien and not to mention burdensome to her. On the flip side, it did kind of feel a little itchy. Her head still questioned, but her body was certainly rejoicing at the goodwill being showered on her. Now that she thought about it, she might have seen him during her sleep. Are you all right? The face of the youth, reaching out to her. I want to see him. When this thought formed in her head, Yun Seora's eyes blinked several times in surprise. What did I think about just now? Unnie, please don't be discouraged if Oribio Nim tells you it'll be difficult. I won't do that. Yun Seora replied matter-of-factly at Yisial Ah's baseless anxiety. She remained cold and detached, but still knew how to remain courteous. But what should I say to him once he comes back? It was then they could hear loud footsteps coming from the corridor, but I wanted to see what the ceremony looked like. Sial was sitting on the steps of the staircase while sighing out wistfully. He and the new team successfully completed several hard missions. They completed each mission 6 times, earning 43,500 extra points. His clearing speed was also incomparably faster. Every team member fought in the manner Sial recommended, so it was small wonder that the missions were cleared much faster than before. After earning enough points this way, Sial went to see Maria and requested her to hold the ceremony. She might have a dirty mouth, but Maria would never go back on her own word. She told him not to come inside the room since the god she served would descend during the ceremony itself. She then swapped out of the maid uniform for an ice-white robe, and while clutching a sizable bag full of stuff and being accompanied by 2 other maids, she went upstairs to Sial's room. By this time, even the 2 Yi siblings must have been chased out from the room, thought Sial. In any case, knowing that he had resolved the situation somehow, he was feeling not too shabby at the moment, as I was saying. That was if one discounted one exception. Originally, the team was supposed to meet up again tomorrow morning after Sial purchased suitable equipment for himself. However, Hao Win said he wanted to talk to the youth for a bit, and that bit got extended to forever instead. It was fine for him to misunderstand all by himself, but then he kept yammering on and on about some nonsense. such as the stories of his past love. You see, women are creatures of emotions. See, they are different from us males. Sure, your looks, your body, money, they do matter, sure. But the most important thing, it's your heart. Your heart. Sure, how much does this man think about me? How much does he care about me? These things are important, you see. That's all you need. Sure, really now, you need to be more confident in yourself. I can help you out anytime if you need me. I mean, such a wonderful opportunity has been created, so it should be a child's play now. Am I right? So how about it? Should I help you? Sure. Or with substance-less lectures about the rules of dating. Cial continued to mouth half-hearted replies. Now he could understand why Odilette Delphine looked so fed up back then. Oh well, at least he's not as terrifying as I feared, though. All right, I won't stand out too much and just set the mood up for you young ones. All you have to do is to match the timing, that's all. Cial had been responding like a robot without thinking too much about it, and the conversation strayed off course by quite a lot while he wasn't paying attention. Match the timing. Just before Cial could ask for clarification, bright light exploded above their heads. When both men looked up, they saw soft and gentle rays of light up there. This was odd since the door to Cial's room should have been closed shut. Hao Win slowly opened his mouth. Looks like it's over. I should go and take a look. Cial got up and hurriedly ran to his room. For some reason, Hao Win decided to follow right behind as well. Arriving on the 10th floor, Cial could see that door to his room was still closed shut. The two maids accompanying Maria were nowhere to be seen, other than the backs of the anxious siblings hesitating there. Oribio Nim, Cial spotted Cial and called out helplessly. What happened? I don't know. There was a sudden explosion of light, and the two maids entered the room in a hurry, and how long has it been? Not long. Maybe not even 1 minute. Creak. Before Cial could finish, the door cautiously creaked open. Hot and stuffy air rushed out from the open door. The acrid and bitter odor of blood and sweat also faintly brushed by Cial's nose. The two maids that entered before him were supporting the completely exhausted Maria from her sides while leaving the room. Maria's previously radiant blonde hair looked as if someone doused it with a bucket of cold water as drops of liquid fell from the strands. Her thin, white ceremonial robe was completely soaked through as it clung onto her figure and revealed more than a hint of her skin. Yuik. From her cherry-colored, shapely lips, a mouthful of blood spewed out. The white robe rapidly got stained in the dark crimson hue. Miss Maria. When Cial ran up to her, Maria weakly raised her head up. As if she was already suffering from a high fever, her once pale cheeks were reddening up. Are you all right? Fuck, can't you see for yourself? My head's ringing, so please don't shout near me. I really feel like I might die soon. Maria coughed and vomited out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. She regulated her breathing and then shot Cial a fierce glare. Don't forget, I did you a big favor with this. Cial wasn't a dummy, so he quickly replied. I understand. I'll never forget about today's matter. Maria lowered her head again. She was helped along by other maids, and soon they disappeared beyond the bottom of the stairs and out of sight. Still worried, Cial continued to look on before shifting his eyes away after hearing the loud exclamation of joy coming out from his quarters. It was the sound of the siblings crying out. Time for the main character to make his entrance. Hao Win lightly patted Cial's back. Although the questions regarding why this guy followed him here remained, Cial was more curious to find out Yun Siora's condition, so he hesitantly took his first step inside. Ho. Hao Win followed Cial into the room and ended up gasping out in admiration after seeing the figure of the woman sitting on top of the bed. The way she sat up on the bed while leaning slightly against the wall reminded him of a beautiful snowflower shyly blooming within a hidden crevice in the middle of winter. She continuously raised her right arm and then lowered it. Her actions were somehow like that beautiful flower, not knowing what to do when the rays of warm sunlight fell upon it after it was forcibly taken out from its deep hiding place and into the open plain. How are you feeling? Is your arm okay? Her small but shapely lips parted slightly before closing shut again. All sorts of emotions flashed in her eyes, but her lips could only tremble softly. Judging from her small and nearly indecipherable hand gestures, it seemed as if she desperately wanted to say something, but at the same time she was at a loss as to how she should proceed. So much so, the ones watching on could feel their hearts melt into a puddle. Man, now how heartwarming and wonderfully refreshing was this. Hao Win was deeply admiring this sight, but then, may I know how you managed to gather 82,000 points? Yun Siora's words brought him back to his senses. Hao Win quickly stuffed a cigarette in his mouth and shoved his hands down his trouser pockets. Then he cocked his head exactly at the angle of 30 degrees and jutted his chin out just a bit as if he was looking down on his opponent. Oh this is. Hiya, congrats. Just before Cial could introduce Yun Siora to Hao Win seized the initiative and stepped forward while walking in an extravagant fashion. He placed a hand on Cial's shoulder and scanned the crowd. I see that you're all nicely healed and stuff. You can move your arm now, yeah, sure. It's all good. But the ends of Hao Win's lips twisted up slightly. As a clearly slimy smile surfaced on his face, Yisial Ah couldn't help but form a deep frown. We've held up our side of the bargain, so it's your turn to keep your side of the promise. No, of course. Oh good, you see I just wanted to make sure. I mean if you somehow forgot, things might have gotten a bit troubling for both sides. You don't have to worry, Sial confidently replied. He received a lot from them already, and he was planning to pay them back in full. Of course, that was just from Sial's perspective. The others, who weren't aware of the details, could only tilt their heads in confusion from those ambiguous words. Excuse me, what promise are you talking about? And sure enough, Sial Ah took the bait. Oh that's right, it's a promise. Sial was about to explain himself, but Hao Win cut him off again. It's nothing much. Let's just say it's kinda like we made a deal. He said it was nothing, yet the tone of his voice or the way he said it indicated otherwise. This friend here, I saw him running around like a headless chicken in the morning, you see, and I thought him working his butt off like that didn't look so nice. So after I heard his story, I decided to lend him a hand. Then. He said there's this girl he needs to save and that he needed 82,000 points for that. Cool, so cool. I was so moved that I even asked my family to pitch in to meet that amount. Why your family? Sial Ah's dumbfounded gaze landed on Sial, but he could only look back at her without saying anything. What Hao Win said wasn't wrong, technically. It was true that Hao Win went out of his way to help, and he really did reveal himself to be an unashamed romantic. Also, one could refer to one's teammates as family too, but because Hao Win had his back to her, she couldn't see his facial expression. But here's the thing, little lady. We aren't running a charity operation, so we reached a proper business agreement. Know what I mean? In an instant, the whole room became deathly quiet. Seeing Hao Win cackle like some sort of a cartoon villain in an apparent display of joy certainly got on the nerves of almost everyone present. Oh well, for today, celebrate away, but from tomorrow onwards. When he intentionally blurred the ends of his sentence, the unsettling atmosphere got heavier. In any case, you've got a lot of work to do. I'm sure you know very well that you gotta work hard to keep my family safe and sound. Yeah, that was also true. Delphine's team did want Sial's overwhelming attacking prowess after all, and it was common sense for a warrior to take to the front lines. I know, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Very good, I'll get out of here now. Oh right. Hao Win turned around to leave, before turning back again to face Yun Seora as if he just remembered something. She wasn't stupid, no. On the contrary, she was incredibly sharp. As if she had sensed what was going on, the seriousness of her expression was clear to see. What do you mean? Her voice was sharp enough to cut human flesh, but Hao Win simply cackled on. Hao Win theatrically mimicked grabbing and fondling motions with his fingers and ominously laughed out. It was only then that Sial realized something was off, but before he could respond, Hao Win's rough hands violently grabbed his collars. A word of advice: don't even think about running away. If we don't get back our investment here, then we'll get it back in paradise. If not, then well, we'll just get it when we're back on Earth. Just as Sial was about to ask what the heck he was on. Well, I've yet to meet a fool who would do that after hearing the name of the Triads. Hao Win released Sial's collars, leaned in closer, and winked at him. With a refreshing smile on his face, he strode right past the confused and stunned Sial. Soon enough, the noise of the door closing was heard. Sial fixed his clothes and let off a soft sigh. Not only was that man noisy, he was also quite indecipherable sometimes, as well. In any case, today was the day for celebration. Yun Seora needed a few more days of recuperation, but by healing her arm, Sial certainly did wonders for Kim Hana's reputation. Now that the most difficult task was over, the rest should be comparatively easy as pie. Conveniently enough, it was now around dinner time. Sial was about to suggest that they should enjoy a feast to celebrate Yun Seora's recovery, but then he couldn't help but fall into deep confusion. The complexions of both Sial Ah and Yi Sungjin were poor. They stood around like a pair of statues, gazing at Sial with eyes rapidly moistening up. Actually, I thought it was strange. Just how you were able to gather so much points in such a short time. I was so curious. Her halting words were wet with emotions. All because of us. As if all strength abandoned her legs, Sial Ah suddenly plopped down on the floor. And finally, from her reddening eyes, thick teardrops began pouring out. Now in panic mode, Sial hurriedly waved his hands around in denial. No, wait a minute. You guys are misunderstanding something. It's a misunderstanding, that's right. But you had to borrow the points, right? Yeah, but Sial became rather speechless. It was true that he borrowed points. Suddenly, he didn't know where to even begin his explanation. However, as soon as Sial Ah's elegantly defined facial features began crumbling and soft sniffling noises came from her nose, Sial couldn't help but hurriedly blurt out, I didn't borrow a lot. I already took care of the 82,000 points and they just added a few more so I can get a couple of equipment for myself. I'll be able to make that up through a handful of missions. Really, of course. But he said you fell into his hands. He was just messing around. I'm telling you, you don't have to worry. Really. But what about you meeting up tomorrow morning? Seriously now, it's nothing to worry about. I've joined his party, that's all. They needed my strength, so we're going to carry out missions together. It was at this point where Yisial Ah completely broke down and cried even harder. He had to use his body to get those points. That was how she took it, no matter how hard Sial tried to explain. She made up her mind simply through the actions of how win. It's all because of me. In Yisial Ah's mind, her Oribio Nim, who was better than anyone else in the neutral zone, had fallen to become a mere meat shield all because she spoke up carelessly. The crashing tidal wave of guilt forced even more tears out from her eyes. Since Sial had no idea what she was thinking, he tilted his head in confusion. The whole thing was like a lightning striking him out of the blue. Why? More he tried to pacify her, telling her that everything was okay, the more she seemed to cry. Yi Sungjin. Sial shifted his gaze over to Yi Sungjin, wanting to egg him to do something about his sister. However, Yi Sungjin wasn't much different. With his head was lowered, he had his fists clenched tightly while shaking in rage. What's the matter with him? Sial's neck creaked noisily like a rusted machine as he turned his head around. Yun Seora was in the middle of wordlessly staring at Sial. When their gazes met, she flinched grandly and hurriedly avoided him, and then began glaring at the poor bed sheets. It was the first time Sial saw such a display of raw emotion from a girl who always seemed taciturn and disinterested from the short time he had known her. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu when even Yun Seora began biting her lower lip. Sob. Yun Seora couldn't hold back anymore, and she too began crying. She covered her face with those thin pair of hands, and her shoulders began quivering ever so gently. I'm sorry. She quietly sobbed, and after seeing her like that, Sial could only glare at the ceiling in helplessness. That guy, really. On a day well suited for celebration, the whole room became a sea of wails instead. On the other hand, as the multiple choruses of crying escaped from the room, Hao Win let off a long smoke out from his lips as he leaned against the door, his arms across his chest. Now that his work was done, he flung the dying butt of the cigarette away and moved on. The expression on his face as he climbed down the stairs was one of satisfaction. He sniffed and wiped his nose once while slowly nodding his head. Yup, humans are emotional animals. The following morning. Unable to win against the sorrowful atmosphere of his room, Sial made his escape at early dawn. He decided to get his gear ready in time for the meeting later in the morning. Let's see, the remaining points are. Points, although he gave 600 away for his guests and their meals for the day, so now 14,180 remained. Yisial Ah completely refused to take the points, but when he used Yun Seora's recuperation as the excuse, she took them with thick tears in her eyes. What should I buy? Normally, the pricing of defensive equipment started from around 1,000 points. Since they were designed to keep you alive for as long as possible, they were naturally quite expensive. After entering the store, Sial looked around hesitantly before an Asian maid discovered him and trotted to his position. She was a cute girl with braided hair. Hello there, what brings you here today? I came to buy defensive gear. The maid swept her gaze over Sial and nodded her head. What is your allotted budget? It's around 14,000 points. Since you're a gold mark, you get a 30 discount, so we can budget you for around 20,000 points. Yes, she knows who I am. Sial stared blankly for a bit before asking her, by any chance do I also get the first place discount as well? The maid smiled refreshingly. Why, do you want the ownership of the neutral zone too? Of course, Sial knew that the additional discount of 70 only applied to regular facilities. He still had to ask though, just in case. If it's fine with you, may I act as your coordinator? Please. Roger, Roger. And what type of armor are you looking for? For the whole body. See that your class is warrior, so do you focus on mobility or defense? I guess mobility. Wait, I think defense is also important. Yes, and your weapon is a spear. Yes, you aren't planning to change it. Nope. He wasn't thinking of changing a weapon when he'd just about gotten used to it. Besides, his budget was already too tight anyways. Roger that, I'm your coordinator, Aragaki Yuzuha. Ikimaasu. The maid suddenly raised her arm up high and ran deeper inside the store, which left Sial with a slight sense of panic. While the rustling noises of her searching for stuff resounded out from the back, Sial leisurely browsed through the available items on the list provided. The names of the items appearing on the store's list were pretty simple. For instance, the spear Sial bought from the store for 580 points was named the Sharp and Sturdy Spear. Although it featured no special attributes, Sial found its simplicity rather pleasing, and more importantly, its length nearly matched his own height, which he preferred, so he bought it right away. Here I am. The maid, Aragaki Yuzuha, brought along several articles, carried on both of her hands. The first item to be shown off was an armor colored in a deep brown hue. This here is the boiled leather armor. It's the best one available here among the leather armors. After bringing the oil-containing paraffin into a boil, you repeatedly dip the leather in there for a few hours and then take it out. That makes the leather super strong. Touch it and see for yourself. Sial touched the shoulder pad, and sure enough, not only was it stiff, it also felt reassuringly solid as well. He put a lot of strength on his fingers, but he still failed to bend the armor out of shape. That's why it offers great resistance against cutting attacks, but that still doesn't mean it's omnipotent, you know. If you receive an impact that the armor can't handle, it'll simply break apart, unable to disperse the force behind the attack you see, so you gotta be especially careful about attacks from blunt weapons. And then she went, that is why, and presented the next thing in her hand. It was also an armor, formed from small and roundish metal rings interlocking with one another. However, to call it an actual armor, it seemed a bit too small. I strongly recommend that you put this on under the leather armor. Is this the so-called chain mail? It's a wee bit, small to call it a proper chain mail, but you can think of it as the miniaturized version. It's lighter than normal because it's been designed for magicians and priests to wear under their robes, but still, its defensive capability is excellent. Even if your luck's bad and the bold leather armor gets broken, this little guy can save your life. Doubling the layers of armor, Cial thought that wouldn't be such a bad idea, and so he asked, how much for both? The bold leather armor is 5,700 points, while this is 6,900. Ah, that's the discounted price. The latter's more expensive, of course. That's leather and this one's metal after all. And the total is 13,980 points, dear customer. Cial didn't say anything else and duly handed over the points. Yuzuha seemed to be very happy about that. Kamachi, the mini chainmail, barely covered him from his shoulders to just below his navel. The boiled leather armor could be worn like a t-shirt, so putting it on wasn't very difficult. While he squatted down to replace his shoes with the leather long boots, Yuzuha busied herself by checking out his spear, before her eyes began narrowing to a slit. I don't have any points left, though. Are you properly maintaining your spear? Maintaining? Yes, I can see that the blade edges have become quite dull. Have you sharpened it ever since the day of purchase? Do I really need to do that? After hearing his reply, Yuzuha formed an expression of total disbelief and asked back, do I really need to keep breathing? I guess I understand what you're trying to say. In the end, he had to spend another 20 points to buy a whetstone and a towel. All 14,000 points got sucked out from him in a blink. Leaving behind Yuzuha's words, Cial went down the stairs to the first floor. His body felt a bit hefty now, but at the same time, he was feeling a bit excited as well. Buying equipment for himself indeed was a long time coming thing. Finally shedding the clothes he'd been wearing from Earth and kitting himself in the proper armor, his heart was stirring restlessly. I'll earn lots more points and make sure the kids get suited up properly too. Even before he'd noticed it, he was treating the siblings and Yunseora as kids he was looking after. Cial found a quiet spot for himself on the first floor, and with a clumsy hand began polishing the blade edges of the spear, while waiting for the arrival of his new party members. Ambush remaining number of attempts, 10-10. Ambush and annihilate the group of bugaboos walking past the mountain road. Difficulty, very hard. When successful, plus 10,000 survival points. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible, up to 6 people. Cial hid in the thicket over a small hill and stared at the mountainous trail not too far from him. There was a group of the so-called bugaboos busy walking on the narrow path located between 2 hills. Even at a casual glance, there seemed to be at least over 30 of them. A bugaboo was an exceptionally furry monster that had a roughly human-like body, but with a head of a bear. It was around 150 centimeters tall, but its entire body was made up of rippling muscles, so it was certainly not something one could take lightly. Seeing their sharply jutting out fangs and the scary claws on their hands and feet, even Cial tensed up. Also, why are they carrying so many weapons? Not only such things as swords, shields, and spears, he could see blunt weapons and bows and arrows, which he hadn't seen in a mission until now. Most eye-catching, though, was this 2-meter-tall bugaboo walking in the middle of the group. It carried a huge mace in one hand, and Cial judged it to be the leader of this group. Good thing I didn't try the mission alone. The thing about the difficulty spiking up incredibly high during the very hard ranked missions was indeed true. He could now understand why the mission was called Ambush as well. If he or his group were to clash head-on with these creatures, they wouldn't even last 5 minutes. Finally, the group of bugaboos was walking past below the hill Cial was hiding in. Not yet. Right then, the once quiet mountainside was filled with a powerful gust of wind. The stormy winds formed at the end of the narrow path and began to violently overturn everything as they rushed past, eventually pouncing on top of the bugaboo monsters. This was, of course, all due to Delphine's magic. Guac. Gia-ra-ra-ra, gia-ra-ra-ra-ra. The leader bugaboo stumbled unsteadily before falling on its butt with a loud thud. It was the same situation for the other monsters. They all fell and rolled around the ground, their ranks completely collapsing. As the wind slowly died down, Cial grasped his spear tightly. The leather of the glove seemed to glue to the spear shaft. He crouched and placed strength on his ankles, getting ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Not too long thereafter, a sharp whistling noise came from the hill on the other side. Bugaboo, while trying to get back up, screamed in a shrill voice with an arrow stuck to its neck. Leota Salvator and Tong Chai, the two archers, began sniping the bugaboos at the rear that carried bows. The majority of the monsters hadn't gotten back up yet, but those that did regain awareness of the situation turned their heads to look at the direction of the hill where the arrows were coming from. Hell, 3 were already up and running towards that direction. It was right here that Sial raised his body up. He rushed down the hill like a streak of lightning and stabbed the head of a bugaboo trying to get up. He pulled his spear out before the dead monster's face greeted the ground, then in the blink of an eye, stabbed to his side, and caused a bloody hole to appear on the temple of another bugaboo still regaining its balance. Confirming that his attacks worked, Sial relentlessly used his spear. His role was to reduce the monsters' numbers as much as possible, while their attention was robbed by Delphine's magic and the arrows from the two archers. After sending 6, 7 monsters to hell literally in the blink of an eye, Sial quickly retreated. The bugaboos finally realized that there was another enemy to their backs and tried to pounce on his position with their weapons. From here onwards, a proper battle unfolded. Sial deflected away the incoming blade with strike and rapidly attacked with thrust, causing yet another monster to fly away while spewing blood. And as he went with cut to his side, clang, with a loud metallic clang, his spear was blocked. A bugaboo had raised its shield in time and managed to block him. Unlike the undead skeletons, these bugaboos did not stupidly try to rush in front. No, they spread to either side of him and tried to surround him. Clang. When his spear clashed with the axe of the monster, Sial's eyes widened in surprise. Not only the power behind the axe swing surprisingly great, even before he could counterattack, blades and spears of other monsters were already closing in on his position. When he managed to pull back and avoided getting hit, an axe came flying at him as if it was waiting for him to move. And so, instead of attacking, Sial gradually got mired deeper into a defensive battle. Surrounded by 6 aggressive monsters and their weapons, he had no choice but to constantly be on the back foot. It wasn't only that, though, as he wholeheartedly concentrated on defending against the monster's weapons, he flinched and came to an abrupt halt when an impact landed on his chest. An arrow couldn't penetrate his armor and bounced away. A bugaboo holding a bow was taking aim at Sial and was pulling at the string. It was then, swish, swish. Accompanying the clear sounds of air being parted, 2 monsters running up the hill screamed out. Arrows penetrated the back and the thigh of those monsters. Leota began lending his aid just as Sial found himself in a spot of bother. But they also have archers. Soon enough, Sial's eyes became wider still. From behind the archer's back, a pair of bronzed hands suddenly appeared and wrapped around the monster's neck like snakes, then a dagger sliced its neck open. As the dead bugaboo collapsed, the sight of Tong Chai wielding the bloodied dagger was revealed. It was like transferring aggro to and fro. When their rear became noisy, the monsters chasing after Sial had to stop and hesitate. On top of this, the arrows continuously flying in were enough to delay the bugaboos, even if it was only for a second. Some of the arrows even managed to land in the monsters' weak spots and disabled them from continuing on. Now that Leota was helping out, while Tong Chai cut the number of enemy archers down, Sial stopped retreating up the hill, changed his grip on the spear shaft, and reverted from defending to attacking. He rapidly took care of the blindly rushing pair of monsters with thrust and strike, then went to town with the ones looking back in confusion. By the time he got back to the bottom of the hill, he managed to further kill 2. Guaak. It was at this point in time that the leader bugaboo stopped observing in silence and stepped forward. It took aim at Sial, loudly roared out in anger, and raised its massive mace up high into the sky. It was understandably pissed off, seeing that over half of its subordinates were cut down in no time at all. Should I dodge this? Even if it was Sial, he had no confidence in completely defending against this attack. The monster's mace descended violently enough to blow away the dust on the ground. In the following moments, just as Sial prepared to retreat, a dark shadow leapt in front of him. Boom, a thunderous metallic noise exploded out. Pewhup, Howwin wielding a large steel shield, gritted his teeth as his feet slid on the ground. Sial quickly propped him up and opened his mouth. I was going to dodge that, and I'm trying to block it for you. Howwin shoved the mace away with his shield and retreated with Sial in tow. That damn priest is always slow with his spells, you see. Sial wondered what Howwin was on about, but then a semicircular barrier with them in the center suddenly materialized. The leader bugaboo powerfully slammed its mace on this barrier, but other than it trembling violently for a bit, nothing else happened. Oh well, his mana must be pretty high since the barrier is useful and all. Didn't a few monsters go over to that side? The leader bugaboo and its 10+ underlings surrounded the semi-transparent barrier. It was unknown how long this magical defense would last, so they needed to do something about it. However, Howwin seemed to be rather relaxed. In any case, aren't you really amazing? How many did you take care of by yourself? 14, 15, it's 14. Aren't we in the middle of a battle? No need to sweat it. It's about time Joker makes her entrance. Howwin pointed at the other hill. Sial could just about catch the glimpse of Odilette Delphine, currently decked out in a blue robe. She also happened to be aiming her wooden staff at the leader bugaboo, Avar Ava Avarisha. Sial heard a loud buzzing noise, and at the same time a sizzling ball of flames struck the head of the leader bugaboo. Gwaak, take care of that big guy. We'll take care of the rest of the small fries. The protective barrier was still in place. Staying behind in the safe space, Sial began wildly stabbing the leader bugaboo that was rolling around in pain. By the time the barrier became visibly thinner, there were several dozen bloody holes on the monster's body. There were other monsters still left, but their ranks had been broken into disorder a long time ago. Leota continuously shot arrows with his bow, while Tong Chai went around silently with his dagger. Hao Win, too, was concentrating on relentlessly attacking his enemies as well. For Sial, this first cooperative battle proved to be easy. It might have been a bit tough in the beginning while trying to aggro the monsters, but by enduring, things got progressively easier as time passed by. If he were alone, he would have never been able to clear this mission, no matter how hard he tried. Also, he thought that, if the composition of the team was off by just a little, this mission would have been a lot harder. This battle proved to him why a magician was valued so highly. You all worked hard. Right after the last creature fell, Delphine raised her hand from the hill over yonder and called out, "A magician is really something else, isn't it?" When Sial spoke in an admiring tone, Delphine stopped jumping up and down in delight and tilted her head to the side. From her perspective, all she did was to cast 2 spells while receiving absolute protection. And she couldn't help but feel that he was being sarcastic, since he had not only blocked the combined attacks of the monster group, but also managed to eliminate almost half of them too. However, she became slightly abashed soon after realizing that Sial was being sincere. "Since you warriors protected me, things were definitely easier," Delphine humbly replied. "So, how was it?" Hao Win shook the blood off his sword and excitedly asked. "Playing with a team ain't bad, right?" Sial smiled in reply. "You've successfully completed a very hard difficulty mission. 1,667 survival points have been accredited to you." After entering Odilette Delphine's team, Sial's daily life had entered what one might call a period of stability. No, perhaps he should say it was on the right track. In any case, he managed to pay off his debt in just 2 days. Clearing the ambush mission once paid out 1,667 SB, so by clearing it 10 times, he was able to pay back the 15,000 points and still have lots left over. Even after all that, there were still 5, very hard, missions left to go. What the team tried their hands next was a mission called Arrive at the Destination Within a Soundless Environment, and it gave out 20,000 points as reward. Clearing it just once netted Sial 3,334 points. Now that the debt had been paid off, Sial was able to get lost in the fun of cooperative battles, as well as the joy of amassing a lot of survival points, without a single worry. Yunsiora's recovery was just as trouble-free. Like what Maria said earlier, simply by eating well and resting well, and with the added effect of Sial's quarters, her physical fitness level returned to normal in no time at all. The only thing was that Sial couldn't help but notice her being uncomfortable around him. Once he returned to his room to find it clean, spotless. The shelves were all neatly arranged, mirrors shone and reflected light brilliantly, and the toilet sparkled blindingly too. Sial dazedly looked around, only to spot Yunsiora sweating profusely while mopping the floor on all fours. Of course, he was quite shocked by this sight. Not only could he not figure out why she was cleaning the place, but she was also in the middle of her recovery too. He hurriedly ran up to her and snatched the mop away and asked her what on earth she was doing instead of resting. She only lowered her head in silence as her reply. On another occasion, he returned after clearing a mission only to find Yunsiora missing from his room, and on top of the bed, he spotted 4 neatly folded papers. The contents of those letters started off with the expression of her gratitude as well as her apology for causing him so much trouble. They were so profoundly heartfelt and touching. He almost cried reading them. And the passage about the debt being hers and hers alone, so she needs to pay it off herself, sounded especially grimly resolute. Thinking to himself, she wouldn't, Sial went out to look for her and ended up nearly falling over in fright after finding her bravely stalking towards Hao Win on the first floor. He then had to go through the event of picking up and carrying away the struggling Yunsiora. It wasn't only that, though. Just taking care of Yunsiora alone was already headache-inducing, yet the Yi siblings went around causing problems as well. Sial found them loitering around in front of the notice board, apparently hoping to pay off the debt by themselves, so Sial had to bring them back with force too. This can't go on. Seeing that Yunsiora's condition had recovered fully, Sial thought that he should move on to the next step. No, he had no choice but to do that. Sial only said he wanted to have a chat with them, yet the siblings were kneeling on the ground right in front of him. Yunsiora, who had been cautiously reading the mood from the side until then, also silently bent her knees and got down too. He told them to sit more comfortably, but they didn't budge. Judging from the way they continued to stare at the floor, they must have understood what they had done wrong. Sial spat out a lengthy groan. "Just what were you thinking, B? But..." But that man Hao-Win, I told you he's a good person. He's friendly and— No, wait, fine, let's hear it. What about Mr. Hao-Win? Did he say something else to you? Yisial Ah mumbled helplessly. I overheard, by chance. Okay, heard what exactly? That, well, he's really a gang member from Hong Kong's Triads. That's the biggest Chinese underground organization. If there was one thing Xiao came to about himself recently, he seemed to have developed a strange habit of glaring at the ceiling when something dismayed him or caused a sense of dumbfoundedness. So he stared at the ceiling of his room for a while, before shoving a cigarette between his lips. Yeah, sure, he's a Triad's boss. Right, he more or less understood where the Yi girl was coming from. He too had a preconceived notion about Agnes and Hao-Win when he initially heard of their affiliations. Most likely they were really terrifying people, but at least judging from what Xiao knew, Hao-Win was a man with a pleasingly outgoing personality. Okay, let's say he is. So what, Hyung-Wee, I know that you want to help out somehow. It's a commendable idea, but I'm asking you again. What were you even thinking looking at the notice board like that? Don't you know that all the missions up to slightly easy difficulty have been exhausted? They couldn't reply. They couldn't say anything even if they had 10 mouths. Is it because of the debt? I've already taken care of that. No, I'm in the middle of amassing points at the moment. The reason I'm still doing missions with them is that I also need their strength. I can never clear very hard missions by myself. If you really want to help, then become stronger. Haven't you realized that you guys doing whatever you want is actually making my life really difficult instead? You guys have no armor, no weapon. Your classes aren't even in high demand. You literally have nothing, yet you want to tackle missions. You think normal difficulty missions are a cakewalk. We're sorry. Yisial Ah whimpered out an apology in a really tiny voice. It was her first time seeing Oribio Nim get so angry at them. Rather than feeling unhappy after receiving his scolding, she could only remain apologetic here, though. She very well knew that his anger stemmed from him being worried about her and her brother losing their lives. Seeing their dispirited looks, Xiao's anger cooled down a tad. If it were any other time, they might have raised a huge fuss, saying stuff about doing everything they can to show their gratitude and all. No, hang on. Even then, a wrong deed was still a wrong deed. Listen to me, I borrowed 15,000 points in total. That was for me to buy the necessary equipment so I could attempt clearing the very hard missions along with that man's team. In other words, I too have received help from Mr. Hao-Win. Yes, so this is what's going to happen to you three. I'll lend my points to you. I'll train you too. I'm telling you to become stronger. If they wanted to help him, they needed to become stronger without a doubt. Flipping that around, he was telling them that they were too weak to be of any help right now. You all understand that you've fallen far behind everyone else even if you start right away, right? All three nodded their heads in sync. There's no need to get depressed, though. Depending on what you do during the remaining time period, you can catch up to the rest or even surpass them. Really, only if you do as I say. He wasn't making an empty claim. It was an undeniable fact that Yun Seora and the Yi siblings were far behind everyone else. Even after receiving their classes, nothing had changed from the day they entered the neutral zone. To be more specific, they lacked the necessary points, so they couldn't buy anything, including abilities. However, Xiao found that to be their advantage instead. Agnes once told him, I do not recommend buying applications from the stores. There was an old saying, a dangerous situation could also become one's opportunity. You all know about the effects of this room, right? Yes, it's a room only given to the first place ranker. Right, take these. Xiao placed 3 vials in front of the kneeling trio. Xiao Ah's eyes widened instantly. They were bottles of competence. They also happened to be the most expensive potions available in the regular stores. Not as good as the VIP store's special competence, they nevertheless still boasted 4 times the effect on any training done. It's not going to be easy. Xiao told them in no uncertain tone. You will have to train really, really hard. I will help out obviously, but once we start, it'll be very harsh. It's the same for you too, Miss Yun Seora. Xiao stopped looking at the siblings and shifted his gaze over to Yun Seora as he spoke. She froze mid-action of trying to open the stopper off the vial. Will it really be all right? She sounded much more determined than before. There is something I realized after entering a party. Xiao replied. There are a lot of amazing people to be found inside the neutral zone. Simple determination would never be adequate in this place. Mr. Tong Chai, Leah de Salvator, Odilette Delphine Hao-Win. Also, Mr. Hao-Win came here after years of preparation on Earth. Xiao did not want an answer that was neither here nor there. While you, Miss Yun Seora, couldn't do anything for the past 2 months, these talented people poured in their best efforts to become stronger. If she were to do this, she needed to do this properly. If not, she might as well give up now. That was what Xiao was implying. Honestly, Yun Seora's voice was small as she spoke. I have no confidence in surpassing them as I am right now. But for the first time ever, the woman who remained ever so quiet until now, so much so that her presence sometimes couldn't even be sensed. But even if it's late, I want to catch up to them. Revealed what was on her mind. I want to become stronger. She revealed her simple wish. That was all he needed. Yun Seora unhesitatingly drank the vial. Same for Yi Ah and her brother, Yi Sungjin. Seol watched the Yi girl's cheeks puff up before she swallowed the liquid down her throat. A sly grin emerged on his lips. You just entered the ranks of doped athletes, you know that. Please don't say that. Yi Seol Ah blushed deeply. Seol got up from his spot. The effects of competence would only last for 12 hours. Even a minute a second was too precious to waste. Seol activated 9 eyes and spoke up. Yi Sungjin, you need to raise your fitness level first. Go down to the first floor and find the running number 4 mission among the basic difficulty. Start doing that until you collapse. Until I collapse. There's no helping it. There isn't enough time left until you have to start doing the real missions, you know. When you're finished, come to the 3rd floor gym. Yes, I will. Yi Sungjin hurriedly ran out of the room. Seol took the remaining 2 women and before heading to the 3rd floor gym himself sought out a certain maid. Training, you say. Agnes tilted her head slightly. I wonder, you'll still be behind everyone even if you start doing the missions now. Hearing her rather unconvinced tone of voice, Seol quickly added his own. They haven't bought any abilities from the stores. I believe they still have a chance. Not buying from the store through choice and being unable to buy because of the circumstances are not the same. I'm going to help them as well. They will continue to stay in my quarters, and I will make them use the same items that aid in the natural recovery that I've used. I'll also make them drink 2 bottles of the regular competence a day. I will also provide them with the necessary points to buy their equipment. Will it be still impossible? If you're willing to do that much, then the story certainly changes a great deal. Finally, Agnes seemed to show a positive reaction. Will you help us out? I might be able to, but... Agnes cocked an eyebrow and swept her penetrating gaze over the 2 women. Have you fully explained my training methods to them yet? Of course. In that case, I understand. Since it's your personal request, I shall do my utmost best. However, if they decide to give up halfway, I shall not stop them. Agnes's role within the neutral zone was a trainer, an instructor. If someone wanted to train under her, she wasn't going to refuse outright. It's just that no one wanted to in the first place. Seol paid for the usage of the gym and gathered his hands while watching the 2 girls follow in after Agnes. He was praying for their happiness in the afterlife. Well, Agnes was known as the Sicilia's demonic instructor, after all. The merciless training regime commenced. On the first day, both Yi Seol Ah and Yi Sungjin broke down and cried. The maid named Agnes whipped them and pushed them hard like a devil. Even Yun Seora had to shed a small tear. However, although she cried a little because of the toughness of the training, the biggest reason had to do with the sheer joy of it all. It was tough, but she also enjoyed it. It was as if she was finally doing something meaningful, as if things were finally clicking into gear. As she had already experienced nearly falling into pits of hell, she was indescribably happy from the joy a fulfilling day provided her with. It was as if she was living in a dream every day. And so, such dreamlike days began changing her little by little, day after day. The personality trait, cool-headed, has been created. She regained her lost personality, and the personality trait, despair, has been removed. Not only that, her desire to give up disappeared. Also, the personality trait, indifferent, has been removed. Also, she developed an interest in someone, late at night while everyone else was asleep. After returning from another day's arduous training, Yun Seora lay on the bed, but her eyes remained wide open and blinking nonstop. Although her body was fatigued, sleep wasn't forthcoming. Like a habit, she sneaked a glance at a certain someone, and she stared at the youth lying on the floor to sleep silently and continuously. He was the guy who never forgot to give her the competence in the mornings and the afternoons. He was the guy who brought along a few items and said that they would help with strengthening her body's natural recovery rate. He was the guy who never forgot to encourage her, saying that they would go and do the missions together as soon as she finished the training. Although it was hard to understand why he sometimes slyly suggested that she should utter the words, teddy bear, to Agnes, but regardless, he was. On top of that, she didn't have to worry about starving ever again, getting to fill her tummy with delicious food instead. From a certain point on, she began accepting his gestures of goodwill. The uncomfortable awkwardness gradually disappeared, and at the same time, the sense of gratitude grew larger and larger. However, why is he helping us? That was the last unanswered question burning a hole in her head. Was it because he pitied them, or did he sympathize with them? Or could it be because he's interested in me? It was then an unknown type of bashfulness assaulted her in full. No matter how hard she reasoned, it didn't make sense. She began chewing on her lower lip, shaking her head while inwardly crying out, I don't know anymore, was just an added bonus. Sial Nim. Again, she began staring at the youth. Staring at one thing continuously might have been boring for some, but she never once took her eyes off him. Eventually, she did close her eyes as the dawn approached, but her consciousness still refused the embrace of sleep. No, that wasn't strictly correct. In reality, she was afraid of falling asleep. She was afraid of waking back up on the 5th floor. She was afraid of waking up and finding those 3 foreigners. Whenever that happened, she desperately tried to recall a certain moment from that day. Are you all right? She recalled the hand of Sial outstretched towards her. She recalled that short memory deeply imprinted in her brain. If she concentrated on that moment, before noticing it, she'd fall into a deep slumber. Usually that had been the case. This is a big problem, but for some reason she couldn't fall asleep tonight, no matter what. She tossed and turned on the bed for a little while longer before eventually deciding to get up. Ever so carefully, she took each step so others wouldn't wake up. Soon, she stood before the deeply snoozing Sial and gazed at him. A strange glint flashed by her eyes as she slowly directed her gaze lower down from his face. His hand. As soon as Yun Seora discovered his right hand, she lowered herself as if she was in trance. She then got down to the floor on all fours. She crawled like that to her new destination. Just before she collided with his hand, she stopped. She closed her eyes and cautiously placed her nose against his palm. Sniff. A small noise leaked out as she took a sniff, and sure enough, she detected his scent, the scent coming from his hand. Sniff, sniff. Now that she got going, she ended up sniffing for the second and the third time. She realized that she shouldn't be doing this, yet like an addict, she couldn't stop. For Yun Seora, who could fall asleep only by recalling the events of that day for the past few nights, this was one temptation she could not win against. It's nice. Nice. Seeing that the youth showed no signs of waking up, her actions became even bolder. She placed her head on his palm and slowly moved it this way and that, then she even rubbed her cheek against his skin. His palm was large enough to hide her smallish face. It's warm. Sensing the comfort and security his large hand gave her, Yun Seora's eyes eventually grew heavy. Not too long after, a soft but regular breathing pattern emerged from her nose. That night, Sial had a dream. A dream. Is this one of those lucid dreams, I wonder? Sial mused inwardly as he surveyed his new surroundings. The scenery of his dream was quite breathtaking. He saw a beautiful small hill covered in a refreshing green hue and several different animals playing on it. There was a bear sitting on top of the hill and enjoying the gentle breeze, a squirrel darting through the branches of a tree, a deer drinking water from a stream. While he spectated this scene, Sial's eyes landed on a particular animal that attracted his attention the most. Oh, it was a pig. Not only that, a small and very pink piglet, its body so plump and adorably cute. It's really small. Is it a newly born? Sial found the way it slept while leaning against the grass incredibly cute, so he cautiously approached it. He wanted to take a closer look. Zzz. Seeing it breathing out so softly like that, his entire body quivered in emotions. In the end, he couldn't control himself any longer and gently poked the pinkish and squidgy body of the piglet with his index finger. The piglet's eyes shot open abruptly, and it hurriedly got back up to stare at Sial. Caillou, too cute, Sial screamed inwardly. When he slowly sat down on the ground, the piglet began retreating while carrying a scared, tearful expression. No, come here. I'm not gonna hurt you. Sial presented his right hand, causing the animal to lightly flinch and stop retreating away from him. Then the piglet stared at his open palm. Come here, the piglet hesitated before trotting closer to his position. There. Seeing the animal lightly brush his palm with the flat of its nose, a grin automatically formed on his lips. When he carefully brushed its back, the piglet's small tail began wagging too. Should just I keep it? Just as Sial was sincerely considering this, he noticed that something had changed. Gold color. The piglet's pinkish hue of before had been replaced by a blinding gold color instead. Caillou, the piglet, while emitting the brilliant golden light from its body, raised one of its front paws at him as if it was asking him to hug the creature. Oh. Sial, of course, hurriedly picked it up and hugged it, yet it remained docile. He couldn't hide his joy. Well, there was that old saying, wasn't there, that, among all types of dreams, ones with pigs were the best out there. And even more so since the little piggy was gold, this dream must have been a really good one. It's mine. Sial smiled in satisfaction and tightly embraced the piglet, squirming and digging in deeper into his arms. I'll never let go. When Sial opened his eyes early in the morning, he fell into a state of panic. He got to experience a thoroughly wonderful dream, yet ended up being roused from sleep by something slightly weighty pressing down on his chest. By the time he spotted Yun Seora sleeping soundly within his arms, a short cry of fright escaped from his mouth. How can a girl do this when we've done nothing but talk a few times? His thoughts bubbled up chaotically, but then he realized that his own arms were hugging her tightly as well. For some reason, he thought her body felt rather comfortably warm. Arg. When he tried to forcibly pry her off of him, Yun Seora simply, dug in even deeper into his arms and buried her head in his chest. There, little one. Daddy's here, so don't you worry about a thing. Sial belatedly realized that he'd been patting her back and hastily removed his hand. What am I even doing? Sial dazedly looked down at the smiling face of Yun Seora as she rubbed her cheeks against him. Could this be because of her unruly sleeping habits? Even though he was panicking inwardly, he still managed to lift her up ever so gently and carried her back to the bed. When he placed the duvet on her, he spotted Sial lying alongside on the bed. The teen girl's limbs were spread-eagled as she enjoyed the sweetness of a deep, deep slumber. Only then did Sial figure out what happened here. Sial must have kicked around a lot since her top was bunched up enough to expose most of her tummy. Sial chuckled softly, lowered her shirt, and covered her with the blanket as well. Seeing her giggle as she continued to slumber away, she must have been having a nice dream. I guess I should sleep a little further away from them tonight. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he still did something he shouldn't have. If Yu Xianhua found out what happened, just how saddened would she be? Tusk. Almost immediately, he realized how wrong he was regarding that matter. Their relationship was already over a long time ago. It was only Sial who couldn't let go and forget about her. I wonder if Xian was doing well. As Sial headed to the adjoining bathroom, his shoulders began slumping forward, feeling slightly depressed. On the following dawn, Sial woke up only to be utterly dismayed by his new discovery. He thought his chest felt heavy and opened his eyes, and sure enough, he found Yun Seora hugging him from the top. He couldn't help but wonder how she could have gotten here, equal since he was sleeping a fair distance away from the bed. More importantly, he was sleeping on a couch. So if she was forced off the bed and rolled on the floor to arrive where he was, it was still impossible to climb up and settle down on top of him. Is she sleepwalking? Suddenly growing fearful of Yun Seora, Sial slowly wiggled out from her embrace and got away from her. I have to find a safer place to sleep later on today. And so, Sial made up his mind as such. When bedtime came later that day, Sial headed off to the bathroom. Since his room was already an excellent place to begin with, even the bathroom was spacious and more than comfortable enough to sleep in. Most importantly, there was a lock on the glass door, so as long as he locked it, no one could come in. Next morning, Sial was finally able to start the day as how it should be. Locking the door must have done the trick since Yun Seora was not sleeping on top of him this time. I should start sleeping here from today onwards. Well, it didn't really matter if he was in a bathroom. It was so big and clean anyways. Also, as an added bonus, he could splash some water and wash his face as soon as waking up too. While grinning widely, Sial raised his body. He relaxedly stretched his limbs, and his gaze drifted towards the glass panel of the bathroom door. And he ended up grandly crying out in fright. Wow, what the hell? Because Yun Seora was glaring at Sial while sticking to the glass like a piece of gum, with her eyes completely bloodshot to boot. 2 weeks flew by as if it was nothing after the training commenced. We'll take a 10-minute break. As soon as Agnes gave out her permission, several noises of people falling on their butts resounded out within the third-floor gym. While looking at Sial massaging her aching thighs, the maid cum instructor fell into deep thought, stroking her chin in the process. She's better than I expected. At first, Agnes thought of this assignment as a nice little diversion to while away some free time, but gradually her opinion changed. Sial A's nature suited the role of an archer perfectly. Maybe because she used to compete in track and field events, she was fleet of foot and possessed a really high level of concentration. More importantly, Sial A was quick-witted enough to pick up on things as soon as they were taught to her. The archer class required one to be proficient in many different skill sets in that regard. The compatibility between her and this class seemed to be near perfect. I do not know who invited her, but they definitely found a gem. If she was nurtured well, then she had the potential to become a high ranker. Ending her evaluation there, Agnes then shifted her gaze over to Yun Seora, currently bent over and panting out heavily to the side. As for her, I can't be sure. Agnes was uncertain. Not in a bad way, but definitely in a very good way. She could figure out how Sial A might turn out in the future, but it was almost impossible to even imagine what Yun Seora might achieve. In other words, the depth of Yun Seora's dormant potential was unfathomably deep. Agnes dared not to pass a haphazard evaluation. Her physical fitness level increased surprisingly quickly, but her talents are even better. Perhaps she can even become a unique ranker. Agnes's thoughts came to a halt there, and a wry smile formed on her lips. She was getting ahead of herself. It was already difficult to become a high ranker. Becoming a unique ranker wasn't something anyone could do. Instructor, the voice of a young boy pulled Agnes out from her thoughts. She shifted her gaze over to him. Yi Sungjin was looking up at her while his entire body was soaked in sweat. Yes, what is it? Just what is teddy bear? Agnes sucked in a deep breath, somehow calming herself down in the nick of time. I wonder, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Really, but that's so strange, Sial Hyung definitely said. When Yi Sungjin muttered to himself, Agnes's eyes became super sharp. What is strange? Oh, that. Sial Hyung told me that if I say teddy bear to you, you'll find it really funny. Suddenly, the nearly inaudible sound of gnashing teeth leaked out from Agnes's mouth. Even Yun Seora and Sial A were looking on at the maid with curious expressions etched on their faces. They too heard something similar from Sial before. But I heard it's supposed to be lilac instead. I heard it was little bear. Even though the person in question was present, they nevertheless unwittingly went through with the public execution. There is no need to waste your time on such nonsensical rubbish. Agnes replied without batting an eyelid because, in her mind, she had already murdered Sial several dozen times over. By chance, do you know where he is right now? You mean Hyung. He should be in the middle of clearing missions with his team. I see. Well, I'll have a little talk with him later on. In the meantime, let us continue with your training. Agnes spoke while cracking her knuckles. Yi Sungjin tilted his head in confusion while getting back up. And in the evening, three of them, POW, told you to. Ouch, Agnes. Wait a minute, do it. In moderation, Yuherk, Agnes, because of you, the alias. In my status window. Ouch, help, have you any idea how it's changed? Stop, I'm sorry. Got to spectate Sial getting grandly beaten up by Agnes after she came to visit them late that night. Around the time when the trio almost finished with the fitness training and familiarized themselves with their class abilities and mana application, Agnes suggested that they should train in the mornings and perform missions in the afternoons from here onwards. From her perspective, they weren't fully ready, although she did her best to train them as much as possible during the shortest time she was given. However, Sial diligently supported them with things like competence and other supplements, so they were ready in that regard. Just as important, they also had to clear missions and get used to how they operated quickly as well. Overall, Agnes wasn't completely happy about a couple of things, but then again, she knew very well that experiencing actual combat formed an important part of training. Sial bought the trio proper equipment on that day. He was planning to not spend more than 10,000 points on each of them, but unfortunately, he ended up running into Aragaki Yuzuha again at the store. And like a scary vampire, she sucked away the upper limit of 30,000 points in the blink of an eye. If he thought about the 30 discount, then he just ended up buying 43,000 points worth of stuff from her. Sial was rejoicing like a little kid that just got her first proper party dress. Yun Seora found the armors worn in paradise somewhat strange and unfamiliar, so she kept looking at herself. She even lightly swung her longsword around, and Sial couldn't help but praise how proficient she looked doing that. Even though the amount of points that could have bought him a divine elixir disappeared just like that, Sial didn't regret it. No, he was feeling rather liberated instead. I guess this is enough of me supporting them. Agnes made sure the trio received enough training, so now all he had to do was to be there when they were attempting to clear the missions. However, since his aim wasn't to earn points for clearing the missions, but to simply help them, he was planning to do normal, difficulty missions maybe 3-4 times together with them. He believed that should be plenty enough for the trio to get used to the combat situations. He was also pretty sure of the talent scout Kim Hannah mentioned before not being too happy about Sial following around his find and spoon-feeding Yun Seora and Ko Ye. It's about time they start learning how to take care of business by themselves. Sial was about to suggest to the trio that they should go check out some missions, but then felt that something was off. When he took a look around, he found a certain oriental woman staring at the trio from a fair distance away. However, her gaze was not friendly at all. Who is she, and why is she? Although Sial couldn't remember her face, she also seemed kind of familiar. No, he thought he could just about barely recall who she could be. Sial stared at her for a long time before inexplicably remembering what Han the guide said many moons ago. It was easy to calculate Miss Oh Minyoung's points. Sial finally remembered who she was. That woman passed the tutorial after procuring enough coins right at the end of the treasure hunt. Not only was she still alive, but it seemed that she had successfully cleared quite a few missions as well, judging from all that gear on her. But Sial couldn't really understand why she was glaring at the blameless trio like that. Not too long after, the woman turned around to leave. Sial activated 9 eyes and couldn't help but frown slightly. Oh Minyoung was glowing in a yellow hue. Should I let her be? Sial deliberated before slowly shaking his head. It could have been nothing, but nonetheless he remained worried. Back then, wasn't Kang Siak also glowing in the yellowish hue? At a bare minimum, some preparation might be in order, he figured. Sial helped each of the trio to complete their first missions, and then, unbeknownst to everyone, called Hyan Sangmin over for a chat. Breakthrough remaining number of attempts, 10-10. Break through the attacks of a sprite, cross a bridge, and secure a bridgehead. Difficulty very hard. When successful, plus 60,000 SB. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible up to 6 people. After Sial joined her team, Delphine and her teammates were able to cleanly sweep away every mission they encountered. Eventually, they decided to take on the most challenging mission available within very hard difficulty. And for the first time, they almost ended up losing one of their numbers. A sprite was a demonic fairy-like humanoid creature that was covered in a dress made out of grass. It was about half as tall as an adult human female, with several pairs of dragonfly-like wings coming out from its back. Its outer appearance was quite stunningly beautiful, but as soon as the battle commenced, the team got to experience firsthand how plainly cruel and sinister this creature was. One of the most irritating things about this monster was that it did not reveal its form and poured out long-distance attacks non-stop from the other side of the bridge. 3-4 such attacks wouldn't have gotten on the team's nerves as much. However, projectiles resembling bolts and arrows rained down on the team constantly, and to make matters worse, the sprite even knew how to cast wind magic that was almost a carbon copy of the tornado spell Delphine used every now and then. Hell, this abominable thing even used javelins as projectiles by launching them off several ballistas. And to confound the matters even further, several obstacles and blockades were placed on top of the bridge itself in a zigzag pattern, making it even more infuriating to traverse it. They chose to go with the tactic where they relied on the protection provided by Priest's barrier and inched forward while getting rid of the obstacles on the bridge one at a time. However, in the middle of doing exactly that, the barrier shattered, bringing forth a dangerous situation for the team. Hao Win was ready for this eventuality, so he used his massive shield to guard the others, but he got swept away and fell down after the sprite used that aforementioned powerful wind magic. Xiao and Tongchai stepped forward to rescue Hao Win, while Lea de Salvetor speedily brought up the rear. The latter man's aim was to divert aggro the 3 men ahead of him had attracted, even if it was only by a little bit. He was also thinking of sniping the enemy across the bridge if he found an opening as well. Leota used his amazing agility to climb over obstacles, only for a long javelin to fly out of a ballista and lodge itself in his stomach. By this time, Xiao had successfully pulled Hao Win out of immediate danger and was free. The youth quickly rushed over and dragged the grievously wounded Leota into safety. Leota's injury was quite serious. The whites of his eyes were showing as his body shook hard from the shock. Delphine poured a vial of very expensive healing potion she bought just in case on his wounds. If it weren't for his 2 layers of armor absorbing some of the force, even the healing magic of the priest wouldn't have been enough to save his life. Things seemed to have reached a stalemate of sorts, but then, quite unexpectedly, Xiao found a path to victory. He used the spell balls he'd been saving for a rainy day. The first one he used was Poison Fog. Out of 6 remaining balls, he threw 3 of them at the opposing camp, and sure enough, a big commotion rose up from there. And that short opening was their first and only opportunity to act. The team quickly checked their gear and made a run for it, and somehow crossed the bridge just in the nick of time. It was a battle where they got lucky, since no one considered the possibility that the sprite could be weak against poison-type attacks. Leota gritted his teeth as he ran over to the coughing and wheezing sprite, keeled over next to a small ballista. While grabbing the creature, he asked the others to delay the completion of the mission for a minute or two so he could get his revenge. Then he proceeded to tie the creature up tightly on the ballista, while watching Leota slap around the cheeks of the monster, then do a several angry roundhouse kick to its belly. Xiao was overcome with a strange sense of déjà vu. God damn it. We almost got done in, didn't we? Hao Win walked with a limp as he plopped down next to Xiao. We got careless. We didn't prepare properly. Odilette Delphine's expression was also dark. Right. We thought we were ready with what we had since there wasn't much info provided on the mission, but hell, reality nearly proved to be anything but. I think it's better for me to learn a couple of defensive spells just in case. I thought it'd be enough for me to invest in attack magic spells only since we have a priest among us. Delphine's shoulders shrunk. She still couldn't forget the sight of her flames from the fire magic she worked so hard to cast scatter away so easily by the sprite's wind magic. That might be a good idea. Casting barriers could make our lives a little bit easier. Hao Win agreed with her assessment. I should swap all my armor to metal ones while we're at it. Since I've got enough points to burn, I might as well get a couple of larger and stronger shields too. You want to buy 2 shields. Well, there's no helping it. I mean, the main objective of this mission is to cross this bridge as safely as possible, after all. What Hao Win said made sense. The sprite was quite strong when it came to long-distance attacks, but the battle itself became more or less manageable once the team got close enough to the monster. Indeed, crossing the bridge was nonsensically difficult, but in reality, we only have to make sure that Xiao gets to the other side safe and sound. Am I wrong? But that might not be the case, though. I think the reason why the close quarters fight ended up being easier than expected could be due to the poison. At Tong Chai's agreement, Odilette Delphine raised her counterpoint. Do you have any more of those spell balls left? I have 3 remaining, but none of them are poison fog. Xiao shook his head regretfully. That means there's another thing I gotta worry about now, and I can only learn a poison-type spell when I reach level 2, you know. Delphine spoke in a worried voice before licking her lips. For now, let's end today's mission here. Let's sufficiently strengthen ourselves at the stores and try this again tomorrow. Since now we know what to expect, it won't be hard to figure out what to get for ourselves, no. In the middle of the team discussing changes to their battle tactic, a loud scream exploded out behind them. The tied-up sprite was shrieking out and desperately putting up a struggle. Seeing this, Tong Chai raised his hand to cheer Leota on. More, show that thing who's the boss. Don't you worry, I'll definitely make her suffer. Leota shouted out while not even bothering to look back, before proceeding to rip the wings of the sprite in quite a violent manner. Cial thought that he must be incensed about almost getting killed, even now. Okay, cool, great. Well, let's end our self-reflection here. Hao Win cleared his throat with a fake cough and began grinning slightly while looking at Cial. Your friend, how is it going nowadays? Cial was in the middle of wondering what he should buy next and was caught off guard. His eyes widened in confusion. Oh my, why are you playing possum all of a sudden? Leota might take his sweet time over there, so in the meantime, why not tell us what happened so far? How far have you gone? How far did I go where now? You're now pretending to not understand me. Look here, my man. As a person who aided you, I have every right to hear the progress made in your current state of romantic affairs. My romantic affairs. By any chance, are you talking about Miss Yun Seora? That's right, that girl. Hao Win grinned in a lewd and suspicious manner as he puckered his lips. So like at a bare minimum, you've already done slurp, right? Slurp. You mean a K kiss. Agu, would you listen to this thick-headed guy? Hao Win spat out a groan and then, that is smooch, and I'm talking about slurp. Slurp. Then he pointed at Odilette Delphine's boobs and spoke, before going, oh. Ah, could it be that you're not into them, rolling hills? Then maybe you're more into the succulent delta instead. So is it more like chomp chomp glug glug? When Hao Win began swirling his tongue around in a clearly lewd manner, Cial hurriedly covered the older man's mouth and sneaked a glance over at Odilette Delphine. There was every reason to think that she'd find this whole conversation displeasing. What are you guys talking about? What is it? Please let me in on it. However, the serious girl of a few moments ago was nowhere to be seen now, after she reverted back to being a sparkly-eyed teenager. Miss Delphine, I might not look it, but I'm pretty quick on the uptake, you know, so please hurry up with the story. Delphine dragged her butt closer to sit near Cial and Hao Win. Cial smacked his lips. Actually, he was worried about a couple of things and wouldn't mind discussing them with others. The thing is, Miss Yun Seora became a bit strange ever since that afternoon. How so? This one time I woke up in the morning to find her sleeping in my arms. Hao Win let out an exclamation of admiration. And so, what happened next? Odilette Delphine snorted in excitement. I thought it was just her strange sleeping habit, so I took her back to her bed. What the hell? What's the matter with you? A man should know when to push someone down. He's right, you know. I also don't like a vanilla guy. And no, that's not it. Cough. In any case, I slept on the couch the following evening. Then I woke up to find her sleeping soundly on top of me. Yup, it's happening. It's definitely happening. Don't tell me you put her back in her bed again. If you did, I'm gonna go around telling everyone that you're gay. What's the matter with these two? But with them adding unnecessary cheers every time he tried to say something, Cial was rapidly losing his motivation to talk. He even thought he was a fool trying to discuss his worries with these people. It's like a romance novel. Tong Chai exploded in a fit of loud laughter. I guess it does sound like that. Cial grinned slightly, thinking to himself that at least he found someone who was more or less normal. And so, what happened next? Pardon, why are you trying to mumble your way out of this one? You started telling us the story, so naturally, you should get to the end. Even this guy. Cial stared at Tong Chai with a pair of totally dumbfounded eyes, prompting the latter man to issue a long sigh. Really now, you truly know how to build up anticipation, don't you? Fine, I understand. I'll pay. You should be honored because I've never spent my own dime on something like this. Before Cial could ask Tong Chai what he was talking about, the youth was interrupted by an alert announcing that 100 survival points had been accredited to his tally. I'm sure that's enough, no? Well then, please, I'm anxious to find out what happened next, so tell us. It is a lot more interesting than I thought at first. Mr. Tong Chai, I gotta ask, why did you give me your points? When he was asked, Tong Chai removed his turban and nonchalantly replied, weren't you implying just now that, if we want to hear the rest of the story, we have to purchase the next chapter? Cial forgot what he wanted to say. Cial Yi Sungjin, and Yun Seora. The three of them were deeply engrossed in clearing missions lately. The deadline of the neutral zone closing down was fast approaching. That was why. Since they needed 1,000 survival points in order to enter the paradise, it was not much of a stretch to say that the trio spent almost half of their day near the first floor notice board in order to accumulate the necessary amount. Of course, Cial already told them that they shouldn't worry even if they couldn't amass 1,000 points, but the three of them couldn't feel happy or content about their current circumstances. The most obvious proof was with them, equipped from head to toe with expensive gear. Even though not much time remained until the end of the deadline, only around 30 of the survivors managed to buy a full set of matching armors. Just from this fact alone, the three of them became acutely aware of their advantageous position compared to other people. So the issue was with them learning how to survive on their own, rather than their pride instead. Cial had done so much for them already, so if they failed to even earn 1,000 points on their own, then they definitely lacked qualifications to be treated as a survivor in this place. At a bare minimum, they wanted to prove that they were eligible to enter paradise on their own strength. I did it after successfully completing a normal difficulty mission by herself. Yisial Ah rejoiced wholeheartedly in front of the notice board. In reality, her being able to clear such a mission alone wouldn't be seen as too big of an achievement at this point in time by other people. However, considering how long ago it was when she started doing the missions, the rate of her growth was indeed explosive. On her first mission, she couldn't even pull back the strings of her bow properly out of sheer nervousness. Will he praise me? A smile bloomed on her face as she recalled the face of her Oribio Nim, who constantly encouraged her to be more brave, assuring her that she was capable of doing this, and always taking the time to teach her things step by step, even though he should be feeling frustrated by her by now. This is fun. Yisial Ah began looking at the notice board with an innocent smile on her face. Since much higher number of normal difficulty missions were made available initially compared to others, one could still find quite a few parchments left available on the board. Granted, there were only around 6-7 attempts remaining per mission, but nevertheless, she planned to do them for a couple more times to work up some more courage and tackle slightly hard missions later on. Let's go with this one. Yisial Ah finally ended her happy dilemma and reached out to a mission parchment, only for, oh my, look who it is. Been a while, hasn't it? Only for her hand to come to a stop when a voice suddenly called out to her. An unfamiliar Oriental woman was standing behind Yisial Ah even before anyone noticed it, her eyes narrowed to a slit like a venomous snake. Who? Ah, Yisial Ah stuttered for a bit before letting out a small exclamation. Although she failed to remember, she still thought that she recognized who this woman might be. Right at the end of the tutorial, didn't she see this person on the rooftop? You're from the same area as me, right? I remember you. Really? Yeah, weren't you that kid who tried to show off and ended up as the first to get killed? Back in the assembly hall, I mean. The woman's sneering tone made Yisial Ah's expression stiffen. You don't know who I am, right? My memory isn't that good. Yeah, I'm sure. Anyways, it's nice to make your acquaintance. I'm Oh Minyoung. Yes, nice to meet you. Yisial Ah's complexion was clouded as she politely greeted back. This woman, Oh Minyoung, was not even bothering to disguise her antagonistic attitude present in her voice and in the way she glared at the girl. The deadline is fast approaching, so have you earned enough points now? No, not yet. Really. You haven't even amassed 1,000 points yet. No. As a matter of fact, Yisial Ah was panicking slightly after sensing the woman's intense malice towards her. Oh Minyoung crossed her arms across her chest and swept her eyes over Yisial Ah. Perhaps to focus on mobility, Yisial Ah's outerwear consisted of a jacket made out of flexible leather, while she had a small silvery chainmail underneath it. Her pants also looked like it was made out of high-quality leather. On her waist was a black belt with a main gauche attached loosely. Finally, on her back was an impressive recurve bow and a quiver full of arrows. Even at a conservative estimation, they must have totaled around 14,000 points. Oh Minyoung was decently equipped herself, but she wouldn't be able to afford even one of Yisial Ah's equipment even after selling all of her equipment. I guess things are working out for you nowadays. You don't mind if I take a look, right? Oh Minyoung took large strides and came closer before reaching towards Yisial Ah without permission. Taken by surprise, the latter tried to back away, but by then her bow was already in the older female's hands. Wow. Yeah, I guess expensive things are the best after all. How much was it? I am not sure. It can't be that much. Yisial Ah barely managed to force out an answer. Is that so? Oh Minyoung surveyed her surroundings for a bit before a suspicious grin formed on her lips. In that case, how about giving me this bow? Ah, you said it can't be that much, didn't you? Oh no, I didn't mean it as for free. You give me this, then I'll also help you out. Know what I mean? Don't be like that. Didn't you say you need to gather survival points? If you join my team, I'm pretty sure you'll amass the amount really fast. Oh Minyoung pointed behind her back with her thumb. There were 3 Western men sitting by one of the lounge tables, looking on with what could be best interpreted as interested expressions. One of them even grinned slyly and waved his hand at Yisial Ah. The truth was, the ones who attacked Yun Seora were these 3. Of course, Yisial Ah didn't know this. However, she still sensed an unknown feeling of anxiety and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Please give it back. The restless Yisial Ah reached out and grabbed her bow, trying to pull it back. Oh Minyoung strengthened her grip in response. What are you doing? Didn't I say I'll help you? I don't need it. Please give it back. Okay, fine, I said, I'll give it back. When Yisial Ah yanked hard, Oh Minyoung nearly toppled over from the force. The latter woman couldn't hide her astonishment. She underestimated the younger girl's physical strength and ended up losing the bow before she could do anything about it. I'll be leaving now. Take care. This little. Flames flickered in Oh Minyoung's eyes as she looked at Yisial Ah's departing back. Undisguised jealousy burned vividly in her eyes. Hey, you. How much do you charge each time? Her loud shout forced Yisial Ah's steps to come to an abrupt halt. She spun around so fast, her hair fluttered in the air. She began biting her lower lip. What are you talking about? Kinda curious. Oh Minyoung mockingly smiled while speaking up. Someone like you, how much do you charge each time? 100 points, 200. Wow, what did you say? Yisial Ah couldn't help but suspect her own hearing just then. Just how many times did you do him for that guy to buy you all these cool armor and stuff? Met that undisguised attempt to ridicule her, Yisial Ah's eyes widened in shock. Orabio Nim isn't like that. Oh, please. You think I don't know that you live in the same place as him? Why are you acting like this? Yisial Ah's anger shot up and her voice became shrill. Tears pooled around the edges of her eyes, seemingly to reflect the unfair treatment she was receiving. They didn't even know each other. Not only here in the neutral zone, but even back in the tutorial, they didn't even share a single word until this moment. Naturally, Yisial Ah couldn't understand why this woman was being so hostile to her. I told you, didn't I? I want to help you. What's the matter? You don't want my help. I don't need your help. Will you look at this little girl? How dare you raise your voice at me? At Oh Minyoung's signal, the three men watching on from the lounge stood up. Sensing the mood had rapidly turned for the worse, Yisial Ah began retreating step by step. This Unnie is going to teach you an easy way to earn points. I don't need it. Aren't you worried about making enough points in time? Don't worry. Those guys give out lots of them. Hearing Oh Minyoung's insidious words, Yisial Ah's expression became even more unsightly. Why? She hadn't done anything to this woman, yet why? There's no need for you to act all innocent and like, it's too late for that. Yisial Ah finally had enough of Oh Minyoung's venom and was about to make her escape from there. But then, maybe you should stop introducing yourself. Don't you agree? Suddenly, a man intruded in the middle of the two women. While Yisial Ah got surprised by who it was, Oh Minyoung was frowning rather unhappily at this new development. Because he was the man who loved to wear a pair of sunglasses indoors as well as to put on a green baseball cap backward. Hyen Sangmin. Oh Minyoung began gritting her teeth. You, Kaya, I wondered what was up after hearing a dog barking out loudly over here. Who would have guessed that it really was an actual bitch? What did you just say? Oh, my bad, my bad. You're still a human being, so comparing you to an animal is unfair. Hyen Sangmin raised his hands defensively and his expression showed he was genuinely sorry. So if I remember correctly, your actual nickname was. He then smoothly took his sunglasses off. 10 points, right? Tremble. Oh Minyoung's body trembled as she tried her very best to look composed. You should watch what you say if you don't want to end up as a bloody mess. Oh, is that right? Hyen Sangmin sneaked a glance at the lounge and sniggered dismissively. If you're bitching around here because of those three chumps, how about you looking over this way? Oh Minyoung's gaze followed his pointing chin and she had to nervously swallow her saliva. There was a group of 4 men glaring at her direction. You see, you ain't the only one with friends around here. Oopsie, you aren't a friend to those 3. Is it more like a pet dog? Shut your mouth. Oh Minyoung glared at Hyen Sangmin with murderous eyes. I don't want to see that disgusting face of yours, so get lost, you son of a bitch. But I don't wanna. Besides, you're also a bitch, aren't you? Hyen Sangmin cackled and dismissed her threats nonchalantly, before lightly tapping on the shoulder of Yisial Ah. You're just jealous of this girl, aren't you? And no, not really. Oh Minyoung flinched, her eyes opening up wider in a somewhat strange manner. I'm not jealous of her at all. Why should I be envious of a girl who sells her body for some measly points? Although she tried to look composed, her voice was clearly trembling. On the other hand, Hyen Sangmin was completely relaxed. I told you, stop introducing yourself. She hasn't done that, and that's why you're being so bitchy about it. No. What is he talking about this time? Yisial Ah listened to this exchange while feeling anxious, before finally figuring it out. Her frown became even deeper as a result. Someone has to shake her ass off the whole day long just to survive, yet here's someone else who doesn't have to. When Hyen Sangmin mocked her in a teasing tone of a voice. Shut up. Her voice, thickly laden with murderous intention, leaked out of her mouth. Too bad, Hyen Sangmin wasn't going to stop just because of that. I'm sure you were a lot happier when this girl and her brother, as well as Yun Seora, were struggling to survive, right? You probably spied on them every day and consoled yourself, didn't you? While feeling a sense of pathetic superiority over them, thinking that at least you're better off than they were. Why, you son of a bitch, when did I ever do that? Are you mentally ill? You probably were hoping too, right? Like, waiting for the day these 3 would fall to the rock bottom just like you. It was you who gave those 3 the idea to do that, wasn't it? It was then, the dumbfounded Yisial Ah's complexion darkened even further. Yes, seriously now, don't know who hit her, but that person sure fucked her up. Could it have been? Yisial Ah clenched her fists tightly without realizing it and stared at the venomously glaring Oh Minyoung. But what will you do now? One day you run into them, and lo and behold, they are all living happily ever after. They are eating nice food, they are training so diligently, and even kitted out in such a great set of equipment, to boot. So how can a bundle of inferiority complex such as yourself not feel the pangs of vicious jealousy stabbing at your heart? I said, shut your goddamn mouth, you son of a bitch. Oh Minyoung screamed out that sounded almost like a plea. Her bloodshot eyes opened wide as if her eyelids were being torn open by her anguish. Just whose fault was it? You made me like this. Why did you only help them out? Why didn't you do the same for me? I also struggled. I too desperately fought and scratched and clawed my way to here. She began babbling out almost incoherently now. Hearing this, Hyen Sangmin snorted derisively. You should take a really good look at yourself first. Who would want to help you when you're this bitchy? What? When did I ever wrong you? Your wrongs, there are quite a few, actually. Why you? Oh Minyoung spun around angrily towards the direction of the new voice, only to flinch rather grandly after seeing who it was, a woman wearing a white robe, her arms crossed against her chest, with a disdainful smirk etched on her lips. I helped you to get to the second floor, only for you to fall for that be-starred Kong Seok's schemes. The identity of the woman who swept her bob-cut hair back was none other than Shin Sang-ah. Maybe the story might have been different if you tried to press the door release button like Sungjin did. So, just who was the one that abandoned me behind to rot in the darkened corridor, as if you couldn't care any less? After hearing her voice thickly laden with criticism and sarcasm, all Oh Minyoung could do was to move her lips up and down without making a sound. And that wasn't all right. Remember what happened on the fourth floor? That was. Oh, and let's not forget, it wasn't as if you gave away that revival medicine for free like Miss Yun Seora. Shin Sang-ah spat on the floor in an exaggerated manner and began grinning again. You've done nothing so far, yet you want us to help you. You. Surrounded from all sides and verbally assaulted without a chance to say something, Oh Minyoung suddenly broke down and began sobbing. She crumpled to the floor and wailed out in pure sorrow. However, Shin Sang-ah coldly glared on while not caring whether the woman cried or not. She did tear her stare away when shadows loomed near, though the three men by the lounge finally came closer after noticing that things were not moving as they expected them to. Why don't you guys stop there? A guy with a huge physique in the middle raised his voice and intervened. From what I heard, this whole thing amounts to nothing much at all anyway. So is there a need to raise such a fuss? Sure, it's nothing much. I just showed up here because a mutt was making too much noise, that's all. Since the owner showed up now, hopefully it'll get more peaceful around here. Hyun Sangmin retorted sarcastically, causing the big guy's expression to crumple in anger. I know who you are. You better watch your mouth. Like owner, like dog, huh? What's my mouth got to do with any of you fucks? You have a death wish. What, you want to have a go? You're confident. Hyun Sangmin lightly tapped the crossbow slung on his back. Meanwhile, the big guy took a slow but contemplative look around his surroundings. There were not only Hyun Sangmin's team, but Shin Sang-ah's team to worry about too. The man realized he was at a numerical disadvantage. I'll remember you. Why don't you also say, better watch your back while you're at it? Don't you dare to think that every bronze mark is equal. We'll see the day we enter paradise. Ego, I'm so scared. Hyun Sangmin shuddered and shrunk back, causing Shin Sang-ah to break out in a fit of giggles. The big man quietly glared at them both for a long while before taking Oh Minyoung away and disappearing from the view. At last some peace and quiet had come and allowed Yseol Ah to release her tightly held breath. This whole event was truly, completely, utterly outside her scope of expectations. She would have never guessed that Oh Minyoung harbored such an ill will. She thought that a raging storm blew by just now or some such. A short silence flew by before Hyun Sangmin lightly tapped Yseol Ah's drooping shoulders. Hey, you okay? Ah, why, yes. Yseol Ah nodded her head urgently. A good thing that I came around looking for you. I was going like, just maybe, but Hugh, what a relief. Anyways, you gotta be careful, okay? Those three, they're bad people. She bowed her waist deeply to express her gratitude. Hyun Sangmin simply waved his hand around. No need for that. After all, Seol asked me for this favor. Oribyo Nim did. Yup. He told me that Oh Minyoung chick seemed a bit suspicious, and so he asked me if I minded letting you and your brother tag along for a while. I said sure, why not? Really, he asked me to look after Miss Yun Seora though, said Shin Sang-ah as she swept her gaze around the first floor. Hyun Sangmin nodded his head as if he knew about it already. Well, in any case, you planning to take a short break? If not, why not try a slightly hard mission with me and my team later on? Along with your brother, of course. See, can we really? Yseol Ah's face brightened in an instant. If she could enter Hyun Sangmin's team, she wouldn't have to worry about another incident like this happening again. Don't worry about it. I've already got the consent from my teammates. Besides, do I look like someone who'll do things for free? Oh, it wasn't like that. But of course. Hyun Sangmin nodded his head as if to imply there was no need to even ask such an obvious question. For doing this favor, he pulled out the packet of cigarette while grinning widely. Seol promised to help us with a hard mission. The end of the deadline for the neutral zone that initially seemed so distant had arrived before long. The greatest achievement Seol accomplished during that time was to sweep away every single, very hard mission with his team. They might have struggled greatly when attempting the most difficult mission for the first time, but after making adequate preparations, they were able to clear the same mission again in a comparatively safer manner. It wasn't as if they didn't encounter any close calls, but still, none of them were as serious as Leota Salvator receiving a mortal injury. And so, with them performing that mission successfully for the 10th time, the notice board had become completely barren of all the mission parchments. Finally, it's over. Tong Chai took off his turban and tossed it to the ground, looking as if a weight was lifted off his shoulders. There is still one more mission left, though. Odilette Delphine stared at the very last mission parchment stuck on the top of the board with a longing expression on her face. I'll say this beforehand. If you're planning to tackle that mission, I am definitely not participating. Agreed. That thing is pure madness. Tong Chai and Leota hurriedly let their opinions known. But there is that additional bonus, though. I also am against it. No matter how tasty the rewards look, that mission isn't worth it. Delphine, we should know when to differentiate between reckless bravado and actual bravery. Even Hao Win came out with a resounding no. All Delphine could do was to pout unhappily in the end. Oh well, yes, it does seem completely impossible to clear, no matter how many times I look at it. Although she couldn't completely give up on it, she had to raise both of her hands in surrender. After that, the six of them shared short but bittersweet goodbyes. They had gone through month-long life or death struggles together, so their bond had become pretty solid as a result. In other words, Sial had pretty much met and exceeded the demand of Kim Han Na, the one about making important friends in this place. Sial shook hands with Tong Chai. I won't ever forget that you saved my life. If you run into trouble, come find me by the Sicilia. Leota Salvator told him bluntly. Well, we'll be seeing each other tomorrow one more time anyways. Odelette Delphine winked playfully at him. Love is an emotion, my man. Don't forget that. And he bumped fists with Hao Win. And even now, no one asked me what my name was. The nameless priest carried a lonely smile as he left. Now left alone, Sial shifted his gaze back to the notice board. He looked at the impossible mission one more time. Not only was the reward on offer an enormous tally of 172,800 points, there was also an additional reward as well, just as Delphine said, the VIP store. Although his greed was acting up again, Sial still shook his head in resignation. He heard that a mid-sized army made up of level 4 Earthlings and above could just barely clear this mission, so there was no chance in hell that he could clear it by himself. Sial immediately gave up and turned around to leave. The neutral zone would close on tomorrow perhaps because there were so many things to get ready. His room was in a bit of noisy chaos. Organize everything in the bag first, take with me what I can, return the smartphone before I leave, and spend all the points beside 1,000. However, they'd all become worthless by this time tomorrow, so he had to spend them today. While organizing the contents of his bag, Sial continued to suppress the feeling of regret bubbling in his heart. He knew that mission was truly hopeless, yet the image of that parchment still danced in front of his eyes. If he successfully cleared that mission, then he'd be able to buy that one item that was seemingly forever out of his reach. Sial did almost everything in his willpower to shake off that distracting thought. 3 spell balls, the quill pen of flowing consciousness. Plop. And as he was absorbed in organizing the contents of the bag, something fell from it and issued a soft rustle. What's this? Sial stared at the piece of paper that had fallen on the shelf. Oh, that's right. I got that from one of the necessary boxes. He remembered receiving it as one of his starting bonuses. Honestly, he had completely forgotten all about it. At that time, he was far too stunned by the revelation regarding his 9 eyes, and afterwards, the food he pilfered from the convenience store hid this paper away from his view, and it languished at the bottom of the bag. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by the fact that he had completely forgotten about it until now. Hey, Sungjin. Yes, Yi Sungjin raised his head and looked at Sial after he stopped emptying the contents of his bag to the ground. What was your mark's grade again? Bronze. That means you got a random box, right? Back at the assembly hall. Yes, what came out from there? It was a paper talisman. Why, is something the matter? Yi Sungjin replied without hesitation. I'm kinda curious, but the magic spell you can use with a talisman, can it be anything you want? No, not really. Mine had bind written on it. Sial looked back at the paper talisman resting on the shelf and began frowning slightly. This scrap of paper in front of his eyes was almost completely blank. Is it possible for you to show me your talisman? If you still have it on you, that is. Oh, that. My bad, but I already used it up back in the tutorial. We ran into that Geekwi monster as soon as we came out of our hiding place. Yi Sungjin scratched the back of his head apologetically. I wonder if there's anyone who still has their talisman. I'm sure that everyone has used theirs up by now. I mean, the neutral zone's about to close anyways. Huh, what does that mean? Oh, well, they are starting bonuses, right? What do you mean? When Sial asked back in surprise, Yi Sungjin showed how stunned he was as if the thought of Sial not knowing about it didn't cross his mind. After all, it was common sense for every invited. Well, not unless they didn't pay attention to any of the explanations provided beforehand. Yeah, think of it like our phones. You heard that we have to return them before leaving the neutral zone, right? Yeah, it's like that. Both the starting bonuses and the phones aren't things we earn through our own efforts. Right? Things like that, either we return them before the neutral zone closes, or they automatically disappear when we leave. The neutral zone is a special area connected to the tutorial, so items from there can be used here. We can't take them with us to paradise. But can't we bring the armors and weapons with us? Heck, I was planning to take my spell balls with me too. Armors and weapons are bought with your own points, so they are excluded. And you got those spell balls yourself after finding the right amount of coins in the treasure hunt, right? I mean, they are different from the starting bonuses given away without us actually having done anything yet. This was the first time Sial heard about any of this. His expression became complicated as he took a look at the paper talisman on the shelf. For instance, if you did something by using the starting bonus, that's acknowledged as you having achieved it yourself. But the bonuses themselves won't be counted. What Yi Sungjin was saying was that Sial's talisman would be useless come tomorrow. Wait a minute, does that mean this bag too? Yi Sungjin nodded his head as if it was obvious. I nearly ended up making a huge mistake. Sial hurriedly took out all the things he carefully stored in the bag. In the meantime, he was regretting the fact that he hadn't gotten the chance to use this talisman, and at the same time he got curious as well. You've acquired a paper talisman. The announcement message definitely said he acquired a paper talisman, but unlike the spell balls, not a single piece of information was written on the talisman itself, not even what kind of spells it might be able to cast. He didn't think of this item as useless junk though. After all, it was one of the gold mark's starting bonuses. At least, its worth should be incomparably higher than the bonuses of the silver and bronze marks. Wish I had a clue. Sial slowly fell deeper into his thoughts. Are you making fun of me? Was your experience during the tutorial that unpleasant? Are you trying to completely rip it to shreds? Is that it? Just how did you even know what that man would need in here? Then, he remembered Han growling in anger after seeing the necessary boxes back in the assembly hall. The guide looked so relieved when Sial told him that his status windows got updated instead. Scanning for the most needed item during the current situation. Please wait. Next, he remembered the message that came after opening the first necessary box. But that guy, he didn't clear the mission in what you'd call a proper fashion. He just got lucky, that's all. And even Kim Hana's advice too, could it be? As soon as that line of thought entered his head, Sial fell into a serious dilemma. He slowly fingered the nearly blank paper talisman, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Anyways, what did you get for your starting bonu? Yi Sungjin's words came to a halt, along with his hands that also stopped emptying his bag. Sial was nowhere to be seen anymore. Lhyung. Siege remaining number of attempts, 1-1. Within 48 hours, annihilate the race of guardians protecting the sanctuary and destroy this impenetrable fortress. Difficulty, impossible. When successful, plus 172,800 SB, a one-time use VIP store coupon 1 per person. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible, up to 6 people. Sial came down to the first floor, and he stared long and hard at the parchment stuck at the very top of the notice board. The usually noisy plaza was empty and quiet today as if everyone else was too busy sorting out their luggage to loiter around here. There's even a time limit too. Sial slowly swallowed his saliva, reached up, and carefully took the mission parchment off the board. Now, this parchment was no longer glowing in red like before. No, it was now in an orangey hue, which was 1 grade lower, do not approach. His uncertainty only lasted for a brief moment. The color of immediate retreat recommended was now no longer there, and that gave Sial a sliver of confidence. There's a chance I can survive this. The high level of danger was still present, but still. Someone once said thus there would be a time in one's life when he either had to take a step back or to take that challenge head on. He squeezed his trembling eyes shut. Fingers gripping the mission parchments grasped it even tighter. TZZZT. Accompanied by the sound of the paper cleanly ripping in half, Sial disappeared from the plaza. The location he teleported to was in the middle of a dense forest. Where is this? Sial hastily surveyed his surroundings, only to have his jaw nearly hit the ground in shock instead. Shit. His eyes took in the majestic sight of a magnificent yet absolutely huge mountain range. The cliffs seemed so precipitous and stiff as if they were expertly cut and shaped by a heavenly carving knife. The highest peak couldn't even be seen, as it was shrouded by thick clouds. Things got worse, though. He also could spot countless structures and defensive walls built in and around the mountainside, and they all seemed incredibly sturdy to him, making him truly appreciate the impossible nature of this mission. How is anyone supposed to clear this mission? This was no longer a problem solvable by a measly group of 6 survivors. Even a well-organized army would find it hard to conquer this place. Only now did Sial realize what Kim Hana was trying to warn him about. Sial did his best to rein in his wildly pounding heart and cautiously began walking forward. The actual distance to his destination wasn't far, as it turned out. Since he had no idea what might happen, he thought it'd be for the best if he closed the distance as much as possible before trying out the paper talisman. But when he got a bit closer than before, he had no choice but to come to a very sudden stop. He left 9 eyes on since the neutral zone's first floor. Deep red, and then, what the hell, finally to jet black. The formless pressure those cliffsides gave out after they all suddenly changed to jet black color was so overwhelming that, simply by looking at them, Sial instinctively took a step back in fear. Swish, it was then, a sharp whistling noise pierced past his ear. Sial had been taking several retreating steps but came to when that happened, and when he carefully wiped his cheek, he found blood on his palm. "What an insolent little human you are. Oh ho ho ho." A high-pitched but rather alluring voice of a female suddenly rang around the air. Sial quickly looked around his surroundings as confusion dyed his expression. He couldn't see or sense anything around him yet. What just happened? No, this wasn't the right time to dwell on such matters. The black color signified that he should escape right away. One wrong move and he would be dead. He recovered his wits and hurriedly pulled the blank paper talisman out. "And then, I can't tell what foolish thoughts led you to this place, but..." And then, without a shred of hesitation, he ripped it in half. "You've used the necessary talisman, but as a guardian I cannot sit idly by and simply watch your insolence. Scanning for the most needed spell for the current situation. Please wait. The punishment for intruding upon this holy site is your D." What? The voice in the message continuously rang around in his ears. But then, eventually, the spell, limited area, Great Earthquake, has been activated. An earthquake measuring 12 in magnitude will commence within the designated area. Woong, 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 woong. A massive barrier suddenly formed between the spot Sial was standing on and the mountainside. Then this barrier expanded even further and completely surrounded the entire mountain range in the blink of an eye, with a membrane much, much thicker than any barrier Sial had seen up until now. What do you think you're doing, human?" The voice became urgent as this unexpected event continued to unfold. Unfortunately for the owner of the voice, the actual spell hadn't even begun yet. Rumble, an indescribably terrifying roar, attacked Sial's hearing. It was so loud that he lost all his hearing right away. It was as if tens of thousands of fault lines were colliding with one another, and subsequently the earth split. The ground cracked apart like spider webs, and the whole mountain range began trembling. KWANG. The earth broke apart and exploded upwards. Sial could only describe what he saw like that. Kayak. Almost at the same time, a figure of a woman swiftly emerged from one of the trees trapped behind the barrier as her hair whipped about. This was no longer on the level of a mountain slide or something similar, no. The entire mountain range itself was cracking apart and was collapsing from top to bottom while the ground exploded non-stop. As he stood outside the barrier in safety, Sial couldn't really tell whether it was his eyesight twisting around or the actual mountain was being shredded into pieces. That was how absurdly scary the destructive force of the spell was. Uak, uak. The mountains and the ground undulated and broke apart over and over again, causing this figure of female to jump up and down like a madwoman. However, the quaking became even harsher, even more violent than before, and soon enough, even her screamings disappeared as well. Sial dazedly looked on, before powerlessly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle unfold right before his eyes, a nearly insurmountable fear had taken hold of his mind. Him sitting there on his knees, looking on while completely unscathed, that felt like a lie. In the end, he squeezed his eyes shut and covered his ears. When a calamity of such an unprecedented, heaven-changing scale descended, it didn't take long for everything trapped within the barrier to be annihilated into oblivion. You have successfully cleared the impossible difficulty mission. You have received one-time use VIP coupon. 172,800 survival points have been accredited to you. Current survival points, 477,997. When the kneeling Sial opened his eyes after hearing those alerts resound in his ears, he was already back in the first-floor plaza. Hua. Sial breathed out a sigh of relief as if he almost lost 10 years of his life just now. His shocked heart was still pounding away madly. He remained on the ground, working hard to regulate his heavy and rough breathing. It's just a mission. Yeah, it was nothing more than just a simple mission. After managing to calm his fears, Sial finally noticed a small piece of paper resting on his chest, and it was the one-time use VIP store coupon. It was only then he realized that he had succeeded. The emotion of pure joy rushed in. Sial clenched his fist tightly. He was uncertain and hesitant even when he was about to rip the mission parchment in half, but now that he managed to clear it, he was being overwhelmed by this sense of unadulterated joy and satisfaction. After confirming the amount of SB he had, Sial got up to leave. His comrades constantly advised him to invest in new armor and stuff, but he doggedly saved all of his points. And since he had received the extra rewards, he just knew that he'd never be able to get a good night's rest from regret if he didn't spend a dime and ended up leaving the neutral zone tomorrow. While carefully carrying the coupon, Sial quickly ran up the stairs. He pushed the door to the 8th floor VIP store and entered, only to find that there was another customer here. You also came. It was none other than Odilette Delphine. What did you come to buy? I want to get in Divine Elixir, but apparently there isn't one for mana anymore. Sial half listened to Odilette Delphine's complaints while hurriedly browsing the item list. 5 Divine Elixirs, 30,000 SP each, Strength X1, Endurance X1, Agility X1, Stamina X2, Luck X2. He was the one who bought all the available magic power elixirs, but one bottle each of agility and luck elixirs were gone as well. Xiao's teammates had purchased them. They did invest in their armors and equipment, but that didn't mean that some of them lacked enough wiggle rooms to invest another 30,000 points on buying up the elixirs. Delphine, are you planning to buy one of these divine elixirs? Pardon? Oh no, not really. I'm not gonna buy them. I understand. Hey miss. Give me every single divine elixir left in your inventory, please. A stupid-sounding gasp escaped from Odilette Delphine's mouth after hearing Xiao's bold purchasing decision. 210,000 points disappeared in one go, as 7 vials of divine elixirs entered Xiao's hands. And then, while he was saving his points, he had already made up his mind on what he wanted to buy. He only bought the elixirs simply because he now had lots more points to burn all of a sudden. 10. Psyche's Tears, 250,000 SB, X1. Give me the Psyche's Tears as well. With that, another 250,000 points were gone. Now the real problem began. Well, he wasn't planning to earn that one-time use VIP store coupon after all. 3 Morai Souvenir, 600,000 SB X14. Meals Branding Iron, 100,000 SB X16. Divine Stigmata, 300,000 SB X17. Seed of the World Tree, 400,000 SB X19. Aphrodite's Sedge, 150,000 SB each, X5. Xiao didn't even bother to look at the items cheaper than 100,000 points. His eyes remained fixed on these 5 items as he deliberated on his choice for a long time. Heaven help me. Every single one of them possessed heaven-defying effects. After some deliberation, he had to tearfully exclude Meals Branding Iron and Aphrodite's Sedge from his choice and move on. Let's see. Morai Souvenir, Divine Stigmata, and Seed of the World Tree. After thinking about it seemingly for an eternity, Xiao finally made up his mind. Give me the Divine Stigmata. There was only one reason for his decision. Both the Morai Souvenir and the Seed of the World Tree possessed an overall effect that seemed to benefit a group of people more. Meanwhile, the Divine Stigmata seemed more geared towards helping out one individual rather than many. As soon as Xiao presented the one-time use coupon, the eyes of the maid in charge of the VIP store and Odilette Delphine went extra round in shock. Oh my, Yuyi, can I take it? Xiao's question caused the dumbfounded maid to nod her head. Yes, you can take anything you want with this. Boo, but how? Wow, what is this? Isn't this that? Right, did you clear that mission? But how did you do that? Ignoring the 2 flustered females, Xiao tightly grasped the marble that shone in a brilliant blue hue. Then he turned around and quickly left the store. He ran to his next destination, the regular store that sold weapons. He feared that if he remained in the VIP store for a second longer, he'd not be able to forget about the other 2 items. The points still remaining, 17,997. Xiao could hear Odilette Delphine desperately calling out to him from behind, but he was unable to answer her, as his head was filled with a singular thought of getting rid of the remaining survival points as quickly as possible. He spotted a handful of survivors browsing through the wares in the weapons. Discovering Aragaki Yuzua not too far from him, Xiao raised his hand high and called out to her. Over here. Yes, Yuzua trotted over to his side unhurriedly. How much is the most expensive spear in this store? The most expensive one. Then we have a spear that costs 22,500 points, but for you, it'll be 15,750. In any case, how can I help you? Unless one was talking about armors or items designed for sorcerers and priests, one wouldn't find high-priced weapons reserved for warriors costing more than what one might find in the VIP store. Give it to me. Give me that spear, I'm buying it. Oh my, you're the best. Since all sales commissions counted towards her achievements, there was no way Yuzuha would hesitate and waste time here. She rapidly brought out a spear that shone in the most arresting silver light one could imagine, and then bent her waist 90 degrees in gratitude. And out of the remaining 2197 points, Xiao spent them all, bar the 1,000 he needed to leave the zone. Only then his shopping spree came to an end. Yuhahaha, Xiao continuously giggled like a madman as he climbed up the stairs, before covering his mouth in a hurry. Even if he felt like he was on cloud 9, his laughter sounded way too stupid for his own liking. He decided to save the divine elixirs for a rainy day. He was thinking that he should use them only after he ran into some kind of a bottleneck when trying to get physically stronger. Since he had plenty more room to grow as he was, using these elixirs now seemed like the height of stupidity instead. As for the divine stigmata, I can only use it when I get to a temple, but the remaining item could be used right away, no problem. What a nice timing then, as the night had approached and it was now time to hit the sack anyway. Xiao returned to his quarters and finished packing things up. He switched off all the lights and headed to the bathroom. After chasing away Yun Xiora, who was hiding at the bottom of the bathtub, he lied down on the tub himself. He stared at the clear liquid swirling around inside the small vial for a little while, before pulling the stopper out to drink every last drop of it. As soon as the refreshing sensation of the liquid tickling his throat registered in his brain, he was hit by a powerful urge to sleep, perhaps to signal that the effects were already manifesting themselves. Sial's expression was one of pure happiness as his eyes slowly closed shut. He had no idea in his wildest dreams what might happen tomorrow morning. Mana, if one were to talk about this mysterious power, there would be no end to the conversation. However, if one were to define it in the simplest terms, then it could be called a unique gift. After the invaders devoured the chief deity, this power was the only method of resistance the humans had against the alien races. Excluding one or two extreme cases, all humans generally possessed some amount of mana. An individual's growth potential was dictated by one's inborn talents or bloodlines, but without a doubt, humans were born with this power existing inside them already. Pretty much everyone who used this power professionally would say the same thing. It'd be for the best if one started training their mana as early in their lives as possible. This advice wasn't simply meant to imply the fact that one's available amount of mana would increase from the training. One would also get to train the pathways in their bodies where the mana flowed, the so-called circuit. Someone born with a great deal of this energy needed to pay close attention when they started their training. There had been several cases where the fragile circuits couldn't endure the circulation of the mana and tore up. In some cases, their circuits were destroyed completely. Just as one would temper the steel repeatedly to remove impurities as much as possible, the circuit would also strengthen gradually as a manageable amount of mana constantly flowed through the pathway. Thus, training oneself from early on was indeed the right call to make. However, the situation Sial faced was quite complicated. His powers manifested when he was extremely young. A small pathway gradually formed when he followed his instinct and used his newfound power. Never did he once receive proper training. He didn't even consciously realize that he'd been abusing his power repeatedly. And the moment he lost his power proved to be a critical point in his life. The reason why Sial chose Saikai's Tears was because, after learning mana application, he regularly explored how the circuit of his body operated while meditating and ended up discovering the broken pathway. Saikai's Tears. The renowned alchemist of Scheherazade, Saikai. He took pity on a woman whose body was ruined by disastrous mana training when she was still a young child. For this woman, whose body continued to wither with the passing of every single day, Saikai relentlessly pursued knowledge and researched for a way to give back the life she yearned for. He went on a long journey to procure all the ingredients for his elixir, and after conquering many arduous trials and tribulations, he was able to taste the fruits of success. However, when he returned to the city of Scheherazade, the woman he devoted his entire life to had already passed on from this world. Many influential men desired to possess the results of his incredible journey, yet Saikai simply chose to head to the holy temple where the remains of the woman rested. There he shed tears of sorrow and prayed. He prayed that, even though he'd never see her again, at least let her receive this final gift from him. The god was moved by this pure love that forsook one's honor and wealth that they saw fit to name this offering as Saikai's Tears. And thus, the Saikai's Tears was born the miraculous item that perhaps exemplified the purest essence of alchemy. The item that contained all of the knowledge a man gained throughout his entire life, from his youth to his old age. Sial's sight was blurry. He blinked several times, causing the pooled secretion there to glide off his face. He could hear the wet, splashing noises every time he tried to move. It almost felt like he was wading in a puddle of water or thick mud. His entire body felt sticky and heavy. Sial cautiously pushed his upper body up from the bathtub, only to begin retching out urgently. Youth. The bitter, acrid odor of dried blood and the rotting stench of filth combined to assault his nose. Sial continued to vomit for a while, and after recovering, he noticed all the filthy secretion and excrement filling up the tub alongside him. A deep frown formed on his face. There was rotting black blood filled with remnants of his peeled skin's sickly yellow liquid that could be either his sweat or pusreel, bona fide crap, and finally, completely unidentifiable floating hardened pieces of something. All these disgusting and smelly excrements were doing their best to throw a party inside the tub. There were so much of these substances in the tub, Sial could scarcely believe that they all came out of his own body. I made the right call, sleeping in the bathtub. Sial held his breath while opening the taps. The warm water rushed out and managed to dislodge the hardened excrement, slowly washing them away. Sial decided that he might as well take a bath too. He had a feeling that, once he leaves the neutral zone, taking a warm bath like this would be a luxury he might not be able to afford in a long, long while. Also, he wanted to get rid of all the dirty things off him as soon as possible, too. He proceeded to pour the bathing supplements that aided with one's natural recovery and dipped his body down in the warm water. He stayed there for over 30 minutes and scrubbed his whole body clean twice. Only then did he feel fully refreshed. Sial felt a lot more satisfied after seeing his much cleaner reflection in the mirror. Before long, though, he fell into quiet contemplation. Now that he got rid of all the disgusting things off of him, It was time to confirm the effects of Saikai's tears. He realized that the flow of his mana had become even smoother. Even though he never felt the flow was slow to begin with, it was still akin to someone who used 3G finally moving to LTE and discovering a brand new world out there or some such. Sial soon figured out the reason from checking out his circuit. Not only was his previously broken circuit fixed, but the overall length of his circuit had become far greater as well. Also, the impurities blocking the pathway had been cleared away, which effectively meant that the overall width of the circuit had increased several folds, too. More importantly, since the amount that could flow through the circuit increased, the vigor at which it flowed also strengthened in turn. If you were to compare his previous flow of mana to a cute little stream of water trickling out from a valley, now it was like a majestic river that snaked and raged around quite freely. And indeed, he found it even easier to control his mana. Goosebumps broke out from his skin after he realized how refreshing it felt as the energy spread around and enter even the tiniest acupuncture points all over his body. From here on, Sial would be able to output far more mana than what his current stats alluded to. Your status window 4, abilities 3, other abilities 1. Reinforced circuit superior. I wonder if this is what the famous bone marrow cleansing feels like. Sial grinned after he checked his status window. A strange set of coincidences led him to this point in time. If his job had been a sorcerer, he'd probably think that this was one of the greatest lucky chances he encountered in his life, something he'd most likely never encounter again. However, Sial could only think about the recovery of his old pathway and remained oblivious of the actual truth. What is the meaning of this chaos? If it weren't for Cinzia making her timely entrance along with all the maids on the first floor plaza, Sial would have spent the rest of his day explaining things. But after receiving an explanation on what happened, even she got stunned. She took a quick look at the completely empty notice board and a wry smile broke out on her lips. Looks like I owe Agnes an apology. Overhearing that, the corners of Agnes's lips curled up a little. A little bit of time later, a simple exit procedure commenced. Cinzia offered a short praise for everyone, complimenting them for all their hard work for the last 3 months. Afterwards, the survivors paid 1,000 SP and returned their smartphones. After all that was said and done, the first floor was filled with the noises of heavy steel doors being dragged open. Go through there and paradise you've all been itching to enter will be waiting for you. Cinzia spoke as she pointed towards the dark corridor. There won't be anyone guiding you out since we'll have to remain behind and deactivate the neutral zone, but I'm sure you lot are more than capable of walking through a corridor. Perhaps realizing that she was making a joke, some survivors began chuckling in response. Well, nothing will happen anyways. We even prepared an open banquet area for you outside and all. All you have to do is to wait for those coming to fetch you. After that, negotiate, sign a contract, whatever. In any case, you'll find simple meals ready for you on the tables placed outside. Quietly enjoy your breakfast and wait there. Cinzia then pulled out a packet of cigarettes as if she was done with her speech before opening her mouth again. Oh, and a request, if I may. At least for today, don't fight. She momentarily stopped talking in order to pull a cigarette out with her teeth, then continued on with a surprisingly serious tone of voice. I'm advising you to let the events of the neutral zone be bygones. Today's a day to celebrate, isn't that right? She lit the cigarette up, inhaled deeply, and a little while later, let the white smoke ease out from her nostrils and open lips. Especially you, the invited. I know very well how powerful your backers are. Being able to flaunt one's right to mobilize that many marks, I'm sure they possess quite a bit of influence here. But it would be better for you to abandon petty grudges you have before leaving this place. Remember that. There was a sound of someone snorting derisively coming from the crowd. Even though I made such a nice little request, you'd inevitably see some bloodshed on the first day. Oh well, the moment you step foot outside this place, you're no longer my concern, so do what you will. Cinzia clicked her tongue and continued on while brushing her bangs upwards. With that, I declare the official closure of the neutral zone. For the first time ever, she began smiling softly. It was a real chore to look after you lot. Let's not meet ever again. She then spun around and left. Is that the end? Sial stared at the departing back of Cinzia before surveying his surroundings. Others around him were showing similar reactions. Why are you still here? It was then that woman's sharp voice dug into their ear canals one more time. Why aren't you leaving already? Do we have to hold your hands too? Only then did the survivors begin moving one by one. They shuffled towards the direction Cinzia pointed towards. So it's really ending. Sial stared at one of the maids following Cinzia. Maybe she sensed his gaze. Agnes turned to gaze back at him. He dazedly waved his hand at her, and she replied him with the dignified, silent bow. Let's get going, off we go. Sial excitedly grabbed Sial's arm and tugged at him. Really, this is it. Even while being dragged away, Sial kept on glancing behind him. He didn't want to miss a thing. Desperately, he took in the sights of the neutral zone. I did run on the track like crazy, didn't I? He saw the mission notice board now empty. He also saw the lounge tables where he sat together with his teammates to have a chat or to discuss strategy for their next mission. I practiced the strike, thrust, and cut like crazy too. The gym where he trained like there was no tomorrow under Agnes's guidance the stores he'd been window shopping, wondering if there was anything eye-catching the restaurant that he always ate in, and even his sleeping quarters that had been filled with the laughter and voices of the Yi siblings staying with him. The memories of the past 3 months rapidly entered and left his brain. The place where he desired for a change, the place where he was finally able to change. The place that would forever remain in his memories got further and further away from him until it became small enough to be hidden from his view with just a single fist. And soon, the darkness of the corridor swallowed the lights from the plaza and nothing could be seen anymore. Xiao was about to reach out, only to realize belatedly that Yi Xiao was still holding onto his arm. Oribio Nim, Yi Xiao tilted her head. Most of the survivors had left the corridor already, yet the youth was still hesitating to leave. Yeah, let's go. Xiao turned around to leave, yet he remained conflicted. But why? He had been waiting for the end of the neutral zone for so long yet. Why? Only a few steps more and he'd be entering paradise yet. Why am I not happy? Only then Xiao understood why. He was unhappy about the fact that he had to leave the neutral zone. Before he could do something about this realization, the darkness was suddenly pulled back from his surroundings. The brilliant sunlight stung his eyes, and a warm, humid breeze brushed past his skin. Reflexively, Xiao narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. The first thing he saw was the sky dyed in soft reddish hue under the blazing sun, and below that, a vast expanse of desolate plain cloaked in the muddy brown hue of nothingness. The plain stretched so far and wide, Xiao momentarily thought that he could even see the end of the world where the heaven and the earth met. So this is paradise. Indeed, he was now standing on lost paradise, where there was nothing as far as the eyes could see. I thought as much it was a tower. Yi Sungjin's jaw didn't want to close as he looked upwards behind him. A lone white tower stood on this desolate landscape. Its massive size made one shrink back from its majesty, yet one also couldn't help but think it was also rather beautiful as well. Why don't we have breakfast, now that we took a look around? Haiyan Sangmin suddenly intruded on the trio as Xiao dazedly stared at his new environment. Just as Cinzia said, there were several wooden tables set up outside the tower with food placed on top. Can you see the person coming to fetch you? Xiao slowly swept his gaze over to the crowd. It was quite noisy there, as if people coming to fetch the survivors were already mixed up with them. Xiao slowly shook his head while looking at some people bumping their shoulders while crying out, "Amigo." He couldn't see Kim Hannah anywhere. I don't think she's here yet. Me too. Well, let's go over there. Everyone's gathered over that side. At the table, Haiyan Sangmin directed the youth to. Shin Sang and Yun Seora were already waiting for them. Anyways. For a place called Paradise, it's nothing much to look at, right? Do you know where we are? Besides the tower, there's absolutely nothing around here. As the meal commenced, people began chatting amongst themselves. Haiyan Sangmin complained that the guy who invited him was running late, while Shin Sang revealed her worries of being a contracted, but then said she was reasonably confident of her chances since she was now a priest. Xiao didn't eat anything, only fidgeting the wooden cup containing some sort of a drink. Only Yun Seora quietly studied Xiao's bitter mood for a while before gently poking him with her finger. Xiao flinched and turned to look, and Yun Seora cautiously pointed behind him. Hao Wen, sitting alongside his teammates, was waving at him. Xiao asked for others' permission and left the table to head over there. Your guy hasn't arrived yet. Yes, she's not here yet. What about you, Hao Wen? I told them to take their time. I thought I might get a bit emotional today for some reason. Xiao immediately identified with that sentiment and nodded his head. In any case, can you do something about this little lady over here with her head turned all the way around? She's been like this for a while. The little lady Hao Wen referred to was naturally Odilette Delphine. Her arms remained locked across her chest while she didn't even spare Xiao a glance. Both her cheeks were puffed up unhappily, too. Anyone could easily tell that she was royally set off from this sight. Miss Delphine, humph, are you still angry? HMPH. Odilette Delphine continued to snort unhappily, leading Tong Chai to roar out in laughter. Honestly, I can't still believe it. You actually cleared the impossible mission with nothing more than a single talisman. I wasn't entirely sure about it. You could say that I had no plan, actually. Xiao subconsciously rubbed his left cheek and shuddered. That thing, whatever it was, brushing past his cheek was probably meant to scare him. However, what if the enemy aimed for his vital spots from the get-go? He wouldn't even be able to stand in this place right now. No matter how many times he replayed that scene in his head, he knew that he was this close to death back then. I nearly died, and I can't even remember what the hell I was thinking of back then when challenging that mission. So he says, Delphine, how about you stop being angry now, even then? Odilette Delphine spun around on her seat and stared at Xiao and slammed the table with her hands. You could have said something, but if you died then even then. She jumped up from her seat, and I also wanted to do that impossible mission too. She then ran up to Xiao and grabbed hold of his arms before clinging onto him. I also really wanted to get my hands on the VIP store coupon. You're so cheap doing it all alone. My VIP coupon, ahahaha. Laughter burst out from Sial's mouth as he watched her cute whining. She reminded him of a little sister whimpering and complaining bitterly, and he just couldn't help himself. You're such a dummy, Siualo. She looked so adorable while complaining like that, so Sial lightly pinched her cheeks and pulled. She stared at him with unhappy eyes, and a sound of leaking air came out from her mouth. Buua, and then, as if she discovered something, her eyes opened even wider, and she jumped up and down. She waved around her hands and called out, "Here, I'm over here." She ran away in airy steps. Sial thought that the person who invited her must have arrived. With a content smile on his lips, Hao-Win retracted his gaze from Odilette Delphine and chuckled loudly. "She's so full of energy, isn't she? She sure is. And you finally smiled." "Pardon," Sial quickly touched his face. "Did he just smile?" "Well, you see, I thought that your face had this really depressing look for a while now, me." Now that he thought about it, the depression he felt after leaving the neutral zone seemed to have elevated just a tad. Just like how Hao-Win implied through Odilette Delphine's boundless energy and enthusiasm, he was now feeling just a bit better. Well, I won't make you stay for long, so let's just share a drink or two." Sial nodded his head. Although he got to make many good memories in the zone, he couldn't stay there for the rest of his life either. If there was a beginning, then naturally there would be an end as well. And now it was time for a new adventure to begin. His mind felt much lighter when he thought like this. Very good. Now everyone cheers. Although Odilette Delphine had left, Leah de Salvetter, Tong Chai, and Hao-Win was still here, and just as 4 cups were about to clang together. Crash! Sial heard the noise of someone falling over, and then a small commotion rose up from behind him. He took a look, and immediately his eyes widened in surprise. The first 2 things entering his view were a chair and Hyen Sangmin falling and rolling on the ground. Then he saw Shin Sang Ah and Yun Seora standing up from their seats in utter shock, and in front of them, 4 men giggling in an unsightly manner. "What are you doing? Don't get back." Just as Yi Sial Ah was about to step out, Hyen Sangmin shouted at her from the ground. "Son of a bitch, this is really humiliating, K-Cuke." The leader of the group then kicked Hyen Sangmin's midriff as the latter tried to push himself up. Hyen Sangmin fell and rolled on the ground again. "Huh, you think this is embarrassing, eh?" The leader spoke with a mocking voice before tapping on Hyen Sangmin's chin with his foot. "So you know all about humiliation, huh? Then why didn't you quietly offer your apology when I asked you nicely? You'd have avoided all this humiliation in the first place. Don't you think so, amigo?" Sial stood up from his seat while deeply frowning. Oh Minyoung. He saw Oh Minyoung sticking very close to one of the men, a burly guy, and cackling like a villain while looking on at what was happening. Her arms across her chest and a gloating expression etched on her face, too. "I do feel sorry for you since you look like a worm and all, so I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to those 2. Hurry up. I also don't want to do this. But you see, my brothers and I can't really hold ourselves back when someone does bad things to us." The leader's words caused the burly guy to giggle derisively. "You apologize from the bottom of your heart, and then I'll forget all about today's matter." Hyen Sangmin began gritting his teeth. "Fuck, you're the guy who invited that bastard." "What if I am? What a joke. A guy with a big physique prattling on like a little girl. You think I don't have a backer? Oh, that's right, you're also an invited. I forgot." Rather than sounding like he had genuinely forgotten about it, the leader acted as if he couldn't care any less. "But have you ever thought about this before?" The leader squatted low to the ground and met Hyen Sangmin's eyes. "It's not that your inviter is running late, it's just him not deciding to show up in the first place." "What? Why, you ask?" "It's because he could also get humiliated if he tries to step forward like a fool." The leader's husky voice gradually became lower. The knife scar on his cheek wiggled slightly as he grinned, his yellowing teeth revealed to the world as he did so. "You do well to remember. Never take us cartel boys lightly. Not every bronze marks are equal, got it?" Suddenly, another commotion unfolded behind the leader. When he looked behind him, he found a youth busy pushing past his underlings to come closer. "Oh," the leader's eyes opened wider as he stood back up. "It's you." The leader raised his hand and waved away his boys as they tried to intervene. "What's going on here?" Sial's cold voice caused the leader to form an interesting facial expression. What a surprise. Not even another inviter, but the rookie himself steps forward. "Rookie, now that I take a look at you, you do kinda look like a player." Sial continued to glare at the leader. The latter man raised his hands in a shrugging gesture and began speaking in a jovial tone. "Oh, it's nothing. My little brother over there, he suffered a lot at the hands of this guy here, or so I'm told. That's why I'm just repaying the favor. You should stop." "Is there a reason why I should? I'm just paying back what's owed, and there's nothing wrong with that. Miss Cinzia said so already. Let the matters of the neutral zone be bygones." "Cinzia? Oh. That's just some random bitch spewing crap. We are very sensitive towards the matters of our brothers, you see. Haven't you heard, blood is thicker than water?" Sial's brows quivered slightly. Did this guy really call Cinzia, a boss from an organization that possesses a great deal of influence in the South, a bitch? There were only 2 explanations for this. Either this guy was a brave idiot, or the organization backing him was as big as Cinzia's. This isn't a matter that an inviter such as yourself should get involved with. I don't agree with that notion at all. Besides, technically, the neutral zone also exists as a part of paradise. Am I right or am I wrong? The leader looked around him and asked, prompting his underlings to guffaw out, including the burly guy and Oh Minyoung. She laughed so hard, she might choke on her own spit at that rate. The joke wasn't even all that funny to begin with, but she must have been laughing hard just to spite the others. What a disgusting sight it was. Okay, now if you're done, I'd like the third wheel to go away. I still have things to do. I'm not the third wheel. The leader dusted his hands and turned around only to come to a standstill. What did you say? I asked Hyun Sangmin for the favor. Wait a minute. Wait. The leader raised his hands theatrically and suddenly raised a fuss before taking several large strides to get closer to Seol. So are you saying that you asked that man to torment my little brother? Is that it? No, I didn't ask him to. Doesn't matter. You say you are related to this thing, right? The leader took Seol's silence as his tacit agreement and rubbed his hands together before placing a hand on the youth's shoulder. Hey man, this is me giving you my sincerest advice. Do you know what is the most important thing you gotta remember in paradise? It's what you say, your words. You gotta watch your mouth around this place. The leader lightly tapped on his lips and continued to speak. I will ask you again, so think long and hard before answering okay. Doesn't matter what your story is, you said you're not the third wheel in this mess, didn't you? I already told you that. When Seol replied without hesitation, a huge grin formed on the face of the leader. Okay, I. So that's how it was. In that case, our story changes a bit. The leader became so happy, he even began lightly humming in pure joy as well. I thought I might get a bronze mark as a stooge or something, but now, a real bona fide gold mark just rolled into my lap. Heh, then he sat down on one of the empty chairs and beckoned Seol. Hyun Sangmin was already long gone from his thought process, it seemed. Take a seat. Let me listen to your story, while we eat no. The leader began shoving food found on the table down his mouth. Seol quietly stared at him, sensing that something wasn't quite right. The way his attitude had changed was one thing, and there was that oily smile of his, too. What are you doing, rookie? I told you to sit down. More importantly, Seol didn't like the way this guy was acting, as if he knew something about the youth. Seol took a glance at Hyun Sangmin, still pinned to the ground. The grinning burly guy was pushing down on him with a foot. Oh Minyoung was to his side, her foot stepping on Hyun Sangmin's hand, also carrying a distorted smile on her face. And why is she enjoying this so much? Seol couldn't really understand it, but he knew he couldn't do anything at the moment. As long as Hyun Sangmin was held captive, he couldn't make a rash move. In the end, he sat down on the opposite side to the leader. Very good. Oh, where's my manners? I haven't introduced myself yet, right? Name's Salcedo. Olivier Salcedo. Salcedo reached out with his hand, and when Seol also reached out and grabbed the offered hand, suddenly he was greeted with pain as his hand was being gripped really tightly. Seol hurriedly injected some strength in his hand. Salcedo simply gripped even tighter as if he didn't even find it challenging enough to care. Very nice to meet you. What's your name, by the way? Kyuk. I said, what's your name? Just before he cried out, Seol instinctively circulated his mana. The energy rapidly coursed through his internal circuit, flowed through his right arm, and arrived at his right hand. Oh, however, Salcedo was an earthling who had stayed in paradise for over a year and a half already. He quickly sensed the change and used his own mana. His initial plan was to break this new kid's spirit, but he also believed that he'd never lose to a complete newbie who didn't know anything. That was how it was supposed to be. But then... Wah, what? Salcedo gasped out in shock. Not only his own energy was being rapidly extinguished, but Seol's aura was growing bigger and bigger at a frightening rate. I'm losing in both the amount and the flow speed. Logically, such a thing was completely impossible. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Salcedo began sweating buckets as the pressure on his hand grew more and more. Eek. He couldn't even say anything out aloud since he had his reputation to worry about. Meanwhile, Seol simply stared at the deeply frowning Salcedo with an expressionless face. It was then the others sensed that something was off. It was unimaginable for a level 3 earthling to lose to a youth who was still only at level 1, but seeing Salcedo's complexion turn for the worse, they suspected something did go wrong somewhere. Two of the goons accompanying Salcedo secretly exchanged signals and nodded their heads. One of them tried to sneak up on Seol, only for his steps to come to a halt after someone grabbed his shoulder. Hello there, friends. It was none other than Hao Win. Who the fuck are you? I'm a friend of that friend, let's put it like that. Is that right? Why don't you remove your hand first, unless you don't want to live anymore? Oh, so scary. But I can't do that. Hearing Hao Win's playful tone, the man's eyes narrowed to a slit. When invited, correct answer. Whatever, you should know when to quit if you know what's good for you. You'll regret it when you find out who we are, maybe, but I don't know who you small fries are. But then, Hao Win grinned and let off a thin wisp of air, just as he placed his head near the man's ear. There was a loud noise of a table being pushed aside. Salcedo couldn't hold back anymore and shoved the table upwards, using that momentary confusion to break free from Seol's grasp. you son of a bitch." Salcido succeeded in pulling his hand back, and he shouted out loudly. However, slam, Sial got to witness the following: the legs of the unsteady table planting back down to the ground, Salcido's face slamming into the table's surface, and a high heel forcing the hapless cartel man's head into the wooden surface from the back of his head. "You finished your breakfast yet?" The voice sounded familiar. Sial confirmed her long legs, as well as the gray H-line businesswoman's skirt, and raised his head immediately. And he saw Kim Hannah retracting her leg and placing her hands on her waist. KQ, which motherfucker did that? Salcido frowned deeply and lifted his head with much difficulty. "Oh, you haven't. Wanna eat some more?" Unfortunately for him, Kim Hannah reached out faster than a streak of lightning and slammed his face down on the plate of food one more time. Clang. The impact was great enough for the plate to shatter. The banquet area soon fell into utter silence as the new entrant to the banquet made her presence known. The burly guy pressing down on Hyan Sangmin stood there blinking his eyes in shock. The mid-boss Salcido was taken care of in one breath, and two of his older brothers were being held back by Hao Win as well. The burly man couldn't figure out what was going on, but he also that he shouldn't be standing there doing nothing. "You crazy bitch." So the burly man tried to hit Kim Hannah with his fist, but wishplonk, a spinning dagger flew from somewhere, and the burly man's fist exploded into a gory mess instead. Uak. Salcido's entire body shuddered as he watched the burly man fall to the ground. He managed to move his face to the side and found the woman wearing the business suit pressing his head down to the table. He sucked in his breath after confirming who it was. Kim Hannah. "Hi, been a while no." She finally released his head and grinned widely. She walked around the table and sat down next to Sial. She then rested her chin on her hand and leisurely stared at Salcido. "You're still up to your old tricks, aren't you? What did you say? How brave of you. Just who's invited were you trying to steal away?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Salcido managed to raise his upper torso up, but he was still shuddering noticeably. "I was only." "Ah, so you're trying to imply that you've been wronged here unfairly, is that it?" Kim Hannah snorted briefly and cut short this conversation. "My bad. Okay, so it's all sorted now, so go on. Get lost." Kim Hannah dismissively waved her hand about. Salcido just stood there and gnashed his teeth while glaring daggers at her. But what was going on here? Salcido, who was so full of himself only a minute ago, didn't dare to utter a word of defiance in front of her. "I'll be going then, good idea, but we'll see each other soon enough. I'm thinking we'll have a chance to meet again pretty soon." Salcido pushed himself up unsteadily to his feet. Unfortunately for him, Kim Hannah didn't plan to let him off that easily. "Stop, what did you just say to me?" Her cold, sharp voice entered his ears, but Salcido ignored her and continued to walk away. Kim Hannah grinned and beckoned with her finger. "Shin Hansung, yes, Noonam. If that fucker doesn't stop in 3 steps, gift him with a new breathing hole by his temples, okay?" "Understood." A man with curling hair, Shin Hansung replied while spinning a dagger around before taking on an attacking posture. Salcido's steps came to a halt then. "You goddamn fox, are you really going to do this? You said it yourself, didn't you? There's no reason to drag this out. Let's just end it here. Why are you suddenly imitating a mute asshole now? Weren't you planning to go on a war with us?" Flinch. Salcido shuddered after receiving her cold, hard stare and lowered his gaze. I made a mistake just now. I had no such intentions. I'm sorry, you're sorry. Since when were you on the same social standing as me? Did you forget your brain somewhere or something? I apologize. Still forgetting something, aren't you?" "I apologize, ma'am." HNG. Kim Hannah let out a soft snort and shrugged her shoulders. "Okay, fine, but you weren't planning to leave just like that, were you? That is. You should take responsibility before leaving. No. Where are your manners? It's because of people like you that the cartel is saddled with such rotten reputation." Kim Hannah's pointed criticism caused Salcido's brows to prick up in anger. "Better lower your gaze or else." Of course, he ended up lowering his head again. "So how should we go about fixing this mess?" Kim Hannah mumbled to herself before shifting her gaze over to the burly man rolling on the ground, clutching his bleeding stump of an arm. She even pretended to be seriously deliberating on something. "Okay, you can leave, but not with him. You understand why, don't you? You did interfere first while mouthing some crap about neutral zone this and that. I'm just going to reciprocate that. Boo, but if you've got a complaint, lodge it to Sinyoung directly, okay?" As soon as she mentioned Sinyoung, Salcido's expression looked as if he just saw the scariest demon in his imagination. Sinyoung. "But of course, I'm here because of Sinyoung's directive after all. Since we're here now, I might as well fix your uncouth manners too." I understand in that case." Hayu Hunam." The burly man's tear and snot-stained face became frozen in shock. Salcido did his best to avoid meeting that painful gaze. "Fine, all sorted, so you can leave now." Hunam. The burly man called out in desperation, but Salcido hurriedly left the banquet area along with his goons. It was as if he was making a bid for his freedom with his life on the line. And then, Kim Hannah's next target was Oh Minyoung. When the attention landed on her all of a sudden, Oh Minyoung began retreating several steps. Is anyone among you in a contract with her? If you're here, then I want to talk to you. When Kim Hannah asked while sweeping her gaze around the crowd, a smart-looking man hurriedly ran up to her side. You're the one? Why, yes, ma'am. That woman named Oh Minyoung, I'd like you to leave her to me. I'm sure you have some ideas as to why. Why, yes, ma'am. I got a call this morning. The smart-looking man nodded his head repeatedly. Is that so? Well, we wouldn't really do something like this, but my company president is very unhappy at the moment, you see. I completely understand. She's his daughter, after all. Very good. I'll explain to her about the cancellation of her contract so you can leave now. As it was promised to you, you will receive a suitable compensation soon. The smart-looking man bowed his waist 90 degrees before disappearing like the wind from the area. Kim Hannah let off a soft sigh, then locked her arm with Seal's. Sorry, am I a bit late? Looking at her wink like that, Seal forgot all about closing his slack jaw. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals. Kim Hannah, the department head. Those two facts were the only things Seal knew about her until now. But after witnessing her sort out the situation in the proverbial blink of an eye, Seal got to figure out just a little bit more about the position Kim Hannah occupied in Lost Paradise. Salcido's group left as if they were running away, and the man Oh Minyoung was contracted to also disappeared from the view without raising a fuss. They certainly did not wish to get on Sinyoung's bad side, but whatever the case may be, the end result was that the burly guy and Oh Minyoung had been abandoned by their supposed backers. It didn't matter whether one was an invited or a contracted. Now that they had lost their backers, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Clench your teeth real tight, got it, thwack. Blood spurted out from the burly guy's nose. Now that the situation was reversed, Hyun Sangmin was like a fish swimming in water. He begged Kim Hannah for a chance to get even, and as soon as hearing the words, "Don't kill them," came out from her mouth, he proceeded to punch the burly guy in the face. The burly guy was already too numb to notice the punch, and he collapsed to the ground like a piece of falling paper. Hey, you fucking son of a bitch, how do you feel now, huh? As if that one punch wasn't enough to satisfy him, Hyun Sangmin straddled on top of the burly guy and began pounding on him. You never imagined this is how it'll end, right? You fucking piece of shit. The fists containing all of his emotions crushed the burly guy's nose before completely turning the bone into soft mush. The punches continued to hit the mark soon. The burly guy went limp while the whites of his eyes showed. Hyun Sangmin breathed out heavily while wiping his nose. He wasn't done yet, though. With a pair of still burning eyes, he looked around and, where do you think you're going? Ah. He ran like a wild beast and snatched the hair of Oh Minyoung, who had almost managed to inch her way out of danger zone. Weren't you stepping on my hand real hard just now? Ah, slap. With that clear slapping noise, her head spun around hard enough as if it wanted to fly away from her neck. You clench your teeth, too. Hyun Sangmin forcibly made her face the right direction, before headbutting her hard. You up. Her eyes wide open now, Oh Minyoung covered her mouth with both of her hands and fell hard to the ground. Her pain screams couldn't escape from her broken mouth. She rolled around on the ground before bursting out in tears. And as Hyun Sangmin began kicking her like a soccer ball, Seal was inwardly wondering what he should do here. How should he describe this? Those two were indeed in the wrong. But Seal thought that Hyun Sangmin was going just a bit overboard. Even then, asking Hyun Sangmin to stop was a problem in itself, too. Me, I can endure unfairness, but I can definitely not stand losing out. He said those things when they first met. One could technically argue that the reason why Hyun Sangmin ended up in the present situation was all because Seal asked him for a favor. So trying to stop him now would be more or less like betraying him. Sangmin, stop. That's enough. It was then a middle-aged man came out from the crowd and hurriedly approached Hyun Sangmin to grab his arm. Aish, who the hell? Oh, it's you, Ajasi. Hyun Sangmin angrily shook his arm loose and shouted at the man. Why did you show up so late? I'm sorry. Really, there was something I had to do. Do you even know what happened to me just now? I know. I understand, so let's stop for today, okay? She's a property of Sinyoung now, so if you damage her too much, we have to reimburse them. Seal didn't like the term property, but thankfully, Hyun Sangmin did stop his beatings after that. The middle-aged man quietly pushing Hyun Sangmin away was his inviter. No need to feel sorry for her. Kim Hannah's voice remained icy cold. There should be more than a few people wanting to beat her up, you see. Really? Yep, that incident of Yun Seora getting beaten up. That woman incited the cartel boys to do it. You didn't know? I thought you already figured it all out. She was the one telling them her arm was damaged. She was the one leading them on, telling those idiots to attack Yun Seora, baiting the poor kid with the promise of some free points. That was all that Beach's handiwork. Seriously, Seal dumbfoundedly stared at Oh Minyoung, currently pouring out her tears on the ground. What little sympathy he had for her flew away in an instant. That wasn't all, though. Didn't she kill the other girl in the tutorial to steal away her coins? One hit at the back of the head with a mop. Pop. The youth with the curly hair suddenly butted in. The way he kept on smiling, he gave off an impression of being a pleasant fellow, almost to the point where Seal found it scarcely believable that he destroyed the burly guy's hand with nothing but a dagger. This youth saw Xiao looking at him and began raising a big fuss. "Ah, hello there, my name is Shin Hansung, why don't you carry those two back to our carriage MMK?" Just as Shin Hansung tried to weasel his way into the conversation, Kim Hannah suddenly assumed her characteristic prim and stiff expression. "Chi, always making me do things you find annoying. Oh, so should I do it? Fine, I'm going." Shin Hansung complained as her sharp glare landed on him. "That's why you haven't found a husband yet. What did you just say?" But before Kim Hannah could rage on, Shin Hansung quickly made his escape while dragging away the unconscious burly guy and the bitterly resisting Oh Min-young. Kim Hannah began gnashing her teeth as she glared at the curly-haired youth, now already nothing more than a small speck in her view. That bastard. She must have sensed Xiao's stare because she then suddenly calmed her heaving breaths and changed her expression. "Have you eaten breakfast yet? Should we talk after you had something to eat first?" Xiao slowly shook his head. He lost his appetite after experiencing quite a few unexpected events right after leaving the zone. As if she was expecting this sort of response, Kim Hannah proceeded to sweep away the mess of plates off the table. It was here that she finally spotted Yun Seora standing there awkwardly near them and smiled quite brightly at her. "Miss Yun Seora, I'm sorry, but we gotta have a bit of private chat between Xiao and I. Shin Hansung should return pretty soon, so why don't you grab an empty table and wait for him?" Although the bushes were beat, it was pretty clear what was being implied here. Yun Seora was no dummy either. She didn't seem too satisfied, but after glancing at Xiao for a moment or two, she quietly turned around to leave. Kim Hannah waited and watched on as Yun Seora gradually walked further away, before latching herself tightly to Xiao's side. And the youth got to feel the softness of her curves as she pressed against his elbow, just before the flustered youth could pull his arm away. "Listen carefully, okay? While we talk, I'll show you 2 sets of contract papers." Kim Hannah's voice became much lower in tone. "2 sets, that's right, 2. And when I place my hand on top of a document and start talking, you gotta be skeptical of everything I say, okay? What are you talking about? I don't have the time to explain it to you. I was supposed to take care of Yun Seora's contract too, but I got a sudden order to let Shin Hansung take care of that instead. I'll try to obstruct him, but what with his slick tongue and all, he'll definitely butt in, so be mindful of that." In the middle of her speech, Kim Hannah signaled to Seol with her eyes. He didn't think much about it and took a simple glance around him before his expression became weird. Now that some amount of time had passed by, all of the survivors, as well as those who had invited them or signed a contract with them, were here. And even though most of them were in the middle of negotiating with other survivors, some were sneaking glances at him and a few were openly staring at him from afar. And they are the ones wishing for our negotiation to fail. Kim Hannah narrowed her eyes rather prettily and whispered to Seol with a grave voice. You should know of your worth. Noonim, I'm back." It was right then a joyful voice entered their ears. "He's back already." Accompanied by Yun Seora, the curly-haired youth was walking closer to them while carrying an affable smile. "And why are you sitting near us?" Shin Hansung was about to occupy a seat on the opposite side to them, before an awkward smile crept on his face. "Well, I just want to see the skills of the famed senior of mine. You should stop the unfunny comedy routine and take care of your own contract signing, okay? Why are you trying to weasel your way into our conversation here? Oh, come on now, there's plenty of space here, so please share. I told you to scram. You better listen while I'm still being civil." "Oh, don't be like that. In the end, both him and Miss Seora will sign with Sinyoung anyways." "And how do you know that?" Hearing her icy tone of voice, Shin Hansung displayed a bit of surprised expression. "It's not like that. Don't you ever think that I don't know what's going on here. I've already figured out why the higher-ups sent you here with me. However, I believe I've already explained my position enough times by now. Well, that is, of course, I'll do my utmost best today, but the final decision rests with him, understand? Don't forget, he's not a contracted but an invited. Got that?" "I got it, fine, I'll go away." He gave up more easily than I thought. He was supposed to cling on incessantly, yet the depressed-looking Shin Hansung turned around to leave. However, Seol soon realized that he was underestimating this curly-haired youth. He dragged another table over and placed it close enough to touch Seol's. Kim Hannah glared at Shin Hansung in a show of disbelief. Seol thought that after witnessing the curly-haired youth sit down on his spot with a carefree attitude, this guy had to have a substantially thick skin. There was one more thing Seol failed to figure out, though, and that was Yun Seora choosing a seat very close to him, rather than opposite to Shin Hansung's. "I've kept you waiting, young lady. I'm sure you're curious about why I'm here instead of the director, yes?" With an attitude that seemed to imply he didn't mind whether the other party was listening in on or not, he began the contract negotiation. Well, the director was embarrassed pretty badly. I'm sure you can guess the reason why. Yun Seora lowered her head a little. "In any case, I'm also here to convey the message from the president." Those words caused her to raise her head. Her eyes gained renewed light. "Directly from him? Yes, it's not that long though. Well, it's a no-frills, no-fat, refreshingly direct message, actually. You know what our president is like, right?" Yun Seora nodded her head to indicate that he should go on. Shin Hansung cleared his throat with a fake cough and spoke up. First of all, I congratulate you on entering paradise. To be honest, I did not wish for you to step foot into this world, but now that things had turned out this way, I shall respect your choices. However, your actions during the tutorial and the neutral zone proved to be rather disappointing. Most likely, if you hadn't received that young man's aid, you wouldn't even have cleared the neutral zone. Your older sister is most embarrassed by you. Yun Seora's body flinched just a little then. I won't say anything long. If you wish to remain in this world, then show me that you're prepared. Shin Hansung spoke up to hear and placed a dagger on the table. When you get to the carriage, you'll find those two from earlier tied up and waiting. That burly guy and the woman. Remember them. Yes, kill them in front of the president and Lady Yun Seohui, with your own hands. Seol couldn't help but question his own hearing just then. She needed to do what now? The president added that you shouldn't even dream about coming to Sinyang if you're unable to do even that. He said he would even use force to make you go back to Earth. Seol thought that Yun Seora would at least take a second or two to make her decision. Unfortunately, she didn't. I don't care about the man, but is there a reason for me to kill that woman as well? Of course. If you want reasons, there are plenty. That much I can tell you without holding back. I'll do it. She didn't even hesitate as she picked up the dagger. In that case, it's all good. Shin Hansung smiled and pulled the contract out. This here is a temporary contract. As soon as you perform the task assigned to you just now, this contract will come into effect. Yun Seora took her time to peruse the contents of the contract before promptly signing on the dotted line. Then right away I should. Wait a minute, please. Shin Hansung raised both hands while looking a bit troubled by her willingness. It's just that there's the condition of you performing the deed in front of the president, so, although I can vouch for you, I'm sure you prefer to be certain. No. Yun Seora agreed with his notion. Looking relieved now, Shin Hansung said his job was completed. Then, while resting his chin on both of his hands, he began gazing at the table next to his. Kim Hana spat out a lengthy groan before producing 2 bundles of contracts, as well as a pen. First of all, good job. She then studied Seol for a bit. Well, it's nothing. She noticed that Seol was kind of getting embarrassed by her words, so without further ado, she placed the 2 contracts side by side on the table. If the contents of the contract on left seemed neatly summarized, then the one on the right side had small texts utterly filling up the page space top to bottom. When he took a quick glance at both, he couldn't help but feel a bit odd. Especially the contract on the right. The more he read, the more his head tilted at the oddly restrictive clauses. If he were to be more specific, then this contract was chock-full with wordings that could be interpreted either way. Just as he discovered the words Kim Hana on the left document and Sinyang on the right, he could hear her continuing on. You already understand why the survivors leaving the neutral zone must sign a contract right away, right? Indeed, he could more or less figure out why, without hearing an explanation. Of course, even now, a clear difference between the contracted and the invited existed. If the former was one-sidedly, do as told, then the latter was more like, via mutual agreement. If an invited didn't like the terms offered, then he or she could simply get up and leave the negotiating table. Well then, should I start with Sinyang's offers first? Kim Hana started with her sales pitch. The moment you sign this contract with Sinyang, the organization will immediately pay you 500 million won as a signing fee. Not in installments, but in one go, 500 million won. Seol couldn't hide his shock at the amount. As someone who grew up in your typical lower middle-class household, he'd never imagined having that much money. It's too early for you to be this surprised, you know. Kim Hana crossed her arms in front of her chest and continued on with a business-like tone of voice. Kim Hana rattled off the offered terms quite quickly. Secondly, they promised to provide you with an entire set of matching equipment for free every time you level up. It's the same even when you go on a team exploration or on a military expedition. And they also promise you that, if types of equipment that suits your needs drop during a mission, then they are willing to let you have the first refusal. Seol slowly swallowed his saliva. The more he heard the offers, the less suspicious he was becoming, or at least that's how he felt. And it seems like you enjoy training. Training? What do you mean? He wasn't expecting to hear that. Right. Sinyang possesses a training facility that won't lose to anyone in this world. If you want, Sinyang's top earthling will personally train you, and I assure you that person's skills are a cut above Agnes's. He tried to listen while remaining skeptical, but it was getting harder and harder to do so. Let me assure you once more, these terms being offered, it's unprecedented in the entire history of Sinyang. Even that legendary Sung Shihyun didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. Just as she said, these terms were ridiculously good. Honestly, Seol was deeply tempted. As long as he signed on the dotted line, he'd be able to walk on a firm, solid path, whether that be on Earth or here in the paradise. And then, as you can see, the contract's duration is for 4 years. It was at this point that Kim Hana placed her hand on the Sinyang's contract papers. When I place my hand on top of a document and start talking, you gotta be skeptical of everything I say, okay? Sial was in the midst of a heavy dilemma, but his thought process came to an abrupt halt as soon as that happened. From here onwards, this would be the real thing. You might feel that this is more like a slave contract, but it's definitely not. It takes an average of around 4 or 5 years for a talented earthling to rise up to higher levels. If you consider that fact, you can probably tell Sinyoung rates you very highly. In other words, Sinyoung is willing to throw everything, and the kitchen sink to ensure that you'll rise up to the higher levels in less than 4 years. So this was indeed a slave contract. They would initially accept him while pretending to value him greatly, then observe his growth for the next 4 years before deciding on what to do with him. And the terms of this contract aren't static. As long as your level rises higher, we can always change the terms contained within for the better. Conversely, it could also get worse. Well, you don't have to worry about it. Remember, Sinyoung isn't a place where you'd end up having nothing to do but sucking on thumbs, anyways. Most likely, you'll end up completely overworked for the next 2 years. What if he failed to reciprocate as much as he received? And finally, Sinyoung is indisputably the most powerful organization in Lost Paradise. I'm sure you felt it after seeing what happened. Cinzia's Sicilia, Salcido's cartel, they are nothing more than a bunch of stray cats in front of a real tiger. Sinyoung has swept everyone away once already, so even other famed organizations have no choice but to lower their heads and listen to what Sinyoung has to say. In other words, Sinyoung can become the most secure shield for you in your time of need. And because of that, they would certainly have a lot of enemies as well. Kai, oh my, Hannah Noonan, your sales pitch is really great. Shin Hansung let out a squeal of admiration. His expression indicated how pleased he was. Meanwhile, Kim Hannah gently lifted her hand away from the document, so Sial shifted his gaze over to the other contract. Oh, and as for this contract, well, I don't have anything too particular to say. Sial decided to ask her instead. Now that I think about it, why are there 2 contracts for me? Haven't I tell you already? That golden stamp wasn't Sinyoung's property. Kim Hannah's eyes went extra round as she feigned ignorance. That gold mark, I got that directly from a temple. From a temple? Yeah, from the Temple of Gyula. What, this time it was Sial's eyes that went much wider at the mention of a name he wasn't expecting to hear. Gyula, she's one of the 7 gods supporting humanity in paradise. Wait a minute, does that mean I'll be signing directly with a god with you as a middleman? Technically, yeah, something like that. Kim Hannah looked troubled as she lightly tapped on the table with her finger. Actually, even I'm not sure. About what? It's true that I did receive the stamp. But what I heard back then was that there will come a time when I will have to use the stamp, so I should hold on to it carefully. It so coincidentally ended up being used on you. If you want clarification on this matter, I think it might be better for you to directly ask Gyula. Kim Hannah shrugged her shoulders. In any case, that's not the most important matter right now. So you've browsed through this contract already, right? At first glance, Sial could tell that this one didn't even contain half of what Sinyoung was offering. She was right about that. However, one couldn't say that the offered terms were all bad. It didn't try to restrict him, for instance, nor demanded anything from him in return, either. And he didn't have to belong to any organization as well. Although Kim Hannah's name was included in the contract, it was only up to the point of her providing personal protection whenever she could. The biggest and perhaps the only advantage this contract had over the other one was that it promised Sial complete freedom. Kim Hannah presented Sinyoung's contract papers. Well, now Noonan is making sure of everything. No, I'll personally make a glowing report back to the director. Keep your pie hole shut. Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Yes, ma'am, I shall keep my hole shut. Disregarding Shin Hansung's noisy chatter, Sial deliberated on his choices. The terms offered by Sinyoung were, no matter how much he dissected it, incredibly tempting. There were several traps hidden in the clauses, but after hearing Kim Hannah's brief persuasion, it seemed like that everyone else was doing something similar in paradise anyways. So what if he had to go under someone's umbrella? They wouldn't dispose of him just like that. Surely not. If he showed how diligent he is, wouldn't they at least acknowledge his efforts? And since he didn't enter the paradise with some lofty ambition driving him, only this insatiable curiosity instead, he couldn't help but think that way. However, something just didn't feel right. For some reason, his heart was saying no again. A giant presence, one he couldn't sense too clearly right now, was trying to reach out to him from the depths of the hidden darkness. That's how he felt. Besides, Kim Hannah wouldn't have said those words earlier either. Should he choose the path of glorious shackles or that of perilous freedom? Sial remained confused and uncertain in front of this crossroads, both directions filled with boundless possibilities. So out of habit, he activated 9 eyes, damn. And for the first time since the negotiation began, he ended up in dismay. He couldn't help it though. Yellow, orange, red, black. If any one of these colors showed up, he was planning to not even consider the contract. That was what his ability was for no. Unfortunately, both contracts didn't shine in the 4 hues of danger. One shined gold, the other didn't have any color whatsoever. This was a first for him. So what will you do, standing on the fork of crossing paths? Sial realized that he was now facing one of the most important decisions in his life. Even when he squeezed his eyes shut and opened them again, even when he deactivated and then reactivated 9 eyes, it remained the same. Kim Hana's contract was gold, while Sinyoung's was colorless. And why are you shining in gold of all things? One thing he got to learn was that the golden commandment applied to objects, not just people. In any case, he couldn't be sure of what to do here, based only on what he was seeing and hearing. He lacked enough information to make up his mind on one contract, while for the other one he couldn't even figure out what it all meant. He couldn't be sure of anything, but I'll sign on this one. After a lengthy deliberation, Sial chose Kim Hana's contract. Shin Hansung's expression showed how stunned he was by Sial's choice. Meanwhile, Yun Seora was completely taken by surprise and became quite flustered. Can you tell us the reason? Shin Hansung raised his voice, and Kim Hana didn't try to stop the curly-haired youth. Instead, she lowered her head a little as her expression hardened, showing how shocked she was at the moment. Of course, she was putting on a performance. Do you not like the terms offered? No, that's not actually it. Your terms are so amazingly good that it's to the point where I'm feeling burdened by their weight. It is all right if you are honest with us, if there's a clause that you don't like. As Sial blurred the ends of his sentence, he sneaked a glance in Kim Hana's direction. He only continued on after confirming the corners of her lips arching up ever so slightly. I have a certain personal reason for this choice. I can only feel remorse at refusing to sign such a wonderful contract. Not to mention, I should apologize to you as well. He tried to condense his explanations to as few a word as possible. His considered but firm refusal implied that they should stop here before things got any more awkward than necessary. Shin Hansung knew that, but he couldn't back off like this. He leaned forward with a determined expression on his face. Please, hear me out. It would be a lie if we didn't consider your future potential, but more than that, we also truly appreciate what you've done for us. Sinyoung is an organization that strictly rewards those who deserve it, especially your selfless actions of aiding young lady, the president's youngest daughter. We will definitely not forget about it. In fact, there are quite a few of us looking at you favorably already, myself included. The sweet words of temptation began pouring out from Shin Hansung's honey-dipped tongue. Too bad for him, Kim Hana had already placed her hand on one of the contracts. Doesn't that also mean there are some people who don't want me there too? He had roughly figured out that the relationship between Yun Seora and Sinyoung was a complicated one. Out of the blue, Sial felt the sensation of touch softly wrapping around his right arm. Come with us, please. A pleading voice entered his ear canals. Yun Seora's stare trying to penetrate into Sial's soul was dyed in the emotions of anxiety. I'll do my best, your best in what exactly? What could she even mean by that? Sial rained a fit of laughter almost breaking out of his mouth. Yun Seora's expression was far too serious for him to use a smile as his reply. This is a meaningless dilemma, isn't it? He didn't base his decision on 9 eyes. He didn't rely on his emotions nor his logic. There was one reason that he couldn't say out loud. Gyula, come closer, my child. The lingering memories from that dream. By this time, he had almost forgotten most of the contents, but the last moments still remained vivid in his head. The final moments. The man he suspected to be himself made a request, yet it was denied. But in the end, Sial received emotions in the form of a dream. He was curious. He wanted to find out how the request of his dream version was met. Of course, that wasn't all. He took into consideration both the warnings of Kim Hana, as well as the golden stamp belonging to the Temple of Gyula. Also, there was this hard-to-understand fear in his heart that once he signed up with Sinyoung, he'd get to live a life that was not much different from the one he experienced in the dream. He sure as hell didn't want to be abused like a slave, and also didn't really feel like being used as well. Even if the road ahead might get hard and arduous, he wanted to live this life on his own terms. So he just had to shake his head to say no. We can really treat you well. Yun Seora's voice entering his ears sounded more tearful than before. Shin Hansung let off a soft sigh. Why don't we do this then? Just as Sial picked up the pen with some difficulty, Kim Hana broke her silence and spoke up. Give us some time. Time, yeah. Well, we will need some time to adjust the contract, and you'll also need more time to dwell on things, right? And you also need to go back home too. Sial was about to sign on the dotted line, but the mere mention of home sobered him right away. Home. He realized that over 3 months had passed by already. What happened back home on Earth? His family? What about you, Xianhua? Were they worried about him after he disappeared without telling them anything? That's right. It's not a bad idea to give yourself some time to think things over. Shin Hansung quickly voiced his opinion. Sial nodded his head to express his consent. Kim Hana pocketed the contracts and stood up from her seat. Sial and I will be heading to the temple, but what about you two? I shall take Miss Yun back to Sinyoung's HQ. After all, the president is waiting for her there. We'll just go our separate ways at the city of Scheherazade. As Shin Hansung stood up, Sial too vacated his seat. He hadn't a clue on what this temple and that Scheherazade were all about, but it seemed that he could go home for sure. When he looked around, the negotiation talks were still ongoing everywhere. He couldn't spot Shinsang anywhere. Hyen Sangmin was in the middle of an important-looking talk, his arms moving about to illustrate his points. Yi Xiao was also in the middle of a lengthy talk with an unknown male. When her gaze met Xiao's, she tried to stand up from her seat, but he simply waved his hand at her to indicate she shouldn't. He didn't want to interrupt her negotiation, after all. She must have understood his intentions because she sat back down while giggling to herself. Should we wait for them? Kim Hannah asked him, but Xiao slowly shook his head. It wasn't as if he didn't want to be around them anymore, but their own paths were being laid out now, and he didn't want to insert himself into their lives when it wasn't really necessary anymore. I'm sure we will see each other again. As long as they survived, they should, in the future. Xiao took in the sights of the neutral zone for one last time before slowly turning around to leave. Since he heard that the method of transportation was a carriage, he thought it would be nothing more than a wooden cart being pulled by a couple of horses. But he got a pretty big surprise after seeing the actual thing. This four-wheeled carriage was far closer to a luxury coach as it was covered in all four sides. Xiao dazedly stared at the leather and velvet-like fabric covering the roof section, before shifting his curious gaze over to four strange animals tied to the front of the coach and studied them with some interest. Their overall appearance was similar to a horse, but their sharp ears and humped back gave off an impression of a camel instead. Shin Hansung forced the two people tied up near the driver's seat of the coach to drink a certain substance, and in the meantime, Kim Hannah climbed aboard. "What are you two doing? Come on up." Xiao and Yun Seora exchanged glances as they climbed aboard the coach. There were two bench seats facing each other inside. Kim Hannah parked her rear on the spot facing Xiao, while Yun Seora sat down right next to the youth. Shortly afterwards, Kim Hannah closed the door, and body of the coach shook a little, indicating that they were setting off. It only shook around in the beginning, and once they were on the move, the ride had become much more comfortable. When they gained some speed, Kim Hannah opened her mouth. "We will need around 40 minutes to get to our destination. We just have to travel along Zara." Zara, it's just the name of a road leading to Scheherazade. Don't worry about it, though. I haven't heard news of monsters or other races attacking travelers on Zara for the past year or so. Xiao tilted his head slightly. He still had no idea what was what, but these were things he had to learn about eventually. Clack, clack. The coach speedily crossed the barren wasteland. During the ride, Xiao was kept entertained by his companions. Kim Hannah told him to let her know the place on Earth he wanted to teleport back to as soon as they arrived at their destination, before explaining things such as what he had to do after arriving there, the method of coming back once back on Earth, etc., etc. There were many things that caught Xiao's interest among them. And one of those was the revelation that the flow of time here was different to that of Earth's with the ratio of 31, meaning Xiao spending 3 months inside the neutral zone would equate to a month on Earth. Besides those, Kim Hannah also talked about stuff that could be brought back from Earth to Paradise, and perhaps staying vigilant of Yun Seora's presence, she didn't forget to sell Sinyoung's advantages every now and then as well. Every time that happened, Yun Seora looked at him with pleading eyes and tried to encourage his decision-making with her soft voice. Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure from this approach. "Looks like we're almost there." Kim Hannah opened the coach's door and peeked outside before muttering out. Xiao too peeked his head out past the open door, and as fierce winds whipped his hair about, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The enormous earth-colored fortress walls blindingly reflected the sunlight as they stood tall. After confirming Xiao's expression, a smile crept up on Kim Hannah's face. "Welcome to Scheherazade." The coach slowed down and continued on for another 5 minutes after going past the tall wall's entryway, before eventually coming to a halt. They then heard light knocks against the door, and Shin Hansung's voice telling them that they had arrived. "We should disembark here then." Kim Hannah sent him a signal with her eyes and climbed out of the coach first. Xiao was about to follow after her, only to promptly realize why she sent him such a signal. Yun Seora was still holding onto his arm, that was why. How could she block him since he was trying to go home? When he carefully extracted his arm, she didn't try to stop him, but only until his wrist, though. Just as Xiao's right hand was about to leave her grasp, she carefully held onto him. Miss Yun Seora. I'd like to see you again." Unlike before, she let her desire be heard in a clear voice. The first time he met her, her eyes seemed so cold and distant, yet for them to be this wet with emotion, Xiao felt rather lost and hesitated slightly. "Yes, me too." Only then did she let his arm go. She never stopped looking at him even until the moment he finally left the coach for good. Xiao closed the door behind him while licking his dried lips. "It's like I'm abandoning a kid or something." The coach started and moved away. Xiao's gaze continued to linger on the back of the coach as it slowly gained distance, before turning away to take in the sights of Scheherazade, the most prosperous city within the territory controlled by humanity. Kim Hannah was waving her hand at him from the top of a stone staircase. and Sial could see behind her a spire so tall and upright, it seemed to pierce the heavens above. While mounting the steps, Sial realized that the spire, or the tower, was made up of a strange construction material that emitted this pale hue that didn't seem quite right to be called white. That is the Temple of Luxuria. Out of the 7 gods, she's the one in charge of healing skills used by the priests. Upon hearing that, Sial could see that countless people going in and out of the entranceway supported by huge pillars. Most of them were wearing the same ice-white robe Maria wore when she prepared herself for the ceremony. In that case, could Maria be still here? I think she's already left, though. Well, her recovery has ended already, and she can't return to the neutral zone anyways. Okay, to where? To the south. Kim Hannah waltzed straight past the entrance. Upon entering, Sial was greeted by long corridors to both his sides, and in front, a slightly darkened assembly hall. He spotted a woman sitting behind a counter of some sort before the hall. That woman lifted her tired eyes and stared as Kim Hannah approached her. What brings you here? We came to use the transfer gate here. Kim Hannah presented a piece of paper to this woman. A level 1. The place he's returning to is Area 1. Oh, it's his first time using this service. He exited the neutral zone today. Yeah, that's right. Today's the day in any case. We have to establish a new return point then. Over here. You're from the Area 1, correct? Yes. When she asked while handing over a piece of paper, the Asian man nodded his head. Then help me calculate the coordinates. Let's see. Area 1 Seoul, Siadimun District, the suburb of Hanjuna. This shouldn't be too hard. The Asian man smiled. I have a place in the suburb of Yungam, you see. I'll be relying on you then. And also, the woman stared straight at Sial. You weren't planning to head back to Earth looking like that, yes? We'd like to utilize the storage service. Kim Hannah replied as if it was par for the course. Since you're level 1, it's for free. Here, please use room number 8. You know how it works, yes. I've explained to him already. You're a commendable guide then. The woman handed over a small key with a plaque while looking rather relieved. Sial received the key and walked down the path to his right. The interior further in was divided into several tall floors with walls glowing in an amber hue. And he saw many doors, each easily exceeding over 2 meters in height. He found a door with a silver 8 shining on the front and entered the room. The items of Lost Paradise couldn't be taken back to Earth with the exception of a few. This meant that he had to store his things away before leaving, and temples happened to be the most secure place to do so. While the asking fee was exorbitant, as his stuff would be protected by divine power, the security was pretty much the best out there. However, one could only use this service for free at level 1 and 2. Once one became level 3, at which point he'd be considered as an actual true combat force, he'd have to spend something called achievement points if he wanted to use either the transfer gate or the storage service. He propped his 2 spears against the wall and took off his armors. He still had the clothes he wore from Earth, but they were far too tattered now. What a relief it was, since Kim Hannah and her discerning fashion sense brought along some clothes and underwear for his usage. I forgot to thank her. Sial finished getting dressed and checked his items one last time. He had to leave behind elixirs as well as the divine stigmata. He was slightly worried about them being stolen, but since a god was personally protecting the temple, he thought he should believe the security of this place for now. He finished sorting through his articles and left the storage room before locking the door. The silver 8 on the door then changed its color to gold. From here onwards, only Sial could open this door. Even if someone else came in possession of the door's key, it would still not open. While walking on the corridor, Sial fell into deep thought. He couldn't really believe that he was returning to Earth this easily. Why? Back inside the dream, he couldn't return to Earth even after a considerable length of time passed by since his departure from the neutral zone. The dream version of him missed home a lot during the early part of his life here. Was this yet another difference between contracted and invited? Sial couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. He may have accepted the fact that he had to leave the neutral zone, but leaving behind the attachments formed through interactions proved to be another problem altogether. What are the kids doing now, I wonder? Did they sign their contracts all right? They probably wanted to go back home too. Should he have waited for them to finish and leave together? At least he should have said goodbyes before leaving. He only signaled to them with his eyes because he didn't want to disturb them, but now he was feeling a bit of regret doing that. When Sial got back to the reception, the Asian man was no longer there. Only Kim Hannah and the reception lady were waiting for him. The lady beckoned the youth to come closer. Show me the back of your hand, please. When Sial wordlessly presented his left hand, she placed another paper with a complicated diagram drawn on its surface there and pressed it tightly to his skin. And with this, your return coordinates have been set. Whenever you use the transfer gate from here onwards, you will always arrive at the address you provided us. If you plan to move house, you need to tell us right away. Or we might end up causing unnecessary chaos on Earth. I understand. Sial replied and returned the key. Kim Hannah explained previously that he needed to do that once he was done with storing his items. The lady opened her eyes slightly wider before giving him a slip with a number 8 written on it. I'm sure you heard the explanations already, but still, don't forget to take good care of this slip. And also, you know that after retrieving your stored items, you need to confirm the color of the number on the door. Yes. Yes, from gold to silver. Correct. If the color remains gold, that means you left something behind. Unless you wish to extend the period of the storage service, things will get mighty complicated for both sides, so please check thoroughly. The reception lady sounded rather resentful about something. She then handed 2 more pieces of paper to Sial. One of these is used when you wish to return to paradise. You've performed missions back in the neutral zone, so you should know that when you tear this in half, a transfer portal will open for you. People who don't possess any markings whatsoever won't be able to see the portal nor feel its presence. But still, I recommend finding a quiet place with no one else nearby. What about the other one? It's the list of items you can bring back from Earth. It's your first time, so peruse the list and familiarize yourself with the contents. Sial carefully tucked both papers inside his pocket. Hew, all finished. Now then, you just need to sign over here. The lady pushed forward yet another paper, a document this time, for Sial to sign while sounding as if they were finally near the finish line. It was a non-disclosure agreement, forbidding Sial from revealing anything even remotely related to the lost paradise to other people on Earth. Such an agreement was also covered by the divine powers, so the moment it was signed, the gods' powers ensured that the terms would be enforced no matter what. One could tell how much thought had been given to maintaining the secrecy. He already knew as much from the dream, and Kim Hannah explained it too during the coach ride, so Sial signed the document without too much fuss. Honestly, there were a few things that irritated him slightly. But as these processes had to be performed for someone wanting to use the transfer gate for the first time, he said nothing and endured. Very good. Please head inside the assembly area behind me and use the gate there. Finally, he was allowed to leave. You finished much faster than I thought. Well, there wasn't anything too complicated after all. Okay, let's go. Kim Hannah stepped forward first. Just before he entered the assembly hall, Sial took the last lingering look behind him and sighed out softly. But before he could enter, tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, echoes of hurried footsteps rang out, and "Wait for me." And a familiar voice called out to him. Sial turned around in surprise. Kim Hannah too was rather puzzled as well. Why is she here? They saw her leave with the coach not too long ago, so. The woman supporting her body with her arm against the wall near the entrance while panting heavily was none other than Yun Seora. She looked relieved after finding out that Sial hadn't left yet. She regulated her heavy breathing, swallowed her saliva, and shouted out a question. Your name, please tell me your name. Sial's expression hardened considerably. Sio. His mouth opened reflexively before closing shut again. His lips quivered uncontrollably. Sial, but that isn't that your surname? He was about to say his name was Sial, but suddenly his eyes grew wider and wider. His heart was beating wildly now. His sight blurred. How? When you entered the second floor in the tutorial, there was an alert. I heard your name then, but I forgot. The alert said, Mr. Sial, something has arrived on the second floor. Ah, so in the end, someone did hear the alert. I always thought it was strange. Your name was definitely 3 words, yet you kept calling yourself Sial all the time. That's. Her words hit the bullseye and Sial began stuttering. Can you please tell me your full name? Sial closed his eyes shut. Quite inexplicably, the days he spent in the neutral zone brushed past his consciousness. In the mornings, he ate breakfast with Yi Sungjin, and Yun Seora. Then he met with his teammates on the first floor and discussed the day's schedule and battle tactics. They did their best to complete various missions. When they successfully cleared missions, they would head off to a lounge and chat over refreshing drinks. He sometimes met with Shin Sang-ah and Hyan Sangmin and asked them how they were doing. He then returned to his quarters, shared the day's activities with his roommates before falling asleep. Didn't matter how many times he recalled them, those were good memories. When he opened his eyes, he found Yun Seora quietly waiting for him, her breathing now normal. My name, it's. His throat dried up. If his heart pounded any harder, it might explode out of his chest. It'd be 3, maybe 4 years since he willingly revealed his full name. An all too familiar sensation of vertigo finally left him, allowing Sial to take a deep breath. His trembling lips parted and let the air out. My name is, and finally, Jihu. Sial was now Sial Jihu. My name is Sial Jihu. He stared straight at Yun Seora and smiled dimly. As he was walking past the assembly hall and towards the gate, was there a reason to hesitate telling her your full name? Kim Hannah asked him. Now that I think about it, I was getting kind of curious too. Why did you always say your name was Sial? I mean, that's your surname, right? Sial Jihu kept on walking resolutely for a while, before slowly opening his mouth. I was Sial, and for the last 3-4 years I was Sial. Kim Hannah's expression reflected how confused she was. She wouldn't know, of course. It was the story from the days when he was still addicted to gambling after all. His family disowned him. His title gradually changed from son to idiot, then to bastard, then finally to lying asshole. In the end, never mind being referred to his name, he wasn't even treated like a human being anymore. The distance between him and his love also widened, and he even got called a son of a bitch by her. Before he knew it, no one was calling him by his name, and he stopped telling others what his full name was too. Only that, back in the casino, some people called out to him using Mr. Sial, Sial Hyung, etc., etc. And so Sial began accepting that as his name. Okay, so why did you decide to reveal your full name then? Sial Jihu momentarily stopped walking, not sure. His gaze drifted up to the ceiling, unable to come up with a sound explanation even though he tried. I'm not sure, it's just, I thought that now I can know. Maybe I can't be certain of that, but... Sial Jihu slowly lowered his gaze back down. At least I thought that, if it's Miss Yun Seora. He swept up the back of his long hair and smiled wryly. I should be able to tell her my name without being embarrassed about it. I deposited some money into your bank account. Just as they arrived near the transfer gate, Kim Hana told Sial Jihu. He had been dazedly looking at the massive oval-shaped portal and was caught off guard. His eyes widened in surprise. Money, but I haven't. It's not the contract signing fee. You'll only get that after signing the contract. Kim Hana cut him off before he went any further. Sure, but is it okay for me to receive this money? Of course. This is the reward that you totally deserve, so don't sweat it and spend as you like. She was right about that. Not only did he have financial debts to pay off, but there were also other forms of debt he had to clear up. Okay, you can spend it in any shape or form you want, but put out the urgent fires first, okay? Not on useless stuff. Making sure that there won't be any trouble back on Earth is one of the tenets the Earthlings must adhere to. Sial Jihu stood before the gate. The blue-colored substance gently waving in front of him emitted a blindingly arresting light. It should be around the middle of April when you return. I'll spend another day here before going back to Earth. I'll give you a call in about 8 hours later in the Earth time. Sial Jihu's attention was focused solely on the portal in front of him, and he could just barely nod his head to show he had heard her before he cautiously stepped forward to enter. Almost right away, the back of his left hand began emitting bright light, and then an even brighter light, powerful enough to blind the onlookers, swallowed him. As the youth was gradually enveloped by the brilliant light, Kim Hana shouted out while waving her hand. You better answer my call, okay? If you don't, I'm gonna march straight to your home. Sial Jihu. As the sensation of being sucked in took over, Sial Jihu closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he could see the familiar sight of his rented room. He was inwardly worried whether he could really come back home, and that he'd not end up in some weird destination instead, but the end result was a resounding success. Sial Jihu didn't know who that man was, but that guy definitely did calculate the coordinates accurately. His relief lasted only for a brief moment, however. Sial Jihu frowned deeply and covered his nose. A seriously foul stench suddenly assaulted his senses, that was why. When he swept his gaze around, he couldn't help let out a shocked gasp. This place was an utter mess. He opened the windows to let the fresh air in. Sial Jihu took a deep breath and wordlessly studied the streets outside. He spotted college students giggling and talking among themselves as they walked, a taxi slowly driving down the hill. I'm back. He could more or less appreciate the fact that he was back on Earth for real. What time is it? Sial Jihu instinctively rummaged through his pockets, only to realize that his phone was nowhere to be found. He remembered that the mobile phone was one of the items prohibited from entering paradise, which meant that it had been left behind in front of Yuseon Hwa's place a month ago. He probably left his bank card there as well. Thinking of confirming the time, Sial Jihu had no choice but to switch his old laptop on. It was thickly coated with dust, but thankfully, it turned on without a problem. 17th April, Monday 91,407 a.m. I was summoned on the 16th of March. It seemed that the time difference between the Earth and the Paradise being around 1 to 3 was correct. Now that he confirmed the time, Sial fell into a slight dilemma. What should I do now? It wasn't that he had nothing to do, but he had way too many things to do instead. There was a reason why Kim Hana told him to come back to Earth. She demanded that he made sure accessing Paradise from Earth would be a trouble-free affair moving on. If he was reported as missing for some reason, then there would be a lot of headaches for everyone involved. In that regard, one could say that Sial Jihu was already able to move around quite freely. Unless he was the one contacting them first, his family or Yu Xianhua would never call him on their own volition. They hadn't called him in the last few years, after all. Even his close friends stopped talking to him a long time ago. Wait, that's not something to be happy about, is it? He needed to right all the wrongs he committed, one by one, and in order to do so, he needed money. He could now understand why Kim Hana left him with some cash. Okay, first, Sial Jihu connected to the internet wirelessly. He accessed his bank account online, and when he saw the amount there, he gasped out in shock. What? 150 million? It was a sum with 7 zeros. He was thinking of a couple thousand at most, so this amount completely shocked him. What the heck? That woman, she said it's from her allowance, so how come? Since he didn't know how much Kim Hana made in a month, or how much her combined asset could be, perhaps it wasn't that strange for him to react in this manner. Seolji, continued to look at the laptop's monitor and not long after that, spotted the transaction history of Yu Xianhua transferring 2 million. That sobered him up in an instant. He had returned the money in cash, but he had borrowed from her lots more besides that amount. When he checked the transaction history for the past 3-4 years, a bitter chuckle escaped from his mouth. I have to pay her back first. It took him quite a bit of time to tally up every cent he owed, but he persevered and carried on. Dad paid back around 28 million. Mom. 16 million. Hyung lent me 2.2 mil. Jinhee, 600,000. Ah, right, I stole her laptop and her car too. He had already sold the laptop at a flea market, and he left that car in a pawn shop near the casino. As the details of his past wrongdoings reared their ugly heads in his head, his guilty conscience swelled up uncontrollably. He might end up paying back more than necessary, but he didn't want to ask anything from them in return. He finalized the amount he took from Yu Xianhua and got a nasty shock. I borrowed this much from her. Even a casual calculation said it was around 46 million. He had no idea during the time when he was taking small bites here and there, but now that he finished tallying them up, the amount was no laughing matter at all. Where did she even find that much money to begin with? Seolji sighed. Suddenly, the amount of 150 million seemed rather inadequate. Of course, he wasn't going to hold back here. After all, only by resolving all of his previous financial indiscretions would he be able to properly move on and take the first step in his new life. In any case, I don't even have a phone or my bank card. If there was a silver lining here, then that would be him having only his phone and the lone bank card he frequently used on person that day. He managed to dig out his nearly forgotten wallet from the corner of his room and put on his shoes before taking his leave. The first place he stopped by was the bank. He immediately got a new card to replace the lost one and paid in full 30 million he borrowed from the money lenders, and then he withdrew the rest of 120 million in cash. He got 24 bundles of 50,000 bills, each bundle containing 100 notes. He grabbed a taxi as soon as exiting the bank. He had taken care of the most urgent fire first. His pockets were full, too. His next destination, obviously, it was the casino. As soon as he arrived at the Seorek Land Casino, Seolji asked the security staff to ban him permanently from entering the premises. Fearing that he might run into someone who recognized him there, he hurriedly stopped by the nearby pawn shop to recover the car. The interest had piled up pretty high, but he was happy enough to get the car back. His little sister used to go on and on about driving, so their father went and bought this car for her when she got admitted to a very famous university. It may not have been an expensive model, but it had sentimental value. Now that he had a car, he no longer needed a taxi. While driving back to the family home, he stopped by at a computer store and bought the latest, top-of-the-line notebook as well. Seolji parked the car at an adequate enough place, and he walked up to the front gate of the family's house as his heart pounded away. He saw the doorbell, but his hands didn't want to rise up. He briefly entertained the idea of leaving everything behind here and just leave before he was seen. He didn't think about the possibility of this event happening, but now that he was here, he no longer felt confident enough to face his family. He spent the next several dozen minutes in front of the house. His hands repeatedly rose up to the bell before falling back down again. In the end, though, Seolju took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Maybe his knocking was too soft because there was no reaction. Maybe no one's home. He swallowed his saliva and slowly keyed in the door code. He then heard the gate unlock. He cautiously stepped inside the building, but then he had to come to an abrupt stop. A man wearing a pair of glasses stood on the stairs to the second floor and was looking back at him with an unfriendly expression on his face. Hyung. He was Seol Wooseok, his older brother. Why, you haven't left for work yet? Seol Wooseok glared at him before silently turning around and going back upstairs. Slam. Soon, the sound of a door slamming shut that was loud enough to make Seolji flinch resounded out, of course. His expectations took a knock just now, but then again, he was in no position to expect anything else to begin with. However, he still wanted to apologize. He figured that it'd be for the best to finish his thing and leave as soon as possible. He placed an envelope filled with money in front of Seol Wooseok's room and then headed straight to his little sister's room. He found Seol Jinhee sound asleep on her bed wearing nothing but a sleeveless shirt and underwear. She was drooling, too. Yeah, skipping Monday morning lectures was an important ritual for her, wasn't it? Regardless, she possessed keen senses. Seol very carefully pulled the sheets to cover her up, then placed the laptop on her desk. He pulled out the car keys and 5 million and tucked them inside her handbag, too. And just as he was about to creep out of her room, her voice still sounded sleepy, but at the same time, it was also definitely not friendly. What do you want? Accompanied by the sounds of fabric rustling, Seol Jinhee kicked the sheets and got up. Seolji flinched slightly. Why, you were awake. Who the hell are you to enter my room without my permission? She stepped away from the bed and strode towards him. then her eyes fell on her desk. I was wondering what the hell you were doing. You came here to give me this, huh? Yeah. Xiao Jinhe began frowning as if seeing his face made her nauseous. What a joke. She suddenly grabbed the laptop and threw it hard. It landed on the ground with a loud thud and bounced around. Take it and get lost. Wait, Jinhe. Jinhe, my ass. I don't care, so get the hell out of here right now. She stomped in closer to Xiao Jihu and angrily pushed him. He wasn't planning to resist her in the first place, so he backpedaled several times before landing hard on his butt. Not even bothering to see if he was hurt or not, she snorted derisively and picked up her handbag. What a fucking joke. What, you finally won some money at the casino? Why else would a damn thief like you suddenly think about his little sister? Her expression remained mocking as she took a look inside her handbag. She saw the bundle of bills amounting to 5 million as well as the car keys, and she cocked up an eyebrow. She blinked a couple of times and then lifted her head. Big brother. She wasn't speaking to Xiao Jihu. Before anyone noticed, Xiao Wuxiak was entering the room with an envelope in his hand. He was worried that Xiao Jihu might cause a problem and quickly came here, but upon encountering a situation that could be described as the total opposite to what he was worried about, all he could do was to alternate his gaze between his siblings. What is this? His voice sounded hard and firm. He threw the envelope on the floor, causing the bills inside to spill out. Xiao Jinhe's eyes widened. What the hell? How much is this? She began counting, then her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. 50 mil. And then she looked back into the handbag. 55 million. She then remembered the car key and the laptop as well. How you must have hit a jackpot, huh? Jinhe, return everything back to him. When Xiao Wuyak spoke in a cold tone, Xiao Jinhe shot a glare at him. Why, are you mad? It's obvious. He got this money through gambling. It's still money, isn't it? No, I won't give it back. Xiao Wuxiak reached out to snatch the cash away from her hands, but she yanked the handbag away and the envelope with money in it before shoving them both underneath her clothes to hug them tightly. Xiao Jinhe, what? You really want that dirty money? Dirty or not, this money rightly belongs to this family. It belongs to us in the first place, don't you get that? Don't you know how much dad and mom are struggling nowadays? When the two Xiao siblings' emotions began running high, Xiao Jihu hurriedly intervened and separated them apart. He didn't come here to watch them fight. He at least needed to resolve this misunderstanding before doing anything else. Hyung Jinhe, you guys got it wrong. I didn't get that money through gambling. Xiao Jinhe stopped arguing with her oldest brother and spun her head to face him. Fuck off. She snorted as if the whole notion genuinely made her laugh. You were planning to lie, then make it more convincing, okay? Maybe you stole this. Did you rob a bank or something? I'm telling you the truth. Xiao Jihu pleaded with a frustrated expression on his face. I stopped gambling. I've already asked the casino to ban me from entering the place. And the money's from a commission, no, it's from the work. You stopped gambling, a lifetime ban from entering the casino. Xiao Wuxiak and Xiao Jinhe asked at the same time. I stopped gambling about a month ago. And today I came here straight after asking Siorak Land to permanently ban me from stepping foot in that place. Please believe me. Xiao Jihu explained as clearly as he could. However, it wasn't the issue of them not understanding him, but rather everything to do with trust. So what you're saying is you stopped gambling, you voluntarily asked to be permanently banned, and this money is legit, is that right? As if he found the idea just too unbelievable, Xiao Wuxiak asked again. Stop fucking wasting my time, okay? You think I'll fall for your lies again? Xiao Jinhe retorted derisively. Oh, so when we begged you to get the entry ban, you didn't even pretend to listen. And when we tried to do it for you instead, didn't you throw an almighty tantrum? You expect us to believe you now, Jinhe. Ha, how dare you make that face in front of me? What, you thought that just because you brought home some money, I'd start fawning all over you or something? You thought I'd start calling you Opa again? Stop dreaming, you bastard. This is this and that is that. This money is something that belongs to this family to begin with. Xiao Wuxiak cut his little sister off there. I'll confirm it, his glare was full of suspicion as he switched on his smartphone. 3-4 ringings later, Xiao Wuxiak opened his mouth. Is this the Siorak Land? Yes, I'd like to ask for a person to be banned from entering your. I'm his older brother. His name is Xiao Jihu. Come again, Xiao Wuxiak's voice became progressively louder. He asked to be permanently banned. Today, personally. Xiao Jinhe quietly listened from the side and became dazed herself. In that case, is it possible to find out when was the last time he entered your? Yes, the last time. It was the 16th of March. A short while later, Xiao Wuxiak hung up. Xiao Jinhe's attitude had softened a tad, but she still continued to glare at Xiao Jihu. Xiao Wuxiak spoke up as if he was still unconvinced. I still can't believe this. Hyung, really, I know, wait, fine, let's say you were telling the truth. Then just where did you get this money from? That's from. I heard that Xianhua gave you 2 million a month ago. He knew about that. Xiao Jihu could only open and close his mouth, unable to say anything. I also heard that you returned everything later that night, too. You didn't have a single coin to your name, so how can you earn this much money in a month without resorting to gambling? Not only that, you brought a laptop and a car key. They were rather sharp and pointed questions. Even Xiao Jinhee found it strange after hearing them. Wait, this is that super expensive gaming laptop. She began taking a closer look at the throne laptop, and sure enough, her suspicion grew even stronger. Xiao Jihu realized his mistake then. Should he chalk this one to his desires getting the better of him? He remembered his little sister loved to play games, so he shelled out over 3 million to buy the best gaming laptop found in the shop. How could he have ever guessed that the damn thing would end up being a potential source of trouble? What should I do now? In the end, he had no choice but to bluff his way out of this one. If he hesitated and wasted time here, they would start suspecting him with something else completely unrelated. That's why I'm here today, to talk to you about what's going on. He carefully squeezed out each and every single word. If he just said whatever that came to his mind, they would latch onto the holes in his story pretty quickly. So Xiao Jihu cautiously chose what he wanted to say. I was introduced to a job through a person I know. It pays quite well. Just what kind of work pays this much? Oh, that. I got lucky, that's all. Something big happened and I received a large bonus. Horse racing or sports betting, Hyung, lottery, Xiao Jihu rubbed his face. He got to confirm one more time what his family thought about him. But how could he blame them? He deserved it after all. This money has nothing to do with gambling. Can you repeat everything you said in front of mom and dad? Doing that was a part of Xiao Jihu's original plan, but it had changed now. His Hyung or his little sister might not be able to spot the fault in the story, but he could foresee his father asking many uncomfortable questions already. I'd like to do that, but I have to go. He'll be home soon. It's only because I'm really busy. I was working outside the office today, that's why I'm here. So please speak to Dad for me. Please, what do you want me to say to him? Very soon, I'll be going out of town for a while. The duration could be as much as 1, maybe over 2 months. You won't be able to contact me during that time, but don't worry about me. He managed to explain, albeit just barely. Both Hyung and his little sister still seemed confused, but there was no helping it. Xiao Jihu couldn't tell them anything concrete even if he wanted to. I gotta go. I'm running behind schedule. I'll come by next time to properly greet Mom and Dad. Xiao Jihu forced out a smile and bade his goodbyes. He opened the door, climbed down the flight of stairs, and opened the front door. But until he closed the door, never mind trying to stop him, he couldn't even hear them call out his name. Of course, he used the excuse of being busy, but still. For some reason, he felt like all his vigor was leaving his body. You thought that just because you brought home some money, I'd start fawning all over you or something. His sister's words, spoken to him when his mind was in too much of a chaos to hear her, finally landed their lethal blow. As if they knew that he deserved the pain, the blow landed real hard and deep. I wanted to apologize properly. He was too busy coming up with excuses that he couldn't even get to say sorry once. His first step didn't work out as he wanted to, but he still had one more person to apologize to. Xiao's head remained lowered as he trudged towards the nearest subway station. His shoulders drooped powerlessly, too. Xiao Jihu continued to wander aimlessly on a certain street. It wasn't that he didn't know what to, he was just hesitant. Hesitation gripped him tightly and prevented him from taking that last step. For a while, he walked the same street over and over again. Eventually, his steps cautiously slowed to a stop as if he was standing on slippery ice. While standing still, he took a look inside a certain coffee shop through its front window. His gaze was directed beyond the tables and chairs, to a young woman preparing coffee beyond the counter. It was Yu Xianhua. She was truly beautiful. Her clear eyes seemed to imply how honest she was. The light shining within those eyes was calm yet passionate. Her slender hands cautiously handled the hot water, the soft and warm radiance whenever she smiled. Was that guy confessing to her? A man receiving a mug of coffee from her hesitantly pushed his phone forward. Yu Xianhua's eyes opened up a little wider, but she still managed to shake her head softly enough for her neatly tucked-in hair to gently brush her neck. The man still tried to present her with his phone, but only after she bowed her waist did he withdraw his disappointed hand. Even though she seemed a bit troubled, never once did Yu Xianhua lose her charming smile. The shop's door issued a ring and the rejected man walked out. Seeing that man's back trudge away, Xiao Jihu felt a certain amount of unexplainable déjà vu. He took in several breaths and reached out towards the door handle, only to freeze on the spot again. He would have reached the door if he let his hand inch forward just a little bit more. However, the distance between himself and the door to the shop suddenly felt so wide and impossible to close, and it grabbed hold of him tightly. In the end, he withdrew his hand and placed it on his chest. That was when he felt it, his pounding heart and his fear. The tables would be filled with patrons right past the lunch hour, but after 4 in the afternoon, the shop would usually become less crowded. After the man who had been occupying a certain table for a long time finally left, a waitress finished tidying up his table, returned to the counter and began speaking to her co-workers. Body 6 points. Then another waitress who was busy with wiping clean one of the display shelves began laughing her head off. Wow, how generous of you. Face 3 points. Fashion sense 5 points. Finally, a different waitress stopped organizing the vibration bells and chimed in as if she was waiting for this chance. She then clicked her tongue. A total of 14 points. How unfortunate, but rejected. Girls. Yusianwa stopped operating the POS terminal and turned around to face the waitresses. They stopped their chat and then began giggling nonstop. Seeing this, Yusianwa slowly shook her head. Is it really that fun? Stop being so coy, Unnie. We all know that you're secretly enjoying this. What do you mean? Enjoying what? I just find it a little troubling, that's all. If you continue to, that's only because you're such a stonewall. By the way, manager, you wasn't that second person to confess today. It was 10 people last week. At this rate, we might have a new record. Seeing 3 waitresses chat among themselves in clear excitement, Yusianwa could only sigh softly to herself. The truth was, she was blessed with outstanding beauty, so there were quite a few men who would approach her and ask her out during the day. Also, there would be no man alive who would simply walk by disinterested after hearing her comforting voice and the way she gracefully carried herself. Such events kept occurring every single day, so the 3 girls working as part-time waitresses here began assigning points to all the potential suitors asking her out. One of them was tasked with the body, another one with the face, and the last one with fashion sense. They began critiquing without anyone's permission. They even arbitrarily decided that the top combined points should be 30. Of course, Yusianwa told them to stop and behave themselves, but in a strange twist of logic, the girls began arguing in their defense that any guy who wished to date their respected manager should score at least 24 points. For the record, out of hundreds of men who tried their luck, 25 had been the highest score so far. For something these girls started as a bit of joke, the 3 of them were rather strict in their judging criteria. In any case, Yusianwa herself wanted this critique panel to disband with immediate effect. After all, no matter how careful these girls were, there was bound to be a slip-up sooner or later, and the customer might overhear them, which would naturally lead to a huge headache. We might have our third candidate for the day. Where? Right outside. Look, there he is. He's been standing there for the past hour or so, hesitating like that. You're right. Should we take a closer look? They only pretended to listen to her and never really tried to heed her warnings. Seeing the 3 girls huddle around and began whispering amongst each other, Yusianwa decided to ignore them completely. The owner of the shop often called the girls the 3 no-answer stooges, and at this very moment, she sort of understood where that sentiment was coming from. In the meantime, one of the girls with an arrogant expression studied the youth outside, before suddenly gasping and blinking her eyes several times. The guy outside was tall. His chest and biceps were sturdy. He possessed the type of a body that this girl preferred, the one where the muscles were tough yet agile and smooth without looking like a bodybuilder's. The girl's lips loosened in a foolish grin. Hiya. His butt and his waist are so dreamy. Body, 10 points. She then turned her head towards another girl, rubbing her chin like an arrogant old man. This girl had a really high standard and so far never had issued a single 9-pointer, never mind the perfect 10. It was not for nothing she was tasked with judging the face. He's okay, 8 points. I knew you'd do that. Knew what? I knew that you like guys with softer, more delicate looks. What do you mean? Look, that guy's face is manly enough, don't you think so? She nodded her head and smiled in satisfaction. Well, we might have the highest point scorer of all time if this keeps up. So how about his fashion sense? 10 points? No, 9. His shoes are a bit of mismatch. Oh, I get her, but what's up with you? You know, that top he's wearing, that one alone should cost a few $100,000. Heek. The girls gasped in surprise before one of them tilted her head. Wait a minute, didn't you say before that you hate name brands? No, it all depends on how you wear them, okay? It's not the same with you buying the most expensive stuff out there so you can show off, and someone carefully choosing and picking the right combination like him. Really, I can't tell. With him, well, I think either a pro coordinator got him to wear those, or he could be someone really interested in fashion. Even though he looks simple and plain on the outside, he can't fool my eyes. He's got a killer fashion sense. An evaluation that bordered on gushing praises was made. Let's see. 10 points, 8 and 9, 27 points. The history has been rewritten. The girls clapped their hands, and one of them spun around to look at Yusianhua, in the middle of concentrating on her job and not minding whether they were throwing a party or not. Unnie, manager, it's a 27. Finally, we have a guy who can bring down your unwavering wall. Girls, Yusianhua's voice became heavy. There was a limit to her keeping quiet and ignoring them. She finally decided to teach these girls an unforgettable lesson today. I told you girls to stop this, didn't I? How would he feel if he hears you and your... Her words blurred and the tone went up the moment her eyes drifted to the outside of the shop. Yusianhua froze up in the middle of her speech, but that was to be expected. The girls spoke of a guy who could bring down her wall, but that person turned out to be someone who had already done that once. I'll be back soon. Yusianhua took off her hat, grabbed her handbag, and hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. Ring, the doorbell issued a ring once more. Xiaojihu stopped wasting time and momentarily held his breath. Yu Xianhua, still wearing the shop's uniform, was now standing in front of him. He felt his entire body, starting from the fingertips, freezing up after being subjected to her cold eyes. You even decided to show up at my place of work. Xianhua. Yu Xianhua declared as so and began walking towards the back street without waiting for his consent. He had no choice but to follow after her. A short while later, Yu Xianhua stopped walking in front and turned around to face him. Xiaojihu too reflexively stopped. She stared at him for a long time without saying a word. Xiaojihu's head slowly lowered as if he was a criminal who knew his crimes. For some reason he found it hard to look at her in the eye. There were only 6, maybe 7 steps between him and her. However, he sensed this wordless pressure that forbade him getting closer. The first person to break the silence was Yu Xianhua. First of all, take these. Xiaojihu received his old bank card and the mobile phone, and his expression became slightly dazed. You forgot? No, you were just trying to create an excuse for yourself. You were being clever because I said I'll call the police. No, really, I did forget them. Stop. Fine, so why are you here today? Her voice remained cold. You left behind 2 million that night. Yeah, now that you thought about it, you want that money after all, is that it? What, should I give it to you then? And no, that's not it. The thing is, fine, I'll give it to you so. Yu Xianhua pulled 2 million cash from her handbag and thrust them out as if she was about to throw them away. It seemed that she had the cash ready just in case Xiaojiu came to visit her one day. Take it and please leave right now. I need to go back to work. Her voice, filled with resentment and anger, tore into his body and began stabbing his innards like a dagger. Take this and never appear before me ever again. She used to be a kind, loving girlfriend once upon a time. This is the last time I'll turn a blind eye. Don't ever think another cheap ploy like this will work in the future. It felt like she went past the point of despising him and into the realm of hating him now. Get a grip, get a grip. He stood there, his lips flapping helplessly for a while before he was able to squeeze out some words with considerable difficulty. I'm sorry for coming to see you during your work. There was something I have to say to you, but I thought that if it's not today, then I won't be able to so like Xiaojihu began biting his lips. This was not it. This was wrong. Even he could tell this was gibberish. There were so many things he wanted to say to her, but his head became an untidy mess that was impossible to unravel. Slowly. He had to do it slowly. Today was the last day. Unlike with his family, he had to end it with Yu Xianhua today. Xiaojihu made up his mind once more, only then did some calmness return to his heart. I know you're really busy, but is it possible for us to talk? 10 minutes, 5, no, even 3 minutes will be fine. A short bout of silence later, Yu Xianhua retracted the hand carrying the money. He raised his gaze, a little more hopeful, but her eyes remained cold and critical. You want to talk? Yeah, just how many more times do I have to tell you? If you want to talk to me, then go to the casino and apply for a band there. I told you that I'd consider talking to you afterwards. I already have. Xiaojihu quickly replied. Yu Xianhua's brows pricked up. What did you say? I've already applied for the lifetime ban. I did that in the morning before coming here. She let out a long sigh and stared at the sky. She closed her eyes and even clicked her tongue. It was as if she was dealing with someone beyond saving. Although she didn't say outright, you are lying, aren't you? Xiaojihu thought that he could still hear those words. I'm telling you the truth, please believe me. Yu Xianhua bit her lower lip after hearing him plead. She then pulled her phone out and switched it on. Hello, is this Siorak Land Counseling Office? Ah, hello there. I'm calling you today to ask you for a favor, to ask whether someone is banned from entering your premises. His name is Xiaojihu. Seeing her confirm the truth by phoning the casino, he felt something bitter rising up in the back of his throat. Just how much pain and misery did he cause in the past for Yu Xianhua and his family to have memorized the casino's number? He's already on the list. Today, he himself. Yu Xianhua's hardened expression crumbled a little. She ended the call and stared at him with eyes full of distrust. She blinked her eyes quickly and wetted her dry lips. What did you want to talk about? Although it was only by a little, her voice sounded less chilly than before. This was the final chance, one he'd never have again. Xiaojihu worked up his courage. I'm sorry. He bowed his waist as much as he could. His gaze was immediately filled with the view of the concrete. What did you say? I'm really, really sorry. His left hand held the envelope with money much, much tighter. I know that I behaved like a son of a bitch. But still, I wanted to ask for your forgiveness. All those times I lied to you, disappointed you, made you go through hell, hurt you with shit I said. I wanted to apologize to you. As his words stuttered out, the corners of his eyes began to sting. Xiaojihu gritted his teeth and endured. I'm sorry. He continued to beg for her forgiveness. He couldn't do one of those moving and simple but concise apologies. No, that'd be more like him insulting her dignity. The longer she remained quiet and the more he spoke, he felt his throat clam up. It was then. I used to hope that a day like today would happen. Her quiet but heavy voice entered his brain. He focused all of his being and listened. Of course, I reflected a lot too. I'm partially to blame for things turning out this way. I shouldn't have given you any money when you asked me for the first time. I should have listened to your mom and your dad back then. Sealjihu forgot what he wanted to say. I believed that you'd revert back to how you were someday, so I waited for you with that single ray of hope until now. No, wait, maybe this is me making more excuses. He felt like biting his own tongue as her calm, composed voice continued on. He wanted to shout out and say that it was all his fault. If she was scolding him and pouring out insults like his sister, then perhaps he could have endured and accepted her words. But having heard such a calm, composed voice, he simply didn't know what to do anymore. Yu Xianhua cautiously asked him, "Those things you said, are they all true?" "Yes, you really came here to apologize to me." Nod, nod. Well then, Yu Xianhua relaxedly walked to where he was and extended her hand out. Then take this. The moment he saw her pushing the wads of note to him, Sealjihu got to find out what the taste of despair was like. Xianhua. Please take it if you're truly being honest. The emotions reflected in her eyes seemed a little complicated, but that was it. If you truly thought like that, then rather than words, please show me with your actions. Now the meaning behind her action changed. It was no longer take this and disappear from my sight, but now please, don't make my life any harder. He realized then there was a deep emotional chasm existing between them that could never be healed again. Sealjihu's neck began trembling as the moment had finally arrived. He couldn't accept this money. The moment he did, then it'd be over for good. No, it was already over. He knew this, yet he still couldn't easily accept the money. Yu Xianhua let off a soft sigh, and in the end, she carefully tucked the money in his pocket. Yu Xianhua quietly lowered her own eyes after watching him stare at the ground all this time. I'm too tired. I'm a little upset, yes, and to be honest, I don't think I can sincerely forgive you in the state that I am in. However, if you have truly changed back then, I want you to press forward, work hard, and live well as if you were trying to show me all the progress you've made. If so, don't you think that one day, we would be able to talk to each other with smiles on our faces? One day, Yu Xianhua had formed a thick bond with the Xiao family when she was still a young child, so it was rather obvious that he would run into her during family reunions and national holidays in the future. However, he knew, and she knew too, what she said wasn't meant to imply that they could try one more time. An unknown amount of time went by. You're right, Sealjihu finally forced his head to rise up. His eyes remained fixed to the ground, however. As ever, Yu Xianhua was a kind person. She treated him in a way that was incomparably kinder than when he went to see his family. It would have been hard for her to believe him after he had lied to her so many times already. Yet, she believed him once more. Not only that, by not using any harsh language and telling him stuff in a roundabout way, she was being considerate towards him, too. Indeed, he was well aware of this, but this 2 million, I understand, I'll take it. I understand what you're trying to say. But his heart ached even more than before. Sealjihu sniffed in deeply and began fidgeting with his right hand the money she gave him. He still had to give her back what was hers, but at least take this. He raised his left arm carrying the envelope with money and opened his left palm. Then, she formed an expression of confusion and looked down at his hand. What then? Her eyes that remained composed until now widened in surprise. Her mouth opened in a daze. He could immediately tell that she couldn't believe what was happening. She even took a step back in shock. At this rate, she looked like she'd refuse the money, just like how his siblings did. So he reached out and grabbed her hand to place the envelope there. Her skin felt so soft, so much so that he never wanted to let go. I should go. However, he could only be satisfied with holding her hand for this short moment. He did his best to force out a smile. Meanwhile, Yu Xianhua still looked stunned. But how? I won't appear before you again, so take care of yourself. Sealjihu turned around and ran out of the street. He began running hard as this unbearable emotion filled him up. Everything seemed to happen so fast. Yu Xianhua belatedly recovered her wits and instinctively confirmed the contents of the envelope. It was packed full of bills with the images of Shin Samdang. She gasped out in shock one more time. No wait, what? Yu Xianhua was deeply mired in confusion for a while before she hurriedly switched her phone on. Wuxiak Opa. Yes, by any chance, he did come when her voice continued to grow louder. 55 million won. Yeah, not only that, he brought back Jinhee's car and bought her a new laptop. But that doesn't make sense. Where did he get that money from? I don't know. He assured me that he didn't earn it through gambling. But right, I know. Remember that day when he came to borrow money from you? I called the Siorak land to confirm, and they said the last time he was there, it was Thursday, March 16th. That means he really didn't get that money through gambling. What was the date again? March 16th. In any case, he said the money was from an honest source, but he said he was busy and had to go. I guess he went to see you. March 16th. No, it can't be. Yu Xianhua was no longer listening to Xiao Wuxiak's voice. And no, wait, it can't be. The envelope fell on the ground and the money spilled out. However, Yu Xianhua didn't even take a second look at that and ran out of the street herself. Jihu, she looked around her and called out desperately, Sial Jihu. Unfortunately, Sial Jihu's back could not be seen anymore. Sial Jihu couldn't remember how he got back to his room. He staggered up the stairs and opened the front door with an emotionless face. Underneath, the window dyed in an orangey hue. The light of dusk drew a lengthy shadow and cast a shadow over his aged laptop. Sial Jihu leaned against the wall and closed his laptop shut. He suddenly felt like a fool, thinking back to when he was busy calculating all those sums. Just a little bit. It'd be a lie if he wasn't just a tiny little bit expectant. However, the gap between reality and his imaginations proved to be too wide for him to bridge. The reality was cold and harsh, as if it occupied the opposite end of the scale from his imagination. His old habit reared its head. He pulled out a cigarette and began puffing out blue smoke. Cough, cough. His throat felt scratchy. His eyes stung. Maybe because of that, the tears he'd been holding back began streaming down. You think I'll fall for your lies again? How could he resent anyone? Horse racing or sports betting? Or how could he blame anyone? Please take it if you are truly being honest. The view of the entire world seemed to have turned 90 degrees. His temple hit the floor, and Sial Jihu stared at the tilted room in a silent daze. His head was too chaotic to feel the pain. His breathing, too, was unsteady. Everything felt wrong. It was as if everything was telling him that he shouldn't be here. I have no place left here. The moment this thought entered his head, his fuzzy, unfocused eyes regained some of the lost clarity. He did find a place he could go not too long ago, didn't he? Paradise. Indeed, if it was that place. His hand rummaged through his pockets until he found a small slip of paper. For a while, he fidgeted around with it. He wanted to rip it up right away, but he was still waiting for a certain woman to give him a call first. Now that he took a look at himself, his condition wasn't so good as well. Sial Jihu's body shuddered from the sudden coldness rushing into his bones. He figured that he'd feel better after getting some sleep. Sniff. He sniffed slightly as he crawled on the floor and dug underneath the worn blankets. Within this cold room, only the deathly stillness kept him company. I'm lonely. He pulled the blanket over his head and quietly closed his eyes. On the other hand, the number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep. And why is this guy not picking up his phone? Kim Hannah angrily switched her phone off and frowned in unhappiness. Could he have dined and dashed? No, he didn't look that stupid to begin with. She licked her lips and contemplated for a little while longer before picking up her handbag to leave her residence. You think I won't be able to find you because you hid yourself. Kim Hannah arrived outside his house. She pressed the doorbell and knocked on the door, but the whole place was eerily quiet. He's not home. Kim Hannah closed her eyes and concentrated. She then clearly sensed his aura coming from the inside. Her expressions crumpled in an instant. Knock, knock. Hey, open the door. I know you're in there. Sial Jihu. Kim Hannah's voice rose up as she knocked on the door. She even began chewing on her lower lip. Oh, so he was playing hard to get, was that it? Seething with anger, she grabbed the doorknob and turned it hard. Maybe I shouldn't have given him the money. But then the door opened up without offering any resistance. It was open all this time. Rather than surprised, she suddenly felt foolish for wasting the last 5 minutes standing outside the door while doing stupid little things. Kim Hannah entered while looking around, only to cover her nose in a hurry as nausea viciously assaulted her. A truly disgusting odor, formed from the combination of stale cigarettes, rotting food, clothes that hadn't been washed in ages, as well as other unidentifiable smell, attacked her senses. When she took a look around the state of the room, she found it to be a truly disgusting sight to behold. The cigarette butts piling up high atop a plate reminded her of a hedgehog, for instance. Kim Hannah felt an urge to vomit rush in, so she quickly made her way to the kitchen sink, only for her eyes to open even wider in shock. Blurg. In the end, she began retching. For someone like her who obsessed over her hygiene like a maniac, this room was a trash pit that made her feel disgusted and uncomfortable. Blurg, blearg. She continued to retch several times more, before shifting her tearful eyes to look behind her. Only then did she spot Sial Jihu sleeping on the floor with a blanket covering his entire body. Why, you crazy bastard. Kim Hannah strode angrily to where he was. Hey, wake up. She used the tip of her feet to push the blanket off but froze still afterwards. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She heard him moaning out in pain. He was breathing with much difficulty as well. His hair was soaked with sweat and clung to his scalp, and she spotted large sweat drops on his neck too. What on earth? Kim Hannah's anger cooled down in an instant. She squatted down and placed her palm on his forehead and felt his temperature. He was boiling hot. She had no idea that he was sick, so she felt foolish and apologetic for suspecting him. Idiot, how can you not get sick when sleeping in a room like this? She muttered out in defeat and quietly sighed out. She took another sweeping look at the place and then shook her head. Ehu, you were fine back in paradise, but why are you like this on Earth? She spoke to herself as if she couldn't help it and stood back up. Even if it's cold, endure it for a while. Let me start by getting some fresh air in here. I might also get sick from this room if I don't do something right now. She proceeded to fling open the window as wide as it could be opened and rolled up both her sleeves. As if she was getting ready to exert some effort after a long while of not doing so, she stretched her back and loosened her neck muscles. Okay, let's see. Where should I get started first? Sealjihu had a dream. It was a kind of a dream that he hadn't had in a long time, but it was a good one. Yu Xianhua came to see him and began nursing him. She even scolded him for the messy state of his room. She dragged him to the corner and then began cleaning the mess. While the washing machine did its thing, she went out and bought stuff like dishwashing soap, air freshener, and some other cleaning products. She washed his clothes, then tidied up the kitchen, washed all the dirty dishes, threw away the rotting rubbish, cleaned out the fridge, mopped the floor, wiped the windows clean, and even got around to cleaning the bathroom. She spent the next several hours on completely transforming his entire residence. Then, saying she was hungry, she cooked ramen. Seeing her stand in the kitchen with her ponytail gently swaying about, Sealjihu felt warm and fuzzy inside. It was as if he had gone back in time, back to when everything was okay. If there was one thing he couldn't quite understand, then that would be her wearing a business suit. Why wasn't she in her uniform? Yu Xianhua had never once wore a business suit until now. Suddenly his nose picked up on the spicy but delicious smell. Saliva began pooling on the tip of his tongue. Sealjihu swallowed his saliva as the sleepiness left him, and he blinked his eyes several times. It wasn't a dream. Quickly raised his upper body. Oh, will you look at this guy? A rather particular prim tone of voice entered his ears. Kim Hana narrowed her eyes and stared at him while carrying the tray with ramen on it. You sure can smell food like a sniffer dog, can't you? Kim Hana, if you're up, then come and have some. What are you doing here? I told you, didn't I? If you don't answer my call, then I'd come barging into your place. Kim Hana replied matter-of-factly. Sealjihu dazedly surveyed his surroundings. And his jaw nearly hit the floor after realizing that his trash pit room had been transformed into spotless living quarters. Was my place this spacious? He spotted plates neatly arranged on the shelves, and the floor seemed to glisten like marble. There was an unfamiliar but nice scent permeating in the air too. This place was well past the level of being a nice place to be in, and straight into the territory of my sweet home. You thinking of starting a new career? What are you even talking about? Kim Hana sourly retorted to his question. Sealjihu massaged his forehead. So it was you. He thought it was you, Xianhua, though. That's right, you idiot. Do you know how many trash bags I weighed? A minute. What do you sound disappointed? He flinched and quickly denied it while waving his hands around. Kim Hana snorted once. She shuddered as if just imagining it gave her the chills and put the tray down on the small table. She then sneaked a glance at him. You don't want? I cooked 2 packets, you know. Warm steam invitingly rose up from the pot. And after a pair of wooden chopsticks were placed before him, there was no way he could refuse now. And when he thought about it, he hadn't eaten anything since the morning. Indeed, he was feeling hungry. So he decided to fix that first before thinking about anything else. Slurp, it's good. The noodles were perfectly chewy, and the soup itself was on the right side of being spicy, with the chopped spring onion bits adding a layer of refreshing aftertaste as well. Kim Hana began giggling after seeing the youth focus on wordlessly hoovering up the ramen. You like it? Yeah, well, I've got some skills when it comes to making ramen. Anyways, enjoy yourself. The two of them concentrated on the meal at hand for a while, and sure enough, the noodles were finished pretty quickly. It's not really enough for both of us, right? Kim Hana licked her lips, and with an unsatisfied face, she looked at Sealjihu enjoying the spoonful of the ramen soup. How about some rice to go with the soup? Yeah, that sounds. Ah, but there's no. I've already bought some instant rice. I got them when I went out to buy extra trash bags, you see. Kim Hana went to the kitchen and brought out packets of instant rice. She must have had them warmed in the convenience store because they were rather cold to his touch. They dumped the rice into the ramen soup and shared the rest of the meal among themselves. Once his stomach was full, he felt sated and a bit sleepy as well. Even though he just woke up, his eyelids felt like they weighed thousands of tons. Seeing him like this, Kim Hana smirked. You aren't a kid anymore, but you're getting sleepy because you're full. She then took the tray with the empty dishes away before bringing a bag of medicine. Hey, let me do that. Don't bother. You're still sick, you know. I bought some medication, so take those and rest up. We'll talk tomorrow. Sealjihu closed his mouth. The thing he hated the most was needles, and the thing he hated the second most was taking medication. It might have something to do with childhood trauma. Kim Hana hummed as she washed the dishes, only to get royally ticked off when she found out that he didn't even bother to take a single medication. She forced him to take some pills, and after that she said she'd talk to him tomorrow, then turned around to leave. It was getting late, and she also needed to get some rest, too. I'll be going now. Get some rest, okay, and don't you dare not answer my call again. Just as she was about to leave, she felt him suddenly grab her hand. Kim Hana, what? Don't go, please. What did you say? Kim Hana couldn't help but flinch after hearing his pleading tone of voice. Well, it was already in the middle of the night, so a thought that said perhaps coming here was a mistake entered her head. Hey. Kim Hana turned around to face him and firmly stated her position. You're an invited and I'm your inviter. I know. If you know, then you shouldn't behave like this. Don't you think you're being a bit inconsiderate here? Do I look that easy to you? She began sounding quite a bit pissed off. Sealjihu stared at with his eyes blinking nonstop as if to show he had no idea what she was on about before his tired voice left his mouth. I want to go back. Right now I want to go back. It was Kim Hannah's turn to blink her eyes. Her neck skin reddened up from embarrassment only for a brief moment. The moment she confirmed the strange fervor in the youth's eyes. Let's go. Right now. I mean, we have the means, right? Her own eyes narrowed to a slit. No way, can it be? As a matter of fact, she had been feeling that something odd was up. She also found it strange that the youth was unusually quiet during the mealtime. What she initially worried about was Sealjihu not wanting to go back to paradise after coming back to Earth. However, the truth turned out to be the exact opposite of that. Not even one full day had passed, yet Sealjihu wanted to go back to paradise already. The most convincing evidence was his complexion, which was now full of vigor as soon as he mentioned going back. She felt that the way he held her hand was like someone dearly holding onto the sole remaining lifeline. Kim Hannah began thinking that this wasn't right. That this was dangerous. Every now and then, one would find people like this, people who were seduced by the charms of the lost paradise and discarded their lives here on Earth. It was kinda like putting the horse before the cart. Such earthlings would lose their lives pretty earlier on, 10 times out of 10. They would get drunk on the adrenaline provided by the battles of paradise and end up seeking out progressively more dangerous assignments. Other earthlings called these kinds of people the paradise junkies. Normally, Kim Hannah would have welcomed his desire to return to paradise, but Sealjihu wasn't a simple contracted, nor was he a disposable pawn that could be thrown away after being used once or twice. She wanted Sealjihu to balance both of his lives here as well as over there. She definitely didn't want to see him get addicted to paradise. Besides, he only went there once, and he spent most of his time inside the neutral zone. It was rare to see someone who wanted to return to paradise only after experiencing so little. Something must have happened here. Remembering Sealjihu's past, she could think of a couple of things that might have happened. You can't. Kim Hannah firmly refused him. But why not? At the bare minimum, you have to finalize the contract first. Give it to me. Let me sign it right now. You think that's the end just because you signed it? I've got lots of things to say to you, and besides, aren't you curious about some things too? What about your future plans? I'll figure it out once I get there. Sealjihu's fervor cooled down a lot after hearing her angry voice. In any case, you can't. I want to get some sleep too. Do you have any idea how tired I am trying to tidy this place up? Sealjihu forgot what he wanted to say now, his expression one of apology. Just get some sleep. You look like you're about to fall asleep at any second anyways. Plus, when it's time for us to go back, I'll make you go even if you don't want to, okay? In the end, Sealjihu waved a white flag, a short while later. The light of the room turned off. A complicated expression formed on Kim Hannah's face as she watched the sleeping Sealjihu and his steady breathing. She stood at the front entrance and deliberated for a while before she settled down on a spot a bit of distance away from him. She draped the jacket around her like a duvet. She was worried about him running off to paradise without her knowing. Her sharp senses would snap her out of sleep even if there was a minute disturbance, so she trusted that and decided to stay. As his protector, she had to prevent him from escaping into paradise at all costs. Really now, what a troublesome guy to look after. Kim Hannah stared at him for a long while before closing her eyes as a yawn left her mouth. Kim Hannah woke up first in the early dawn, confirmed that Sealjihu was still asleep, and quietly took a shower. She originally planned to lightly wash up but had shed way too much sweat the day before cleaning this pigsty of a room, so it couldn't be helped. She didn't want to wake him, so she took her clothes inside the bathroom with her. But then, the noises of the water must have woken him anyways by the time she got out. Sealjihu was sitting up while rubbing his eyes. The morning sun had already risen past the horizon when he finished washing up as well. She then dragged the youth out of his house and took him to a small diner located in some forgotten backstreet so they could have some breakfast. While waiting for the food to arrive, she demanded that he tell her everything that had happened yesterday. Sealjihu wasn't really keen on revealing them but still told her everything. After hearing his story, her reactions were quite dramatic, to say the least. What? You spent over 100 million yesterday. How can you be that stupid? Are you even the same person? Are you even that first-ranked survivor? Hey you, I told you to think about the difference in the time, didn't I? What would they think when a gambling addict like yourself showed up after a month of silence with 560 million in tow, claiming to have given up on gambling completely out of the blue? Kim Hannah was this close to losing her SHT, and she nearly jumped up from her seat. She thought that he'd used the cash wisely, that was why she deposited some in his account to begin with. A guy who was so thoughtful and capable of solving all those difficult tasks quite easily back in paradise did a 180 as soon as he returned to Earth. She could hardly believe how dumb he was. You dumb idiot, you really went and did it. Kim Hannah massaged her neck as she wallowed in the pits of despair. It's not like I don't understand where you're coming from, okay? But in that case, you should have just shown up with 230 million first or something. You need to gradually mend your old ties by apologizing first, saying you've quit gambling for good, that you work hard to repay them, but that you're too busy so you'll call them later on, etc., etc. What, you thought you could get back on their good grace in one shot? Your relationships broke down years ago, remember? Her continuous stream of correct opinions caused Sealjihu to wordlessly scratch the back of his head. Even if he had 10 mouths, he'd still have no excuses to offer right now. Ha! Kim Hannah spat out lengthy groans over and over again before glaring at him. This can't go on. Although you haven't signed the contract yet, as soon as you do, I'm going to invoke the Protector's privilege. The Protector's privilege. You want to make it right with your family, correct? Sealjihu nodded his head as if that was obvious. I'm not planning to interfere with how you live your private life, but I'll be intervening in this matter, okay? The food arrived then, so Kim Hannah's dissatisfaction had to pause for a while. Let's eat. We'll talk while we eat. Kim Hannah scooped some soup up with her spoon and continued on. Now listen. Among my subordinates, there is this guy who went there when he was just a university student. He did okay, carved himself a nice little career, became famous and then got scouted by Sinyang in the end. He even got married not too long ago, too. You even get married in that side. Sure, there are some people who do, but that's not what I'm saying. Kim Hannah waved her hand around to emphasize the fact that it wasn't what she wanted to talk about. Anyways, he married a girl who's not involved with that world, know what I mean? So what do you think happened, I wonder? Isn't it a bit, dangerous? He could get discovered, right? You think so? You see, his actual life is going pretty nicely. He comes to work in the mornings and transfer to that side, spends a couple of days there and comes back, but it's only the late afternoon over here. If he were to get delayed that side, then he would simply tell her that he'd been putting in some overtime. If he needs some extra time that side, then he just tells her that he's going on a business trip. But his wife could show up at the company, right? Kim Hannah shrugged her shoulders. So, what's the problem? We just have to show her husband working at the office. What if she shows up unannounced or there's an emergency? Even those are not a problem. If something happens to his household or his family, the company will be notified immediately. We'll tell her that he's working outside the offices, and at the same time, one of our guys will transfer to the other side and bring him back. You really are thorough in managing your people, aren't you? That's the power of my company. And well, that's one of the reasons why I will be looking after you too. Sealjihu nodded his head and agreed with her. The tone of Kim Hannah's voice was a bit combative, but he didn't mind hearing her out. Rather than her interfering, it sounded more like she was going to help him out instead. In any case, what you're saying is that you'll invoke this privilege of the Protector, right? That's right. Actually, I don't even really need to invoke the privilege in the first place. This is one of the responsibilities people like me, who were granted the rights to scout, must carry out. Rights to scout, that's right. You think the rights are granted for free to us. Naturally, we have the responsibilities and duties to perform. Kim Hannah began munching on the rolls of kimbap before going oops after seeing the youth's vacant expression. Since he was so outstandingly capable back in paradise, she would sometimes think that he had figured most things out by himself already and gloss over some stuff. Even if it's called rights, it's not that impressive. It's like, we can use the stamps and get to figure out whether you're involved with that world or not that much, I guess. You can do that, of course. Without such a thing, why would I have believed you back then? Just because you swore in your mother's name or something. Okay, so how do you tell then? Give me your hand. Sealjihu opened his right palm and presented it to her, but she shook her head. Not your right hand, the hand where I planted that stamp. Sealjihu opened his left palm and tilted his head. From his perspective, it was just a hand with nothing on it and he couldn't see anything special there. However, it must have been different to Kim Hannah because she was nodding her head rather sagely. Yeah, I can see it pretty clearly now. It must be that vivid because you're a gold mark. You can see something on my hand. Yup, there are 3 ways to distinguish those who are involved with that world and those who are not. She licked the chopstick and unfurled her index, middle, and ring fingers. Firstly, you recognize a person's face. Even you can do this. Secondly, you can take a look at the other's marking. But the drawback to this method is you don't know exactly where the